亚洲会议正式开始 ，DigiAsia2022 now begins。 热烈掌声鼓励一下。刚才各位看到的是国内知名音像艺术家赖宗云为大家带来震撼精彩的开场演出，请各位再次用热烈的掌声给予赖宗云最棒的肯定，他的表演真的令我们耳目一新。各位来自国内外的贵宾、长官，还有所有现场以及荧幕收看的朋友们，大家早安！欢迎莅临2022数位亚洲大会 DigiAsia2022。我是这届大会主持人 Emily 易嘉如，很荣幸能够主持这样一场国际盛会。Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to DigiAsia2022. I'm Emily, your MC for the event. 数位亚洲大会 DigiAsia 于2014年诞生，这个由 Asia Federation of Advertising Association 亚洲广告联盟简称 AFA 授权台北市广告代理商业同业公会 TAA 所主办的活动，每2年与台北召开，是亚洲地区最具指标性的数位盛会。今年大会的主题 Web3 Rhapsody Web3 狂想曲，聚焦在 Media and Creative、Social and Experience 以及 Economy and Application。我们将探讨数位生活体验、媒体行销解决方案以及科技技术的创新应用。今天我们很荣幸邀请到许多贵宾莅临 DigiAsia， 现在就请容我为各位介绍今天莅临的贵宾。Ladies and gentlemen, now please allow me to introduce you the distinguished guests to be with us today. 那等一下被介绍到的贵宾，请于唱名后起身致意，和大家打声招呼。At the beginning of the event, please let me introduce the distinguished guests we have today. And when you hear your names being called upon, please stand up and wave hello to our audience. 首先介绍的是 DigiAsia2022数位亚洲大会筹备会卢炳勋会长 ，DigiAsia2022 Preparation Committee Robin Liu Chairman。接下来是亚洲广告联盟 AFA Srinivasan K Swamy 主席 ，AFA Srinivasan K Swamy Chairman。同样来自 AFA 的 Ramesh Narayan Chief Strategy Ramesh Narayan 策略长。接下来是韩国广告协会主席 KAA Nek Hong Kim Chairman 主席。同样来自 KAA Korean Federation of Advertising Association Ben Hyo 秘书长 Secretary General。再来是国际广告协会 IA 马来西亚分会 John D. Chaco Chairman 主席。再来是经济部商业司苏文林司长 Department of Commerce MOEA 文林苏 Director General。接下来是台北市政府文化局陈玉兴副局长 ，Department of Cultural Affairs 台北 City Government 玉兴陈 Deputy Commissioner， 高雄市广告代理商业同业公会 KAA 吴东龙理事长 ，Andy Wu Chairman。接下来是国际广告协会台北分会 IAA 黄燕玲理事长 ，IAL 黄 Chairman。接下来是台北市广告业经营人协会 4A 陈怀章理事长。4A Vince Chen Chairman。接下来是台湾数位媒体应用暨行销协会 DMA 邱继宏理事长 ，Nathan Cho Chairman of DMA。接下来是台湾台北国际公共关系协会 TIPRA 郭庆辉理事长 ，Skik Pro Chairman from TIPRA。接下来是亚太行销数位转型联盟协会 AMT 高端讯理事长 Simon Gao Chairman from AMT。好，那我们感谢以上贵宾莅临会场。那么今天活动一开始，首先为各位邀请到本届的 DigiAsia 筹备会会长，也是 TAA 的理事长卢炳勋先生上台致欢迎词。我们有请会长。Now let's welcome Robin Liu, Chairman of DigiAsia2022 Organizing Committee, to give us opening remarks.
各位现场的来宾，大家早安，大家好。
早。
欢迎来到2022年数位亚洲大会在台北。 Good morning, our distinguished guests, especially to the chairman of the ALPHA, Mr. Swamy， 还有我们经济部商业司的苏司长，还有台北市文化局的陈副局长，谢谢你们。Here with us today, and good morning, good afternoon, good evening, to all of the audience who join us online. It is my privilege to welcome you to 2022 DigiAsia in Taipei. Today marks the 5th anniversary of DigiAsia. I want to express my sincere thank you to all of you previously involved in the coordinator of DigiAsia, all our sponsors and our team who made this occasion reality. We could have done it without your support and contribution to continue making this the Congress successful. Thank you all. It has been 3 years since the pandemic outbreak globally, and today's event makes the phenomenal big leap to a new beginning. The pandemic severely affects global economy, but push technology, tipping point, accelerate digital transformation, increase the needs of the technology-driven, and extend new technology choices, breaking physical barrier and traditional constraint, setting out a transcendent journey, creating a new digital economy meeting financial, entertainment, commerce, creator platform. Web 3.0, the constellation is born. A new ecosystem is emerging and evolving. This year, our theme is Web3 Rhapsody. We have the Web3 experts sharing their inspiration and immersive experience. Immersive exhibition here on site to envision and brand new Web3 platform economic. This year, we have the professional and the expert from various fields, generate global advertising agency networks. Here, share how advertising industry better prepare ourselves in facing a new challenge. We have the top 4. We have the top 4 digital giants: Yahoo, LINE, Google, and Meta. This is the first time those media platforms gathering together here in one event. To draw the how digital platform master successful in science of the information and the communication technology, we have here the local digital marketers and the Web 3.0 experts showing us today Taiwan is driving strong momentum in blockchain technology, digital exchange platform, architecture, and the branded content creation. Together, we look forward a new learning on media and creative, social and experience, economic and application. Today is a big day for Taiwan advertising industry. With our sharing passion and vision, today's large-scale gathering unites us and our hard work, starting our success to Taiwan market industrial development and the digital transformation. On that note, I would like to express my appreciation to all of the board members from the TAAA. 我们要主要谢谢所有台北市广告代理商同业工会所有的理监事们，还有秘书处的同仁。And also from the IAA Taipei chapter, KAAA Taipei 4A MAA, DMA, TIPIA, AMT, so many A together. 我们谢谢台北广告协会台北分会、高雄市广告代理商同业公会、台北市广告业经营人协会、台北市媒体服务代理商协会、台湾数位媒体代理商协会、台北国际公共关系协会、亚太行销数位转型联盟。And I want to thank everyone who contribute and make this event a great success. Thank you all, and please enjoy the upcoming 3-day event. Thank you.
谢谢会长为我们带来的开场勉励以及祝福，请会长先行回座休息。那么在一开始，我有为各位介绍过 DigiAsia 是由 Alpha 授权 TA 所举办。Alpha 是由16个国家以及地区所组成，网罗了大量亚洲广告行销界人才。那今天我们非常荣幸可以邀请到 Alpha 主席亲临台湾为我们做致辞，请各位现在用热烈的掌声欢迎 Alpha 主席 Mr. Srinivasan K Swamy 上台为我们致辞。有请主席。Now let's welcome Mr. Srinivasan K Swamy, Chairperson of Alpha, to give us a few words.
Good morning. It gives me extraordinary pleasure to welcome you to attend this 5th edition of DigiAsia 2022 in Taiwan. AFA and TAAA understood that the world of digital technology is here to stay and would leapfrog in terms of technological advancements continuously. With this in mind, we instituted the first edition of DigiAsia in 2014, and every 2 years thereafter, we had one with an appropriate theme. Since its beginnings in 2014, DigiAsia Conference has enabled and showcased the latest tech developments of the marketing community. In the last 8 years, DigiAsia, the International Digital Marketing Congress, has become the go-to digital marketing event in Asia. This has been showcasing fast-paced growth in technology, ushering rapid innovations and experiences to the marketer, the consumer, the media, and the agency. This also is a platform for international digital professionals to showcase their cutting-edge technology innovations and to participate, interact, share learnings and experiences. Web3 Rhapsody, the theme of DigiAsia 2022, would demonstrate how the consumer could get ownership to create and control web activities on the internet. The theme offers an exciting learning opportunity about the latest Web3 phase of the internet. I expect the Congress to showcase latest technology processes such as AR, VR, metaverse, crypto economy, etc., which offer user insights and digital life experiences. The media, advertising, and marketing community would absorb these tech innovations through well-directed seminars, forums, exhibitions, and experiences. It would be an understatement if we say that the world today is turning digital and that technology is transforming the world in ways we never imagined before. A wise man once said, "The medium is a message." Little did he imagine that the medium would be predominantly digital one day and we would be walking around with news, entertainment, information, all in our pockets, literally. One important question to ask is, what is all this digital transformation really for? Is it to improve our lives, or to make businesses more efficient, or to make the world, as we know it, smaller? We need to think about what is good that will change, that the change is bringing about. Specifically, the lives of the less fortunate brothers and sisters around us should be in our minds. Technology must empower and bring about a change for good. And we must acknowledge such change, such as change makers are good. Excuse me. The power to communicate change for good is what sets us apart from every other industry. We can change mindsets and help save the planet, and help change behavior regarding domestic violence and gender stereotypes and animal abuse and so many other things. Yes, we in the communication industry are the change makers for good. And to recognize, salute, and encourage these change makers for good amongst us, HAFA is instituting a unique and inspirational set of awards called the Change Makers for Good Awards. We will salute, amongst others, people who innovate and use tech for good, to spread a good word to inaccessible places, or to people who don't understand conventional communication. I couldn't think of a more appropriate platform than DigiAsia to announce this unique initiative, which will be called Changemaker for Good Awards. We will have 4 awards in all: Changemaker for Good Advertising, Changemaker for Good Government, Changemaker for Good Industry Leader, Changemaker for Good Innovation. I believe it will properly position our communication industry as one that does transformational work in a way that makes the world a better place. These awards will be pan-Asian in character and be given away at DigiAsia 2023 in Seoul. And that's what we at AFA are working towards. As I close, I want you all to have a great time next 3 days, learning new things, and to enjoy the friendship that every one of you in the industry will have for each other. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Swamy, for your opening remark. Please have a seat. 那么除了 AFA 全球广告界也有一个非常重要的组织，那就是会员遍及全球各国的 IAA 国际广告协会。新逢今天的盛会 ，IAA 主席虽然无法亲自到场祝贺，但是他特别录制了一段影片，要跟现场的所有好朋友致意。现在就让我们一起欣赏由 IAA 国际广告协会主席 Mr. Sasan Saidi 所为我们带来的影片，请看。Let's watch a video presented by Mr. Sasan Saidi, Chairperson of IAA.
Good morning. My name is Sasan Saidi. I'm the IAA World President and Chairman, and it is indeed a privilege and honor to be able to talk to you today. Thank you for the opportunity. Thank you to Sundar Swamy, the Chairman of the Asian Federation of Advertising Associations, the AFAA. Sundar is of course our past World President and a great friend to the IAA. I also want to thank Robin Liu, Chairman of DigiAsia 2022 Working Committee and the President of the Taipei Association of Advertising Agencies. What a great event this is, with a host of great speakers, members, and conversations to be shared around such an in-zeitgeist topic as Web 3.0. As IAA, we are extremely honored and delighted with our relationship and strategic alignment with the AFAA, a strategic partnership in a region that is becoming even more critical for the future of our global economy and more so our marketing and advertising industry. And to have the opportunity to participate in a forum like this and be able to share and exchange ideas is something to be proud of. I believe you will hear from our Global Compass members and also hear about a very critical upcoming IAA event, the IAA World Congress in Penang 2024, that is gearing up to be a once-in-a-lifetime event in a once-in-a-lifetime location. And of course, we look forward to seeing you and hosting you all there. As for Web 3.0 Rhapsody as the theme of this great Congress, I, for one, am learning and exploring the different facets of this new ecosystem and thinking every day. Almost every day there is a conversation with our clients and partners around the topic of Web 3.0 and the future of the internet. We went from Web 1.0, all around static content, to a more interactive and user-friendly Web 2.0, which was the era of YouTube and Facebook as they kicked it off. And today, what Web 3.0 is offering is a completely new, user-friendly and multi-source platform that essentially promises a rhapsody of opportunities and engagements that take us to the world of the metaverse, blockchain, cryptocurrencies, very much around decentralized finance, NFTs, DAOs, AI-enabled solutions and more. The list continues. The underlying power of Web 3.0 and its core offering of a decentralized approach for users versus a single source dependency is striking and clearly an attribute that is making this proposition very appealing to consumers and business. Hence, we're all here today. I believe as Web 3.0 becomes even more mainstream, we as a related industry and wider practitioners still need to do work and clarify areas such as the importance of data privacy, consumer regulation, ownership and commerce, and so on. And like any new technology or venture, there will always be risks that we need to cautiously calculate and ensure things are done in moderation. What matters at the end is how we put this type of innovation to good use, with the purpose to improve commerce, business, the power of personal consumer choice, and humanity for the better, which sits right at the center. We need to serve a bigger cause with this transformation. And I believe organizations like the IAA and the AFAA can bridge the gap between innovation and serving a purpose that at its core should be about finding solutions for our world problems today, from poverty to health pandemics to war, to freedom of speech and racism, financial stability, and last but not least, sustainability. If Web 3.0 and all our collective efforts and technologies can help some of these current problems and provide the right experience and opportunities for people to improve their today, then I believe it's money and time well spent and truly worth pursuing. I believe Web 3.0 has potential to be a very human-centric and framework innovation, but we need to work at it every day. Excited and hopeful about the good intent of our industry as always, wishing you a great DigiAsia conference, and thank you again for giving me your time and the opportunity to be able to speak to you today. Have a lovely day.
谢谢主席为我们捎来的祝福。那 DigiAsia 这几年能够顺利举办，来自政府的支持是不可或缺的重要因素。每一届的 DigiAsia 都获得经济部商业司的大力支持，让每届活动圆满完成。接下来要为各位邀请到经济部商业司苏文玲司长上台为我们说几句话，有请司长。Let's welcome Ms. Wenling Su, Director General, Department of Commerce (MEA) to give us a few words.
我们台北市广告代理商工会的卢理事长，还有我们远道而来的 Alpha 的 Mr. Swamy， 还有挠拉央策略长，还有我们韩国广告协会的 Nakhoi Kim 主席，还有我们台北市文化局的陈副局長，还有我们来自马来西亚的 Keko 主席，大家早安，大家好。First of all, I have apologized to our foreign guests that I have to speak in Chinese. OK， 那我想今天就用中文跟大家，因为我在座还是我们讲中文的比较多哈。那今天其实非常荣幸能够来参加这样的一个盛会。那其实我们在看国内广告业的一个发展，从经济部统计处最新的统计数据，我们也可以看到。在整个包括我们的市场研究、广告、户外广告等等在今年第3季的这个营业额已经超过了新台币1175亿元，那也就是表示，即使在疫情期间，大家接受广告的这样的一个产业的一个发展仍然没有间断。那我们知道，广告是一个非常重要的一个媒介，不管是我们任何的一个产品、任何的一个服务要传播到消费者的手上。其实都必须靠广告。 那从一开始最单纯的平面广告、电视广告，到现在有很多数位工具的一些应用，也让我们的广告越来越蓬勃发展，有越来越多有创意的非常新奇的这种广告。其实我们刚刚在看开幕的时候，我们就会发现很多声光的一些效果，所以透过广告已经不再只是可以用文字或是语言这样子而已还包括图像。那也就是我们也透过各式各样的一个广告媒介，我们也可以突破这个国界的一个限制。然后我们这次的主题其实是 Web 3.0， 那这个也表示数位科技的应用在未来产业那个广告界的发展是会越来越重要。如果在座可以再回想一下，大概10多年、20年前的哈利波特电影，当时会动的照片，可以去追踪人移动轨迹的地图，在现在已经不是什么新奇的事情。现在我们在讲元宇宙，更多虚拟的空间跟实体的环境的一个结合，都未来是我们广告的一个重点。那我想商业司其实长年以来是在推动我们国内商业服务业的一个发展，其实广告业也是我们商业服务的一环。那我们也希望透过跟各位工协会、各位业者的一个努力，能够让我们台湾的广告业、国际的广告业更加的蓬勃发展。也希望借由这样广告的一个活动，能够使整个经济活动更加的活络。那我们知道台湾是在位置是在亚太的枢纽上，那台湾的 AI 技术跟数位的一个应用，其实在国际间也占有一个领先的一个地位。那我们也希望透过 Web 3.0 的一个创新应用，还有数位科技的一个技术，能够突破我们现在广告发展的一个限制，有更多有创意的一个发挥，让我们台湾的产业走向世界。那最后呢，也祝福大家身体健康，万事如意，在座各位业绩蓬勃发展。谢谢大家。
谢谢司长为我们带来的祝福以及勉励，请司长先回座休息。DigiAsia 每一届都是由 TA 执行办理，多年来承蒙台北市政府指导，将最好的活动带给国内外的朋友。因此，在这边也要欢迎台北市政府文化局副局长陈玉兴副局长上台给我们指导。有请副局长 Let's welcome Deputy Commissioner of the Department of Cultural Affairs, Taipei City Government to say a few words.
今天来了非常多的贵宾，就容我不逐一的唱名。那非常开心可以代表台北市政府来参与 DigiAsia 这个2年1度的盛会。好，我自己也是第一次看到这个虚拟的影像，非常的惊喜。好，那先跟大家说一声早安。那今天看到就是各位来共同参与这个盛会，非常的开心。特别是我们已经历经了2、3年的疫情。那 DigiAsia 是台北市广告商业代理同业公会，等于是代表台湾向亚洲数位联盟积极争取的一个常态性的会议。那我想以台北市政府来讲，其实我们非常乐见，就是可以代表台湾争取国际会议在台举办，那可以带动就是包括会展产业的一个发展，所以很乐见这样子一个活动的举办。那今天看到特别是非常多国际的贵宾可以远道而来，我们边境也逐渐的打开，所以非常开心。那我想在疫情的这几年当中，对于各个产业其实都带来相当大的冲击跟影响。以台北市政府来讲，其实相关的局处也都在思考如何在后疫情时代可以协助各个产业面对这个后疫情时代，等于是新常态的生活之下，可以做一些数位转型的思考。以台北市政府文化局来说，其实包括像是我们的一些艺文展演或者是大型活动，也都在思考怎么样可以跟新的科技、新的数位媒体来做一个结合跟应用，可能可以更贴近目前 整个民众生活的一个样貌。就像今年2022年的台北白昼之夜刚在10月举办完成。那过去大家参与大型的节庆，主要都是以现场的体验为主。但是因为这2年疫情的关系，我们的大型节庆的活动其实也有线上、线下，甚至是线上结合线下这样子的一个数位的结合的体验。所以我想，各个产业其实在这几年，因应疫情也好，然后因应整个科技环境的快速的转变也好，其实做了非常多的突破跟创新。那DigiAsia 从2014年举办以来，我们发现每一届都可以带大家去了解产业最新的一个发展的趋势跟风貌。那今年同样有来自国内外非常非常多好的讲者来跟我们分享。那我想今年的主题 Web3 Rhapsody 狂想曲，我相信就是透过大家的一些分享跟交流，可以激荡更多的思维。那就像刚刚司长有提到，有一些应用可能在10几年前看起来有一点不可思议，但是逐一都落实实现。那我相信在大家的激荡交流之下，很多的狂想也不再是狂想，也都会逐一的落实。那台北市政府就是会继续支持大家，那我们一起努力。那这一次有非常多的外宾前来，也希望大家在会议之余可以多到台北走走。Hope all of you enjoy your time in Taipei and please do more shopping， 刺激一下我们的经济消费。那最后预祝3天的活动顺利圆满成功，那大家都满载而归。谢谢。
谢谢副局长给我们的祝福，请副局长先回座休息。
小心。
非常感谢前面所有贵宾长官所带来的鼓励以及祝福。那有朋自远方来，今天其实有许多远道而来的国际贵宾，我们刚才有听到司长还有副局长提到。那因为时间关系没有办法一一介绍，但是在这边还是请大家给予他们一个热烈的掌声欢迎。Today have many international friends who travel a long way to be with us today. So let's welcome them with a big round of applause. 好，那刚才我有在前面提到，本届的主题是 Web3 Rhapsody 狂想曲。随着时代的进步，新的科技、媒介、通路以及平台也出现了前所未有的大革命，也就是为什么我们有 Web3 这样子的概念。那接下来为各位带来一段很精彩的表演，一起来看看 Web3 世界的奥妙。Let's witness the amazing world of Web3 through the show. It's showtime. 掌声鼓励一下，给我们2位热情的舞者一个掌声，谢谢。那接下来就是本届 DigiAsia 的启动仪式，我现在要邀请会长以及其他贵宾一起上台参加这个非常重要的启动仪式，请唱名到的贵宾现在上台。首先是 DigiAsia2022 数位亚洲大会筹备会长及贴理事长卢炳勋会长。AFA 主席 Srinivasan K Swamy, Mr. Swamy, please come up to the stage for the activation ceremony. 经济部商业司苏文林司长，台北市政府文化局陈玉兴副局长，高雄市广告代理商业同业工会 KA 吴东龙理事长，国际广告协会台北分会 IA 黄燕玲理事长，台北市广告业经营人协会 4A 陈怀昌理事长。台湾数位媒体应用暨行销协会 DMA 邱继宏理事长，台湾台北国际公共关系协会郭庆辉理事长，亚太行销数位转型联盟协会高端训理事长，请工作人员将象征数位能量的雷射棒交给各位贵宾。那各位可以看到，现在荧幕上面有4个可爱的 DigiAsia 吉祥物，它的名字叫做 DigiBaby。等一下呢，听我倒数5秒，请各位台上的贵宾就将雷射光束射向我们的 DigiBaby， 借由你们的手赋予它们能量。准备好了吗 ？On my count to 1, please shoot your laser beam at the DigiBaby。好 ，5, 4, 3, 2, 1，请启动 ，Activate。我们现在看到贵宾将能量注入到 DigiBaby 身上，然后他们就动起来了。看到 DigiBaby 正在 Web 3.0 的世界上自由自在的遨游，象征呈现了无限的可能。同时也请观众往上面看，我们主舞台的最上方有4只 DigiBaby 也亮起来了，原来平面的图案有了动态的呈现，这就标志着我们2022 DigiAsia 正式开始。This activation ceremony marks the beginning of DigiAsia 2022。那么，请各位贵宾回到舞台中央，我们现在要请合影留念，纪念这个难忘的一刻。Please come back to the stage center. Let's take a photo together. 好，请各位贵宾等一下要看向我们摄影师中间的方向，我们先看中间哦。好，请各位贵宾先看中间摄影师，露出一个灿烂的微笑。Please look into the middle. 3, 2, 1, cheese. 再来看一下左边摄影师的方向，左边摄影师的方向 ，Please look to your left. Smile. 好，那看一下右边摄影师的方向 ，Please look to the right.3, 2, 1, cheese。然后现在请各位贵宾帮我比个赞好吗？我们台湾的特色就是要比赞。先看一下我们中间 ，Please look into the middle. 3, 2, 1, cheese。好，然后再看一下左边，一样请维持赞的姿势。Looking to the right. Thumb up, please. 好，最后一张，请看一下右边摄影师的方向 ，Thumb up, please. 3, 2, 1, cheese。好，谢谢各位贵宾，谢谢，请回座。请大家掌声鼓励一下，谢谢我们的贵宾为我们做了一个很棒的揭幕的启动仪式。好的，贵宾朋友们，大家好，这里上就是我们的开幕典礼。那接下来就要开始我们这几天正式的议程演讲。那这几天的议程非常精彩，有几些特色要跟大家说明一下。我们这个接下来3天的演讲有邀请到 Web3 数位科技、国际媒体、创新科技平台业者专题同台演讲，然后再来会逐步扩大从线上到实体，结合论坛、沉浸虚拟展演、无缝式的极致体验。最后是以 Web3 为起点，以观众为主角，打造新知、学习、体验、娱乐合为一。那么精彩的 Web3 旅程马上就要开始喽！让我们一起出发吧 ！Now, without further ado, the wonderful journey of Web3 begins now. Let's hear from the expert. 谢谢。那请媒体朋友等一下，如果要进行联访的话，麻烦一下到入口，我们这边会有一个联访专区。谢谢。好，那请各位贵宾稍后待一下，我们等一下就要开始我们的论坛。谢谢。 的，谢谢各位贵宾的耐心等候。那我们等一下马上就要开始第一场次的研讨分享。那这一场次的分享呢，我们请到的是电通株式会社的事业共创局科技开发部新家平喜先生为我们带来讲题 Tokyo Game Show VR 2022。For the talk, we are honored to have Mr. Heiji Shinken from Dentsu Incorporation. He is the activation producer, planner, XRX studio activation producer, and planner. The topic he's going to share with us is Tokyo Game Show VR 2022. Let's give him a round of applause. 我们掌声欢迎。
Mic test. 我是李本人，我是李本人。Sounds good? Sounds good? Okay, thank you. Let's start. I practiced watching Li Benren yesterday for 1 week, 1 hour. Okay, sorry. まずはじめにですね、私の自己紹介をさせてください。私は日本の広告代理店電通の新慶平次と申します。本日は私のプレゼンテーションに参加いただいて本当にありがとうございます。まずは簡単に自己紹介させてください。私はですね、事業開発のユニットでアクティベーションプランナー、プロデューサーとしてやっております。私は2020年に XR 領域の電通グループのグループ横断組織 XRX スタジオというのを立ち上げに参加しまして、2021年に東京ゲームショー VR のプロジェクトのメインプロデューサー、そしてですね2022年にはプロジェクトリーダーとして XRX スタジオのメンバーのプロジェクトリーダーとして東京ゲームショー VR を作りました。私はですね日本のアニメ、漫画、テレビゲームが好きでして、こういう VR であったりだとかメタバースっていうものがこういう日本のコンテンツをもっと世界に広げてくれたらなという思いで仕事にも取り組んでおります。簡単にだけ電通グループの組織でもある XRX スタジオの紹介もさせてください。XRX スタジオは電通グループの横断組織でありまして、私たちは XR によってビジネスとかライフスタイルがトランスフォーメーションしていくっていうのを目標に XR トランスフォーメーション XRX と定義してこれをミッションに掲げて日々トライしております。さて本日はですね東京ゲームショー VR の話をさせていただきます。私たちはエキスポ型のイベントをメタバースにする、その第一歩として昨年2021年に東京ゲームショウのメタバース会場というのを作りました。また今年も昨年の反省点得られた知見等を生かして2022年2回目の実施をやってみました。本日はこのプロジェクト2年間で得られた知見であったりだとか発見というものを皆さんにもご共有させていただいて、今後我々が考えるメタバースイベントの可能性というところを少しでも話をできればなと思っております。まずはそもそも東京ゲームショウとは何かというところを話させていただきますと、東京ゲームショウはですね年に1回日本の大きな展示会でもある幕張メッセという会場で開かれます。日本を代表するゲーム会社さんが出展されていて、E3 であったりだとかゲームスコムみたいな世界の三大ゲームショウの一つとも呼ばれております。初開催は1996年ですね。で25年間の歴史があるようなものになっていて、本当にいろんな人が来場していて20万人以上の方に来ていただいているようなイベントになっています。そんな東京ゲームショウなんですけれども COVID-19 の影響で一般の来場者が来れない期間が2年間ありました。そんな中でプロジェクトとして立ち上がったのが東京ゲームショウメタバース東京ゲームショウ VR になっています。この写真はですね今年の様子でして、今年は一般の方にも入ってきていただいてたくさん来場者がいらっしゃいました。その写真になっています。東京ゲームショウ VR のプロジェクトはまだリアルの開催ができなかった昨年に始まったプロジェクトでございます。日本国内においてもコロナの影響 COVID-19 の影響っていうのは非常に大きくてですね、いろんなリアルイベントができない、中止になる、延期になるっていうことがありました。そのためクライアントのマーケティング活動においてもこういうデジタルイベントをやるっていうのは非常に需要が高まっていました。 電通グループも今後こういうリアルイベントがバーチャルでも開かれるんじゃないか、そういうところに可能性を感じていたので、東京ゲームショウというものを VR にしてみようじゃないかというところで、プロジェクトがスタートしました。東京ゲームショウっていうのは非常にゲームファンの方がいらっしゃいますので、こういうメタバースっていう領域に親和性が高いというところもあったので、いろんなイベントをメタバースするにあたって東京ゲームショウが最初に一番いいんじゃないかと思ってトライしていきました。それではそもそもメタバースとは何かというところについて少しだけ話をさせてください。実際にメタバースの定義として一つ定まっているものっていうのは特にないんですけれども、いろんな人が考えるメタバースっていうのはこういうものかなと思っています。ユーザーが自分のアバターを作って自分がアバターになっていろんな人と、デジタルの世界を行き来することができるであったり、他のユーザーと同期されていてコミュニケーションが取れるであったりっていうのはメタバースの一番皆さんが考える定義かなと考えています。またスライドの三角マークですねのように、こういったことをメタバースと考えている方も多いかなと思っています。 3D の空間を歩けるんじゃないかであったり、会話ができるんじゃないかであったり、あとはアバターの服装を変えることがメタバースだと考えていたりだとか、他にも空間にアイテムを置くとか作るとか、あと NFT がメタバースなんじゃないかなって考えている人もいるかもしれません。こういったものもメタバースの一つの要素だとは思っています。簡単に絶対に必要かなと思うものをまとめると、メタバースっていうのは何かっていうと、空間を自由に動き回って他の人とアバターで交流してコミュニケーションが生まれているような空間サービスがメタバースかなと思っています。実際に日本ではこれまで多くのメタバースのイベントっていうのが開催されてきました。コロナ COVID-19 の影響でそういったイベントが非常に数多くなっています。グローバルにおいても本当にいろんなメタバースイベントが開かれているかなと思っています。例えば既存のミートアップ系のイベントであったりだとか、ミュージックフェスティバルだとか、他にも展示会系のイベントだったりだとか、そういった本当にいろんなイベントが今メタバースで起こっているというところで、東京ゲームショウ VR を今日お話しさせていただければなと思います。東京ゲームショウ VR2021 になります。まず最初にですね、東京ゲームショウ VR はですね、参加無料で皆さんアプリをダウンロードすれば誰でも遊べるものになっています。実際に体験できるデバイスは PC、PCVR、あとスタンドアローン VR、メタクエストですね。こういったハードで体験できるのが東京ゲームショウ VR になっています。まずは最初に動画を見ていただければと思います。ありがとうございます。東京ゲームショウ VR2021 はですね、 コンセプトをゲームフロートとしています。広い空が広がっていて、青い海が広がっているような空間ですね。非日常っていうのを体験いただくために、こういうコンセプトにして制作をしました。実際にですね、ユーザーが会場に到着すると、このコアと呼ばれる空間でいろんなゲーム企業のキャラクターがお出迎えしてくれます。そして3つのタイプが違う異なるエリアが存在していて、デジタルエリア、ワイルドエリア、アーバンエリアというものを作りました。 TGSVR で出展される企業さん、ブランド、ゲームタイトルがどんな世界観なのかに合わせてそれぞれ選んでいただけるようにしています。ゲームが未来的であればデジタルエリアに、ゲームが大自然を冒険するようなものであればワイルドエリアに出展いただけるというようなものになっています。では実際に TGSVR ですね、東京ゲームショウ VR でどういったことが体験できるのかと申しますと、まず一番大きなものはゲームのキャラクターに出会えることです。ソニック、ガンダムですね。 3D モデルを各企業さんにデータとして提供いただいて、それを設置する。ゲームの画面にいたキャラクターが目の前にいるような感覚が味わえるのが東京ゲームショウ VR で体験できるならではかなと思っています。また、各ゲーム企業さんのブースが並んでいます。ゲームの企業さんの配信の情報であったりだとか、ゲーム企業さんの最新のトレーラー動画だったりだとかが見ることができるようなものになっています。他にもですね、アバターのカスタマイズもすることができます。アバターの体の色をまず変更できたりだとか、 T シャツですね、小さいんですけれど T シャツを変えることができたりしまして、ユーザーは T シャツが欲しい、 T シャツは動画を見ることでゲットできるので T シャツが欲しくて企業のブースを回るみたいなことを体験されていました。実際に TGSVR2021 の結果なんですけれども、20社さんに出展いただきまして、来場者数は21万人、平均滞在時間は27分間になります。で、3人に2人ですね、66% の方がこういう VR のヘッドセットをかぶって来てくれていたということになりました。実際に TGSVR2021 をやってみて分かったメタバースのメリットは何かと言いますと、ウォッチングではなくてエクスペリエンスかなと思っています。例えばですね、東京ゲームショウ VR は非常に多くの方に YouTube に体験動画をアップロードいただきました。これは多くのユーザーがただ物を見た、視聴しただけじゃなくて、実際に体験したからこそこういうことをしてくれたのかなと思っています。自分が目の前で体験したものをアップロード、第一人称視点でアップロードしてくれていたということになります。また同様にですね、Twitter、SNS で非常に多くの写真を上げてくれていました。これもですね、自分が体験したものを人にシェアしたい、実際に、友達と行って写真を撮ってそれをアップロードしていたという人が多かったと思います。情報をシェアするというよりも自分の思い出をシェアするような感覚だったのかなと感じています。また TGSVR2021 で見えてきた課題というものがあります。それは見通しがいいことで非常に通り過ぎるユーザーが多かったということです。せっかくいいコンテンツを用意してもですね、そこに止まって見ずにずっと歩いていっちゃうということですね。 TGSVR ではですね、ヒートマップを使いましてユーザーがどこにいて何を見ていたのかっていうのを可視化しております。すると分かってきたこととしてはこちらですね、非常に見通しがいいとユーザーがこう歩いていってしまうんですね。実際にこういうふうなクローズドな空間にした方がそこに行って見たりっていうふうにしていくっていうのが分かってきました。他にも課題として見つかったものが、アバターのカスタマイズが少ないっていうことを非常に指摘されました。体の色を変えれたり T シャツを着替えることができたんですけれども、実際に変化が乏しくてですね、他のユーザーが自分らしさっていうのを表現できていないということが見られたかなと思っています。昨年の実施反省点を生かして今年 TGSVR2022 を実施しましたので、そちらの様子をご覧いただければと思います。 がとうございます。DigiAsia2022 今年ですね。今年のテーマはダンジョンというものに設定しました。来場者さんがゲームのプレイヤーになってその世界観ダンジョンを冒険してもらうっていうようなイメージで作らせていただきました。ダンジョンに設定したのはまさに昨年2021年の反省を生かしたからというものがあります。 TGSVR2021 年昨年のものですねは見通しがいい空間になってしまったので、非常にユーザーがいろいろとスペースを通り過ぎていってしまったという反省点がありました。そこで TGSVR2022 年はダンジョンをコンセプトにしてユーザーに探索や発見を促すような企画空間づくりにしました。少し洞窟っぽいようなものになっています。そういうクローズドな空間を連続させることでユーザーが毎回足を止めてそのコンテンツを見るっていうような効果があったかなと思っています。体験の構造自体は昨年と大きくは変えていません。コアっていうものを中心に置きましてゲームのキャラクターがお出迎えしてくれている。その周りに3つの異なるエリアを置いていて、砂地のデザートエリアであったり自然があるフォレストエリアであったりちょっと鉱石が光っているクォーツエリアがあったり、そういったところを作らせていただきました。これ自体は昨年企業さんにも好評だったので同じような作りにしたものになります。でもう一つ昨年との違いとして今年はですね縦にも潜れる空間にすることにしました。横に広いだけではなくて今年は中層下層というふうに下にレイヤーを作ることでより空間が広く感じられるっていうような仕組みにしました。実際に下に何があるのかなと思ってユーザーがどんどん下に潜っていくことで体験時間を増やすような狙いもありました。一つ大きく強化したものはアバターのカスタマイズになります。2022年の装備アイテムは頭と体と靴3箇所作ることができる、変更できることが可能になりました。またアバターの肌の色とか目の形とか髪の色まで変えることができまして、より自分らしいアバターを作るということができるようになりました。実際に空間を歩いていてユーザーそれぞれが個性的で、そのアイテムどこでゲットしたのみたいな会話が生まれるきっかけにもなっていたというのが実際に観測されました。DigiSVR2022 の結果なんですけれども、いろんな試行錯誤をしましたので滞在時間がですね33分に伸びました。来場者も39万人という形で非常に多く増えたかなと考えています。で VR で来た人の割合がですね 58.5% っていう形で昨年よりも少し減りました。これはですね、TGSVR がですね PC でも遊べるっていうことが、分かってない人が多かったので TGSVR は PC でも遊べるよっていうのを今年はしっかりとプロモーションしました。実際に TGSVR がこのタイトルに VR って入ってしまっているので PC ではできないんだっていうふうに思われてしまっていたっていうのが反省点でもあります。今後メタバースのイベントをやっていくにあたってタイトルに VR ってつけてしまうと PC では遊べないって思ってしまう人が多いのかなと思っていますので、そういったことは、リスクといいますか避けていくべきなのかもしれないなと考えています。実際に TGSVR に来た人の割合なんですけれども20代30代の男性が 70% になっています。メタバースにそもそも関心があったりだとか、あと PC や VR で体験できるそういうデバイスを持っているであったり、ゲームに関心がある人っていうのはこういう20代30代の男性に多かったのかなと感じています。また来場者の7割が日本になっています。海外の人も何人かたくさん来てくれているんですけれども、メタバースで実施する目的っていうのは実際に日本で東京で開催されているこの東京ゲームショウ VR に来られない人にも東京ゲームショウを感じてもらいたいっていう思いがありますので、今後はこういう海外のユーザーだったり等を非常に増やしていきたいなと考えています。ではここからはですね、この2年間のプロジェクトを通して感じたメタバースイベントの可能性であったり等を説明できればなと思っています。 エキスポ型のイベントをメタバースにするにあたって一つ空間づくりにおいて議論になったことがございます。それはミラーワールドにするかユニークワールドにするかというものです。現実のリアルイベントですね。現実のリアルイベントが開催されている中で実際にメタバース空間はどういうふうにするのか、リアルを再現する、リアルにつながりを感じられるようなミラーワールドにするのか、もしくは全く違う独自の空間にして差別化をするユニークなワールドにするのかというふうな議論が起きました。 DigiSVR はリアルを再現するミラーワールドではなくてユニークなワールド、独自なメタバース空間として設計をして進めています。そうするとですね、非常にユーザーの方から幕張メッセとのつながり、リアル会場とのつながりが感じられないというような指摘を受けてしまいました。メタバースイベントを作る上で独自の世界を作ることと実際のイベントの会場、リアル会場のモチーフであったり等を再現することのバランスっていうのは非常に重要かなと思っています。でそのバランスはどういったユーザーをターゲットにするのかによって非常に変わってくるのかなと感じています。我々が行った独自の調査にはなるんですけれども、若い世代15から26、27、39みたいな若い世代の人たちはですね、仮想空間上でコミュニケーションをすることに非常に重きを置いていますが、40代、50代の人たちは現実の再現であったりだとか自分に似せたアバターを作るっていうことに非常に興味関心があって体験しているっていうのが分かってきています。メタバース空間を、こういった実際にやったことがあるものっていうのをアンケートで聞いたときにこういう結果が出ています。実際に40代、50代の人々はもしメタバースイベントでそういったユーザーをターゲットにするのであれば、少し現実世界に寄せた建物だったり自分に似せたアバターを作れるっていう体験の方がその人たちは喜ぶかもしれません。一方で20代、30代の人たちはそれよりももっとユーザー間のコミュニケーションであったりだとかそういったところを仕掛けとしてどんどん作っていってあげることが非常に重要になるのかなと考えています。もう一つ大きな議論として体験できるデバイスは何にするかというものがありました。 TGSVR は PC と PCVR とスタンドアローン VR で体験できるものになっています。これを2年間続けてきましたが、今後体験者数を増やすためにはどうしてもスマートフォンやブラウザで体験できるようにするのが必須かなと考えています。ただし、必ずしも同じ体験をこの PCVR とスマートフォンブラウザで、同じ体験ができるようにする必要はないのかなと考えています。TGSVR は先ほどのように CG のクオリティであったりできることの幅を広げるために PC や PCVR で体験できるように設計をしています。実際にスマートフォンやブラウザーではそれがまだ技術的にはできないというものになっています。ただスマートフォン、ブラウザーで一部のワールド、一部の機能を作ってあげる、サテライト会場を作ってあげるっていうのは一つ手かなと考えています。来場者数を増やすためにはどうしてもデバイスを広げていく必要がありますし、広げるといっても同じことができなくてもいいのかなと考えています。それぞれのデバイスで作り分けるということが非常に重要なのかなと考えています。最後になりますが、まとめとして話させていただきます。TGSVR が2年経った今でも改善すべき点は非常に多いです。そういったふうにメタバースのイベントっていうのはなかなか正解がないのかもなと感じています。特にエキスポ型のイベントをメタバースでもやる、そういうふうにするときにはですね、来場者さんとあと出店者さんどちらのニーズも満たす必要があるのかなと考えています。こういうメタバースの市場っていうのは今後も拡大する可能性は感じているんですけれども、ただメタバースでイベントをやればいいだけじゃなくてリアル会場とどういうふうに連携するのか、リアルイベントと同時に開くことで相乗効果をどうやって得られるのか、そういうふうに設計するフェーズに今は来ているのかなと思います。 今後もメタバースイベントが広がっていくことを願っていますが、私であったり電通グループに何かできることがあればぜひご一緒させていただければと思います。本日はありがとうございました。
谢谢讲师为我们带来精彩的分享。那我们现在为了表达对讲者的感谢，为了表达对讲者的感谢，我们有准备了礼物要致赠给讲师。那我们请会长 Robin 来为我们致赠感谢状以及纪念品9集。To express our gratitude, we have prepared a special gift for you. We invite the chairperson to present the gift. 好，请各位来宾再掌声鼓励一下，谢谢我们讲师为我们带来精彩的分享。This gift is a golden tot, or you could call it money frog. It symbolizes fortune and prosperity. You can put it on your desk as a souvenir of this event. Hope you like it. 我们的讲师非常热情的分享，他都已经满头大汗了，请大家再次给他一次热烈的掌声啊！谢谢。接下来场次的分享，我们请到的是雅虎媒体内容事业群经理许朝清先生，为我们带来讲题：元宇宙世代影音拍摄的无限可能。The next talk, we are honored to have Bo Su from Yahoo. He is the manager of media group of Yahoo, and today the sharing will be about unlimited possibilities of video shooting of metaverse generations. Let's welcome him. 请大家热烈掌声欢迎讲师。
谢谢主持人，谢谢主办单位的邀请。我这一段想要分享的是，我们其实大家应该都知道，这很多影音的拍摄方式。那其实雅虎现在正在准备的是 Next Generation 的一个 Video Shooting Way。那我们希望在这个里面呢，可以分享给大家感受到什么是下个世代的网络影音或是影音拍摄的方式。那我先自我介绍一下，我是布，主要是在雅虎负责Creative Studios 里面的 Virtual Production， 特别是虚拟制作、虚拟拍摄的部分。好，那到底在我们 Creative Studios 在做些什么？这边有一支简单的影片，可以让大家稍微看一下我们在这半年内的一些作品，就是在我们的一些 lab 里面我们拍的一些作品。其实可以看到，我们在一个很小的绿棚里面，就拍这种虚拟跟真实结合的一些影像，会有虚拟角色啊，会有车子啊，会有真人走进去，那都是在我们自己的 lab 里面做拍摄，然后都是以 real time 的形式，真人跟现场做 live 的 interactive。就像之前那个蔡总统也有来参观我们的 lab， 其实就在 DigiBlock C 栋还蛮近的。那时候也是蛮感谢资策会的帮忙下，有这样的一个 lab 可以在里面做很多 virtual production 的一些实验。你可以发现里面全部都是以 live 的形式在做拍摄，所以有些 item 啊是虚拟的，甚至有些透明的东西可以拿进来啊之类的。那我们在 lab 里面实验的一些内容，后来也得到客户的关注，所以有一些客户跟我们把这样的一些拍摄方式运用在他们的产品的一些线上记者会，像 Acer 啊，还有后面像基富通 ，sorry。 sorry， 就像是这种有一些股市的一些发表会也在我们这边做举办。那都是用 live 的形式拍，所以有些是线上直播或是video 的一些拍摄啊等等，都可以直接在我们的棚内做运用做拍摄。所以短短大概半年内，整个我们的 lab 就拍了超过30-40场的这样的一个以虚拟跟真实混合的一种影像的一种运用方式。那为什么雅虎要投资这样的 creative studios 做很多 virtual production 或是 motion capture 的技术？主要是我们知道 metaverse 的这样的世界到来之后，很多接下来会面临到很多怎么样跟虚拟跟真实把它放在一起，把它 mix 在一起的一些技术，而且特别有一块是针对消费者或是网络的一些使用者运用的部分。那比如说包含怎么样做沉浸的体验，或者怎样在让它里面做探索或发现。那这一块是雅虎非常重视的，所以我们把我们很多technology 的一些能量呢运用在这一部分。那在我们的 lab 里面呢，主要研究2大非常重要的领域。第一块是 motion capture， 我们简称 mocap； 第二块是虚拟直播 virtual production。那这2块算是我们整个 lab 现在研究的主力。那我就稍微讲一下这2块现在我们研究的一些之前的历史跟现在的一些状态。那在动态捕捉的部分啊 ，motion capture 的部分，其实雅虎我们从2017年就投入这一部分领域的研究，所以台湾最早的虚拟偶像虎尼就是在这个 lab 里面诞生的。那时候我们还用很简单的动态捕捉的装置，然后甚至后来到18年我们开始用 VR， 到19年的时候我们就可以让他们站上舞台唱唱跳跳。然后甚至到2020到2021的时候，我们就把 virtual production 的一些技术又结合在一起，让他们可以拍摄更炫、更复杂的一些影像。那这边有一个是去年12月我们在高雄办的一个现场的一个 show。这个是在高雄5G 大南方的一个现场的 live show。那你可以看到虚拟角色跟 dancer 跟一起在舞台上表演。那比较特别的地方是，这镜头是可以 live 的去移动的，所以你可以 run in run out， 你可以 dolly 这个镜头，你可以 move 这个镜头。那所有的虚拟角色它会很稳的站在这个舞台上，不会因为你镜头动它就飘走或飞走。那这也是雅虎一直在投资 motion capture 这样的技术所展示出来的一个成品。好，因为有点长，我就稍微看这样就可以了，没关系。好，那以雅虎现在目前研究 motion capture 的部分，其实我们从最基本入门的像 webcam 一个大概2-3千块的 webcam 我们就有在研究，然后一直到手机像 iPhone 的镜头，或是像用 VR 的头盔。或是这种 motion capture 的这种衣服啊，或者到整个光学动态捕捉的领域，其实雅虎都一直在投资跟研究。那刚刚看到的就是我们直接用光学动态捕捉的一个器材来做拍摄，所以角色在整个在他在 dancing 的时候，他的那个粘在地板上的稳定度会非常高，尤其是2个人互相走位的时候，那效果会非常好。那把这样的器材用到极致呢，我们就在5月的时候6月的时候办了一个体验会，我们把我们自己雅虎的一些广告客户带到我们合作的 partner 星月印象的它这个 motion capture 这个地方来体验这样的虚拟角色跟怎么样在虚拟世界互动的一种感受，让这种沉浸体验是更加的真实，更加影响到我们这些合作的 partner 上，让他们理解什么是虚拟角色跟在虚拟世界互动起来。那这个星月印象提供这个 motion capture 的这个场地其实还蛮大，它大概是19公尺乘9公尺的一个蛮大的空间。对，所以里面据说你要同时10个角色在里面跑跑跳跳都没有问题。那我们这一场活动里面，我们就是让大概4-5位客户，让他们可以穿上动态捕捉装，然后在这里面玩游戏。那玩什么游戏呢？大家这个 小时候有没有看过一些那种火焰挑战者啊，或什么百战百胜那种类似闯关的游戏？他们就在虚拟世界里面要跳这个岩浆啊，或掷骰子啊，对。然后每个位置可能会有一些关卡，他们就会需要去完成这些关卡的挑战。那这也是因为它背后用到是 Unreal Engine 的好处，就是你可以把游戏引擎运用在这种互动拍摄上。那拍出来的影片就不是只是传统在里面表演，它会有很多 gaming 的一些要素在里面，比如说他要闯关，他有没有成功拿到宝物啊，他有没有成功过关等等，然后都会立刻现场给很多画面上的 feedback 给他们。然后最后他们通关都会开宝箱，然后来让看哪一组的拿到的分数最高。对。那其实这就是一个互动的体验，我们想把这样的虚拟拍摄的这种沉浸体验呢推到极致，让我们的客户也可以去 enjoy motion capture 的一个魅力。那另外我刚刚讲我们实验室另外第二块比较主要的研究是 virtual production。那 virtual production 是应该算我们这1年来一直在努力投资的部分。那 virtual production 是什么？其实它就是在你在拍摄的当下呢，你有一些是虚拟的，有一些是真实的，把这些虚拟跟真实交织在一起，同时拍摄。那它所用到的技术其实就是 virtual production 的技术。好，那有什么东西可能是虚拟的？比如说演出的角色有可能是虚拟的，或是在主持人手上拿的道具有可能是虚拟的，或甚至整个场景有可能是虚拟的，以及甚至摄影师可能是虚拟的，不需要摄影师，摄影机也可以自己做一些幕跟兜里。所以在虚拟拍摄里面有可能有一些东西是透过虚拟的方式来提供，然后让你可以把真实跟虚拟放在一起。那还有一点蛮重要的是，所有的拍摄都是 real time rendering， 也就是说，在拍摄的当下都可以直接看到它所呈现的效果。那这是现在整个好莱坞在做电影拍摄蛮重要的技术，像曼达洛人或是像星际大战，它后来的很多影集就是用这种技术在拍摄，所以它可以 real time 的方式把现场所要的东西直接拍走。那这是对我们整个拍作制作成本也是算是可以节省蛮多，像你还要再处理后置的部分。那为什么可以办到这件事情？主要是我们投资了3个领域的一个技术的一个整合。第一块就是刚前面讲到的 motion capture。那 motion capture 它在雅虎的部分，我们其实像我们研究的光学的 Vicon， 或者我们有单人动捕的 Raspberry， 也有 HTC Vive Max。那像我们今天在2楼展示的就是我们用 HTC Vive Max 来做 virtual production， 然后像我们在影棚里面也有 Xsense， 所以这部分就是动态捕捉的器材。可是我们透过这些器材可以提供，比如说我要做摄影机定位，我要做虚拟角色的定位或物件的定位，然后再给另外2个重要的引擎。第2块是游戏引擎，游戏引擎目前雅虎主力在投资的是 Unreal 引擎的开发，那当然 Unity 我们也会利用，后面也会有我们这2个引擎的一些案例。那游戏引擎的部分，它就会提供像你刚刚看到的一些互动的机制也好，或是它的现场的一些光影的即时的渲染。再来有一块蛮重要的是 virtual production， 它需要真实跟虚拟合成的部分，所以我们第3块投资的引擎是这个 Xmetry 的 virtual production 的引擎。那这一块它就会处理像比如说高阶的去背，比如说水平都可以拿进来，或是你可以做 LED 的分面的投影。那把这3块整合在一起。除了资料的串接、程式的串接，还有另外它的经验的整合，就会变成是 virtual production 蛮重要的部分。那雅虎就是基本上在做这方面的整合。好，那刚提到，这是像是 motion capture 的部分，我们就是有整合刚提到，比如说光学的动捕啊，或是这种单人的这种 motion capture 的 suit， 那你就可以穿着让虚拟角色 live 跟它动起来，在虚拟拍摄的时候就可以有一些互动。然后这是游戏引擎的部分，比如说像看到的游戏，或是有一些直播，它可能需要一些立体的图表，那它一样会跟游戏引擎做联动。比如说它有一些柱状图，有一些 bar， 有一些 charts， 它需要立刻做展示、做 display 的时候，那一样可以透过游戏引擎来做联动。 那这是刚刚讲到的这种 virtual production 的引擎，就是它可以做比较好的虚实的合成。比如说，他现在手上拿的是水瓶，可是，在一般的绿幕棚拍，你其实是不太能拿透明的东西。可是透过这种虚实合成的引擎，你是可以把透明的东西拿出来，甚至你可以把虚拟的东西放在真实世界。像右下角这个熊猫，它就是虚拟的被投影到真实世界。甚至我们在楼上，我们展示的就是用 LED 的方式来做背景。对，那这3个引擎整合之后，在雅虎我们自己有5大运用，是我们现在一直在努力做推广，也是我们跟我们的所有品牌客户合作的。第一块就是虚拟角色的即时演出，所以像 motion capture 啊，或是有些 live 的互动啊，这就是雅虎现在一直也有些 partner， 有一些客户他是有自己的 virtual idol 的，或是有一些他们自己的 virtual celebrity 的，他就会跟我们合作做这样的互动的拍摄。再来第2块是，它就可以产生第2个是可以用多视角的绿幕拍摄，这对我们也是蛮重要，因为如果要立刻可以把成本降下来，导播可以立刻看到他所要的镜头做切换的话，那整个多视角的绿幕拍摄，而且是 live 的，可以让所有摄影机同时运作的话，那就需要这样的技术整合。所以在像我们的拍摄现场的话，你可以同时有中景，你可以同时有特写、远景，然后每个摄影机的镜位都是独立可以自己运作的，让拍摄现场就很像可以是比较顺畅的方式来完成。再来是第3块的运用，就是像 LED 的棚拍。那今天我们在2楼展示的呢，就是把这样 LED 的拍摄技术直接放到现场，大家可以到时候可以去体验看看，就直接走到现场就可以让那光线会比绿棚更自然，因为绿棚毕竟有时候你可能因为去背或打光不会那么自然，可是在 LED 的拍摄的状态下，它的光线会非常自然，所以像如果你产品是绿色的，或者你的产品会发出 RGB 的光线的话，都可以在里面很漂亮的呈现出来。然后再来是刚刚前面最早看到，就是把这样的 motion capture 跟像 virtual production 的软体整合在一起，它可以做 AR 的投影，所以虚拟角色可以投影在现场做一个 AR 一个 outdoor 的一个展览。好，然后有一个刚刚比较没提到，像 Unity 引擎我们现在在做什么？其实我们 Unity 引擎我们来做多人连线的互动，因为现在传统的影音，你大部分可能是看直播的留言跟现场互动嘛。那在雅虎 TV 的话，我们其实有做到的是，我们可以让 user 去开手机的 mobile 的界面，他可以立刻透过 mobile 来控制他的角色，在直播里面直接互动。他们可以做什么？比如说，他可以选边站啊，或是可以玩圈圈叉叉，或是有一些是非选择题来跟现场的 live 直播做互动。那这样的形式就会让传统的一个只是单纯看影音的形式呢，变得更加有趣。好，那这5个运用之后，其实在雅虎我们觉得会创造4个蛮重要的，算是3高1低的优势。这3高1低是什么？第一个是我们希望透过这样的引擎整合，可以创造非常高的沉浸感，也就是雅虎一直在努力做的沉浸式内容这一块。我们希望真实跟虚拟可以很自然的借接在一起，让那个沉浸感是最漂亮的。再来是可以得到一个非常高的控制，也就是说，拍摄当下你可能想要调整一些什么，或是你想要换个场景，都可以有非常高的控制。那这个控制有什么好处？对于所有的合作的客户，它是算是一个非常大的弹性，它可以立刻置入他想要的东西，切换他想要的光影跟场景。当然，透过游戏引擎，它可以提供非常高的互动。那这个互动就可以让你在里面玩很多游戏，或是做简报啊，或是做一些立体的一些图卡。最终的，我觉得对所有的合作的 partner 最重要的是，它是一个非常低门槛的形式。因为一般如果你要做这种特效的或是 virtual production 的拍摄啊，如果在国外以他们通常来拍，你可能没有个200-300万台币，你可能拍不起，因为它需要的成本是蛮高的。可是雅虎我们把这样的拍摄的技术，算是把它的降低很多门槛，运用在像现在的会场，我们就是把我们的一些设备很简单的设备搬过来，就可以在这里做一种 virtual production， 所以它门槛变得很低，你一般拍网络影音也可以用到。好，那我觉得大部分可能还是不理解刚刚讲的这个3高1低到底有什么厉害之处，所以我们在8月份的时候，我们办了一个很重要的活动，叫做元宇宙共创所。我们希望在这个活动里面，大概只有2周的准备，我们想要在这2周准备里面挑战一件事情，这什么事情？在1天之内办3场记者会，3场线上产品发表会。这个在一般的这种你如果是做传统或是特效拍摄，其实是不太可能的。你要在1天内办3场记者会，而且这3场记者会呢，客户是到了现场后才决定我待会记者会的内容想要展现什么。所以我们会提前做一些各种素材跟资料库的准备给他们。对，那 最终会变成什么样？这边有一个影片，就 share 给大家稍微看一下。
我当然不相信啊，
没有看过就不知道。
你们相信吗？
比较难想象。
希望你没有唬我。
其实虚拟直播的优势就是迅速、可控性高，而且可以在非常短的时间内去把客户所希望的一些虚拟场景或是一个影片，所以立刻拍完带走。很多客户还是不知道它是什么，所以我们把客户都找来，感受虚拟制作的魅力。
欢迎大家来到雅虎 TV 元宇宙共创所，帮我们抽卡。你看你的发表会是用什么样子的呈现？有想要换吗？
好，换一个。
所有的内容都是当下才抽卡决定要拍什么，
包括你想要。
所以我们会针对比如说旅游客户，我们就提供了10几个场景，让旅游客户去抽卡决定。对，比如他决定什么，比如决定场景、天气，他会出现的角色，以及他会带的道具，还有他甚至是他的光线是晴天还是比较暗的这个傍晚等等的，我们都可以去做，让他抽卡，那他抽到什么，我们就当下组合什么。像这个新安东京海上呢，它就会一样，它也会抽很多不同的形式来表现。像它抽到雨天，所以它的场景就是在下雨的形式来表现。然后像这是麦卡伦，那里面一样就是我们会把虚拟角色的运用、Virtual Production 的运用，以及整个 Unreal 引擎的运用，全部结合在一起来做这样的发表会。
又非常有现代感，我觉得那个感觉非常棒。
我觉得第一个很神奇，不可能变得可能。
虚拟直播对我们是个高控制度，对客户也是个高弹性的方式，可以来达到他们期许的内容，几乎是所见即所得。虚拟直播对我来讲呢，其实就是元宇宙时代的一个拍摄技术。我们希望这个技术可以让大家超越想象。那因为这个活动其实它只有2周的准备，1天就要把它3场都办完嘛，所以在里面我们办到什么？第一块是我们把所有因为客户我们当然已经有先找好了，比如说要找旅游或酒商或是保险嘛，那我们大概已经有预设好他可能会用到哪些场景，所以我们会预先把我们所有的变数先整合在一起。那这些整合就必须要透过 Unreal Engine 去把整个资料库都做很好的规划跟一个处理。再来是我们知道里面会有虚拟角色要跟主持人互动，所以我们就把我们刚刚 Motion Capture 的经验再运用进来。那它跟我们之前表演不太一样的是，这个虚拟角色它是可以同时有真实的东西跟虚拟的东西，所以它像虎泥旁边这个这是真实的东西，但后面是虚拟的，所以它可以真实跟虚拟同时一起做处理，然后并且摄影师是可以自由去运镜跟拍摄。那一样，它就是把 Motion Capture 跟 Virtual Production 的引擎做一个很好的利用。再来是你想要当天立刻拍完，直接就交片给客户。不想要做任何后置处理的话，那必须要把整个 Virtual Production 这个像刚提到 Ximage 的引擎用到极致，也就是你必须让它所有的中景、远景、近景、特写同时输出给导播，所以导播在拍摄的当下，它可以自由一直切，我可以想要切哪个景，那当他切完拍完，那个摄影师喊这个咔的时候，影片就完成了，它就可以直接带走。那这会有什么好处？它就可以把整个拍摄的门槛降得很低。你会发现，以前你可能还要花1个月做后置的时间，在这里是省下来的。当然前置准备是不会省的了，因为你要准备场景的，这不太可能省。可是后置的部分会节省很多。好，那我刚刚讲，其实以现在的低门槛到底是可以低到什么程度？这是我们一般在摄影棚，我们现在实验 Virtual Production 的技术，它其实是目前以我们现场我们在2楼 demo 的部分，我们就是直接使用 HTC 的 Vive Max。那其实它现在整个要入手这样的器材，我相信已经很容易了。含电脑，你可能在$10,000以内就可以搞定这些所有东西。你如果传统要拍，你可能要准备什么各种好的昂贵的器材，你可能没有个$100,000是不可能有这样的拍摄环境。可是现在其实基本上就$10,000里面就可以搞定这些器材。那你要做这种实验，其实像我们一般在我们棚内拿个电视，我们就可以做这样的实验。那我们当实验好差不多后，我们就可以把它整套的这个整合好的东西 copy 到现场。所以你今天在2楼现场体验，就是我们在整个实验室现在所整合好的内容直接搬到现场。那你会发现， 接下来未来在这种虚拟拍摄上的，它的门槛就降得很低，很多你可能之前觉得只有在电影才看得到的效果，就可以在这里应用到。那这边有一支影片是我们刚好上个月把这样的 virtual production 的 LED 的拍摄做了一个简单的剪辑。其实目前我们也是在同时跟梦想动画做合作，那这是梦想动画的 LED 棚，它就是有一部分给雅虎做这样的实验跟创作。那当然棚内也会有非常专业的一些化妆间，让我们的主持人要登台之前，他可以做好比较好的一些打扮跟准备。这个画面是直接用手机拍摄的，不是用专业摄影机，所以虚拟拍摄不一定要用专业摄影机，你可以直接用你的 mobile、你的 iPhone， 直接就可以拍出这样的画面。那它最简单的方式就是，其实楼上大家就可以看到，就是在 mobile 在 iPhone 上直接夹一个你刚刚看到那个 Web Mask 的 tracker， 那这个 tracker 它就会告诉这个背景的透视要怎么变化，所以这个虚拟世界的后面的背景就会有一个无限的延伸感，会有个透视跟着你的手机的镜头走。对。那在这种虚拟拍摄下，它一样是可以有一些简单的镜位变化，比如说，像我们有一机是比较这种中景的摄影机，它可以针对你的拍摄的现场去做 take。那当然也可以有一些特写的机器，像这个就是特写的机器，你可以立刻切过去。所以导播在拍摄当下也是可以做一些简单的切换，把你要一些中景或特写的景色。那这种 LED 的拍法，它就会比绿棚更自然。你可以发现，所有的演员身上的光啊，它的那个 lighting 是非常自然的，就是场景的这种蓝光都会直接照他身上。如果是绿棚，是不可能办到这样的效果。绿棚的话，你可能身上还是会绿色或是其他的颜色，不会反射真实背景的颜色到你身上，它的自然感会完全不同。那今天我们其实2楼有把这样的 LED 虚拟拍摄，然后透过 HTC Vive Max 的技术直接搬到现场。如果大家有兴趣，有想要体验，想要看看这样到底怎么可以拍出什么样的感觉，甚至想要试试你的手机可以拍出什么样的感觉，大家可以到2楼直接体验，没有问题。而且你手机拍完就可以带走，我也不需要再帮你剪。那这是以上是我的分享，就是雅虎我们希望在开始努力打造下一个世代的影音拍摄的可能性，也希望这样的很多比较以前可能觉得高门槛才能做的事情，可能很低的门槛就可以体验，跟这样子把内容再做更大的创新跟运用跟使用。好，我的分享到这边，谢谢大家。
谢谢雅虎许经理为我们带来很精彩的影片分享。那我们一样请会长为我们致赠感谢礼品以及感谢状。为各位介绍一下，我们今年大会的纪念品究极是一只金蟾蜍，但是它设计的非常有质感，很可爱。大家知道金蟾蜍就是代表事业昌运，然后有招财的这个意思哦，所以希望我们的这个与会的讲者回去以后可以把它放在这个桌子上面，当做是这趟 Web 3.0旅程的一个很好的纪念品。好，那接下来呢，我们不是演讲，我们是要做一个活动的预告。我们请到的是 DigiAsia2023，明年会在这个韩国首尔举办，所以我们邀请到的是2023 DigiAsia 筹备委员的主席以及秘书长，他今天亲临现场，要为我们带来精彩的预告。Let's welcome General Chair and Secretary General of DigiAsia 2023 Seoul Organizing Committee, Mr. Nak Hon Kim and Ben Hyo, to present us DigiAsia 2023 Seoul Roadshow. Let's welcome them. 我们请掌声鼓励一下。 掌声鼓励一下。
The 21st century has witnessed the meteoric rise of Korea as a global leader.
你好。
你好。
Good afternoon, advertising professionals. I am Nakwe Kim, General Chair of the DigiAsia 2023 Seoul. It's really great to see you, all of you in DigiAsia. It's an honorable opportunity to introduce DigiAsia 2023 Seoul, a digital marketing expo that will be held in next year. DigiAsia, as you know, with a history of 65 years, is the largest conference with 22,000 marketers and creators from more than 20 Asian countries. DigiAsia 2023, with the theme of Transform, Play, Connect, will be the third event being held in Korea, following Seoul in 1984 and Jeju Island 2007. Transform, Play, Connect will apply the changing advertising industry and environment after Corona pandemic, also showing the agent's changed role. At DigiAsia Seoul, let us discuss together about new assignment and challenges from new skills approaching us every day in the digital era. As you see in the video, the whole world is shutting out to the success of K-culture, such as K-pop, K-drama, K-movie, and others. What is the success, secret of the success? Eventually, advertising creative is a part of contents which makes the culture. Let us share the secret of the success at DigiAsia 2023 being held in Seoul, the center of the K-culture. You might have never experienced the event such as DigiAsia 2023 before. It will be a digital marketing expo for networking and the field of actual business. There will be the conference showing EdTech and creative strategies in digital era and EdTech exhibition full of new technology. Through such business showcases, I expect new business opportunities to be made for content, EdTech, creative, and platform companies in Asia. Above all things, DigiAsia 2023 will be a young and dynamic event through interchanges such as idea competition for Asian university students, networking parties for young advertising professionals who will read Asia, Seoul Culture Night Party, and others. You will experience new thrills, inspiration, and insight. We invite you to DigiAsia 2023 Seoul to experience Asian advertising people's great harmony and the future of sustainable advertisement. Hope to see you all in COEX Seoul in October 2023. Secretary General Ben Hur will continue to give the details of DigiAsia 2023. 谢谢, 감사합니다.
Thank you. Thank you. Now let's welcome Secretary General of DigiAsia 2023 to also share with us.
Thank you. 你好, yeah. Thank you, Chairman Kim. 你好, 阮心怡很高兴. My Chinese is that's it. Sorry, unfortunately, my Chinese is very short. It's an honor to present something about upcoming DigiAsia 2023 Seoul. I'm Ben He, the Secretary General of Organizing Committee, and I'm very honored to be here today to give you some information about the upcoming DigiAsia 2023 Seoul. Before we start, I want to take you through a little bit about DigiAsia. As you can see, 7 years back, Taipei was hosted DigiAsia in 2015. And so I think some of you already recognize what is the DigiAsia. DigiAsia is the heritage brand in marketing and advertising conference in Asia. It is hosted by Asia Federation of Advertising Associations, so-called AFA, and has been a networking hub for the industry from more than 20 Asian countries. Since its launch in 1958 in Tokyo, DigiAsia has been hosted 32 times in the last 64 years, and it will be held for the 3rd time in Korea next year. It is amazing that DigiAsia has been with our industry and all of us for more than 6 decades, and we are very excited to celebrate its 65th anniversary at DigiAsia 2023 Seoul next year. I'm sure there are reasons that DigiAsia could last for more than 6 decades, and there has been always something we could gain and learn from attending DigiAsia. That's why DigiAsia could have become one of the most matured and admired marketing and advertising industry. DigiAsia, also I'm very proud to represent our key partners who have been working through our long and meaningful journey so far. You can see that quite a few amount of Taiwanese brand as well. Thank you, our partners. Okay, let's dive into a program of DigiAsia 2023 Seoul. Okay, here is the overview. It will be held from October 25th to 27th next year at COEX, which is the landmark of conference and exhibition in Seoul. It is hosted by AFA and DigiAsia Organizing Committee and organized by Korea Federation of Advertising Association. I also would like to thank our sponsor, the Korean Ministry of Culture, Sports and Tourism, and the City of Seoul, and then AFA and 50 member countries, enterprises, sponsors. You may be curious about the emblem. Thus, I'd like to start off with the emblem. This is the first emblem that has been developed based on the host country's letter. It is inspired by the first consonant letter of Hangul, which is Korean language, of DigiAsia, and Korean traditional patchwork. The patterns and the Korea's sacred color are well harmonized to create a unique and meaningful emblem. This actually symbolizes that the prosperity, success of this event and the prosperity of Asia. Let's take a look to the slogan. The digital race, ready, set, transform. As we will cover this digital transformation as one of the core subjects at DigiAsia 2023, we hope you can experience and learn the rapidly evolving scene of a digital transformation. So we hope you can experience learn the rapidly evolving scene of digital marketing today at DigiAsia 2023 yourself 2023, so that you can prepare yourself for the dramatically changing future. Having said that, in this era of digital transformation, what would be the appropriate definition of marketing and advertising? In this era, advertising needs to be redefined, we think. So the meaning is not about how to sell, but how to make a consumer enjoy, thus connecting the world together. Therefore, we set the theme as transform, play, connect. Based on this theme, I will take you through the detailed programs. In terms of transform, in the last 64 years, AdAsia focus was on advertising, media, and PR. Thus, we mainly covered branding, media, and contents. However, from AdAsia 2023, Seoul, we will expand our border to cover the core topic of digital transformation. We are having a business showcase for EdTech and data-driven marketing, and the stage for the celebrity and then influencers, and then paradigm shift and new business showcases. In terms of play, it's a very important keyword for us. Of course, we will talk about how to make a consumer enjoy our product and service from a new digital marketing perspective. But more importantly, the AdAsia 2023 Seoul the festival itself will be enjoyable to all participants. The festival will be full of abundant and unique K-culture, K-digital contents, and thus you will enjoy the K-culture and you will be inspired by K-insight. I'm sure networking would be one of the main reasons to attend a festival for most of us. So we have various occasions and programs like a gala show, gala dinner, and the networking parties and banquet, as well as a business market, to give a meaningful opportunity to meet a network with the industry leaders and then influencers, etc. So as you can see that we're going to have a business market to make a more opportunity to make a real business, and the networking party in a nice place, and also through the business matching program, we will conclude the business from the business market. Speakers. We are planning to invite the powerful and trend-leading speakers who will captivate your attention with valuable insight and inspiration. Here is our tentative speaker lineup. Of course, the speakers are not finalized yet. And then we are also proud of our attendees as well. 5,000 trend leaders and experts in advertising, marketing, and technology, media and content field from 20 Asian countries, and more than 1 million online attendees will once again gather in Seoul next year to shape the future of advertising and marketing of Asia. In terms of venue, as most of you already know, Seoul is the center of IT and digital technology, especially COEX, where the AdAsia 2023 Seoul will be held, is Seoul's landmark for exhibition, culture, and tourism, and the center of global business with the cutting-edge infrastructure, transformation, and communication. Also, the Sevitsum, this one is Sevitsum, is artificially built floating island nearby Hangang. This place will give you the very special experience together with some very nice view and then very different circumstances. To get into a little more detailed program of DigiAsia, it will be divided into 4 sections: official event, and then conference, exhibition, and then symposium, cultural event. I will not take you through all these details. I will take you through with just one chart. This is a tentative our timetable. So event will be start on 25th with the opening ceremony, and then a conference program with speakers, and then open stage. At the same time, for the exhibition and symposium, the digital edtech exhibition and consultation will be held. And then at the Asia Digital Advertising Exhibition, also K-content media art will be prepared. And K-pop concert and Metaverse fan meetup also will go on. And the final stage of Asia Young Creators Audition for Seoul Branding. Of course, this program is in discussion with the Seoul City, but that event will be held for the young creators. And for the networking parties, there will be a lot of the networking parties for participants. Opening luncheon and opening gala, and the nighttime there will be a program for the young creators, so called Creators Night, will be prepared. On second day as well, the conference will go on, and then after that, Korean Night at Savit Island will be prepared. And then the Seoul Night networking party will be go on. And last day, the award ceremony will go on, and then the closing gala and the next host country's luncheon will be prepared. This is just a tentative program. The program can be changed as well. Okay, since Seoul Metro City is sponsoring our DigiAsia 2023 Seoul, so during this time, the Seoul will be full of advertising and full of a vibe and full of energy of advertising man. So you can experience a very different circumstance in Korea together with the DigiAsia 2023 Seoul. This is the organizing committee, organization chart for the organizing committee. These are the key persons, major persons profile for the committee members. So the top industry leaders and scholars of Korea are gathered in order to make DigiAsia 2023 Seoul insightful for our participants. DigiAsia 2023 Seoul will set a new definition of advertising for digital transformation era in Seoul. So please join us at COEX Seoul on October 25th to 27th of next year and enjoy the K-Insightful Digital Marketing Festival. Thank you for coming to this session, and then see you next year at DigiAsia 2023 Seoul. Thank you very much.
See you next year. 我们再次感谢2023 DigiAsia 筹备委员的主席和秘书长亲临现场，为我们带来精彩的预告。Thank you. 好的，那各位亲爱的贵宾，我们今天上午的议程就到此告一段落。我们中午会先休息一下，那请各位于下午1点20分再度回到会场。我们下午还有很多精彩内容要跟大家分享。那可以利用中午休息这段时间呢，我们左边有很多的摊位，都是跟我们这次 Web3 狂想曲的一些概念很有关系的一些展示，所以欢迎各位贵宾可以利用午休时间的时候去体验看看。谢谢大家，我们下午见。 贵宾，欢迎回到 DigiAsia2022的会场。我们即将开始今天下午的分享。今天下午还有6场很精彩的分享，要跟大家一起来探讨 Web 3.0的一个奇幻旅程。那我们第一场下午的演讲呢，请到的是鸿蒙媒体集团的亚太区首席数位长 Mr. Bharat Khatri 先生。Let's welcome Chief Digital Officer of Omcom Media Group APAC. His topic is Transition to Web 3.0. 他今天带来的讲题是 Web 3.0的时代变革。我们一起掌声欢迎他。
Good afternoon, everyone. Can you guys hear me? I know this is the most difficult session. It's after lunch. The tummies are full, the minds are drifting. There might be some sleep drive. But my promise is that I'll keep the maximum attention what we can bring in here. The session would be quite simple because I really wanted to connect it back towards what are the business use cases, what's the current scenario, some ground reality check, how Web3 is actually progressing, things which are working, which are not working, and most importantly, what are the use cases that you as brands can take back to your home and work closely to bring the consumer experience at the center of Web3. And most importantly, what's happening in this space and why it matters to us. Because Web3 matters to me, and I really want to prove a case that why it matters to you and why it matters to everyone. Whoever is connected on internet, what's happening in this space, and how is it transitioning. So for this session, in guys, you have any questions for me, this is a QR code. You guys can scan the QR code. You can put your questions on the Slido. And after the session, I can connect one-to-one, or feel free to connect with me online or offline. So basically, I think the shift has already started. A lot of people are talking about, is this just the new marketing gimmick? What the agencies are creating? Hey, the Web3 is coming, the metaverse is happening, let's create an NFT. Or is it something going to stay for a longer period of time? And what we personally feel is all about the revolution which has already started. So in a simple term, the train has already left the station. We have already started the journey towards Web 3.0. There is no turning back. And why there is no turning back? There are a lot of reasons why which this storm is happening. So basically, if we see the global environment right now, the disruption which is happening, I'm sure most of you guys have heard this cliche line many times. Data is the new oil. Data is the new currency. Data can transform your business. Data can disrupt your business. And the core fundamental of Web3, if we see, it's all happening because of this perfect storm. So one side is all about the public concerns which is coming on, the misuse of the consumer data. There are a lot of, I would say, case studies. There are a lot of use cases which have already been demonstrated, how consumers' data are being misused. And with this misuse, what it impacts to economies, to global governments, to economies. And at the same time, apart from these public concerns, there are government regulations which is coming in, whether it's the GDPR, the CGPA, or the new laws which are coming in, how they can protect the consumer data, how the new data centers can be created so that the data stays within the local market and it's not being exported out for any misuse. And the last one is the technology giants, the big walls. They're creating their walls more stronger, more taller, more thicker, so that it becomes difficult for brands also to export any sort of consumer data outside that wall. And these big giants are doing their best part so that they can protect your data within these walls. Whether it's the iOS release, the upcoming Google third-party cookie depreciation. So all these are the technology advancements what these giants are making. And basically, if we try to combine all these three together, the storms that we are coming in, there are two clear call-outs which comes in. And I'll go a little deeper in terms of how we are transitioning from 1 to 2 to Web 3.0. But the whole idea behind we moving towards Web 3.0 is all about bringing a decentral internet. And when we talk about decentral internet, it's all about moving towards pro-privacy. The one aspect which is about where all the consumer data is residing right now. Should we give our data in the power of one monopoly or duopoly? Or should the data be centralized and being used by a large economy with the consent? So there is one clear take which is coming around about pro-privacy. And the second aspect is also about anti-monopoly, how the big giants are misusing. So how can a central body create a more of a decentralized framework? And if we see the transition, I think in the morning session also, someone talked about how in Web 1.0, we were quite happy, I would say, seeing the desktop ads, the browser ads, how we used to engage with the consumer. I think the best period was about measuring what is the clicks that I'm getting. When we started the journey, I think in my career, I remember the CTRs were upwards of 20%, 30%. And if I talk right now in the room, can you guys tell me which is the last ad that you clicked? Or anyone, how many clicks have you done? 2, 3, 4? We have reached a stage where humans are not clickers. The bots actually clicks. So for brands to earn that click or to that mile, they have to create a value exchange. And that's what started happening in Web 2.0. So brands started talking with you. There was a lot of streaming happening. The concepts of YouTubes, the Facebooks of the world came in. And everything started from a desktop towards more of an app economy. We started getting in touch with this device, which is in your pocket, for everything. Basically, everything was available on that device. And that's how we started engaging with consumer, whether you are a brand, whether you are a creator, whether you are a big giant. And at the same time, now we are moving into the Web 3.0, which is all about what we hear the good buzzword or what media is capturing, metaverse, NFTs, blockchains of the world. But I think the underlying fact is also about how, as a consumer, you are looking more from a consumer privacy data. You're looking more from a eco-friendly, immersive experience. So when you engage or use internet, how it can be more immersive, how it can actually add more better customer experience, better UI, UX. That's also one side. The also other aspect is also about the creator economy. I think in the Web 2.0, we realize the full potential, what the creators can bring into our ecosystem, whether it's the brand unlocking the real value of creator, or even an employment opportunity which got created thanks to TikTok. I think they were the first one who brought that revolution into the creator economy, and then everyone followed them later on. So if we have to think Web 3.0 from a slightly different lens, and think this as a lens from a brand or a consumer, I think as a consumer or as a brand, you will continue to watch cinema. You'll continue to play games, and you'll continue to work, whether you're using a Microsoft Team or a Zoom, or in future, you might be using an Oculus VR headset to have the more immersive experience of a work environment. So the whole underlying fact is what we see as a consumer is on the left side, all about the metaverse, which is an experience or as an environment in which you are going to engage. And by the way, the metaverse term was coined back in 1980s by Snowball, a novelist which actually coined it termed as the next phase of the internet. But if we see on the right side, these are some of the things which actually is the fundamental that we're using. Whether it's about the new digital currencies, the cryptos of the world, or basis that new currency, how you can actually buy some of the things which are sometimes existing in the real world when you can buy it on digital and convert it into real, or some things are only meant for the digital or the virtual world. And we're calling about the NFTs. Or how the use case of NFTs are being converted into use of a smart contractual element. So on the right, we actually see a lot of use cases which is coming out from the general terms what we see. A quick reality check before we move into a deeper understanding how it is impacting and what are the use cases for brands and advertising. So I think the first reality check is that our world is definitely becoming phygital. During the pandemic and the COVID, the isolation brought everyone homebounded. But I think after the opening up, there is a clear indication how digital and physical environments are mixing together. And this is where I think the best thing which comes out of the Web 3.0 is also about how we bring both the digital and the physical environment in a mixed reality format. So there are different opportunities where brands can actually leverage the phygital understanding, whether you are a retail brand or a digital brand, how you can bring the both environment together. That's, I think, one of the clear reality checks which is already happening. The best use case, what I have figured out, is how Nike is using it. So you purchase an NFT, you create your own sneaker, and you can actually get the sneaker in the real world. The second is all about how the internet and the gaming is actually moving ahead and creating that mutation, what we call metaverse. We proudly say gaming has always been one of the most pioneer industry. They are always the first adopter. Whether it's about digital payments, streaming of games, bringing music and videos online, all thanks to gaming industry. And in this phase also, I think the first half session in the morning was all about the cool stuff, what people are bringing into the gaming reality. So most of the applications, what we saw in the first half, there were a lot of inspiring sessions talking about how they're creating a real environment or a real theme back into the gaming world. So gaming definitely would be the forefront when we talk about metaverse. The third thing is also about the choice of currency. So I think globally there is a big disruption, or I would say the global economy, there are people talking about riches becoming more richer, governments continue to print more monies, and this is where I think the concept of creating a digital currency is quite evident. At this digital currency curse, I think when we transact these digital currencies, NFTs are clearly the best invention what we are talking about. And with the NFTs, it's not just about creating a digital asset, it is also about getting into smart contracts, how you engage with a buyer or a seller use of an NFT. But over the lens, what we have to start seeing is how we can start using these as a digital currency for regular trade. The fourth aspect is also about people are creating their own communities. So there is enough political polarization happening globally. People are getting divided left, right. There are a lot of value exchange which is happening at a global front. And this is where all the decentral, autonomous organizations are forming up, which is not taking any stand on the left or the right side, which is trying to create that central environment for consumer. So overall, if we see, based on these certain reality check, there is a clear use case. There is a revolution which is also happening in the media landscape. And since I am representing Omnicom Media Group today, I'll quickly talk about how the implication comes into the media and the advertising landscape, and what are some of the use cases that we are working closely with our brands. And I also showcase one of the best case studies that we have so far, which actually connects all the dots together. So the first aspect, what we realize from a media sense is, every time we move into a new media landscape, we try to eat the previous one. But the best part is we try to contain that as well. So when we started moving towards internet, first people said TV is dying. No one is going to watch TV. But guess what? In the pandemic, we saw a rise in TV. Maybe TV becomes more complex. We move from linear TV to streaming. We move towards connected TV, smart devices, Netflix. But end of the day, TV stays. It's just about how the TV becomes smarter. Same ways when Web 2.0 came in, everyone was about sharing, where everyone was about the creator economy, the mobile apps, the application environment. And the same thing is happening at Web 3. We will definitely move towards Web 3, but we will contain all the aspects of the past media that we see. So as a media planner, as a brand, you have to think about how you combine all the elements together rather than just focusing on Web 3 as the proof point case or being the first one in the market to create a use case. So from a Web 3 point of view, there are also clear call-outs when we talk about the problems that we are facing in the media landscape. So a big problem which is coming is the attention span. As we move into this device, which is all about swiping up, swiping down, all the Gen Z environments coming into gameplay, the videos are getting shorter, shorter, shorter. So how as a brand you get to a consumer attention within that 6 seconds of span? So attention is definitely the new currency what we call in. Gone are the days where we are still tracking viewability, we're tracking the basic mechanism of standard measurements of frequency reach. It's all about whether the ads that the consumer are seeing, are they attentive enough while watching your ad? So attention is definitely the new currency. And this is where I think the Web 3.0 bring a lot of elements together. How as a brand you can leverage the elements of immersive experience, getting more closer to consumer, bringing the personalization aspect, and getting into a higher attention span on consumer. The second is also about that the environment, what we just talked about, how we bring digital and physical together so that the ecosystem coexist. And the last is, like we just talked about, how can brands start the first step in the Web 3.0 or the metaverse with gaming? So there are clear impact in the ad tech space. When we talk about ad tech, Web 3.0 is definitely going to bring a lot of revolution when it comes to the ad fraud space. And why we all believe that the ad fraud space, which is still a buzzword, which is still most hot topic, I would say, continue to see the new type of spams which is coming, whether it's cookie stuffing, pixel stuffing, domain spoofing, all these ad frauds still exist in our industry. But with Web 3.0, as we move into more of a decentralized internet, the use of blockchain is definitely going to power and bring a better solution to combat these ad fraud. The second aspect within the ad tech is all about privacy. There are a lot of brands, there are a lot of publishers, there are a lot of tech platforms which are still extracting the consumer data without any consent. So it's again all about the privacy-centric data sharing. How one brand can actually start sharing their data with another brand, or how a one publisher who have got certain information about me, what type of content I like, what type of videos I engage, and if there is an advertiser who wants to know more about me because I visited their website or a store, so how both these brands can actually engage without exporting my first party, my PII information outside their environment using a blockchain and leveraging this information. And the third aspect is definitely how the distributed or the decentralized applications is going to power a lot of media and video hosting so that we don't stick to the regular monopoly platforms to host our content to get into the monetization scheme. So there is a lot of opportunities which come into each of the media space. So basically, if we see from a media lens, whether it's about display advertising, social data, search, every aspect of media, there are a lot of players, there are a lot of applications which are coming in to disrupt the space, whether these are connected apps or there are new apps which is actually giving money back to consumer when you're using a browser to browse internet, because the browser is also extracting a lot of consumer data which they will resell to an advertiser to monetize. So why can't they share the monetization with the consumer who is using a browser? So there is a lot of disruption which is actually happening across the media space, what you see. There is a lot of debate which people keep talking about. How many are the actual users of Metaverse? When the applications are created, a lot of people ask about whether there were 10 people live watching that game, playing that game. So there are definitely the one side of evangelist. There are skeptic people who is also talking about this is just a new gimmick. It might not sustain for a longer period of time. But I think what we have to see is whether you're part of the pro community or the negative community. It's not just about Metaverse. It's not just about NFT. It's about bringing internet into a more decentralized manner. There is something which is also happening, which I call less regretaverse, because there are brands who just wanted to be the first in their category. So they just wanted to jump the wagon and create something on the Metaverse, a consumer experience. But it's also about understanding how your brand culturally fit with the consumer when they're engaging. My favorite understanding is all about Metaverse is just the party which has started. So as a brand, don't spam. Don't screw the party. Don't be the gate crasher of the party. First, understand why the people are moving towards Metaverse, what is happening inside, and how you can culturally connect with that. So there are brands who are trying to just bring a connection, whether it's about getting another ad being played in that immersive experience, or maybe just connecting with a clumsy UI and asking people to experience that product in the Metaverse. But there are good sides as well. And while doing a little bit more research for this session, I realized there is a Taiwanese brand which actually created a female reproductive system inside Minecraft. Can someone imagine the use case? The brand actually sells a lot of female hygiene product. So they went ahead within Minecraft, which is also the best, I would say, a coolest game, what we have experienced in the Metaverse environment. So they went ahead, created this reproductive programs to drive more education towards female hygiene. So there are multiple use cases. It's not just about gaming. It's about what is the best connection that you want to focus on, and how as a brand you can leverage this opportunity rather than being a misfit or just running another ad. Or see how the use case of Nike, which is coming alive. I think Nike as a brand has always been the revolutionary brand, how they started the use of NFT. Buying an NFT in virtual world, creating your sneaker and buying in real world was the first step. But if you guys are familiar, they recently launched, I think last week only they launched the new portal which is called Swoosh. So Swoosh is their virtual NFT environment where people will now start behaving like a creator. So I can go on the platform, create my own sneakers, and other people can buy virtually while they're playing games, or they can buy in real world as well. And at the same time, during the pandemic, one interesting thing which happened from a BFSI client called DBS. DBS as a bank created a virtual environment of a Singapore most happening club called Zouk. So they actually created because they wanted to connect with the Gen Z consumer, make them educate about banking. But where these Gen Z consumer go, they will not come into a virtual bank. They generally go for clubbing. So they created a metaverse or a virtual environment to replicate the Singapore club inside, and then started having an engagement and a chat with the consumer. So what is the starting point? A lot of times brands are saying, these are the good things, bad things, but as a brand, where do I start? Because there is no maturity curves in Metaverse. No one is matured. No one is even aware about what is all about Metaverse, where we will stop, where we will start. So there is something that we as Omnicom has created called the readiness framework. So I think the readiness framework is all talking about where as a brand you can start your journey. And definitely the first step, like I talked about, it's all about how you start leveraging gaming, because gaming has already crossed certain stages in this journey. So within the metaverse, how can you start identifying what's an ideal audience within the gaming environment and how you can connect with them. The stage 2 is also about finding the right cultural connect, finding the right use case. Within the brand, what is your target audience and what type of use case that you want to focus on? Is it just about a value exchange while they're playing a game? Or is it also about finding the right fit because they're coming there to engage, to entertain, and have that immersive experience? The third is also about understanding your customer journey. A lot of brands, they try to misfit and create a metaverse or a Web3 use case without understanding that their customer journey is not the usual linear journey what they used to follow. It's becoming more complex. So a lot of auto brands launching their autoverse, their cars in the metaverse environment, and asking people to, consumer to experience that car, the interior and the exterior. But if we see, I think the journey of a consumer was already happening. They were already going through your cars on videos, the interior, exterior were already there. So why to push them to another platform to log in and then experience that? Why can't this be integrated with your existing customer journey? And at the same time, there are a lot of channels which people try to incorporate. Let me go to a new channel. Let me go to that game and find out how the audiences are engaging. But if we see overall, there are existing channels where actually you can start your journey. It's not about creating the best use case. It's also about starting small. So how can a basic AR and a VR filter can create a mixed reality for your brand, even on a platform like Instagram, and help your consumer journey to be more engaged, to be more immersive? It's also about creating a long-term plan. I think one thing which we all screwed in this journey, and this is where I think we filed overall as an industry guilty, is all about when we started the Web3 journey or the metaverse journey, we all thought about creating rich money schemes. And everywhere when you talk about NFTs, Web 3.0, metaverse, everyone thinks about this is another industry, another agency who's trying to create more money-making opportunity. But when we start thinking from a midterm and a long-term plan, there are a lot of strategic use cases which brands can unlock. So as a brand, there are 3 clear steps. Whether you are into the do section, you start your journey small, identify what is the current plan for your brand, where you want to leverage the Web3 opportunity. It can be in the consumer first-party data space, how you can create a privacy framework, better value exchange program. It can be something around gamification, how you engage with your consumer in a gamified manner. Or it can be a simple use case about diversifying your spends. The next is also about how we progress. So once you have started your journey, how you continue to progress and monitor. Because end of the day, whatever investment you are going to do, everything matters back to the business outcomes. It's good for PR, it's good for the audience watch, but end of the day, if all the investment that you're doing on Web3 and Metaverse or NFTs is not returning back to your business, the business outcomes are the most important piece. And last is how become the pioneer in the game change. So as a category, as an advertiser, definitely there are a lot of innovations which you can do and become the pioneer. This is one of the case study. There are a lot of cases what we have already deployed, delivered for brands over the past 1 year. There are cases what I just talked about, whether it's first-party data, whether it's about value exchange. But I think this is one of the cases where the team actually went into a detailed research, were able to understand how to fit the brand, create an NFT, and what is the value exchange program that the consumer will take when they're buying an NFT. So I'll just play a small video and then talk about more on the results and how this case actually impacted the brand business outcomes. So we work globally with Diageo, and within Diageo portfolio, there is a brand called Johnny Walker. When we started creating some use case for Johnny Walker, the first thing came in that we want to target really to the HNI audiences. We really want to focus on what will be the best value exchange program for them, because if they're buying an NFT, can they get the real bottle in exchange? And I think this is where the brand team started also working with us on the same readiness program of the pioneering, the doing aspects, and understanding it in a more deeper lens. And I think one of the aspects, if we see, so there were 7 bottles, 7 unique NFTs which were created. These NFTs were trading on Blockbar, which is, again, specifically a NFT trading platform only for the liquor category. So we didn't list it on a regular NFT program. The third aspect is also when the consumer bought the NFT, they can definitely get a real bottle in exchange, but they were also given an experience to go to the actual distillery. So they were all given a paid trip to Edinburgh to experience how this liquor is being formed and how it is being aged for 48 years. What's the recipe? So there is a lot of background what the brand cultural fitment bring in for a consumer to buy it. And guess what? Everyone talks about that we just showcase this much the reach, but there was real business outcomes. There were original business case. So definitely there is a lot of PR, a lot of buzz which the brand attracted globally to be the first in their category, launching an NFT, giving away a liquor bottle in exchange, a trip. So apart from the global reach, if we talk about the NFT cost, one NFT was for 35,000 USD. And it only took 10 minutes to sold the 10 NFTs. So within 10 minutes, the 7 NFTs were gone. There were a long queue of people who were waiting for the NFTs to get mint. And if we talk about, again, from a business ends or from a consumer side, there are 2 people who actually purchased this NFT using Ethereum, which is the cryptocurrency. But there were 5 people which actually did a wire transfer to actually purchase this NFT. So there is definitely an incremental start of getting a new user who was not part of NFTs, who were not part of the crypto world, who was not part of the Web3, but because they were into buying premium luxury liquor, they have to join this concept. They have to come into the Web3 to purchase the NFT, to experience the bottle, to get into that trip. So there is how you're bringing a cultural shift from a consumer point. And then the last is also about 1 bottle out of these 7 was bought by someone who was first time buying a luxury. So for them, it was also about getting a new user added into their luxury environment. So there are different use cases what we are experiencing, but it's all about whenever we start the journey, identify what's the right use case and how it culturally fit with your brand so that end of the day, the ROI of your investment on Web3 journey brings some sort of a business outcome. It can be the hard outcomes about sales convergence, or it can be the softer element of having a better brand recall, a better spont analysis. So that's it from my side. And in the end, I will definitely would like to summarize and bring it back that Web3 definitely matters for everyone in the room. It's not just about the metaverse, the NFTs, the cool thing. It's also about how we want our internet to be more decentralized, not in the hand of one monopoly. How we want control on our consumer privacy data. How I want my data to be protected. And if it matters to me, I'm sure it matters to you all. Thank you.
李运华理事长 ，MMA 李运华理事长来为我们致颁这个感谢状以及礼品。Thank you, Mr. Carty. That's a wonderful sharing, and this is a special gift presented by MMA Chairperson Cassie Lee. Thank you. 好，那各位贵宾，我们下一场的演讲呢，有两位讲者是来自 Excellence Incorporation USA。第一位讲者是 Surya Kota， 那第二位讲者是 Dave Mervitt， 他们一起会为我们带来分享是扩增实境数位转型的下一波浪潮。For the next session, we have 2 speakers from Excellence Incorporation USA. They are going to talk about augmented reality, the next big wave of digital transformation. Let's give them a warm welcome. 我们掌声欢迎。OK， 那不好意思，我们讲者还在佩戴一下麦克风，我们稍等一下哦。好，我们讲者已经准备好步上舞台了，我们再一次给他们热烈的掌声，谢谢。
Hi everybody. So, no presentation can start without saying, does this work? Can you hear this thing? I can, where is it? Here it is.
I think, yeah. we're good.
1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. All right, great. Thanks, guys, for your patience. So,
go ahead.
I'm Dave Marvitt. This is Surya Kotha. We are with XLens. And we're going to talk about augmented reality, moving beyond the hype to real applications. There's a lot of cool technology in the world. We like to think we are the authors of some of it. And we're really excited to show you the stuff that we've built today and show you how it works in action. But at the same time, we think even more important than the technology is how to think about it. As creators of technology, there's so many things you could make, but without a good mental framework, you'll probably make the wrong thing. And what we want to share with you today is not just the technology we've built, but maybe more importantly, how we're thinking about it. And that means how we're thinking about augmented reality and the place it holds in the media landscape. So with that, let's talk about technology. Technology can go in many different directions. Any given technology can be used in a wide variety of ways. Sometimes that technology can be used to create new content and to drive new types of content or even existing types of content to greater use. So as a quick example of this, and we argue that this comes in waves. The previous speaker actually had the little Pac-Man demonstrating this phenomenon. We're going to talk specifically about mobile. So the first mobile devices that we all used were 2G, and they were all about text. Then along came the next wave, which was 3G, and you'll see the camera on there, and those devices brought images. We were all snapping photographs and sharing them. 4G expanded that to videos. And now, along comes 5G. It's looming. And the question is, what media will the 5G devices be promoting in the same way that text, images, and video have been promoted by previous generations of mobile? And we've actually heard the term used a couple times this morning. We believe that 5G is going to be all about providing experiences. Now, what the heck does that mean? Is lunch an experience, right? Certainly today's lunch was an experience, but what exactly is an experience? Well, one way of thinking about it, of providing an experience, is to take a person and put them into the digital world. So
this is what most of the morning everybody talked about, the metaverse, where everybody is moving to a digital world.
So right, this is virtual reality. We've all heard of it. We've all seen it. We saw a bunch of it this morning. And one way of thinking about it is VR is about taking someone from the physical world and moving them, whoop, I do sound effects too, moving them into the digital world. Augmented reality has a different view. Augmented reality is not about putting people into the digital world. Instead, it is about taking digital information and bringing it out into the physical world. Now,
so Dave, what does that mean? I don't know what is the meaning of getting the ones and zeros from the digital information, bringing them into the physical world. What does that mean?
So these ones and zeros can represent anything as the power of digital. And you know, Surya is a special guy. There is no one like Surya that I've ever met or worked with. He is unique and inimitable. We'll see how the translator does with that. So given that, perhaps we can see what AR can do, bringing digital information into the physical world. So right, you guys in the back have to do a little switching magic.
Yep.
So we can see what Namrata's seeing on her mobile phone. Try again. There we go. So we've got the inimitable Surya has now been cloned.
Put the sound, please. I told them I'll just zoom in myself from US, but they said I have to be here physically to show myself.
So the virtual Surya is speaking.
Can you hear the sound? All right, that's fine.
They're having some problem with the sound.
Yeah, I mean, we tried yesterday, it working fine, but that's fine. So this could be, you could be in a supermarket, and you are trying to buy a product, and you do not understand more about the product. Very simply, in augmented reality, you can actually scan the label of the product, and you will be able to understand more about the product right there in the language which you understand. And this can be built very easily using augmented reality technology. Go ahead.
Yeah, and there are many other applications you can imagine for having a person representing your product or your brand stepping into the environment with the end user, with the customer or the potential customer, so they can learn about the product, experience it, engage in discourse, and so on. So anyhow, that's what we're talking about when we speak of augmented reality, bringing information from the digital world into the physical. So we've talked about how technology can go to content, can drive content. Content can also go in many different directions, one of which, of course, is advertising. And the goal of advertising ultimately is revenue. And of course, that revenue can circle back and drive technology. If that technology is generating content and advertising and working to generate revenue, more money will flow back and the technology will continue to be improved. That's the standard model, but it's missing something really important. Anybody? What's it missing? Don't all speak at once.
I think our previous speaker spoke users. How many users are going to be actually really watch? Right? That's all the brands want. That's all the advertisement company wants. How do you reach most amount of the users to actually experience the magic which you are putting using the new technology? So for that, coming from Silicon Valley, we have not looked at metaverse. We have not looked at any other sources. We went back to traditional ways of advertising. So today, majority of the advertising is done in publishing, newspapers, magazines, and all that stuff. It is done outdoor, billboards, and all that stuff. Then you have digital marketing through the web or individual applications, mobile applications people built. Or the last one is the social media influencer. So these are all the different traditional ways of marketing today. So what we decided to do is to provide a solution where we can tap into the existing users rather than worrying about how do we move the users to Metaverse, how do we move the users to Instagram and all that stuff. So what I mean is we'll show.
Thanks. So let's talk about user adoption more generally. This is a graph, it's been circulating quite a bit, of different technologies and the adoption curves, how quickly they've been adopted, so time on the bottom axis, on the X, and adoption percentage on the Y. And as you look, as time advances, see if this works, over time, the curve is steeper and steeper. Each of these new technologies is being adopted more quickly than the one before. And if we zoom in on that more recent time period, we can look at technologies that were adopted very quickly, like the web and smartphones, but actually augmented reality is expected to be adopted even more quickly than those. It's expected to be the fastest technology adoption ever of any major new technology. Now, why is that so? Well, when you think about virtual reality, people are going to need these things, at least currently. And right now, in the world, there are around 10 million sets deployed. That sounds like a lot, actually. 10 million, not too bad. But when you think about augmented reality, which is, again, taking that information from the digital world and bringing it into the physical, it needs a smartphone. And there are about 6.6 billion smartphones in the world. So that enables us to leverage a much larger user base, and that's what is believed to account for that much more rapid adoption. People don't have to buy new stuff. They've already got a mobile phone, a smartphone. So as that cycle progresses, we can talk about content pain points. The standard, you guys all are in the content building space one way or another. We all know that the key pain points are the cost of content creation and the time of content creation. In other words, money and time. Does that sound familiar? So with the we have a variety of industry-specific solutions for augmented reality. And the solution that we have includes content generation tools, content management system integration, and hosting, among other things. And this actually reproducibly generates a 100x decrease in cost and a 1,000x increase in speed. Do you want to speak to that, Surya?
Yeah, so I think 3 years ago when we first started doing augmented reality, we had a customer in US wanted to build augmented reality for their products. It's hard to find programmers and you have to deploy a mobile app and all that stuff. So we looked at it, how cumbersome content creation and experience generation. And we built this platform over a period of 3 months. And not only built the platform, and we actually made the platform so easy for advertisers to build augmented reality very easily. Whatever it took us almost 4 months and $80,000 cost, today in our platform, you can build it in 1 day, which won't even cost you like $500. So for example, like I said, let's go ahead and show the demo.
Sure.
So I was telling you about, so this is the scale. You know, doing one solution, one experience at the same time will cost time and money. Instead of that, we built a tool where anybody can build it very easily, obviously allow you to produce a lot more content very quickly.
Right, and the point we're making with this illustration is that when you scale up the capacity to produce something by, if you multiply time by money, 100,000 times, you kind of get a new thing. The capabilities and possibilities become very different, very much enlarged. And we can't really talk about that without showing you guys a demo. So let's see. Oh, advertising pain points, do you want to cover that or should we jump?
Yeah, we can, before the demo, we can just go through that. Yeah, so like I was mentioning, these are all the different standard advertising channels today. And anybody in the ad agency, you are all measured in putting your advertisement in any of these infrastructures, and the key performance indicators for any customer to show is, you know, what is the customer engagement and what is the customer reach, all those different KPIs which you have to do, you know, to understand how the ad performed. So let us show you in augmented reality how the key performance indicator about one single advertisement can increase just by augmenting that ad. Go ahead.
So why don't we pop to the demos?
So this is just a regular newspaper which you see. And whatever the content which we created, we have not created. So we built a tool the advertiser themselves created very easily by bringing their content. So this is a real estate advertisement, and somebody in India probably paid $10,000 to print it on a newspaper. And the engagement is less than 1 second on a passive ad. The advertiser themselves, we have not even created, the advertisers themselves were able to change a printed ad into a video ad very easily. And whatever the apartment they're trying to sell, you're actually able to see it. Namrata, can you actually take it out of the newspaper and put it here? And you can walk through the apartment.
Oops.
Sorry. So from 2 seconds engagement, now you're able to get 2 minutes engagement. And our tool will allow advertisers themselves to build it. We don't even need to build it. We don't even need to write a single line of code. Okay, go back. And like you've seen a virtual salesperson, you can actually have a virtual salesperson coming and talking to you about this particular apartment. Let's see more. So right now we have newspapers in India signed up with us, and every day their news is augmented. So sometimes you see a news which is old. The moment you scan the news, you will get the live updates of the news, and you're able to interact with information.
Oh, wait. Oh, wait.
This is a newspaper which uses our application. So again, instead of driving the users to different mediums and different technologies, we decided that we stay with the users and stick to the traditional advertisement, consumers, and from there only we want to augment their advertisement.
It's an elevated look, and I love those two tones together.
Yeah. So this wait also, once the 5G is fully, you don't even need to wait. The information will be loaded automatically. This is a bike ad campaign. I think somebody paid millions of dollars releasing the bike. Now users can actually get the bike. Go ahead, put it in AR. See, in future, whatever the object which you want to buy, they can come out of your traditional advertisement mediums and can come live. And people talk about gamification, so you can allow people to game and engage more. Let's go back to the deck.
Can you switch us back?
And number the queue in the Inadu.
So, see where we are. Yes, so we've shown you some cool stuff, very whizzy, like so many other whizzy things you may have seen, but we think pretty unique in its own way. But there's a danger. We want to flag you, danger, danger, to this model. And the danger is we hear sayings like this. Augmented reality is a new medium with different capabilities and different rules. I think I might have said that. Augmented reality will change everything, right? Will force us to rethink how we live, work, and play. So I would argue that while all of those are to some extent true, we need to go beyond the hype and have a slightly more nuanced view of what this new technology means. With a new medium, right, everything is totally new. A new medium requires new devices, typically, new users, new channels, new infrastructures, and custom programming. That's pretty tough. That's a big hurdle to adopt, and that's one of the reasons why it can be so difficult getting a new medium to take hold. And that's why we think considering this a whole new world and a whole new medium is actually a mistake, is the wrong way to think about it. What we're trying to do is think about it differently. We think about it as augmenting an existing medium. Newspapers, print, digital. And what that means in practice is that instead of new devices, we can leverage existing devices. Instead of new users, we can take advantage of the existing users. Instead of new channels, we can use the existing ones. The new infrastructure that would be required if you consider it a new medium is not required. We can use existing infrastructure, in the case of what we're doing, smartphones and tablets. And the custom programming that is typically required whenever a new medium emerges, typically as that medium evolves, it is replaced with a business platform. And we're saying the next step after that, which we have leapfrogged to, is end-user tools for content creation. That's why we're saying we can do things 1,000 times faster, because end users can very trivially put together these AR augmented experiences. So that's all cool. What do you get? Right? What are the benefits? Well, you get better engagement. I think seeing, for example, the motorcycle on the newspaper and comparing that to putting the motorcycle in your room and racing it around the track, there's no comparison. More virality. Previous speaker mentioned social, right? It's very exciting for people. They are much more likely to repost themselves with the virtual movie star that they had brought into the room and push it through social media. So you get the virality that is so valuable when you're trying to do promotion. Richer analytics. We can go way beyond what you can do even on the web, let alone print, because we can track and monitor every interaction the user has with the virtual objects. Improved sell-through, because this stuff is so appealing, and ultimately greater revenue. So we did the demo. So the point we're trying to make ultimately is that you can power your content using AR by, you can expand your space. If you think about it, we can take a small print ad or print article in a newspaper and have unlimited virtual space. Everyone in print media knows how precious every little square inch is. Well, that can be expanded arbitrarily. We already mentioned the deeper and longer engagement. We didn't show you this, but we also have a capability to bring the power of the click to the physical world. So when you see that video ad or the apartment that you're walking through, you can click and get more information, to send an email, subscribe, have someone call you, make a call. You know, anything you can do with a click in the traditional digital environment can now be done when interacting with print media, for example. We already talked about spread, the power of viral, the power of social. Analysis, we can do much more detailed analysis than with any other medium. Ultimately, all of this strengthens relationships and grows revenue. So we're talking about powering your content, but the same principles actually apply to powering your advertising. And they actually apply to powering your brand.
Sure.
So that's really sort of the formal part of the presentation. Suri, do you want to add anything? There's so much we could talk about. We do have a few minutes left.
Yeah, so as an advertiser, today, I think your end objective is to make consumers aware of your customer products. That's where your job stops today. But we believe that in the new world, it won't stop there. See, let's imagine today, I see an advertisement in a newspaper or a billboard or a social media. I see a product. The moment I'm interested about the product, the first thing I do is you got to go on Google to find more information about the product. But the moment you Google or go to YouTube to check the product, you are not only, if I look for Samsung LED TV, when I go to Google, it'll show Samsung, it'll show LG, it'll show Sony, it'll show everything, right? So your customer is already lost. So in this journey, I think with virtual salespersons like we shown you, a customer can directly talk to a person and able to understand. And not only that, if you want to buy a product, you have to go to the store, get the product to your house, check how the product works or how the product looks in your house. So with augmented reality, you can actually try the product physically being at your house. And you will be able to interactively talking to a salesperson right at your house. So that will expand your customer journey. So from an advertiser, I would say that your journey would not stop at the place where you make the customer aware of the consumer product. I think that it will go beyond, and now the advertisers will have the power to redirect the consumer to their end customers. I think that by combining the try and buy, where the user can try the product, and having a virtual salesperson available for you to speak to you in the language the consumer understands, I think that you can combine that journey and give that experience, the buying experience to the customers. Today, some of it is done by your retailers, some of it is done by your distributors. All of that can be combined in one advertisement. So I think the new world, I think that the advertiser will have a lot more work and a lot more revenue opportunities.
Yes. And I would actually sort of take a slightly different angle on that, which is to say from a brand perspective, right? Once the product is sold, of course, the company wants to keep maintaining and improving their brand.
Okay.
And that product can always have an augmented experience pop out from it, whether it's a Johnny Walker bottle or a drill or anything, any machine, any tool, a dishwasher. You can always bring up the AR experience and learn more about how to use it well, how to maintain it, how to benefit from it and enjoy it, what recipes to cook with it, and so on. So the power extends beyond just the purchase. It extends into the life of the product and maybe even the ultimate dissolution of the product at the end of its life cycle. And that means that the role of the advertiser, if you will, expands way beyond just getting consumer interest, and hence the revenue for the advertiser can expand as well.
I agree.
So with that, I mean, we do have a few minutes. I would really love to open up for any questions, comments, thoughts. It's a small enough room, even though I'm amplified, we can hear you guys. Does anybody want to chime in with any thoughts or questions? Was it all clear or all unclear?
All right, so, but I have a question, Dave.
Yes.
So tell me about the web AR and app-based AR. A lot of people will ask this question. Why is this an app-based? Do we need to have an app? Or this is a web AR where you can just scan a QR code? What is the better way of doing it, or what's your take on it?
Yeah, so we're getting a little bit into the weeds here. But everyone would love it if you could just scan something, you didn't need an app, and you could have that experience on the web. And there are augmented reality experiences that you can do that way, but they're really limited. You can't plunk an object in the space. You can't, you don't have any analytics. The kind of zologram that you just saw, where Surya walked onto the stage, you can't even begin to do that. And actually, there's more. I'll throw it back at Surya to describe further limitations.
I think the web-based AR is still behind an app-based AR, so probably only 30% of the functionality. So I think if you do a web-based AR, if you have 10 million people watching the AR experience, you will end up having a huge computational cost. When it is an app-based AR, it is the majority of the computation is happening in your device, so the user device is the one doing the computation. Your computational cost is going to be a lot more cheaper. So for an advertiser, if you do a web-based AR, then you will also ready for a cost associated with it based on the usage. Where in the case of app-based AR, it's a lot more easy.
And I'm going to footnote, Surya, here, for those of you who are a little bit less technical. When you're doing the AR experiences that we demoed today, every single frame that you saw as she moved around, it had to generate a new frame, a new image. All that computation was being done on the mobile devices because we're basically carrying supercomputers in our pockets these days. When you do web AR, every frame that's being generated is being generated in a server somewhere. that your customer's paying
But you're
for.
not coming, so tell
That's a
them.
lot of computation, and that introduces lag and everything else. So in addition to the experience being degraded just by the inherent lag in the process, the cost for the advertiser is likely to become prohibitive at scale. Whereas if you shift that processing out to every user who's doing it, then it's no problem.
Are we good? We actually had one of our customer come online.
Yes, we saw the folks dance earlier, and I was going to dance, but I thought we might as well just do it AR, and you'd probably all have a better experience. What do you think?
掌声鼓励一下。
Yeah, I think that's it, unless we have anything else.
No, I think that's great. So thanks very much for your patience.
Thank you.
Yes, and I hope you appreciate the power of thinking about AR not as a new medium, but as an augmentation of the existing media.
Thank you. We appreciate that demonstration is very impressive. Thank you. Please remain on the stage as our chairperson of MAA is going to present you a special gift.
Oh, wow.
我们请我们理事长K Swamy 女士来为我们致赠这个感谢状以及礼品给我们的 Excellence 3位代表刚才给我们带来非常令人印象深刻的展演哦。那请各位再给他们一个热烈的掌声。请马上看一下 ，Please look at the photographer in front of you, please. One more, 3, 2, 1, cheese. Excellent, thank you very much. That's a lovely picture. 好，那我们下一个场次邀请到的讲者是来自 Wonderman Thompson Asia Pacific 的 Justin Payton。他是 Wonderman Thompson Asia Pacific 的 Chief Strategy and Transformation Officer。今天要为我们带来的分享是 Web 3.0 时代的忠诚度 ，Loyalty in the Age of Web 3.0。Let's give him a warm welcome。我们掌声欢迎我们的讲者。好，我们这个场次的分享是用影片的方式，我们请看影片。
Hello, everyone, and thank you for joining me today. I'm going to be talking about loyalty marketing, and in particular, I'm going to be talking about how Web3 changes the game for loyalty marketing. I will start sharing the screen now, so just bear with me for 1 second. And this should hopefully work for everyone. And hopefully there we are. Anyways, I'm Justin Payton. I'll start off by sharing what I think is probably the silliest slide that you'll see all day. And that is an introduction to who I am, right? And this is a slide that I use because it illustrates the differences in the evolution between Web 1, Web 2, and Web 3. And by that, what I mean to say is in Web 1, if I was to introduce myself to you, you would get some text, an email address. I'd tell you about myself, and ultimately you would have to take me at my word as to who I am and how this works. And that's that. In a Web 2 world, you all of a sudden get new signals. You get probabilistic signals, such as what I like, where I go, what I've checked in, what I've shared. From that, you can start to infer new things about me. You can start to take a guess about what I might like, take a guess about the types of brands I might be interested in. And on the other side, on the Web3 side, while it might look a little bit silly still, those long addresses, those hex addresses, those are crypto wallets, crypto wallet addresses. They will store tokens, and those tokens will be indicators of preferences. Right now, they might just be JPEGs. But let's look at the future world where those tokens might have been given to me by any number of brands, and they will be able to actually have a relationship where one token recognizes the fact that other tokens are present there, and in some ways react to that. But ultimately, what it's going to mean is that you, as a brand, would be able to see what I have done with you in the way that you have that you can do with first-party data today, but you'll be able to see not just what I've done with you, but also get a much better and deeper view into all the information that I'm willing to share about things I've done with any brand or any other activity, because those tokens will indicate things that I do in the real world just as much as they will in the digital world. Now, I know that everybody has probably listened to many talks on Web3, and you've probably heard lots of terms like tokenization, decentralization, composability, self-sovereign identity. You've probably talked about the different tools to make this work, from cryptocurrency to NFTs to smart contracts to wallets. And it actually can be quite overwhelming. I'm going to try not to get into the complication and instead say, let's try to make this really easy. And let's think of Web3 as a vehicle of ownership, but as a vehicle that really is designed to align the interests of people, because through tokenization, everyone can feel like they're a participant. They can all own a common share in something. So we're aligning the interests and we're empowering people, because those tokens give them the ability to vote, to influence, to connect about the things that matter to them. So ultimately what we're talking about, right, is three things. We're talking about ownership, we're talking about tokenization, and the fact that I might have tokens and those tokens give me rights, and we're talking about no intermediaries. So the fact is that from a brand perspective, and this is very important when we talk about loyalty, when we think about a token, when you think about giving someone a token, you then build a direct bridge to that individual. Right now, if you're selling every day to people, but you're selling your product through a supermarket, through another retailer of some kind, the question always is, who owns the customer? And most of the time, while they might prefer your brand, their shopping behavior and their preference and who owns the customer might actually be that retailer. And so this is about building that direct connection between the product producer and the consumer in the long run. So that's what we're talking about. And as we do that, as we start bringing people in to have those tokens and get rid of that intermediary, what we're enabling is a move from an attention-based economy where we just have to talk to people and hope they're listening, to one where we have a direct connection. And in that direct connection, we can actually participate. We can do something different. We can ask them to engage directly with the brand in a new way. And that's really what I'm going to talk about today as I talk about how Web3 changes loyalty marketing altogether. So I think it's important to kind of back up first and start with where loyalty marketing is today and how it works. And ultimately, it's just important to say that this is a massively growing category. What we're seeing is roughly 16% compound annual growth in the US, 13% across the world. And that is not just in kind of the tech and software business, that's in the service business as well. So it is just overall a massively exploding space. And that's important to think about, because when we think about loyalty programs, the question we have to ask ourselves is, are people really loyal because they're a member of a loyalty program? And the answer in some cases is definitely yes, but not always. And it's the not always that's a problem, right? Globally, the average person who participates in loyalty programs has about 7 of them. Most of them they haven't engaged with in many months. There are a few that are actually active, right? And that's because what a loyalty program isn't is technically trusted. People join them because they recognize the fact that they're going to get a value, they're going to get a benefit in that particular instant. But that doesn't mean that the next instant you're their favorite brand. It doesn't mean those things. Points programs leave a lot of people feeling like the rewards are actually out of reach. Like there's always one more level that they need to attain in order to get the right reward, in order to get the reward that's actually going to be valuable to them. So they feel in many instances as if these rewards programs are skewed too far against them. And the value of the actions can be devalued quite a bit. We've seen quite a bit of that across all categories as points might be worth less and less over time. So the challenge is that the way people see a lot of people see these programs is more of a one-way element than a two-way element. They see themselves being asked to give loyalty, but they're not feeling loyalty at the same time. And that's really where the opportunity comes in, right? Because what we need to look at is how do we solve that problem? And the answer is not we're going to add more benefits, right? We've seen in many instances people add a longer and longer list of benefits, but the truth is what you're doing in doing that is maybe covering more bases, but there's still only a limited budget that any brand has that they can spend on benefits. So as you add more, you're just cutting into the budget from other places. This is just the natural way that these things work. And so what you're not giving people, you might cover more people to make them feel like there's something there, but you're not giving deeper value to the people who are actually there. It's a breadth rather than a depth element that we see. The way this really needs to change is rather than looking at how we look at the value extraction that consumers might feel, we need to be looking at how can we look at the value delivery that consumers really want. Ultimately, that's a very hard thing to do. It's a very hard thing to do because we have to ask, do we really know what the consumer wants? Typically speaking, brands who are building up first-party data and building up loyalty programs have a fairly limited amount of data to work with. They'll have contact details, they'll have demographics, they'll have social signals, but there's a lot that they don't have about the customer. They don't have motivations. They don't know the dreams. They don't know the context of when that decision was made. They don't understand the ambition for a product purchase or what's behind it. There's a lot that people don't know. And what we've done, and as I introduced at the beginning, what we've done is we've worked with a lot of third-party brands to look at different social signals and probabilistic triggers. And in some cases, those are fantastic. And in some cases, those are challenging. But in most cases, they're either based on cookies, which, as we know, are going to be deprecated, or they're based on walled gardens, where the signals are never something the brand gets to know about the individual. They're things that the brand can use to target. And that works really well for media targeting, but not necessarily as well when trying to understand what are the benefits and how do we drive value within a loyalty program. That becomes still quite complicated in that regard. So when we think of how that changes, and I already spoke to this at the beginning, we talk about crypto wallets, right? And again, I introduced that as where things will sit. And when we talk about Web3 and crypto wallets, this is where those tokens about me that indicate what I enjoy, what I've done, that they can wind up sitting in that wallet, right? And they can be stored by me, and I will own that data. So instead of just having likes that are scattered in different places, I will own the data of what I've liked and who I've engaged with and how that's going to work. And I will choose who I share it with. And when I choose to share as a consumer, choosing to share with a brand, that's called zero-party data, right? It's not first-party data that you hold. It's zero-party data. I hold it, and I give it to you of my free will. Now, the interesting thing about that is as more and more tokens go in and the picture gets to be more complete of the when I hold the data, what you're going to get is not just one little piece that you might have permission to ask for. What you're going to get is everything that I've deemed worthy of keeping, or a permissioned view of that, whatever I as the consumer give you permission to look at. But it's going to be a much broader set of data. It's going to be a more timely set of data, and it's going to be a more accurate set of data in time, because ultimately I'm going to control it, and it's not going to be portioned off with different providers, each one only seeing a small piece. So this is the promise, right? The promise is that with a wallet, and it's not today and we're not there yet, but with a wallet, I will be able to share a greater degree of who I am with the brands I engage with. And with that, you start to get to the potential of being able to do some really interesting things, right? When you know more about me, you can invest more behind the things that interest me. Then that's going to help me want to lean into you and align my interests. When my interests are more aligned, I'm going to feel more like participating. As I participate and do things with you, there's no better way to build affinity than actual participation. So I'll wind up with stronger brand affinity over time, and that stronger brand affinity is going to influence choice and preference, and ultimately, as my choice and preference go up, you can drive greater investment. So that's the little circle, and I'm going to unpack how that really works as brands think of tokenized brand loyalty and tokenized loyalty program in a way that makes them more active and more memorable, right? So I'm not the only one thinking like this. It's worth saying. It's worth saying that many brands are building in that direction. As I said, we're not there yet. There's still quite a bit to be built and quite a bit to do. But there are brands that are starting to think about what loyalty is going to look like in this space. Salesforce has announced NFT Cloud. Hang is a venture-backed company that's building out a Web3 native platform for loyalty. And there are a whole lot of other token companies, Smart Token Labs, Perkable, Cube, that are building out use cases that really drive into different loyalty type behaviors, whether that be NFT and behavior-based segmentation, whether that be rewards based on proof of behavior, whether that be using NFTs and creating different traits to indicate levels or rewards. Ultimately, what we're talking about is if this, then that type behaviors on a blockchain, governed by a blockchain, and in that way it works, right? So in this way, that's what we're seeing. It's not just the tech brands that are diving in. We're seeing some pretty big name consumer brands and brands overall that are moving into this space. And I'm going to talk about what they're doing and how they're doing that through a few different stories, right? And we'll start by talking about NYX. And NYX is a cosmetics brand from L'Oreal, and they have announced the launch of a DAO, a decentralized autonomous organization, right? Now, let's just say that what this really means in the case of NYX, they're launching a DAO. It's going to be called Gorgeous. It hasn't launched yet. They've only announced it, but it is a beauty brand looking at what the future of beauty is and looking at avatars and recognizing that people are already spending money dressing up their avatars. They're going to want to make those avatars look beautiful. They're going to want to invest in making their avatar look as perfect as possible, and they're going to need artists to help them. So L'Oreal, NYX, is building this DAO as a launch pad for 3D creators and artists to come in and tell them what do they see when they think about that world. How do they see 3D beauty actually evolving, and giving them a voice? And that way, the people who have that voice and who are working with them, they're likely to see that their voice matters to the brand, and in that way drive a further bit of loyalty. So we start with just listening. We go into the next one, which will be rewarding, and in this case, a very simple reward, a reward with crypto, right? And this is Mercado Libre, and Mercado Libre is the Amazon of Latin America. We'll leave it at that to keep it simple. And you get loyalty points when you buy things with Mercado Libre. And what they're doing is they're translating all of those loyalty points to a cryptocurrency. And now there will be Mercado Libre coins, right? And those Mercado Libre coins can be bought and sold on an open market. So you can go to anywhere not anywhere, but to a specific crypto exchange, and you'll be able to sell your loyalty points. And what's important about this, even though the only people who will take those loyalty points is Mercado Libre, they're the only people that are going to let you pay with Mercado Libre coins. So, but what's important about it is for people who should get just a small number of coins, or for people who have a large number of coins, but prefer not to use them, they are going to be able to actually redeem those at a real value. They might trade at a slight discount. They might not. I don't know. We'll see what happens there. But what it does do is it means that nobody's going to feel cynical and feel like they can't get anything from this. They're going to feel like, actually, even if I just buy a little, there's always something that I can do. That reward is actually something I can redeem, and I can get something back for it. So that's the really interesting piece that's happening there. Probably the biggest news is Starbucks, right? They run the biggest loyalty program in the world, and they announced a few months ago that they were going to launch a Web3 token-based loyalty program. Important to note, it's just launching in the US to start with. Also important to note, when you read the press release, they don't ever talk about tokens, right? They're not talking about NFTs. They're not talking about these things. They're talking about things that they're calling journey stamps. It's all built on a Polygon blockchain, and so what you're seeing is still Web3, and you're seeing this in action. But what it's not is it's not trying to convince consumers that they need to join this space. From a PR perspective, from a reputation perspective, they're building on the trust that you have with Starbucks already, rather than the trust that you might have in that technology. But what they're doing is they're saying, we're not just going to reward you for purchase. The interesting bit is they're saying they're not just going to reward you for purchase, they're going to reward you for behaviors. You're going to be able to come in, you're going to be able to take a quiz about Starbucks, you're going to be able to do something in the store. And those things are going to start giving you tokens or altering tokens. And so you're going to be able to build up a profile, build up a reward structure, not only based on how much you spend on the store, but how much you do with the brand, how much you participate. This is that participation economy that I spoke of in action. And so that's really where Starbucks is going. And as you look at that, right, as you look at that, what we're going to see is people being able to then sell what they earn, sell what they get as far as tokens within a shoppable marketplace or buy other elements. You're going to see people able to buy not with crypto, but being able to buy with regular credit cards. And you're going to see rewards that are experiential as well. They're already talking about rewards that will be things like take an online espresso martini class, or be able to go and see in Costa Rica, the place where they grow the coffee. So you're talking about all different kinds of experiences as rewards, and not just get a free coffee. So they're really trying to change the game. And that's where they're going, and they're looking at how they roll this out quickly. Carrying on with the engagement side, I do want to add one more, because I think it's that engagement side of in real life rewards, of being able to get something like what Starbucks is offering as an espresso martini class, or visiting something, that's important. But it's not just do something digitally, get a real life reward. It can also actually be just real life engagement that matters, right? So in this case, this is Fly Fish Club. Fly Fish Club is a restaurant that's opening in New York. And the only way to make a reservation at this restaurant is to own the NFT. So no NFT, you can't book a reservation. And there's only a few thousand NFTs out there in the world in the first place. So this is going to be a very, very exclusive restaurant, and a very hard reservation to get. But to make it kind of interesting, you are going to be able to lend your NFT if you own one to your friends. So your friends could go, they could just borrow your NFT and make a reservation. Or you could even rent it out. If, for example, a company was coming to New York and they wanted to host guests at a very exclusive restaurant. Well, what's more exclusive than a restaurant that you can only get into if you own the NFT? These are all interesting use cases, but the point here is one thing, that the overlap between these digital tokens and kind of real life engagement is going to get more and more harmonious. We're going to see more use cases like that. We've already started to see physical products and digital products combine as one through brands like Nike, but we're going to see more and more use cases start to develop. I think of loyalty as well from the service perspective, right? And this is not a traditional loyalty case. This is what I'm calling a service loyalty case. But Alfa Romeo is at the beginning of next year launching a car, and they're giving that car an NFT as a car title. And what they're saying the value to that is that number one, you're going to be registered on the blockchain as owning that car. Number two, if you go and do maintenance on that car and you do it with the Alfa Romeo body shop, they are going to add more data to the NFT to show what work's been done. And in that sense, the quality of the maintenance is going to be provable. So most automotive brands make most of their money, not in the first sale, but in the aftermarket, the dealerships make their money, not in the first sale, but in the aftermarket, in the maintenance, in all of those elements. So how do car dealers get people to be more loyal to their dealerships when getting maintenance done? Well, by proving that actually that if we can prove that the workmanship was done of a higher quality, maybe those cars will hold their value better. And that's the bet that's being made here. But the interesting side of it actually is what happens later. And remember, they're only releasing this next year. But let's speculate and let's look further down the road, right? What's another big problem that car companies have? Another big problem that car companies have when it comes to loyalty is that they don't know who their used car buyers are. They've tried launching programs, certified used cars, these sorts of things, in order to get more used car buyers and build that relationship. But in many cases, the car is still sold direct from the first owner to the second owner. And in this case, Alfa Romeo would be none the wiser. Well, what if there's an NFT that signals ownership? Now, when I sell my car, I'm going to sell that and I'm going to give it to someone else and I'm going to transfer the NFT at the same time. And when that NFT transfers, there's going to be a record on the blockchain that I've now transferred the NFT to someone else. Alfa Romeo is going to be able to see it, and they'll be able to see the wallet address of the new buyer. They're not going to know their name. They're not going to know anything about them. They're not going to know who they are, but they are going to know the wallet address. And what they're going to be able to do once they know the wallet address is at least get in touch with that person and say to them, you know what, we'll give you free maintenance, or we'll give you a free checkup on your car if you bring it into the dealership, or we'd like to invite you for a day out of fun driving with our auto club, or any other sense of rewards. But what they're going to be able to do is create an incentive for that used car buyer to come to the brand and say, okay, I want to engage with you. And at that point, you start to build a real relationship. And at that point, you can start to build a real loyalty model. And that's the really interesting thing about this service loyalty model. The next thing we're going to talk about, though, is how loyalty is going to be reimagined altogether, right? And no presentation is complete without a Snoop Dogg reference. So we'll talk about Snoop Dogg. And Snoop recently repurchased, or he never owned it, but he was a member of it, of Death Row Records. So he bought the Death Row Records label, and he's launched it now as an NFT record label, right? And so you can see on the left-hand side, the little records, the little images of the NFTs. Great. You can see what they're doing. So I could buy a song, I could own a song, I could play a song. You might be asking yourself, how is this different? I can buy a song right now from Apple Music. I can play a song. I can do all of that. It makes no difference. Well, it does. Because remember what I said at the beginning. We're getting rid of the intermediary, right? That's the key part of what we're talking about here. And the interesting thing, let's sort of imagine how this works, and let's put a use case together, right? Let's say that Snoop released a song. It was doing really well. He wanted it to be the big summer hit, the song that everybody's listening to over the summer. And it's doing really well. It's getting great airplay on the radio. Lots of people are listening to it on Spotify. And he's also getting a lot of buyers who are buying the NFT and owning the song themselves. And now all of a sudden, let's say he can see the data that says that people on Spotify are listening to it less. What does he do? Well, in most cases, he can, spend more money to get more radio play or something like that. But in this case, actually, Snoop has options, because the owners, the people who bought the NFT of the song, they are people who he has a direct relationship with. So he might be able to send them what's called an airdrop. Just send them a new token, right? And that new token that he sends them, he might send them a remix of the song. He might send them an a cappella version of the song and challenge them to do something with it. He might send them the instrumental and challenge people to remix it. He can come up with new ways to engage people and get them reinvigorated and re-excited about the song, to build that kind of momentum back up and get everyone to really love what he was playing. So you can start to see how an artist, or in truth, any brand who had a direct relationship with a customer, could start to manage the ebbs and flows of people using their product and engaging with their product through a much wider variety of tactics at their disposal. Ultimately, what we're seeing in all of this, right, in everything that I've just said, what we've seen in all of it is a major shift. I said at the beginning, we're talking about moving from an audience economy to a participation economy. That's about moving from thinking about people differently and thinking about people instead of thinking about them as the audience who are just there to sit back and listen to what your brand has to say, and hopefully they're going to consume an ad, they're going to consume a message, and it's going to mean something to them. We're now moving to a world where we should expect people to lean in as the protagonist, do what they think is right, be master of their own destiny, and look at how they want to engage and how they want to participate with the brand. It's going to be an interesting shift that happens, but that shift towards a protagonist mentality is what we're going to see as we move towards metaverse experiences, as we move towards Web3 experiences, as we move to ownership-based and token-based experiences. And what we're going to find is that we're going to see that come to life through zero-party data, and it's going to be giving people a protagonist point of view is going to encourage them to share more with us, because if they share more with us, they'll be able to get even more structure and even more of what they're looking for within that protagonist-based model. Ultimately, and I shared this at the beginning, but what we're looking at is a view where NFTs, where tokens, are not going to be the end of a purchase journey. Today, when someone buys your product, you typically think of it as the bottom of a funnel, and that is the KPI is success. As we get rid of the intermediary, and as that token starts sitting there and living there, that token is a direct connection between your brand and the consumer. And in that sense, it is no longer the end of a purchase, but the start of a more informed relationship. A relationship where the brand has the power to listen through that data, to align interests, to reward people and encourage participation, to engage with them online and offline through tokenized mediums in order to reinforce affinity, to drive service-based loyalty, to influence preference, and to reimagine entirely new business models that enhance the connection that your brand has with consumers. And with that, I hope you found that interesting. I thank you very much for your time today. I'm very, very appreciative and know that all of you are busy. So thank you. And I hope that some of what I've said is something that you find useful going forward. And I look forward to the next time I get to engage with you. Thank you very much.
That's Justin Payton from Wonderman Thompson. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the end of the first session of our afternoon session. So please, now we are going to have a coffee break. Please refresh yourself with a cup of coffee and return to the venue at 3:40. 各位贵宾，我们现在进入到中场休息时间，请各位贵宾走一走，然后喝一杯咖啡。我们下午3点40分准时回到会场，继续下午的议程。谢谢大家，待会见。Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the session. 各位先生、各位女士，欢迎回到我们下午第2场次的分享会。那我们接下来这个场次呢，很荣幸邀请到台湾奥迪的安萨瑞先生，他是台湾奥迪、台湾福斯集团及台湾奥迪的总裁。他今天将要跟我们谈谈未来移动的数位新面貌。Ladies and gentlemen, for the first talk of the afternoon second session, it's our honor to have Mr. Rahir Ansari from Audi Taiwan. He is the Chief Executive Officer of Volkswagen Group Taiwan and Managing Director of Audi Taiwan. He is going to share his thoughts on the new generation of digitalization in automotive industry. Let's welcome him.
Okay, thank you very much. Not many people, but more online, so it's okay. This is actually exactly what it is about. It's about the digital journey. So, but I appreciate your physical presence over here. So, yeah, my name is Rahil Ansari. Introduction was done. Before we start, first things first, I would like you to scan this QR code because I have a little bit of some interaction with you ahead of us. So the next 40 minutes, I will not only sell you cars and make you buy cars, but I will also ask you to scan this QR code. Don't worry, you don't get a car delivery automatically when you scan this.
好，麻烦各位现场的朋友帮我们加入一下这个，扫一下 QR code， 加入我们等一下的互动问答时间，谢谢。
So anyone who has not scanned this QR code so far, okay, I'm waiting.
都要扫哦，我们等一下的互动很精彩哦。
Looks okay. Everyone there? You can, of course, send some smileys and surprises. 60 people I see already participating. $59, which means one reduced, one exited this. 62, okay. Anyone who needs to do it, scan it? No. Perfect. Then I will start with my presentation. Of course, I will take, when we talk about digitalization in the automotive industry, I will take one example out of the Volkswagen Group, which is Audi, and want to show you actually over the next few minutes how Audi is going to digitalize the entire customer journey in Taiwan. Now, before we start, I would like to actually ask you a question. What do you think is the actual internet penetration rate in Taiwan? So you have your QR code, your questions, please respond, and then we will also see the response. Someone actually typed in my name, Rahil. Okay, that's not me. By the way, I always get this message. Someone types in my name. "16 seconds we have time to respond to this question. And then we will also directly see the response to this. For some of you, it may be a surprise. For some of you, it will not be a surprise. 3, 2, 1. Okay, time's up. Let's have a look at the results. 74%, 3/4 of you answer correctly. 91% is the correct answer. So we already see that Taiwan has a very high internet penetration rate, and I would like to make one comparison also with other regions across the globe. So when we look at, for example, when we see this screen, sorry, there was one back. When we see this, that the global average internet penetration rate is at 62.5%. If you don't see the screen, just listen to me, it doesn't matter. 62.5% is the internet penetration rate globally. Taiwan is actually close to Northern Europe. Northern Europe with 98% is the highest, and Taiwan at 91% is pretty high. What does it tell us? Well, first of all, it tells us that all of you and all of us, we are very active in Taiwan when it comes to internet. But that's not all. It, of course, also means that we basically also, if I take it one step further, we now, almost everyone in this room buys online, shops online. Maybe I will ask just quickly in the round, any one of you who shops online? Please raise your hand. Okay, yeah, that's 100%, almost. No, one hand was not there, but okay. Yeah, so consumers typically buy everything online now. So that actually means that we purchase high value goods, whether it's Gucci, we purchase even rice, we purchase fruits, we purchase everything online. But that's not it. So if we actually, so when I talk about high luxury goods, even Gucci, that's purchased online. But when we look at, for example, the automotive industry, the majority is like still physical presence. It's all about visiting the dealership, for example, in the showroom. It's all about like, okay, I look at print ads to gather some information. I look at product booklets to gather information. And I look at the official website. But typically, yeah, that's it, how I gather information, and I go physically to the showroom. I don't buy a car actually at the moment online. Because, and that's the point, there are limited functionalities actually at the moment that are offered by the manufacturers. And this is something we want to change. And I want to show you and take you along on this journey how Audi in Taiwan wants to change this. So how big is actually digitalization as part of our life now? This is I want to start with, and then actually take you on this journey on how Audi Taiwan wants to change this. Now, sorry, that the technical hiccup is there. But what we have done at Audi Taiwan is we have redefined the entire customer journey now into 4 phases. The first phase is, of course, awareness. The second phase is discovery. Third phase is exploration and purchase. And the fourth one is, of course, ownership. And we've clustered this, first of all, what is the current status? Conventional method is actually when you have awareness, how do you gain awareness? Some of those topics I mentioned already now. It's basically you have awareness visiting the showroom. You basically also look at Google. You have TVC campaigns. You have ads where you basically gather information. Then, and this is like the typical older way, when it comes to discovery of a brand, you go to the website. This is how you typically at the moment, okay, I want to gain some information, I go to the website and that's it. And then when you say, okay, I'm interested in a car, let's look at it. How do I get some more information on the car? How do I actually also can experience and buy a car? Then I make a physical visit to the dealership. It's very simple. I go to the dealership, I look at the car, then the sales consultant consults me, I buy the car, and I purchase the car. And then the validation happens, my financing goes through, and that's it. Pretty boring, actually. And this is something also what we want to change, yeah, with regard to the digital journey. So look at now digitalized touch points. How do we want to do this now in the future? Some of it actually already has been implemented. So typically now when we look at awareness, we don't only consider only like Google, we don't only consider YouTube or anything anymore. Of course, you have like the new social media. Instagram is coming up more and more in Taiwan. Of course, Facebook is very common. But we also look at now different functionalities like, yeah, or different platforms like LinkedIn. Even this as a professional platform is more used. Now what comes up now, and this is a big change now, we actually go with regard to a 360-degree journey. And I will take you also now in a video on this if the technology works over here. So this will be then the part of like really the discovery phase, how you discover the brand as such online. Then, of course, you have the exploration phase and the discovery phase or purchase phase with regard to VR, AR. I will also show you the same. And then basically the ownership, where we basically will also launch an app soon. So some of those functionalities, left side, awareness, all existing. Discovery, exploration, and purchase, and ownership will be completely newly digitalized from Audi Taiwan in the next few weeks. So not only months, but next few weeks from now. So what does it mean, awareness? You know this, I mentioned this, I think it's pretty straightforward, everyone, easy to understand. So we'll skip this. Yeah? But of course, when it comes to certain features on digital, the human element is somehow missing. So what we have implemented at Audi Taiwan is also a chatbot. So basically the chatbot also gives you the response from where you actually feel it's a human element and actually also you get the response back. What else? Discovery phase. And this is now where it's going to be a little more interesting. In the discovery phase, you will see this now, in a few weeks from now, we will have a 360-degree car viewing. And how does this car viewing actually looks like? Yeah? Sounds pretty easy. It's not, because it's not just pictures of a car, but it's actually also really a proper configuration, and you see the interior of a car in reality. Let's have a look at the video, and then we can see how that works. Okay. So you see now, actually, when you now for the brand website, so whether it's as a mobile function or whether you're on the website, you can basically configure a car with really looking at a car as if it's in reality. So the pictures that you see over here are traditionally no longer old school, but they actually give you a very good perspective on how the car is. So of course, you can look at, I change this one. You look at colors of the car, you look at, of course, different features of the car that you can personalize the elements, so it's not only from the outside. You, of course, look at the interior of a car as well, and this is actually where the interesting part starts, because typically, aesthetics, I see a majority of female over here in the room. Aesthetics play a crucial role, especially for the female side. Yeah, the male side, and this is not because I'm inventing this is also our studies that show this. Male side looks at alloy wheels. Female side looks at also, especially the interior, how well do I feel inside of the car. So basically, this will also show you a little bit on the interior when it comes to this. It doesn't sound revolutionary, but if you look at the details of it, this is actually also a very clear picture, or very clear design picture of how a car in reality looks like, to enable the customer also to get a good feeling on, okay, if I configure a car, this is actually how my real car will look like. Okay, what else? I'll skip this. I know there's the video still going, so we can look at it. Exploration purchase phase. This is now one of those elements where actually the entire purchase will change. Like I told you at the beginning, people come physically to a showroom. They actually want to buy a car and go to the sales consultants, have a look, but there are several reasons why people would not want to go to a car. And this is why I would like to ask you, what factors prevent you from visiting a car showroom? Just answer, yeah? It's like, why wouldn't you want to go to a showroom? Is it too far away? I don't have time to go. Stress of entering a car showroom, I don't feel comfortable because people come to me and then I feel like, okay, the pressure of I have to buy something, or they want to just sell me something. Or the display cars do not match with my needs. And this is actually a very good point. 65% of people, they find stress. It's like, I don't feel comfortable going into a car showroom, especially into a luxury car showroom. Very expensive cars, sales consultants, they come, they ask me, can I help you? And then I feel like observed. I feel observed going around in the showroom, having to look at the car, and every step that I do in the showroom, I'm looked at, I'm watched at. People don't like this. It's a human feeling. It's normal. Yeah? So you're not alone. Everyone feels the same. Whether it's a car showroom, whether it's a Chanel boutique, whether it's Gucci, you name it. You always feel like, okay, I'm being observed. And this is not a good feeling. As a human being, you don't like being observed. You just want your inner peace and look in silence and make your choice in silence independently. And this is why we actually will come up with augmented reality. I'll show you now, our head of digital, Ajay, is there, how this works. So the idea is that sales consultants go home to the customer, potential customer, so there's not the obligation to buy a car. Let's wait for the plane to go. And when you basically, so there's a visit at home, so you're in your own terrain. You feel safe. It's my home. If I want the sales consultant to go, I'll ask him, hey, sorry, I have an appointment. I don't have time anymore. But the idea is actually that you have a very personalized experience. Apart from those 2/3 of the people that basically said, I don't feel comfortable. And this is where basically augmented reality comes into play. You can configure your car the way you want it to have, exactly the same. You can actually also park it in your parking and see how it looks like. Or make it even more convenient in your living room. You have your coffee, you have your tea, and then you see how the car is going to be configured. Exactly the same what I showed you on the website, but now as augmented reality with a person coming home and visiting you. And of course, when we go inside of the car, you see exactly the same. You see how does my car look on the inside. What's the color? Color changes. The interior of an Audi. So you can explore also the back a little bit, and you see exactly what features are actually included in a car. No stress for the customer or potential customer, no stress for whoever is interested. You just do it, and you see the car from the inside, from the outside. You can also then show actually some safety features. Airbags, very important for us, for everyone in Taiwan. Safety elements. You see also the air conditioning, the flow of the air conditioning. How does the flow go? Pretty interesting. Massage function we see here as well. Ventilated seats, you see this. Then you can see also that the seat is reclining. Okay, I have a feature of my car that can recline. Typically, and okay, let's face it, this is now not an everyman's car because that's an A8. It's a pretty highly exclusive car, but I chose this car now to also show you one of the latest models. But this will be, of course, available also for any car. And these are interesting features to take away the pressure of people to feel obliged to do everything in the showroom. Okay. Virtual reality. Of course, this is also another function. Then we come basically again to an experience in the showroom. What can you also offer in the showroom? We want to enhance the experience. Traditional dealership, I go to the car showroom and so on, that's old school, that's over. But going into a showroom, not only experiencing a nice coffee, a lounge, a bar, and a setup without an obligation to have to buy is one part of the experience. The other part of the experience is actually digital. So augmented reality you theoretically can also do in the showroom. You can also configure the car together with the sales consultant on the website, or you can just go into virtual reality. And then you have virtual reality as a completely, entirely new world. Let's have a look at it. So you see basically now a futuristic landscape and futuristic world of Audi, how you can actually explore different elements within a showroom, actually within a showroom you will experience, but just with more features. You see actually also a learning phase. So learning something on electric mobility we see there, learning something on connectivity. What does it mean? Yeah, we all talk about electric mobility, but many people don't actually understand what it means, and that's okay. But these are then learning features on like the virtual reality world that you can learn and experience on your own in the showroom without this embarrassment, oh, I have to ask the sales consultant, what does it exactly mean? Sometimes it also occurs that people are afraid to ask because they want to save themselves from the embarrassment of not knowing facts. And that's okay, because everyone is different, and the confidence level of everyone is also different. And even the skill set of knowing things, or the knowledge or the expertise on cars is different. What else? Mobile sales solution. We will have, of course, also an Audi shop online where you can basically buy a car. You can also buy accessories. All this we will launch in a few weeks from now. 3 very easy steps. You can also buy merchandise. Let's look at e-tron merchandise. Very simple. You choose the collection from the Audi collection. You go on the booking and you can directly buy this. If you want, you can also buy an additional charger online if you already have an e-tron. What else do we do in terms of digital? Electric vehicles, everyone talks about electric vehicles, but a lot of people don't know, and that's why we have created actually online a functionality to have an exchange with community, an EV driving community, because even this is sometimes a bit of a challenge. Because people just don't know, okay, where to charge, what is our preferred routes with an electric vehicle or not. Then, ownership. And now this is going to be interesting. When I own a car, let's assume you have purchased the car now. Mobile sales solution, sales consultant comes home, and I basically own a car. So if you own a car, there are factors that are inconvenient for you when it comes to service. I I have to go to the service, get my car repaired, get my car maintenance. What are your key factors that you don't like? Oh. Know who is responsible for the service, I don't know. Difficult to make appointments, sometimes not easy to reschedule, or not able to know the status of my maintenance. Okay, let's see. Difficult to make appointments. 40%, 4 out of 10 people say it's very difficult to make appointments. Because you say, the dealership tells you a date. No, I cannot do it then. They mention an alternative. You cannot because you're on a business trip. Another date, no, sorry, it's not possible. What's the best way to do it? An app. So we will have an Audi app in Taiwan, which basically also will enable you to do exactly what I mentioned earlier. Apart from the service, I come to the service booking part as well. But this app will give you, of course, information on cars, will give you information on a virtual showroom, and also driving experience. You want to test drive, you want to book a car. Same with like e-tron, what I mentioned. You have different functionalities. You can also select locations on where to go. And you can also mention, okay, my car had a breakdown. I can call someone directly on the app. And this is now related to the service booking, I can actually choose exactly, okay, my service booking. I can choose the dates. I see available time slots and make it much more easier. Of course, it's not a revolution for digital, because we know this from other industries, but for a car industry, it's just simply not existing. It's very traditional. You make a call and you ask, okay, or you ask your partner or your secretary or whoever to call and make an appointment. And this makes it sometimes very inconvenient. The easiest is then you can basically choose also free available slots. What else? Okay, this works. You can reschedule, because quite often you also have, I have some plans already. I need to reschedule. I have a dinner with a friend. I have an appointment. I'm traveling, so you have to change. What is also new is you can choose your service advisor. Quite often you have a preferred person that is servicing you. And yeah, because it's all about relationship by the end of the day, because you trust people or you don't trust people. When you buy a car, you buy a brand because you trust the brand. And if you stick to the brand, then it's typically also mostly a dealership that you stick to because you feel the service is good over there, the sales is good over there. And typically this is very personal. It's mostly like one or the other person within the dealership that you trust, especially in the area of service that plays a big role. And that's why we will offer also a functionality where you can actually choose the service advisor that will support you in getting your car serviced. And of course, if you buy an expensive car, you should also have like some benefits. So we will launch a loyalty project, loyalty club, where you can also earn and collect points and also pay for it. Since this is something coming up, I will not detail this out, but there are many topics where you can basically also buy when you service your car and buy your car. Why are we doing this? It sounds a little bit like I'm doing an Audi commercial. It's not. I just wanted to give you a transparency on what actually you can do when you have this. And this should not be something that is related to Audi only, but this should be actually an ecosystem that should be there for all the car manufacturers in the market. So independent of Audi, but we see it as an integrative way of approaching customers, and that's why we said, okay, we will also present it over here to give you an overview of what actually a luxury car brand does in terms of digitalization. So that's actually also almost it from my side. I know I'm a bit short in timing, but we actually believe that there's no only digital, or there's not only a physical way, but the way that we go ahead is phygital. Of course, we ideally would want people to visit our showrooms because we believe in the personal interaction. Yeah, when I also say inviting people to the lounge, to the bar, to have a coffee and have a very personalized experience. But at the same time, I also understand that people do not want to have this and they rather want to have first a digital experience with the brand. And that's what we want to offer with this as well. Plus also, you don't always have the time and the convenience to go to a dealership. That's why you need to be digitally connected to a brand as well. Having said this, first of all, thank you very much. I know it's not everyone's topic with car industry. I saw some people were not as excited about this. It's a very particular topic. That's why I know I cannot enthuse everyone with this topic, but that's actually also an overview of what is happening in the car industry. And of course, since we have time left, I would like to open the stage for a few questions. If you have questions, don't ask me if you get a discount on an Audi or anything, but of course you can ask anything related to Volkswagen Group, to Audi, if you feel like, not necessarily related to digital.
好，那我们这边Rahil 先生开放现场观众或是线上提问，有没有观众想要趁这个很好的机会来提问一下，跟数位化有关？如果是跟买车有关的话，就比较不适合。可是如果是跟数位化有关的话，很欢迎提出。
No questions, that's easy.
Okay, hi.
Hi.
So I would like to know that, so now you have this technology for customers to experience the car, maybe at home or online, but how about, do you have any plan, does Audi have any plan about the physical showroom for the future plan? Because now if I can experience online, then what about the function for the showroom?
So exactly those same functions you can use. So when you will go to an Audi showroom in a few weeks from now, you will have a personalized experience. There's a sales consultant coming to you. You can either do it in a traditional way and like configure the car together with him on the website. You can of course sit inside of the car, or you just take an iPad. Now the sales consultant will take the iPad and actually show you how your car looks like. And this is what we mean with phygital. You basically have a mixture of both, integrated into both worlds. The virtual experience, the virtual reality will also be there. So AR and VR will be available in the showroom. AR will also be available outside of the showroom. So actually you have the best of both worlds combined.
Thank you. 还有没有要提问的观众在这边？
Thank you for your sharing first. I want to know more about, because you show us like you have the my Audi app, but in Taiwan there are so many people have very deep connection on the social media platform. So did Audi have any plan to connect the audience on the social media like Facebook, Instagram, and also LINE, because LINE is the most popular app in Taiwan? Yeah.
So on all the platforms you can connect with us directly. Yeah. So we have like a Facebook page, we have an Instagram page, we have LINE where you can directly connect with us, and then of course you have the app. So we will give multiple options just to make sure that you have this possibility. We even take it one step further. If you, for example, have the My Audi app, you can also like do payments directly. So with LINE Pay. So this is also something which is then possible, so this payment when you order something on the app, you can directly also pay with LINE. So we actually combine it from the app. You have also a link actually to social media if you want to.
Thank you so much.
还有观众要提问吗？好，这边我们the chairperson of 4A.
Most difficult question from you, Vince.
My question actually from Robin. No, so we were talking about from one of your questions is about the barriers of customers. Yeah. The highest rate is about don't want a salesperson to approach me like to push it. But at the same time, Robin wants to have a human touch, want to have the texture, want to try the new car. How about to this kind of target group who really want to see the real car and to try the car, but don't want to be bothered, like no people shop. So for this kind of group, do we have any solutions or direction to this?
So this is actually the AR solution that I talked about. The idea is, let's say you look like an A8 customer maybe with a suit. So an A8 or an A6, we would basically arrange for a test drive with you. So the sales consultant would go to your home, but take the iPad with him or with her, and then basically also come and explain some car features to you with augmented reality. So basically the same car we can display in your living room. We can also configure a new car, show you more features like we showed here. What is the safety, security of this car? What are some technical features in case you want to know? And then, of course, you go physically for this test drive. This is the idea because, exactly like you say, Vince, it's not everyone wants to do this. Not everyone likes this and wants to also stay anonymous. Especially sometimes in a higher segment, we experience the same. That like customers of an A8, they want to stay rather anonymous without going to the showroom.
这边还有一个提问，我们 Robin 会长。
Hi, thank you for your presentation.
I think it's okay, we can hear you.
Thanks for your presentation, inspired me a lot. I have one question beside the digital transformation. As your forecast for the car industry, when will recovery become normal like before without any supply chain issue?
Okay, that's a different question from digitalization. I can tell you that actually from next year onwards, we will have more supply overall. I can, of course, speak now for the Volkswagen Group Taiwan only and not for the other manufacturers. So we will definitely have more supply next year because currently the situation that's known, we could have sold many more cars than we did, while it was still a very successful year, 2022, I have to say. So from next year it will start, but I guess it will take a few months until like really full supply is back on board. I think you all know this. The semiconductors, the situation is not the easiest one globally. So of course this will remain a little bit for a few months, but we are very confident that 23 is going to be honest, a record year for Volkswagen Group Taiwan. Thank you for your question. Thanks for the question.
One more question here.
There's one more there.
Last one. 可以吗? Hi, thank you very much for your sharing. Again, also, I think it's pretty inspiring to see very luxury / traditional industries really acknowledging that the users need to be able to see, to test, to purchase the products through different channels. My question is actually very simple. Is like, so all these functions are available already in Taiwan?
Not all of them, but in the next few weeks, okay. Some of the features are going to be released. And to be honest, within the next 4 to 6 months, we're going to launch all those features.
Okay. And what about other countries? Like, is there a very a similar strategy throughout all the different continents?
That's a very difficult and challenging question you're asking me. The answer is yes and no. There are always country specifics. So we have a global digitalization strategy. So of course, then it's you have some of the framework that is similar. But then you have local differentiations. Like I showed earlier, the internet penetration rate or even like the e-commerce penetration rate is different from country to country. So we have country-specific targets and developments as well. To be honest, we will be one of the quickest in the world. Some of those features are already implemented in India. Within the next 12 months, I tend to believe, I hope my head of digital is not killing me, we will be the benchmark across the globe for all Audi markets.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Very interesting.
Okay, 还有问题吗?
No more question? One more. John.
Sorry. Well, you showed us the digitalization of AR and VR in the showing for dealership. I'm just wondering that if it's going to take a further step into like metaverse sometime in the future, that maybe the entire island will be using just one showroom, or more personal interaction that's in the metaverse?
I think metaverse will come at a certain stage. To be honest, we have also evaluated this, within this year, but we decided not to go with it for the moment, simply because we see that with the target group that we have, they don't want to do this at this moment. It will come because, of course, the younger generation, and we see this, is now going into this, but you already see like the transformation in Taiwan from Facebook to Instagram, which is already now, but then the next step, metaverse, is about to happen. And we have had, to be honest, also and transparent, some interaction with some providers on how to implement this, and we could have done it, but we didn't want to. It's a question of time, but not yet. Thanks. Good question. Thank you. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, I think in the interest of time, we are going to close.
I have 5 minutes left.
5
no,
minutes.
just kidding. Okay.
好，那我们就结束这场提问吗？可以吗 ？Okay, thank you. So we thank Mr. Ansari. Let's give him a big round of applause for the inspirational talks he shared with us and the great interaction with the audience. Please remain on the stage as the chairperson of Web3 Things is going to present you a special gift.
Okay.
This is a money frog, also we call it golden toad. It's a souvenir from this year's DigiAsia. It will bring you prosperity, so we suggest you to leave it on your desk. Can you please also look at the back of the camera, please? One more, please. One more, please. One more camera out there. Thank you. Three, two, one, cheese. Thank you very much. Rahir Ansari from Audi Taiwan. Our next speaker is Alex Kim from the SMC Group. Alex is the CEO of SMC Group, and the talk he's going to share with us is short form video and play content. 我们下一位讲者是 SMC 集团的金龙泰执行长，我们掌声欢迎他。
大家好，我是金龙泰。We are a Korean social media marketing agency, and I appreciate DigiAsia for having me this amazing event. The SMC was founded based on the idea of 2.0, and I think it's a great opportunity to be here and share various opinions and insights about 3.0. I personally believe that 3.0 is an ideal philosophy and system for agencies like us. As a 2.0 ad agency, we have challenged content performance with our 500 crew members who are also called 2.0 creators. And now, it's time for us to step forward. We want to challenge the way 3.0. So I brought the title, Assemble Creators as 2.0 and Run as 3.0. I've been believing the core of the ad 3.0 was the creators. Next page. Yeah. Creator, SMC means social market creators. Yeah. Okay. I've been believing the core of the ad 3.0 was creator. Do you think creators own influencers? There is not only influencers. The SMC has 500 content creators. They are making their own TikTok content, YouTube content, Instagram content for brand social media channel. In 2009, I found myself the SMC, and I hoped our members would grow as creators. So the SMC, in fact, means social market creators, and now it's 2022. Each of the SMC crew members works as a creator, and they belong to a centralized autonomous organization. I believe this is a solid 2.0 structure that I have always dreamed of. We are now a leading agency in the social media in Korea. And it's time to start out the SMC 3.0. So today, I wanted to tell you how we built 2.0 and how we will go to 3.0 with our DAO system. First, let me play a short video of our group. We're making this kind of video film every year. 2 years ago, I'm making this film with our social media contents wrapping, so that you can learn about our business and how we create the best content for our clients.
Question: what brought you here today? Are you expecting another bland, commercialized film about a marketing agency? This is not that video. This video is not about us. It's about us. Are you simply just watching something right now? Nah, we're communicating. Video is simply the medium we chose. Actually, we're not just communicating. We are connecting. We are defined by content that moves people. I'm sure you'd like to drive awareness, create conversion, well, be loved by everyone, don't you? Content makes people move. You can buy your 5 seconds of artificial fame, but it ain't really real. Want to leave a lasting impression and be loved by real people? The answer is authenticity. Content created by the SMC will give birth to real relationships with real people. Something only our content can cultivate. Brands shouldn't be so disconnected from real people. They should be in our hands, our feeds, our playlists, in our lives. Only then, brands can truly connect and resonate with real people. Content makes people search, click, reply, and share. Algorithm gods will favor your branded content, and in turn, everyone will want to interact with you. If something sparks our interest, we naturally want to know more, be connected to it, and want it in our lives. We're obsessed with discovering new ways to find out what makes people move. We design our own products, fund them, manufacture them, and sell them. Sometimes we fail, we pout. Sometimes we succeed, we celebrate. But most importantly, we rinse and repeat to refine and polish our art. The world is connected, my friend. All of this is happening right now, simultaneously, all over the world. Today we made a mom and daughter in China shed tears of joy together, while we made a quiet boy in Indonesia decide on his epic trip to Korea. We felt the change coming, and this is why we're obsessed with refining our art. Our desire to disrupt the norm is what makes us innovators. The digital landscape will never cease to change, but our approach will always be the same, to stay one step ahead. Let me remind you, this video is not about us. It's about us. About all of the people we have come to influence. Are you ready to connect with the world? If you want to connect your brand to the world, the answer is the SMC.
Thank you, and I hope you understand our business better. As you've seen just now, the SMC creators are already leading this market. In 2009, we started out by running a blog for clients, and now produce all kinds of social media contents and campaigns for big companies like Samsung, YouTube Korea, Hyundai, etc. From text-based content like blogs, Twitter, communities, and web novels, the image contents represented by Facebook and Instagram, the video contents like YouTube and TikTok, and finally the play content that make users participate and make them produce it themselves. We define content consumption as 4 stages: read, view, watch, and play. It could be also text, image, video, and interaction web page. And we always make successful communication cases within this. Here, let's talk about play content. I think this play content is the most important step in Web3, and short form would be a great example of it. Short form has been positioned as the most popular form in social media marketing for the past 2 years. Its rise and favor are intense all over the world, and that's because it is watched, but it is also play in which viewers participate and engage as creators. By working with YouTube Korea, we have experienced a lot of participation and spread for aespa challenges, Blackpink Pink Venom challenges, and BTS My BTS Story challenges. There were about 90 million views and 150,000 video participants. Not only the creators, but also a number of general users joined the challenges. Just 10 years ago, when we making our own social media campaign, people usually watching our content, not creating our content. Or 5 years ago, when we making Instagram campaign, people just like or sharing our content, not making their own content. But now, with the short-form video content, people usually making their own content. More than 100,000 Korean people making brand campaign participate their own video. That is very huge change in last 10 years. We've run that kind of project. Interaction with content have already become another key objective of deciding whether the campaign is successful or not. Soon, people will want content that is more interactive and more connected. Also, for another example, the web-based labeling test, which is so popular in Korea, have 1 million share on average. Based on the content we produce, and I believe that such play content will increase rapidly and massively over the next 10 years. 2 years ago in Korea, metaverse marketing is very popular in Korea. So, but I think I usually playing Roblox game, kind of metaverse #1 game in the world. I playing with my 8-year-old son twice a week. But the kind of metaverse map is not easy to participate in order to. The kind of metaverse map is easy to play with kids. Not now. But I believe in next 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, the beta version of metaverse is kind of Web3 play campaign. That is from website. Website is not old-fashioned campaign, but playing content campaign is trend, I believe. So we, the SMC, going to making a metaverse content platform named Metav, METAVV. So I will show you the Metav project next. And now, we should discuss the importance of having human resources that are creative. 13 years ago, there were many agencies that started on a similar basis with us. And we are so proud that we are the only agency that has grown so big now. One of the biggest driving forces that made us lead the social media market is the creators, I believe. In the 2.0 environment, there are only viewers and followers, not creators. So, 10 years ago, 5 years ago, social media campaign KPI is just watching, view, engagement, and click. But now, as technology develops, it's very easy for everyone to upload and post their thought. So people became creators with their creativity and activity. They produce their own content. They show their own talents. And the SMC captured this trend and made our client brand a creator. The reason we could make this happen is that we encourage our members as marketing creators, and I call this 2.0 centralized autonomous organization. Thanks to our 2.0 creators who work creatively and actively, we were able to deliver a positive difference and move a step forward to 3.0. Then let's see our 2.0 structure here. In the center, there is 100 personnel. They provide research insights and lead the group. And outside of the center, there is 500 personnel who work as creators. Based on this structure, we could go ahead of 2.0 markets with clients in every different field. We have over 100 clients and handle over 300 media channels. And our centralized 2.0 creators, they are each account executive, editor and producer and performance marketer and designer and influence marketer, motion grapher, photographer, and so on. With one team, we have 100 team. That team serve our clients with social media content. Social media content making huge traffic and huge engagement can get another creator. So this kind of 5 personnel working as one team, they handle a full scope of running brands, media, and campaigns. On average, this one team covers projects with a budget of $1 million. It means they produce 150 text, 150 images, 100 short videos, 90 landing pages, 10 branding films, 500 display ads, and such as materials. With that, 1,000 contents a year with one brand, it can get a lot of traffic and a lot of conversion. So we can serve our clients sales boost and branding with social media marketing. And it will be exposed to 5 million targeted consumers and make them engage in media and campaigns a year. This $1 million with 5 million people conversion. 5 million people is Korean population, 10% of Korean population. So when the SMC can get a new clients, they are keep going our contracts again and again. And this one team structure enables us to quickly and effectively respond to clients and the market. We have 100 of this one team, which means 500 personnel are creating 100,000 contents a year, recording $100 million in sales. And due to effective resource management and our own production, we could make 45% as revenue. The reason why this centralized autonomous organization, cow structure, is the most efficient way is that the buyer's journey has become really complicated. Digital marketing has a lot of work scope. So most of clients didn't fulfill that kind of digital marketing result. As a result, various of complex work scope are followed and their connectivity becomes so important. Please keep an eye on this mesh middle. There are 3 major levels. First, we keep exposing brands to consumer with content. The content we make makes them explore the brands and be in favor of them. As the explore goes on, consumer will evaluate our brands or product or service. This repeated process of exploration and evaluation will eventually make consumers believe in brands. Then finally, we achieve the goal, the purchase. Purchase, and then consumer going to be a user, and then if they leave their thought with social media channel, and then they are going to be an ambassador of the brands. These days, this whole messy middle process is a journey of the branding, and to drive positive decisions for customers, we are working on the following 8 key tasks. Social as a channel of communication with customers. The SMC is more than 50% of sales from social media management. Second, campaign to deliver brand message on a large scale. Performance that extend the moment with customers and leads them to buy. MCN that connects brands with the right influencers. Production and IP to picture ideas with creativity. Influencer marketing that makes the brand image likable. Viral that creates trust through the user's voice. And for the last, PR that wraps up all this and spreads it widely. All these works require other following tasks and knowledges. Collecting brand keywords, casting influencers, editing films and images, and communicating with consumers. This full screen can't even cover them. But we are successfully completing this whole task by operating 100 autonomous teams in a cow structure that I mentioned earlier. The SMC is the only agency in Korea that has carried out all these tasks. So we will continue to manage and operate this 2.0 organization. And now, in order to connect with all things over the world and to make 100,000 contents with the SMC 500 people, but next 2 years later, 5 years later, I believe decentralized autonomous organization without SMC people, they can making 1 million content a year or 10 million content a year, 10 times or 100 times more than the SMC without the SMC support. We have built a SMC 3.0 nowadays. 500 of SMC creators as a core, we will expand our decentralized autonomous organization system. We will provide an environment where we can work together with other creators from NFT and shop-on platforms. And they don't have to be our crew. They don't have to be our employee. In this system, we expect to have collaboration and strong relationship with the 3.0 creators. We will create a structure in which both the SMC and 3.0 creators share insightful notes. And this will help us make successful marketing cases. Now, I'll show you how the SMC will grow with 3.0 creators in this cow-based DAO environment. The reason why this structure is available is because of the network that we have built with more than 16,000 creators for the last 13 years in Korea. As you see, we have active creators from each platform, and we support their entire marketing activities. But this kind of big influencers get a lot of money nowadays. So they didn't need any NFT profile or NFT project. So we're focusing young, new creators. So we making our own IP, intellectual property on YouTube or website or application or something. In the last 5 years, the SMC investment $5 million in this kind of our own IP program. Let me first start with our own IP channels. In these channels, we create contents that makes viewers related to the situation. As the SMC creators appear in the contents, the viewers will relate to the creators. We have these 4 channels, each targeting the 20s. Its Korean name 20세들. More than 50% of university students understanding that kind of IP in Korea. Just 4 years ago, 2017, September 11, we launching that channel, and now in 4 years, we making, today I counting the video content, 888 video contents we making. Maybe one content we investment $2,000. And we get more than double from our clients. Each content get more than 200,000 views every content. And 20th story, OTR is official record for office workers. Foreigners who have a great interest in Korean culture and men in their 30s. With their support, it made a huge amount of traffic, totaling 700 million views and 1 billion minutes of watching time. I think it's going to be double, triple, quadruple, anyway, going more growth with in Asia content. And next project is our community project. Secondly, we focus on the creator community. This year, we launched our first NFT profile project called MBNC, Meta Business Club. That means Korean university student going to be an influencer. Who wants to going to be an influencer in Korea? We give them opportunity from our clients. It's community that runs in the same way as taxi driver license, kind of license. We are collaborating with various brands, and we let our NFT holders publish their own content on their social media channel, so they can enjoy many benefits with brand or product benefits, increasing the brand value. The value will increase by creators sharing their talents and strengths with those who are interested in the same subject within the community. Another one that we have is a traveler community. It's called Our Trip. And we held a networking event where travel creators gather to think and share their idea and creativity. And that kind of taxi driver license, advertisement license, I believe it will going to be a key point of the next decentralized autonomous organization without the company. But we have owned that community. That community has blockchain, NFT, and NFT networking will going to be success. And also, we are making our own website for short-form content. Earlier I said play content is going to be a trend until Metaverse will success. 5 years later, 10 years later, Metaverse 3D or XR, VR, AR technology going where? Too easy to adapt for adult. Before that, I think interactive play content in short form. Short form means 1 minute or 2 minutes. They can using their content with fun or informative or some kind of fun. Play content is content in which users directly participate through the interactive web and app. And it has become a grand trend in Korea. Who knows MBTI? MBTI is some kind of lifestyle content, 16 ways. 2 years ago, MBTI trends in Korea. We making this platform at the first time MBTI trend, more than 100 MBTI trend contents with our clients' brand marketing. More than every content was success. So get one content get $20,000 from our clients. And we making this kind of content more than 6 or 8 contents a month. And nowadays we are gathered 200 this kind of interactive play content in Korea nowadays. With play content, you can make various campaigns, such as branding, app downloads, and even sales at an efficient cost in a short period of time. This is possible because users are getting brand message during play the content and immersing themselves in it. Users will naturally feel the favor of the brand messages. Secondly, there are also voluntary spread of users who participated for fun or public interest. There are all our campaigns. As you play, you will have to choose one answer that explains you best. This labeling content made more than 60 million play in total. This labeling content made more than 60 million play in total because every people playing just not only one content, play another content and another content and sharing their content, their lifestyle content to another friends with KakaoTalk or LINE. This is Generation MG in Korea who pursue self-exploration and it gets explosive sharing and marketing effects. But when we launching that kind of play content platform, Korean names 방구석 연구소, we thought about this blank. Interactive web platform with short-form content, it could be success in next 1 or 2 years. Beyond playing and sharing, there's a growing demand for creators to produce their own web content. However, it requires a certain level of coding knowledge, so it's not for everyone. So we thought now is the time that anyone can create and communicate with an interactive web. And that can happen in the platform Meta. It's a creator studio and a software as a service where anyone can create, enjoy, and share interactive webs. No coding skills are required, and creators can engage in economic activities in it. With Meta, anyone can create their own content that enables social communication even if they don't know how to code. The SMC will going to launching English version and another language version 2023 January. And finally, we recently launched a creator network service called Soyu. Global creators will gather in Soyu, and they can get the opportunity to collaborate with brands, and brands can easily find global models and conduct creator marketing. It will be a solution that connects the brands and creator right away, so they can expect more active collaboration and faster marketing effects. And it will start from the 16,000 networks that I mentioned earlier. I believe that this is Soyu is a core business that connects cow and DAO. These are all connected in an organic way. And they are closely connected to the work of our centralized autonomous organization system. So far, we've talked about how we completed 2.0 and how to go 3.0. We have come the last 13 years believing that we could achieve first place in the field of social media. And now I have faith that our next step, the 3.0, will grow even faster than it did in the 2.0. Maybe in 3 or 5 years, more than 70% of social media channels give more than 70% of profit from advertisement sharing to creators. Or YouTube, short-form platform, Twitter, short-form platform, Meta short-form platform going to down without sharing profit with creators. And last, I would like to say the creators, the growth engine of the SMC. I tried to create opportunities for these creators to do more wonderful activities in the marketing field. As a result, we decided to hold the DigiAsia Young Creator Audition. It will be held in Seoul next year, October 25 to 27. And creators will be able to interact and grow together and get a chance to create new content in Seoul or Korea or Korean brands. And get a chance to create new content with meta content or short-form video content or some kind of social media content. Companies that join the event with creators will have meaningful opportunities for collaboration, making connections with K-culture and K-marketing. So if you are interested in creators marketing or short-form creators marketing or next play content marketing, please pay attention to this event. Maybe next March, we will launching this kind of young creator audition in Asia. So please contact us on this email on screen if you are interested in a young creator audition and if you want to join our global creator network, Soyu, with social marketing with the SMC, and if you want to run marketing alliance, so then you can do Korean marketing. If you are interested, please send me an email so that we can talk more. This was Chief Executive Creator of the SMC, Jin Long Tai. Yeah. Thank you for your listening.
Thank you, Mr. Kim. Thank you. Please wait for a moment. 好，那我们现在请会长致赠礼物和感谢状。Now Robin, the chairperson of DigiAsia, is going to present you the souvenir. Please look at the camera at the back. Please give them a big round of applause. Thank you. 各位贵宾，大家早安！欢迎来到第二天 DigiAsia2022数位亚洲大会的第二天议程。我是主持人 Emily。在参加完昨天精彩的开幕式，以及聆听了多场知性、有趣的演讲，我们要继续 Web3 狂想曲的奇幻旅程。请大家准备好，我们准备要开始了。Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Today is the second day of DigiAsia 2022. Now we are going to continue our journey on Web3 Rhapsody, so please be ready. 那我们今天很高兴第一场演讲请到的是博报堂智达股份有限公司的战略企划总监暨副总经理佐藤格先生。他今天要为我们带来的讲题是 Web3 时代的生活者发想。Today, the first speaker for the morning session is Mr. Italo Sato from Hakodo Zeta Incorporation. He is the Vice President as well as the Executive Strategic Planning Director. Today, his topic will be 生活者 Insight in the Web3 Era. That's giving a warm welcome. 请大家掌声欢迎佐藤先生。佐藤さんどうぞ。
大家好，我是佐藤格，感谢各位今天一早就到这里参加上午的第一个讲座，很高兴跟大家在这里相聚，也请多多指教。如果我继续用中文，大家可能会不容易听懂。接下来我会改用日文说明，请各位请同步可以 Zoom， 谢谢。はい。少々お待ちください。はい。改めてよろしくお願いします。私は普段台湾博報堂グループでストラテジックプランナーとしてクライアントさんの商品やサービスのマーケティング課題に日々向き合っています。またそのメソッドとして人間を単なる消費者としてではなく生活する主体という意味で捉えその意識と行動を日々研究しています。で本日、DigiAsia2022 年のテーマは Web3 ラプソディですが、それに合わせて本日、私から、お話しするテーマとしましては Web3 時代の生活者発想についてです。Web3 が我々の生活の中に、社会実装される中で変化する生活者意識をどのように捉えるべきなのか、またそれによって商品やサービスのマーケティングをどのようにアップデートすべきなのかに関する見立てをお話しできたらなと思っております。もちろん未来のことはここにいる誰にも分かりませんので、あくまで一つのシナリオとしてこの場にご参加される皆さんと一緒に未来を考えるきっかけになれば幸いです。さて、Web3 というテーマを考える上でいくつか構成要素があるかと思います。代表的なものにはこの3つに集約されると思います。1つ目はビッグテックや一部の企業に中央集権化が進んだインターネット空間を再び分散的なものにするという動きの Web3、それを中心にインターネット上のデジタルデータに代替不可能な価値を持たせる NFT、そしてインターネットを新たな生活空間として考えるメタバースになっています。一言で Web3 時代というお話ししてもこのような広範なテーマが存在する中でそれらの関係性を理解しながら議論を進めるというのは非常に難しいかなと考えています。そのため本日は Web3 の近接領域であり一般消費者が概念的にも理解しやすいメタバースに切り口を絞ってお話ししたいというふうに思っております。 そもそもメタバースという言葉は、小説家ニール・スティーブンスンさんが1992年に発表した SF 小説「スノークラッシュ」の中に登場するメタとユニバースという2つの言葉を合わせた仮想世界を表す造語が起源だと言われています。でそれ以降でこちらに挙げたさまざまな作品に代表されるように現在まで多くの小説、映画、アニメなどのテーマとして取り上げられ一般的にもその概念が浸透してきているかと思います。一方でメタバースという言葉がこの世の中に登場してから今年でもう30年も経ちますがその定義は企業や語る人の立場によって様々でいまだに統一的な定義、見解というのが確立されていないというふうな分野になっています。また代表的なメタバースの例としてこれらのようないくつかの切り口があるかと思います。例えば一番左側 VR ベースメタバースですがこれはメタ社があそこにありますがメタ社が先行しているような VR を使った仮想空間、また真ん中にあるのは例えばナイアンティック社が進めているリアルワールドのメタバースです。また一番右はある意味一番馴染みがあるかもしれませんがロブロックスやフォートナイトに代表されるゲーム世界のメタバースなどがすでに存在しています。おそらく先ほどの映画のようなメタバース世界を一般の人々が手軽に利用できる時代になるにはもう少し時間がかかると思いますがいずれかの形でメタバースが社会実装されていくというのは時間の問題だと思われます。実際つい数年前までは果たしてメタバースなんて本当に実現するのかといった論調が世の中の主流だったかと思いますがコロナ禍に伴う社会の急激な DX 化バーチャルオフィスやオンラインゲームの浸透により現在はメタバースがいつ来るのかどう受けられるべきなのかといった論調に変化しているかなと思います。これは我々が実施したメタバースに対する意識調査の結果になります。メタバースに感じる価値を聴取したところメタバースサービスをすでに利用している層または利用していない層に限らずスコアが高かったのは性別、年齢、国籍関係なく交流を楽しめるという意識であったり新しい市場が生まれるといった項目でした。このデータからも見て分かるように生活者はメタバースを活用することでダイバーシティやインクルーシブな交流に期待したりビジネス面においても市場としての価値を期待するなど多くの可能性を感じていることがうかがえます。しかしまだまだメタバースに関するニュースというのは例えばグローバルテック企業をはじめとする各社の投資規模の話であったり将来の技術的な話がメインでメタバースによって我々の生活がどうなるのかといった生活者を主語とした言説というのは相対的に少ないように感じます。果たしてメタバースが実現されるときに我々生活者の意識はどう変わるのか、それによって企業のマーケティングはどう変えていくべきなのか、博報堂のフィロソフィーである生活者発想という視点でメタバース時代の生活者をどう捉えるべきかを本日考えていきたいなと思っています。昨今テクノロジーの劇的な進化に伴い社会のあらゆるものがデジタル化しネットワーク化し生活者と物が常時双方向につながりその接点が新たなサービスのインターフェースになってきています。その中でこれまでにない体験やサービスが次々と生まれています。また新しい社会の仕組みがそれによって生まれてくる時代だというふうに捉えています。これを我々は生活者インターフェース市場というふうに名付け博報堂はその中でさまざまな価値創造にチャレンジしています。メタバースはその最たる例だというふうに捉えることもできるかなと思っています。 メタバースによって生活者意識がどう変化するのかをお話しする前に、我々の取り組みの一部をご紹介したいというふうに思います。これは博報堂グループが開発したバーチャル空間で自分のアバターがさまざまな洋服を着てランウェイに登場する、自分ランウェイというサービスです。この利用方法は至ってシンプルです。まず自分の体を筐体あるいはスマートフォンで撮影し、自分のアバターを生成します。その際に身長や体重といった自分の体のデータも計測することになります。その自分のアバターに対して実際の洋服のパターンデータ化したものを 3D 縫製して作った洋服データに重ね合わせることで、デジタル上で一緒に動かすことができます。そうするとこのように自分の体型に合わせて洋服を着せ動くことができます。実際に映像でご覧いただいた方がよろしいかと思うので、今から映像を流します。はい、いかがだったでしょうか。この自分ランウェイは、単なる、エンタメサービスとして作っているわけでは、ございません。このサービスで、提供する価値というのは、大きく2つあるというふうに考えています。一つは、未だ見ぬ自分らしさを発見する、体験価値です。気兼ねなく何着でも試着することができて、複数の自分が同時比較でき、さらに360度自由な視点でその様子を確認することができる。さらに SNS で共有することで客観的に似合うのかであったり、自分の周囲の評判を確認することができるなど、デジタルならではの試着体験を開発しています。それによって自分では気づかなかった、知らなかった自分らしさを発見する体験価値を生み出すことを目的にしています。もう一つが右側の、ビジネス面ですが、利便性と環境負荷軽減に向けたファッション業界の DX というのを目指しています。これまでの常識である作ってから試着するのではなく、試着してから服を作るということが可能になるため、試作品廃棄の軽減、過剰生産の軽減、洋服のプレマーケティング、などなど生産プロセスの中の負荷軽減のソリューションとしても価値を提供したいというふうに考えています。これらのようなメタバースや VR 空間での新たな体験価値の創出や企業と生活者の新たな関係構築を目指すために、グループ横断プロジェクトである博報堂 XR を昨年始動しました。主にはショップやショールームでの接客対応、コールセンターや店頭カウンセリング、対面レッスンなど対面型のコミュニケーションを XR で進化するサービス開発、また カンファレンスや展示会、発表会、イベントといった企業やブランドとの B2B の接点、B2C の接点、双方における体験設計全般に XR 技術を導入することで、新しいブランドコミュニケーション体験を作り出すことを目的としています。さらには音楽イベントやスポーツ観戦、ゲーム実況などのライブやエンターテインメント体験分野などにも応用することができるというふうに考えています。研究開発からプランニング、運用、検証まで VR、メタバースに関することを一気通貫で対応しています。さて、今ご紹介したのはメタバースのほんの一側面ですが、話を戻して、メタバースが社会実装された先に生活者はどのように変化するのでしょうか。ここでイメージしているメタバースというのは、多人数が参加可能で、参加者がその中で自由に行動でき、通信ネットワーク上に作成された3次元の仮想空間です。その中をアバターなどを通じて現実世界に近い感覚で生活することができます。言うなれば、先ほど出てきた映画「レディープレイヤー1」の主人公が活躍する仮想現実世界がイメージに近いかなというふうに思っています。で、結論から申し上げると、生活者意識と行動には大きく2つの変化が起きると考えています。一つは、フィジカルな現実世界を含めたさまざまなレイヤーの複数種類のユニバースを自由に切り替え行き来しながら生活するようになるマルチユニバースという現象です。もう一つはそれぞれのユニバースの中で独自のコミュニティを持つことになる、独自のコミュニティを持つようになるために、そのコミュニティに応じて複数の自己を切り替えて生きる、マルチアイデンティティ化という現象です。それぞれ詳しくご説明したいと思います。まず、マルチユニバースについてです。この変化の前提として、今後メタバースが社会実装される際には単一のプラットフォームではなく、その利用目的や利用シーンに合わせて複数のサービスを利用するという仮説があります。現在のソーシャルネットワークサービスの使われ方を見ても、ビジネス目的にはリンクトイン、パブリックな言論としては Twitter、私生活ではインスタグラム、親しいコミュニティの間柄では LINE だったりメッセンジャーを使うといったことが一般的かなというふうに思います。現在はバーチャル空間を体験するためにはまだまだ高価な VR のヘッドセットを使うことが主流かもしれませんが、将来的にはよりシームレスに負荷なくそれぞれのメタバース空間を行き来する、利用することができるようになります。現在の私たちがワイヤレスのイヤホンを使って音楽を楽しむことが当たり前のように、インドアとか大きな設備に制限されることなく自然に生きる世界を切り替えることができるようになると考えられます。実際にその世界はもう目の前まで来ていて、例えば僕らがほんの少し前までウェブ会議を行うためには専門の設備の整った会議室からいちいち入らなければいけなかったかと思いますが、もうすでにこの 1,2 年で携帯電話から歩きながらテレビ会議に入るっていうのは、誰しもが違和感なくやっていることだと思います。メタバースもそのように技術革新が進むことによってよりシームレスな体験に変わっていくと考えます。またマルチユニバース化した世界では生活者は居心地の良さや自分の好きなことを追い求めて所属するユニバースごとに同じ趣味思考を持つ仲間と仲良くなったり、その中で遊んだりするコミュニティが形成されていくことになるでしょう。実際すでにウェブ上の関係性だけで友人ができたり、付き合ったり、はたまたバーチャル上で一度も会ったことない人と結婚するみたいな現象がすでに起きています。 僕自身も現在の交友関係の多くは家族であったり職場の友人などの現実の世界と紐づいた関係が大部分ですが、一方で匿名で登録している SNS で同じ趣味のコミュニティの人で、まだ現実に会ったことない人とつながったり、ウェブ上で親しく意見交換をするっていうのは全く違和感がない、特に抵抗がなくなっているというふうに思っています。このマルチユニバース化が進むにつれて加速されるのがマルチアイデンティティという概念です。メタバースではフィジカルの世界の自分にとらわれず、自分の見た目や性格、話し方さえ変えながらそれぞれのコミュニティで立ち振る舞い生活することが可能になります。メタバース上でのアバターを介して現実の肉体や外見から解放されて、純粋な自己表現欲求であったり時代、場所、いわゆる TPO に合わせた文脈に即した形で見せたい自分や見られたい自分を表現すること、存在することが可能になります。またメタバース上の人格は現実世界の人格形成にも多分に影響していきます。現実世界にいる私たちは普段意識するしないにかかわらず、自分の身体的な特徴によって自己を規定しています。性別の違いや痩せている、太っている、背が高い、背が低いといったさまざまな特徴が自身のアイデンティティを構成する一要素になっています。しかしメタバース上ではアバターによってその身体的な特徴を一瞬で自由に変えることで、それによって保持している自分のアイデンティティも影響を受けることになります。それは仮にユニバースが変わったとしても、現実世界に戻っても自分の中に影響を持ち続けます。実際我々が行った調査でも、約半数の人がメタバースで使うアバターの話し方や発言内容が現実世界の自分の意識や振る舞いにも影響を与えると思うと回答しています。またこの傾向は、若年層の方がより高く、10代ではなんと6割を超えています。現在の SNS でも、同一のプラットフォームの中で複数のアカウントを、使い分けて、それに応じて自身のキャラクターを切り替える人がいますが、このような楽しみ方がよりリアルでシームレスになったメタバース上の空間では、一般的な楽しみ方として浸透していくんじゃないかなというふうに考えています。では最後にメタバースによってこの2つの変化が起こるとマーケティングがどのように変わっていくのか、その見立てをお話ししたいというふうに思います。まずマルチユニバース化、マルチアイデンティティ化した世界においての大きな特徴は、これまでのように性、年齢といった属性による生活者が理解が通用しないということです。ある人がメタバース上では男性にも女性にもなり得ますし、年齢はもちろん結婚の有無、家族構成も把握することが難しい。そのため我々が普段マーケティングするターゲットがどのような人たちなのか、企業やブランド側が外部から能動的に把握することはより難しくなっていくというふうに考えます。そのためこれからのマーケティングにおいては、ターゲットを補足してそこにブランドメッセージを届けるという施策ではなく、ターゲットが自発的にブランドに興味を持って集まってくるための施策、つまりブランドコンテンツとしての価値が重要になってくるというふうに考えます。ターゲットが存在するユニバースや文脈によって意外な属性がターゲットになる可能性も出てきます。またそのように移ろいやすいターゲットだからこそ、ブランドロイヤリティの高い顧客データの価値がより一層見直される可能性もあります。またメタバースでどのようなブランド活動を行うべきかを考える際には、リアルワールドでこれまで行われてきた活動をメタバースで実現するという視点で考えがちですが、あくまでメタバース起点で発想して それをリアルワールドに拡張していくという発想の転換が重要になります。なぜならば、メタバースのターゲットは Z 世代やアルファ世代といったデジタルネイティブであり、よりデジタルワールドに違和感なく没入できる柔軟な思考を持った方々です。なので、単に手段がデジタル化しただけでは興味を持ってもらうのは難しいからです。では、そのような、これからのターゲットに興味を持ってもらう施策はどのようなものがあるでしょうか。本日はマーケティング活用の視点として3つだけお話ししたいと思います。1つは競争コンテンツです。メタバースにおいては現実の属性には関係なく共通の趣味嗜好でまとまったコミュニティというのが重要になってきます。そのカルチャーやコンテンツに思い入れのある人が集まって自然とコミュニティが生まれるような空間が作れることが重要になります。少し前まではユーザーにとって映画やテレビ番組のようなすでに完成されたコンテンツを受け取ることがエンターテインメントでしたが、これからはユーザーも一緒になってコンテンツに参加し想像できる競争という要素がこれからより重要になってきます。例えばこちらワーナーブラザーズピクチャーズが実施した人気ミュージカル映画イン・ザ・ハイツのバーチャルローンチイベントでは、映画の舞台となった音楽、ダンス、ラテン文化などをベースとする映画のセットの中に、ロブロックス上の空間の中でユーザーが入り込み、一緒にプレミア上映を祝って交流できる仕組みを提供しています。ユーザーがアバターを使って映画の空間を探索したり、一緒にダンスを楽しんだり、同じ空間の中でコンテンツを盛り上げていく機能、仕掛けが入っています。2つ目のポイントは非日常のブランド体験です。こちらは我々広告業界の中では非常に有名な事例かと思いますが、ファーストフードチェーンのウェンディーズがフォートナイトの中で実施したキャンペーンです。フォートナイトの中でウェンディーズのマスコットキャラクターを模したこのキャラクターがゲーム内で冷凍庫を破壊していくという行動を取りました。それによってウェンディーズは冷凍牛肉を使用しないというブランドファクトをメッセージしています。さらにその様子をライブ配信したところ、多くのプレイヤーが一緒になって冷凍庫をゲーム内で破壊するという盛り上がりを見せました。当然現実世界で冷凍庫を破壊して回るというのはできませんが、このようにメタバース空間上だからこそストレートにブランド体験をユーザーにさせることができています。3つ目の要素は体験のエンタメ化です。これはゲーミフィケーションなどを含めてブランド体験を参加することが楽しいイベントにするとか、はたまた喜んで参加したくなる要素を作るということです。ロブロックス上でアメリカのメキシカンファーストフードチェーンのチポトレが実施したキャンペーンでは、ユーザーがロブロックスの中で商品の作り方や配達工程を達成感のあるゲームとして学ぶことができます。もしこれが単に追体験できるだけの教育コンテンツとして提供されていたら、多くのユーザーは最後までプレイしないと思います。ゲーム内でミッションやストーリーに合わせて楽しみながらチポトレのブランド体験をすることができるようになっているために、ユーザーも長く深く没入することができている事例になります。以上がマーケティングに求められる3つの視点でした。ここまで Web3 時代の生活者発想とマーケティングの活用の視点についてお話しさせていただきました。確かにメタバースを含む Web3 時代にはこれまでの常識が通用しない意識や行動の変化もあるかと思います。一方でブランドや商品を主語にするのではなく、あくまで生活者視点でどんな未来になったらワクワクするのか、どんな体験ができればそのブランドとのエンゲージメントが高まるのかといった生活者発想というメソッドはこれからの時代でも十分通用する普遍的な考え方だなというふうに感じています。 以上が Web3 時代の生活者発想に対する見立てになります。本日お話したような世界がいつ来るのか、それは現時点では誰にも分かりません。でも私たちのクリエイティビティがある限り可能性は無限にあるというふうに考えています。ロケットの父と称されるアメリカ人発明家ロバート・ゴダードさんの言葉でこのようなものがあります。何が不可能なのかは簡単に言えない。昨日の夢は今日の希望であり、明日の現実なのだから。我々もクリエイティブ産業という視点からこのテクノロジーの発展と世の中の進化をワクワクしながら見続けたらと思います。本日ありがとうございました。謝謝大家。
Thank you, Mr. Sato. Please stay on the stage because our chairperson from TIPRA, Skeek Kuo, is going to present you a special gift. Please. This is a special gift prepared by the organization committee. This is a lucky toad and it symbolizes prosperity. Hope you like it. Thank you. Thank you. The next speaker is from Twitch, Taiwan, Head of Sales, Erin Zhao. 下一位的讲者是 Twitch 的赵慧芬女士，她今天为我们带来讲题是 Advertising in Emerging Culture, Forget What You Think You Know， 新世代新行销，先别管你以前知道的，听起来是一个非常创新的演讲。那我们现在就请赵慧芬女士上台为我们带来精彩的分享。
谢谢。好，在这边，谢谢。大家好，我是Aaron 赵慧芬女士，来自 Twitch。那今天非常的开心，大家这么早的时间到这边。那今天要跟大家分享，我想最近大家一直听到，就是在其实整个疫情期间就开始崛起的，现在全球最大的世代就是 Z 世代。所以今天就来跟大家分享一下我们新的世代、新的行销。我们先暂时把我们到目前为止已经知道的先放在一边，我们今天来了解一下我们这个新的世代。那前面就先讲，其实回顾我们所有的历史。所有的改变，不管是社会上一些科技的进步，其实都是从最年轻的世代开始推动的。那包括我们这边可以看到，大家对号入座一下，这个摇滚世代可能是现在50到70岁左右，摇滚乐那个时候也是最年轻的世代开始发生的。然后一直到大家可以看到千禧世代，其实崛起的是。大家现在已经非常熟悉的社群媒体，其实在千禧世代的时候发生的。然后一直到现在，我们的 Z 世代，其实环保议题全球化，这个是 Z 世代，还有各式各样的科技，还有刚刚博报堂也提到的元宇宙。那所以每一个改变，其实都是从最年轻的世代开始推动的。那我们来看一下 Z 世代的力量它有多大。那我们再稍微往下一点，我们把一些的 Alpha 世代也放进来。所以现在10到25岁的这个世代，它其实已经是全球最大的世代，它有25亿人。那除了人口，他们会开始主导。不管是社会议题或者是各式各样的议题，包括我们即将要选举了。那我想，其实不只是台湾，在很多国家现在都有一个很重要的议题，就是投票年龄到底应该是几岁？对，所以随着这个年轻世代的崛起，其实他们也开始主导了很多的社会的议题。那除此之外，还有一个经济命脉。其实这个预测不是 Inside 的预测，在2030年，就是未来的10年左右，其实他们就会开始主导我们的经济命脉。他们的这个世代的全球收入已经会来到快要占三成，而且其实那个成长是都比我们预估的要来得更快的。所以这个年轻的世代开始主导这个社会的变迁议题，然后还有很重要的经济命脉。所以当然也让我们的品牌都会开始去思考，每一个品牌大的新的品牌，然后都会有一个策略叫做年轻族群的策略。那所以我们也来先看一下，要跟年轻族群沟通的话，其实第一个当然要先了解现在这个年轻族群，跟他们使用相同的语言。我们这边来回顾一下 X 世代，那个时候其实 可能在 BP 扣后面啊，我们用了很多就是那种缩写文字，有没有？要来代表很多的意思。那比如说 OMG 啊，或者是 LOL 啊，就代表很好笑。那记不记得在台湾那个就是我们火星文的时代？那个时候很流行的就是 ORZ， 大家还记得吗？很囧。或者是LKK， 或者是1520、1314，其实那就是在台湾是同一个时代，很多的简写。然后后来就进入千禧世代，这个时候就是很多即时通社群媒体，大家有没有听到那个音乐？噔噔噔，就开始使用很多的不同的表情符号。那这个就是笑到哭，非常好笑，从 LOL 就是演变到这个了，所以这个曾经是全球最流行的，就是千禧世代。那现在最新的 Z 世代，他们用什么来表示很好笑呢？变成骷髅头了。在我这个年代，可能就是代表危险啊，或者是死亡。那现在他们就是笑到快死了 ，I'm dying。所以以最新的年轻世代，其实会开始用那个骷髅头来代表了。所以今天大家 take away 回去，我们开始来练习使用这个。对，所以其实我想品牌啊，我们在做沟通的时候，其实就是了解这个世代它开始在流行什么。更棒的是跟上了之后，我们跟着他们一起来创造新的潮流出来。那所以Twitch 这边，我们的主要的族群有将近80%都是16到34岁的年轻世代，所以我们也跟着一个第三方专门做文化跟行为研究的一个机构，我们在全球我们选了5个国家，主要的国家做了一份就是年轻的族群在媒体、在娱乐上面，在沟通上面，他们有哪一些行为的转变？那上面这边可能就是比较是过去或者是现在进行式。那其实我们的年轻，刚刚讲的新兴的这个年轻族群，他们已经开始慢慢的转变成下面的行为了。那比如说从一切的内容或者是娱乐啊，都是比较精致、精心制作的，到渐渐的，其实大家追求的是更及时、跟真实的。所以这5个面向，我们接下来就是带一些案例，然后跟大家一起来看一下。对，那第一个刚刚讲到的，它其实是 curated 到 authentic， 从一切都要很精致的。那其实现在的这个 Z 世代，其实他们也就是我们常讲的数位原生世代。那其实大家都很有意识的感觉到说，因为资讯爆炸，然后所以其实我们应该要更谨慎的可以去分辨，因为像比如说同温层啊、演算法啊，甚至是假新闻啊、深伪技术这些，到底是怎么影响到我们接收资讯的方式？那对于这个数位原生世代来讲，其实他们是更能够分辨的。在他们很能够分辨的情况之下，其实他们也就更追求他们想要有真实的东西，而不是什么都是精心制作跟包装过的东西。他们觉得这个是更接近事实的。那以 Twitch 来讲，Twitch 所有的内容有90%以上其实都是实况的内容，所以对于这个族群来讲，他们会觉得实况，因为它没有办法编辑后制，所以这上面发生的其实是更真实的。那我们接下来我们来看一个案例，我们有一个美妆品牌，其实美妆很棒的，就是它是要让大家都变得更漂亮。那所以美妆它如何可以透过更真实的方式，然后直接到我们消费者的社群里面跟他们去做沟通。那美妆是女生，其实大家可能传统上会觉得玩游戏好像男生比较多，那其实 gamer 的族群女性已经渐渐的快要来到将近50%了。那所以这个美妆的客户 Maybelline 就选择了跟 Twitch 来做这样的合作。接下来我们来看一下这个案例的影片。
More women are gaming and live streaming than ever, redefining the rules of engagement for a new generation of audiences. And Twitch leads the way, with the most popular female influencers today, giving brands powerful access to fast-growing and fiercely loyal online communities. So when Maybelline wanted to reach consumers in Australia with their brand new beauty product, they turned to Twitch and teamed up with popular Aussie streamer Fasfi.
Hey guys, I'm about to go live. I'm doing a get ready with me thanks to Maybelline.
For the first ever beauty stream in the region.
Alright, there's a poll up for you guys to choose.
Fasfi asked her viewers to help put together a simple but stunning makeup look using Maybelline's makeup products and the new Colossal Curl Bounce Mascara.
You can already see all of the individual bristles.
She showed how quick and easy it was to get big and bouncy lashes without the need for a curler.
Oh my god, I love it.
To go with her killer new look, Fasvi picked a matching skin and emote combo in Fortnite.
The lashes are too good.
Quick, clean, cool. The 2-hour beauty plus gaming stream was a hit with viewers, outperforming metrics by as much as 89%, and sent sales skyrocketing. Females are no longer a small niche in gaming. Through Twitch, Maybelline could authentically engage with them in real time, directly where they live and play. Bounce on board and see what Twitch can do for your brand.
我刚看了一下这个 AI 翻译，我觉得它翻得很棒哎！我讲话就是英文文法，对，我觉得它好有趣。对，那我们来看第二个部分，是从大家的消费或者是娱乐的方式，从比较单向的方式变成大家要的是互动。我们刚刚在上一个部分也提到了，其实大家是喜欢互动的。我想就是各种娱乐方式，像即使是到现在，包括从看电视啊，它是比较单向。包括是到球场去现场看球，或者是看演唱会，它也都还是比较单向的。那什么样的方式？其实因为数位原生世代在那个元宇宙或是在线上的世界里面，有一个特性就是可以即时互动的。所以其实这个年轻族群对他们来讲，也被动的单一方向的接受资讯，可能不是他们最喜欢的。他们喜欢的是互动，包括在行销上面，包括我们品牌在创造品牌的体验跟沟通的时候，其实透过互动也会让这个年轻族群觉得连广告都是很有趣的。那接下来就是再跟大家带来另外一个案例，这个就是刚刚好就是符合刚刚提到的，在虚实的世界里面，对可以做很多的整合。那这个比较特别的是，我们把这个客户是品客洋芋片，然后我们做的一个是把在游戏里面的一个角色。一个僵尸的角色叫做 Frank， 让他就是来到现实世界里面去寻找最好吃的那个洋芋片，所以这是一个我常常讲，这也是一个 O2O 的一个整合。对，那我们来看一下如何透过互动来创造一个很棒的品牌体验。
Meet Frank, Pringles' new brand ambassador, a zombie cowboy with a newfound taste for the salty snack, hailing from the video game West of Dead. How do you get gamers to engage with Frank in a world full of so many iconic characters? Enter Twitch, the world's leading live streaming service, where gamers aren't just there for the show, they're part of it too. To achieve our goal of taking Frank from 6 foot deep to stratospheric stardom, we needed to do something truly revolutionary. So, for the first time ever, we broke a character out of a video game and into the live, interactive world of Twitch. A space where the audience could lead the action and get to know Frank like nowhere else. He came for the Pringles, but stayed for his fans. Frank traversed the gaming world, meeting streamers, playing games, and falling in love with Twitch's community. And wherever he went, they loved him too. Clocking up over 19 years of time watched together. But it wasn't just the gaming community that fell for Frank. So did the world's press. With his work done and appetite temporarily satisfied, Frank has plans to return to his home. Naturally, we can't let him go empty-handed. So Frank, we hope you enjoyed your stay. We certainly enjoyed introducing you to the world.
Bye! 这里面有一个小小的 insight， 就是在这个客户决定就是要 engage gaming 的族群，其实他们做过了一个品牌的调查，然后会发现 gamer 不是都要一边玩就是打键盘，然后一边吃东西，然后品客洋芋片其实是洋芋片的品牌里面最不油的，所以我吃完了之后手不会很油的去摸键盘，于是就开启了这个合作的契机。那我们再来看下一个部分，就是从年轻人同样在文化里面从排他到多元，其实在这个年轻的时代对他们来讲，世界其实是平的，是公平的。在数位在线上的世界里面，每个人的声音，每一个族群其实都是可以被听到的。我相信大家也看到，就是有很多的，不管是社会的运动，或者是说像最近，其实有很多的都是在线上，然后就可以发起一个非常非常好的运动。所以这个族群其实对于各式各样不同的族群，其实是更包容、更能够接受的。那这边也跟大家带来的另外一个案例是Twitch， 大家会觉得就是 就是年轻人，然后我们也觉得我们想要让更多的族群去了解，其实游戏在这个现在的文化里面扮演什么样的角色？为什么年轻人这么喜欢游戏？为什么大家这么喜欢是在线上即时互动？所以 Twitch 在今年的母亲节，我们就办了一个母亲节的妈的电竞。对，所以呢，我们就找了10位非常知名的实况主，带着他们的妈妈，然后一起来参加电竞比赛。那我们也让妈妈化身为电竞选手，从棚拍这种有没有电竞选手照，然后一方面也让妈妈了解，哇，原来电竞是这么有趣的事情，然后也让妈妈们去了解，我的小孩他是实况主，他的工作到底是什么，到底这里面的乐趣是什么。所以我们来看一下这个精彩的回顾。
妈妈的爱是世界上独一无二的，在他们为孩子付出这么多之后，我们可以如何报答他们？为了向全世界的妈妈们说声谢谢 ，Twitch 全力以赴庆祝母亲节。Twitch 连接起2代，最棒的妈妈和孩子们同心协力参加比赛，角逐 Twitch 妈的电竞的冠军，
连续好几盘的来回。
在4个有爱的品牌伙伴支持下，共有10支队伍，包括8组 Twitch 实况主和他们的妈妈，以及2组 Twitch 员工母子档，一同参赛，展开阖家欢乐的电竞比赛。除此之外，还有3位台湾知名的主播及赛评热血转播比赛，并将4个品牌伙伴的产品介绍给热情的观众。热烈的反应在节目的满意度、品牌知名度及购买意愿都破天荒。尽管观众们都沉浸在母亲节的欢乐气氛，但最终只会有1组赢家。期待明年，除了给妈妈满满的爱及礼物，还可以跟妈妈一起玩游戏，一起开直播，只在 Twitch。
是不是？耶！虽然我没有拿到冠军，但是我们获得了亚军，耶！谢谢。对，进Twitch是要考玩游戏的能力的。对，好。那我们再来看一下下面一个，是从比较被动，因为刚刚提到大家比较习惯单向，然后其实到现在慢慢的年轻人，我们刚刚也提到了共创，然后可以协力合作这件事情，大家一起群策群力。其实，在网络上玩游戏，很多时候就是一起完成一个目标，然后获得了宝物，获得那个礼物。那所以其实这一代的年轻人，他们是喜欢可以一起参与、一起协力的。所以包括在娱乐当中，其实社群的互动，我不只是一个人看，我希望是大家跟我一起看，而且还可以一边看一边聊一边的互动。这有就是为什么其实中职CPBL。Twitch 是除了官方频道之外，唯一一个就是5支球团其实都有他们的频道在 Twitch 上面。那其实也就是让大家从单方面的看那个球赛之外，球团也找到另外一个更好，就是去经营他的球迷、他的粉丝团更好的方式，是因为把看球的体验变成整个球赛跟内容的一部分。所以社群的互动其实是对现在的年轻人来讲，不管是在沟通或在娱乐上面是一个很重要的元素。那接下来带大家看这个案例是由台湾这边做 BenQ 是台湾一个非常知名的显示器的厂商。那这个厂商我们的这个 campaign brief 是它的这个 Zoe 的电竞萤幕是一个最高等级的电竞萤幕，那主要就是打 FPS 第一人称射击游戏。那这个品牌其实已经非常有名，但是他们希望能够再多做一件事情，就是在跟游戏的社群做更深的互动。所以我们拿到这个 brief 就是我要跟我的游戏社群做更深的互动，让他们清楚的看到这个显示器的效能有多么的好。那主要的市场有日本、韩国跟泰国，所以我们就找了日本、韩国跟泰国的职业或者是前职业的电竞选手，然后在每一个国家各请就是我们的实况组自己组成的那个队伍，然后邀请我们的社群也组队跟他们来对打。那这些社群其实好开心，他可以跟他们很喜欢的实况组竟然可以一起对打这个游戏。那接下来我们来看一下案例。
游戏玩家爱玩游戏，但是你可能没想到，游戏玩家们形成的社群跟游戏本身一样重要。所以当 Zoe 想要吸引 FPS 玩家，让他们认识新一代 XLK 电竞萤幕， 让这个系列的电竞萤幕深入亚太地区玩家社群。只有一个直播平台可以达成这个任务，那就是 Twitch。Twitch 与3位电竞玩家合作，他们分别来自泰国、韩国、和日本。他们从自己的社群中甄选了一群游戏玩家，用 BenQ 3位电竞萤幕玩 FPS 游戏。
อันนี้ใช้จออะไรกันครับเนี่ยแน่นอนครับ
在3场人气爆棚的现场直播中，实况主跟 Twitch 的社群一起开箱 ZOE 电竞萤幕，然后实况主跟社群进行游戏对战，同时讨论新一代电竞萤幕的效能与優点。
やっぱオペレーターの強さ出ちゃいましたね。これモニターのおかげです。暴風じゃないです。モニターが強い。
Twitch 游戏社群对这一系列的直播为之疯狂，创造了惊人的收视率与互动率，更加巩固 ZOE是专业 FPS 玩家首选的地位。
Nice
和 Twitch 作为 ZOE 品牌的首选服务。
내가 프로게이머들이랑 비빌 수 있는데 얘는 왜 잘하지 하고 보면은 다 뱅크 모니터 쓰고 있어.
所以别忘了，游戏玩家爱玩游戏，更爱他们的社群。Twitch 的社群就是这么与众不同。
ドキドキやべえ。
其实我们这每一个国家的就是我们常讲的工商的这个实况，每一个其实是2个小时，在2个小时的实况里面，其实要用剧本完全的写，就是不止不可能。其实我们的年轻社群也不会喜欢，所以其实大家看那个2小时，我们把那个 campaign 的 brief， 我们的目标跟我们的实况组跟社群沟通了之后，其实就是交给我们的社群了。所以刚刚看的整个内容，其实都是一个共创的内容。 那我们来看，接下来就是梳理跟参与。其实一些主题我们都一直看到，其实年轻人就是要参与，而且他们也喜欢参与，也喜欢一起创作出一些东西来，就比较不是我们以前比较习惯的单项了。那综合了这5个，其实最后还有一个，我们也整理了一个，其实年轻世代都很希望，就是品牌到了年轻世代的这个世界里面之后，可以有更多的创意。 对，然后可以展现甚至是幽默跟有趣的一面。那接下来我们再看一个就是集大成的一个案例。
For years, car launches have all failed to be, well, samey. So when Porsche were taking their first steps into electric racing, they knew they had to do things differently. They had to start from zero. Porsche wanted a new audience, a new platform. In fact, they wanted a whole new way of launching a car. Goodbye, samey. As the masters of live multiplayer entertainment, Twitch placed the reveal entirely in the hands of our global community. And because we're Twitch, we made it into a video game. A real-life video game. Formula E Unlocked saw Twitch chat take control of Formula E drivers on a mission to break into a secret Porsche facility and reveal the car. We even created challenges and puzzles inspired by our community's favourite video games. It took 1.3 million players over 4 hours to complete the game and reveal the car to the world, becoming the most viewed live stream globally on Twitch. Twitch chat loved it, almost as much as they loved their reward, a new global Porsche emote. The press and social media were huge fans too. We think you can safely say that's car launches successfully reinvented. Not bad for 4 hours work.
See you soon. Hasta la vista, players.
我们刚刚看了这么多案例，那Twitch自己也是一个品牌，我其实是业务团队。那我要如何把Twitch这个品牌介绍给我们的广告主的客户，介绍给我们的媒体代理商伙伴呢？最好的方式就是沉浸式体验。所以呢，Twitch其实就办了一个电竞比赛，专门是给我们的媒体代理商伙伴，那就是直接把我们的客户变成了电竞选手，直接在我们的首页实况一整天的那个比赛，让大家实际的去体会我如何就是在游戏里面，然后以及在聊天室里面我怎么加油。所以这个就是沉浸式的体验，这是Twitch做行销的方式。我们来看一下，这是今年的回顾。
退去了，退去没有退去就吃不下饭，就睡不着觉，甚至会活不下去的退去吃，退去狂。在场各位好朋友们，大家好，大家好，大家好，我是展元。
大家好，我是部分。那当然，在这一次的话，我们退去举办的 Ultimate Royal 隆重的回归了，不仅是全新的赛事，还有现场的线下对决，相信会比以往更加刺激、更加精彩啊！
这是我们萃取台湾业务团队成立之后第一次的 IRL 线下的活动，所以非常非常开心。
3、2、1 ，Brawl！ 再翻下进来，赤壁舞冠军产生。拿到最后总冠军的是央视的直接嘞。
我想要感谢我的同事、主管们，还有其他支持我的同事。应该是下礼拜一进公司会庆祝一下。
所以最棒的行销就是把我们的用户、把我们的客户直接带到我们的产品来，一起来体验。那接下来第二个部分，非常的荣幸，我们会请到我们的合作品牌的伙伴，以及我们的媒体代理商的伙伴，分别是 Melissa， 她是 Head of Marketing Taiwan Uber， 然后以及 Joyce， 她是来自于新加坡 MediaCom Communications Planning Director。那我们要来进行一个对谈。那我们现在欢迎Melissa 跟 Joyce。嗨，请坐，请坐。我们是不是请 Melissa 跟 Joyce 先介绍一下自己？
没问题。Hello， 大家好，我是 Melissa。加入 Uber 已经4年多的时间，所以很开心今天接受 Aaron 的邀请，以及跟我最棒的伙伴 Joyce 能跟大家分享一下。刚 Aaron 已经带来这么多沉浸式体验的一些很棒的一个机会，去跟 Z 世代再去做进一步的接触。
是，谢谢 Melissa。
Hello， 大家好，我是来自新加坡的 Joyce。那今天我就用一点 English 掺中文来express myself.
We got AI. We got you
so
covered.
That's great. Happy to be here. I'm the Communications Planning Director for MediaCom. 那我们就是APAC 组的，就 Melissa 跟 Uber Eats 是我们很重要的一个 client. So super happy to be here.
谢谢两位。对，然后来接下来我们来跟品牌对谈一下。对，我觉得其实大家应该就是疫情应该慢慢的进入另外一个阶段了。那大家也都在谈，其实这将近3年了。对，其实疫情改变了很多的事情，然后刺激了很多新的需求，然后也加速了很多消费行为的改变。那其实在这个整个过程当中 ，Uber Eats 这个服务其实占了一个非常非常关键的角色。那我自己跟吴博义的感情也是升温了非常非常多，我现在离不开他了。对，所以我们是请 Melissa 从第一线的角度来跟我们分享，在消费者的行为和消费市场上面，您观察到的改变。
没问题，我想其实大家应该都很有感觉，过去这3年来，大家在使用 Uber Eats 上面的行为，也可能从一开始的今晚我想来点各种的餐饮的一个美食的一个点餐的行为，演化到在疫情期间，因为我们看到社会大环境的需求以及消费者的一个移动受限制的情况下，我们的生鲜杂货的一个即时外送的一个服务也是如火如荼在成长中，所以这个是我们看到一个从美食餐饮外送为主，到现在其实吃的用的都可以就在 Uber 上点得到的这样行为的一个改变。
那除了所以消费的行为上面其实在转变了，所以我们的媒体大环境从行销的角度来讲，是请 Joyce 跟我们分享一下，您观察到什么样的变化？
好啊，那在疫情开始的时候，那可能最 basic 的就是没有人出去啊。那 out of home 好像这些平台、这些媒体，可能它的 relevance 就比较少。那大家都关在家里，我们就看到了，其实有很多的那些 consumers 跟 audiences， 他们的 content consumption， 飞机好大声。他们在家里，在不同平台的 content consumption 就增加了好多。我觉得我们大家都知道，很像没有东西做啊，就开电视机啊，看 Netflix 或者是看 OTT， 或者是在我们的那个手机上面来扫一扫直播，或者是很像抖音或者是 SNS 这些东西。那 I think interestingly 最好奇的就是after 我们的这个 COVID 的疫情 变好了。So once COVID, I think we're in a better place right now for COVID. 其实很多这些新的 behaviors, 新的媒体，其实还是很 deeply entrenched in the way that people are using. 那现在我还是在看 Netflix， 还是在用这些直播的平台。那 I think that is very interesting for us as a media agency. 那跟 clients 在讨论的时候，那 I think the challenge 就是现在我们的 consumers， 我们的 audiences 有好多不同的 channel， 然后有一点点的 distraction， 对吗？ So 品牌应该怎样的捉住我们 consumers 跟 audiences 的 attention， 那个是最重要的。那我们也是在想 what brands are able to do that do very well is to understand 我们观众怎么用这些怎么用这些不同的媒体 ，how they use it and why they use it。就像 Aaron 你刚才所讲解的那个 Gen Zs 用的那个，可能这些 channels 都蛮相似的，但用的方式、用的那个原因就蛮不同的。那就是 when we're able to build some of the messages that fit these 不同的媒体，那这就是我们讲的那个 communications planning。而我觉得I think since COVID 这变得更加重要。
对，所以其实就是 COVID 改变了，就是媒体啊，大家那个 content consumption 的之外，其实正好在这2-3年，我们的 Z 世代长大成人，所以其实他们也开始主导了我们刚刚提到的很多，不管是议题或者是在经济上面。所以其实除了媒体环境的改变之外，其实我们的那个观众群的组成，对，其实也在转变当中。是请 Melissa 跟我们分享一下，那从 Uber Eats 的角度来讲，你们的年轻的品牌策略是什么？年轻族群的品牌策略。
没问题，我想承接刚刚 Joyce 跟大家分享的，疫情期间开始，其实很多的广告主都把媒体的预算从线下转到了线上。competition 其实已经变高了，那但是其实在不同的一个环境下面，其实它的内容的一个呈现方式也是非常不同。我们如果回到 Z 世代，就是或跟我们传统的一个就是在看东西或者什么一个情况的最大的差别，我会说就是注意力可以集中的时间。以前我记得有看过一个报道，10几年前可能我们广告就是抓住消费者就是 attention getting 这件事情 ，immediate attention getting 可能有10几秒的时间，它可能可以撑12秒。可是在我可能7、8年前的时候，新的数据就出来，可能变成只有8秒钟。好，我们现在还没有就是最新的数据，可是我猜很多的演算法或是媒体的一个 media spec 的需求，很多时候可能就是你最多可能就是6秒钟、5秒钟，甚至3秒钟是我最新听到的一个可能可以注意力集中的时间。所以在跟 Z 世代这样子的一个族群沟通的时候，这件事情变得就是更重要了。我们怎么样去确保说，但 Uber Eats 是一个其实是广大跟台湾的一个家户就是都非常有关系的品牌，我们的general population 一般受众是我们就是核心必须让大家具备知名度的情况下，我们怎么样针对就是 Gen Z 这一个在刚刚Aaron 分享的 Generation Twitch 这样未来的消费力成长那么快的情况下，我们在我们的媒体策略需要去顾及我们在现在以及未来的受众上都有一个适合的一个 content 去互相的去搭配，打造一个integrated marketing campaign。
谢谢 Melissa。那我们是不是直接到 Joyce 这边？所以就是针对这一个比较特别的族群，所以 Joyce 跟 Uber Eats Melissa 这边，你们是怎么样开始进行这个活动的规划
？So like Melissa said， 我们今晚我想来点的这个广告系列其实 super iconic。我觉得可能在我们台湾的朋友都蛮熟悉的。那在 media 上，今年吧开始，我们有一个新的 updated priority，which is Uber Eats， 也是开始在那个生鲜杂货即点即送的这个 category，groceries and convenience category， 有这新的服务。那我觉得很像我们的品牌在 Uber Eats。It's very familiar with our Taiwanese consumers and audiences in the food delivery space. 但要开始 open up 这个新的 opportunity for grocery deliveries needs I think a slightly different strategy， 一个可能比较新的一个策略。那通常我们在做的这些很像Uber Eats 的媒体，很像我们的电视啊，我们的那个 video 还是非常重要，因为我觉得那个它的 role in 整个很像 media strategy，we can't deny that。我们是觉得很像，尤其是现在在这个新的 groceries delivery 的 category 里面，有几个我们需要比较注重的 TA， 那这种我们叫很像 growth audiences， 而 Gen Z 其实是其中一个 TA。那就在跟 Uber Eats， 我们就在想，应该怎样的找可能新的平台或者是新的方式来 reach out to 这些 Gen Z，reach out to 这些 growth audiences。那我们就看到Twitch actually is an interesting opportunity for us. It's a new channel. 其实我们都没有做过 Mel 在 Twitch 今年之前。那我们看到它的那个发展是蛮快的。And I think what is interesting， 很像 Erin 你刚才在说的 ，Twitch 跟我们的那些 viewers 的互动很不一样。那很少可以看到可能一个 channel 可以每个人平均3个小时在那个 screen 前面来看那些很像不同的 content、不同的直播。那我们觉得很像这时候 for Uber Eats it might be an interesting opportunity， 因为 TA 也可能抓对了，而那个 the ability for us to reach out to our audiences 也可能会蛮有 interesting 的机会吧。因为我觉得我们的服务大家都蛮熟悉，是在那个 food delivery 的 space。那我们要怎么详细的，也是跟我们的观众了解讲解，其实我们有新的一个服务，要怎样点，在平台要怎样用的，这其实是一个 I think interesting opportunity for Twitch。但详细的这个 experience， 我就来给 Mel 讲一讲这581的这个 campaign 吧。
好啊，刚刚讲到说这个其实我们也是第一次跟 Twitch 合作，也是因为这个机会我开始更多了解Twitch 的一个环境到底是怎么样。晨曦刚刚 Joy 说的，每一个就是 Twitch 的 user 就是在平均每一天是花3个钟头在这个平台上面。那刚 Erin 其实有介绍到工商的一个这样合作的机会，是一个2个小时的一个的直播的东西。哇哦，我们平常我们很会30秒的广告、15秒的广告、6秒的广告，我们很快的，因为刚刚讲到说 Gen Z 的注意力集中就这么短的时间，所以我们有今晚我想来点，哇，他听到他马上就知道这个品牌。那但是哇，在 Twitch 的活动上面，而且又是直播。那刚刚其实讲到一个怎么样从一个 curated content 的一个 core 的广大的一个受众的广告内容，进化到一个真实性比较高，但是又可以同时达到品牌目的的一个行销内容的一个合作。那所以581挑战这个是今天想要跟大家分享。我们其实跟2位就是实况主是女性，刚刚讲到说其实一半的就是 gamer 是女性的族群，他们刘轩的轩和林福福，我觉得实况直播这样子的一个内容来讲，很关键的一个内容叫做社群的，他们有他们的社群创作者，实况主他们的社群，其实是在这个过程中是 co-create 共创一个行销的一个内容。那所以在581这个听起来是有什么意义吗？要回到说，刚刚我记得 Erin 一开始就说这几年吴博义在这个人在你生命活中占了越来越重要的角色。吴博义不是我们品牌自己去就是商标 trademark 的一个名字，吴博义就是大家在社群里面这样子的去称呼我们。吴博义，那我们就想到说，在推广就是生鲜杂货的时候，其实一个这听起来就很像中文的中文里面我们就讲581，好像一个结账金额的一个数字吼。那我们就邀请了这2位直播主。其实 Gen Z 他们不是说只有妈妈或是家庭才去做就是 grocery shopping， 其实年轻的世代他们也会买各种的东西，也会自己下班之后也会煮东西啊，这样体验就是可能是比较 experiential 的，不是真的是可能只是为了填饱肚子。所以我们其实就邀请这2位实况主，就是跟他们的社群发起一个挑战，用就是一个581的预算，在 Uber Eats 上跟我们当时的一个合作的一个生鲜品牌去共同完成一个任务。 你就是点满581，然后帮就是可以做出来的一道菜。那所以这个就等于是在过程中跟大家讲，然后在过程中社群一起去在这个节目里面去说哦，要点这个可能要加这个葱，加这个肉，然后甚至其实后来超展开的一块是，例如说林夫妇他的家里的猫就走过去，然后他忽然想到说啊，罐罐没有了。罐罐没有了，所以就本身就说要不要顺便钱还够，要不要再买一个罐罐？然后或者是刘轩的轩，他那个卫生纸正好家里的没有了，结果好吧，卫生纸不是做菜的成分，但是同时也在 Uber Eats 的就是这个平台上面找到了就是卫生纸，然后帮助我们的实况组完成任务。所以我想这个581的这个合作最后的一个成果，因为其实2位实况组的活动都是2个钟头，然后同时其实。在线的人数，光在线的时候就3000多个人共同去创作这个内容，我就觉得非常的惊讶。然后那个聊天室就是对在打字的那个 engagement， 就是也让我觉得哇，这真的是一个很特别的 community。然后从就是直播实况到就是后来的一个 content 的cumulated 的 content 有85万个分钟的一个
观看，
所以我觉得这会变成跳脱说，对，可能本来品牌我们难道是要赞助电影才可以创造 long form 的就是内容吗？可能然后那个品牌植入也很 subtle， 其实不是，是有一个新的一个方式去运用这样子的一个媒体，然后再结合我们的一个品牌的沟通目标去共创内容。
谢谢 Melissa。最近其实正好有一个就是数位奖项、创意奖项的评审，其中有一个奖叫做最佳内容娱乐内容奖。那我们就在讲说，其实这个是什么意思？其实就是一个好好看的广告，我把它看完，而且我知道它要卖什么。对，所以其实像这样子一个2小时的合作里面，我想最后就是请 Melissa。就这次的经验，其实我们就是体验了所有，包括实况，包括年轻的族群，包括社群之间的互动。对，综合起来，你会不会给我们一些建议？在现在这样子的一个新的时代、新的平台、新的宇宙里面，对您给品牌什么样的建议？
没问题，我分享一些，然后我也想留一点时间给 Joyce。我自己的一个reflection 就是你一定要真实。而且并且要跟文化去共创，就是品牌的一个 brand affinity。有一个很重要的品牌的指标叫做this brand is for someone like me。所以我觉得这个是要提醒，就是所有的一个不管是广告专业人员、代理商伙伴，其实这个是帮助我们在跟 Gen Z 或者新世代，或甚至是所有的一个，就是你的受众的一个目标来讲，非常重要的一个操作心法。那第二个其实是在我想要分享到的是实际的一个广告内容创作的一个经验，不是 curated 的 content 下，我们还是需要有非常就是重要的前置时间投入。我会把它称为前置的原因是，你会发现说直播上了 on 了之后回不了头了，所以怎么样在前面的时间。你去了解你的，例如说选择的creator， 以及他们的社群的特性，以及你品牌的目标，用一个 co-creation， 就是在3方其实都有共识的一个情况下，去共同的在实际的直播的情况，或者这种更多新媒体的方式执行的情况下的时候，可以3方都可以共同的创造出就是具有娱乐性的一个内容。
谢谢 Melissa。Joyce 这边呢？
那我本身觉得，最重要的还是你的 audience 吧。就有很多这些新的平台，他们的 audience 跟他们的那些 community 可能就蛮不一样的。那重要的就是跟你的品牌的那个需要，你们的 TA 有没有一个 match？ 如果有的话，这些平台可以，他们的 viewers， 他们的 audiences，可以 create 一个我们叫 incremental reach。跟 incremental impact， 那就是那个 sweet spot。可能有一些新的平台 ，they will not be able to do this。那 brands and agencies， 我们都需要很慎重的考虑一下，了解一下这些新的平台，他们是怎样的 audience， 他们 audience 是怎样要使用这些新的媒体。And I think that will be the most important for brands also to consider。
谢谢两位。那我觉得如果要总结，也给我这个机会，我要非常非常感谢，其实Uber Eats 还有 MediaCom 这边，因为我觉得品牌要心脏非常的大颗，可以拥抱这样子2小时直播，不是每一个剧本都写好的。对，所以前置作业很重要，我们要很清楚知道品牌的定位、形象跟价值，跟我们要沟通的内容之外，真的就是很真实的，然后把它交给我们的创作者跟我们的社群一起共同体验，邀请我们的消费者一起来参加，所以我非常非常感谢，就是MediaCom 以及 Uber Eats 我们一起拥抱这样子的方式，以及今天带来很棒的分享，谢谢两位，谢谢大家，
谢谢我们3位美丽女士为我们带来很充实的对谈，请留步舞台。那我们现在要请我们的 TIPRA 的郭庆辉理事长再次为我们的讲者致赠感谢状以及礼品，以及来合照。好，那麻烦看一下我们前方摄影师的镜头。好，3位美女，3、2、1 ，Cheese！ 谢谢3位美丽的女士，我们真的听到了很多关于行销的全新观点哦，就像刚才 Irene 女士上台前说的这个新行销，先别管你以前知道，我们真的听到很多全新的观点。好，那接下来下一位讲者是广告人都熟悉的好朋友 LINE 台湾品牌行销部副总经理陈文琪 Angela 今天要为我们带来的讲题分享是 LINE 拉近你我的距离，数位参与和社会包容，如何透过文化创意内容降低数位差异的进入门槛。我们欢迎 Angela。
首先，不好意思，因为我被 brief 的时候是要用英文演讲，虽然英文不是我的 native language， 但是因为我在 prepare 这个 deck 的时候，其实都是全英文，所以我可能还是要用我一点点 grammar 可能会有很多错误，等一下翻译不是很准确的英文来做今天的 presentation。那因为我今天的 presentation 其实内容非常简单，只有一个 case， 所以如果大家对于这个 case 有兴趣的话，可以会后可以来找LINE 的伙伴们跟同伴们。好。那首先，我先讲一下我为什么要选择First of all, why I'm choosing digital civilization as the topic of today's speech. Yesterday, I was at opening of the events, and the chairman of the Alpha was talking about Mr. Swamy was talking about technology is supposed to be used for good. So that really inspired me a lot because I think that's aligned with what LINE is trying to do. Earlier, we heard about Twitch talk about there's an early adopter, like Gen Z is the early adopter of new technology. But as we grow, we also need to take care of the mass majority and also the late majority because they are the mainstream of the populations in the world. So my speech today is going to focus on how LINE is going to help to make sure that technology can be widely adopted by the lay majority and also the mass majority. And that's why I choose the digital civilization and how to close that digital divide. So first of all, I haven't introduced myself. My name is Angela Chen. I'm the head of brand and marketing in LINE Taiwan. But before I started to talk about what I'm supposed to talk about. So I'm going to introduce myself a little bit. So as a head of brand and marketing of LINE Taiwan, my role is actually do the overall branding for LINE as a brand, but also going to do the go-to-market strategies and also communication strategies for a wide range of the LINE services in Taiwan. So we have LINE Gift, we have LINE Pay, we have LINE Bank, we have LINE Taxi, etc., etc. So I also are responsible to do a lot of the curation campaigns that some of you might have experiences. So for example, last year, we do collaborations with the Penghu County governments to do the Penghu International Firework Festival. Last year, during the COVID, we do the, with Kaohsiung governments to also support, using the technology to support a digital Latin festival. And the case I'm going to share today is actually the new cases that we just done in October, the first week of October, which is the Lune Blanc, 白昼之夜. So I don't know whether you have actually experienced that. As the deputy directors of the Taipei City Cultural Bureau yesterday, she mentioned about this case. So in the 20 minutes of my presentations, I'm going to deep dive about this project. And then hopefully there is an interesting part, because I think it's a perfect example about Web 1, Web 2, and our little attempt to try to go to Web 3. And then before that, I also wanted to share a little bit about my personal story and my personal experiences. Before I joined Line, I was working with Microsoft, Yahoo, my old, and Google and Nokia. So while my team members said, Angela, are you really sure you want to say that you were started with AOL? You've got mail? I think none of you knows what I was talking about. That was before the Web 1.0, where I started using Hotmail as my main communication tool, and also I using the AOL Messenger. Right. So while I'm going to talk a little bit more about this, is because I think I have a really personal touch in terms of what the evolutions of 1.0 to 2.0, and now I'm trying to catch myself into the 3.0 era. So again, bear with me for a little bit. I really like about these slides. So why these slides? Renaissance. What does that mean, Renaissance, with the speech I'm going to talk about? So if any of you are interested in the history, and you know Renaissance, 文艺复兴时期, it's a social revolution that happens in 14th centuries to 16th centuries. That was right after the Black Death, 黑死病. See? You see the analogies about what we are experiencing today, and also what experiencing about 400 or 500 years ago. And then why is that important? Because before the Renaissance, all the painting is about religious, about church. It's about not much about people. But with Renaissance, it happens in Italy. I think there's an interesting thing happens. They create a lot of great artists, like one of my favorites, Leonardo da Vinci. Why I like about Leonardo da Vinci? Because he's the one who can master science and art. And then, is that similar to what we are facing nowadays? We are facing technology and creative. So that's the evidence number one I would like to talk about, which is history will repeat itself. And secondly, I hope none of you are suffer from the crypto bubble recently. Luckily, a little bit. So what we can learn from dot-com crash 20 years ago, that's why I want to introduce myself first. This is about 1999. As you see, a lot of company over there, like Priceline.com, Webvan. I think there's another one, which is TD Warehouse. I think none of you probably don't know what they are. I know, because that was when I first moved to United States to get my business school degree. I arranged a Silicon visit to go to visit those companies. And then, voila, 2011. None of this company exists. The biggest company on this map is Facebook, Twitter, LinkedIn. I didn't show Line because Line was just introduced at that year, so we are not on this map. So what happens? We see a similar patterns of the dot-com crash 20 years ago versus now, the crypto bubble. So scary, right? History will repeat itself again. Evidence number 2. So should we be worried? Actually, we shouldn't, because that's how people or revolutions, that's how cultural, or that's how society revolutionize themselves. They'll go extreme, and they come back a little bit, and then, but we are still on the right trend. We are still on the right direction. Okay, enough about history, enough about myself. So I'm going to talk a little bit about Line. I'm still representing Line, so I have to talk about Line. So I don't know, any of you knows how Line started. We started about 11 years ago, back to 2011, where there was a big earthquake. Happens in March 11 in Japan. That's the famous earthquake I think everybody knows. So in order to make sure that people can be connected as soon as possible to know that whether their beloved one, friends or family, mothers or kids are safe, we introduced these Line applications in order to make sure that you can get an instant reply so that people know that they are safe. So in the past 10 years, we have gradually introduced a lot of new services. For example, sticker. I think Line Sticker is a very important application for Line to grow. Why? When I interviewed with this job, my boss asked me, why do you think sticker is so important? Because when you communicate with people, you use it, how are you? It's very different than, how are you? And it's very different than, how are you, right? So that's why sticker give it the emotions that usually words cannot deliver. So throughout the years, we have introduced payment services like Line Pay, entertainment services like Line TV, content services like Today, shopping, travel, taxi, bank, and also we just relaunched a social commerce called Line Gift. And later on, we'll talk just a little bit about those things. Okay, so among those services, I think one of the services so important I still want to use it and highlight it is actually stickers. Why is stickers important? Because over time, we have listed over 9 million set of the stickers through 700,000 of the creators in Taiwan. And that itself helped to civilize the communication technology among all different age groups. So that fulfilled the missions of our company. Our missions of the company is closing the distance. It's not just about closing the distance between people. It's about closing the distance between people and the technology. Like Roger was talking about, it's all about people. If the technology is not centered around people, that is not going to work. And that's why we say user experiences, user interface is so important. So luckily, throughout the year, we have, so far, we have almost like 90% of the populations are using Line on a monthly basis. Among 88% of them are using official account. And later on, I will talk a little bit. The case is fully utilized about official accounts. And then 90% of them are using messengers, or Line messages as a daily basis, right? So this itself actually means that our user profile ties in with pretty much the whole user profile of Taiwan population. Yes, Gen Z is very important because they are early adopters. But also, we shouldn't forget about the late majority and the early majority and the mass majority in Taiwan. Unfortunately, we are an aging population. Our median age of the population is 42 years old. Surprising, right? When I first saw the number, I'm scared. 42, right? So the next case is about the case. Going to the topic, really the topic I'm going to share, is the Lune Bronc. So I will share you with a video. This video is still a work in process, but I still feel it is very important to share with because that will actually pretty much what I'm going to talk about for the next 20 minutes. Okay, so first of all, I want to give the credits to our partners. Actually, the project was commissioned by the Taipei City to an agency called Haohualangjigo. So for many of you in Taiwan might know who this agency is about. The curator is the director of this company, and also a lot of the arts and also the creation was done by them. And then a lot of the art was done by a very famous designer in Taiwan called Yan Bojun. So I want to still give the credit to them. And why I want to show this case is that the great work is actually 90% of the great work was done by them. But 10% of the work is that they are using using LINE as a platform to make their vision possible. So I'm going to share with you what happens. So first of all, for those of you who are not aware of the new blog, 白昼之夜, or you have participated several 白昼之夜, I want to do a little bit about what's the visions and what is 白昼之夜 or the new blog is about. It's a whole day's, it's actually a whole night's event for 12 hours on the first Saturday night of every October. It was initiated and originated from Paris back to 2002, aiming to encourage the citizens' participations into the city, and also the history of the city by using a lot of the installation arts or the performing arts to help the citizens to engage with the city they live. So there's a lot of installations, a lot of the performing throughout the night in that 12 hours. But after that 12 hours, all the installation arts is going to be gone. So with that, it soon becomes a worldwide phenomenon, like starting from Paris, all the way go to the Canada, like in Montreal, Toronto, and in Europe, like Madrid, Barcelona, and also Australia. And then it's back to 2012. It was introduced into Korea, and then in 2016, it was introduced in Taiwan. And ever since that, every year, we have the new blog in Taipei. So I believe in the venue you have just sitting, that was probably hosted the new blog about 4 or 5 years ago. So what the new blog we want to achieve, similar, right? It's a all-night free events for 12 hours. And then you want to use the contemporary of the arts to engage the Taipei citizens. But more importantly, they want to be able to create sort of the connections with the history. Because the young people nowadays might go to Zhongshan MTR, might go to Ximen, may go to Xinyi district. But in the neighborhoods like Yuanshan here and Shiling, which is a neighbor 2 MTR station away, it's actually getting old. Not many people, not many young people were there. And also, because of there's a certain history about that district, it used to be a very popular sightseeing space with a lot of night markets. But because of the developments of the city migrated from the north part to the east part or to the south part, it became very dead. It's like a dead district, right? So the city government want to make sure that we can start to bring citizens back to the neighbor, because there's a lot of old histories happens in that neighbor. So for example, that at the entrance of the night market is the biggest, they used to be the biggest theaters where people, lovers, my mom and dad's generations would go there to date, right? So the theme of this year is actually Shiling Grand Theater, okay? So we have tried to work with Le Mont Blanc for 3 years, ever since I joined LINE, because I think it's a great opportunity to realize my visions or our company's vision in terms of online merge offline. So when we talk about online merge offline, what are the key success factors? We've talked about a lot of the online merge OMO experiences, but imagine this is a 12 hours event. After the event, all things are gone. So you think about, if I want to visit the event, and I go to the Google map, but who will do a 12 hours POI on Google map? Because after 12 hours, all the POI is going to be gone, right? So that's the first challenge is that you can think about it. But if you cannot Google map those locations, how are you going to visit those locations? So you can only create a website or you can only create an applications. But if you create a website, again, you go to search a lot of the informations about exhibitions. But when you're actually on site, you still don't know how to find it. Or when you are on site, it's so crowded. And you go to the internet, you search. You see a great installation, but you don't know what the name is. You don't know what to search. So what are the key success factors of the OMO experiences in these 12 hours? That's a real big challenge. Another challenge is, as just I said, the city government want to engage not just about a young generation, right? The young generation already knows about the new block. But in order to have the citizens to participate in the city developments, they need to have the mass generation are aware of this campaign. So they want to do online and offline event all together. But the other challenging thing is about COVID. Before COVID, the new block is only an offline event. The online is just the extension part or supporting part to help them to talk about what this event is about. It's because of COVID, they didn't actually give up. They are still doing the event. But in order to bring the people to the event, what they are doing is actually bring the event to the people. They actually partner with, I believe is one of the partner, I can't remember it's Foodpanda or Uber Eats to actually work with them to deliver the performance into the houses. So this year, we have the luxury to start engaging and brainstorm with the curators at the very first beginning and say, see, it's no longer COVID. We don't have to worry about people getting together. So let's do something real OMO. So that's what our role is coming in. I finally talk about line. So what we're trying to do is actually we want to create 3 experiences. We want to create a real offline engagements and participation and interaction in that 12 hours. But at the same time, we want to create a great online experiences. But ultimately, what we want to create an ultimate experiences, no matter whether you are online or whether you're physically offline or physically offline, but you want to find information online. And that's what our ultimate goal is, to create that ultimate OMO experiences. So what we did first, we're using what we're doing the best. So sticker, again, line, come on. Do you have something new? But again, I think sticker is a really, really nice tool that if you want to reach cross generations of audiences, then sticker is the best tool. This was designed by the designer I was talking about, Yan Bojun. So about one month before the event, we actually used the free sticker to promote. Not only we successfully reach the young audiences, but we also reach the older generation. Within 1 week, we have more than 400,000 of downloads. And how you can get this free sticker? Of course, you're using the by signing up the new Blanc official account. So by signing up the official account, you get this free download. So ultimately, we get over 700,000 of the downloads and 7,000 of the new friends on this official account. And then, as you see at the buttons, that you see a lot of what this OA is about to do. It's not just about download the sticker. It later on becomes the official communication channel and also official interaction channel before and during that 12 hours of the events. So I will share with you what it happens. So again, before you go to the event, it's 12 hours, right? So you have to plan because they have 85 of the performance in that 12 hours. They have over 67 of the installation. And more importantly, it is quite spread out. The red dot you see is that unique architecture, the Taipei Performing Arts Center. All the red dot area are the night markets area. All the green area are the Zhanghaishen Shilin residence area, which is a big park that you can actually do a lot of installations or like real life performing art. And the blue dot area is actually the science museum and also the children park. So you can actually, before the event started, actually you can create your own itinerary by hours, by by the different 4 sections. So before you started, you already know what all the installation arts and all the performing arts you want to see and how you're going to arrange your personal itinerary. But what's more important and what I really like about this project is actually our Light Beacon network. And that's where the real OMO experiences is going to happen. Because that is, so in the event, actually, because there are 95 programs and then 67 missions, we actually, among all those installations and performing, we installed the Light Beacon in that location. So what happens the beacon can do? First of all, the red area is the Performing Arts Center, where it is right next to the MTR. So when you go into that area, it's so crowded. If you are in that area, it is over 300,000 people in that night. So it gets so crowded. And then most people will go to the night market, which we installed 25 beacon. So what it did is actually in the back end, there's a data center, and also there's control centers where the city governments and also the curators sit behind and making sure that, oh, it's overcrowded. They push the message through the beacon and also through the OA to say, oh, here is overcrowded. You should consider going to the other area. And then they will notify you when the next performance is going to start it, in case you forgot. Right. So the first things that you can do is a real-time traffic control to make sure that you will not get overcrowded in any kind of the location. And secondly, what it did is actually, is in each of the installation art, we will push a certain message asking you to interact with this art. So we have different interacts. So that one is actually, you can write a love letter, or you can read any of the message that you want to interact with people. So they will push you this message, and then you can see who is the artist? What is this artist about? You can take a photo. People like to take selfie. We ask them to take selfie with the installation art and upload it on the internet. And then once you complete the mission, there's an RGB dot granted to you. And then later on, I will talk about what RGB dot is about. Again, there's a large interaction projections that you can do, and also this is on the subway that, again, there's the drag queen's photos, and you can do the similar pose with the drag queen and take the selfie and upload it. So there are 3 kind of the OA mission among those 67 of the beacon. So each beacon will trigger different mission. And the first mission is about, like for example, the first category is about photo. As I said, you take photos, selfie, you upload it. The second one is what I like the most about it. It's about question. Okay, question, Q&A. But the question actually helped to deliver what the missions of this event is about. It's to creating the interactions with the city. So Shiling has a lot of the historical, like temple, museum. I didn't know that actually Shiling was by Jilong River, not Danshui River. So through this Q&A, you can understand about the history about this neighborhood, or the artists. What is inspirations of this artist? What is the message that this installation or this performance is trying to achieve or deliver? And next thing is that, again, that you can actually write down the words. Some people are good at photos, images. Some people are good at words, so they can write a little poetry or whatever. But some people are just like me, too lazy. I just want to do Q&A. Okay, so once you complete every single task, you'll grant a little dot, RGB dot. What RGB? Red, blue, and green, right? So what that dot, so that's just the interaction. I would probably just skip over. So this is just a few of interactions I'll share with you. So all this like question. So you will collect an RGB dot, and this RGB dot is a real-time synchronized among all the audiences. If they have 400,000 users, you have 400,000 of the RGB dot created, okay? So those data we want to do is to make it sustainable. And how we make it sustainable, we're going to the thing of this year's DigiAsia Web3 or NFT, okay? So this is the map. This is the color map I created. So as you can see, I collected over 47 of the RGB mission. And it covered 18 red, 13 green, and 16 blue. And then among this area, this is in the backend systems that you can see at this time that how many people collect blue, how many people collect red and green in which area. There are 4 areas, so they have 4 different data. So what it means, simultaneously, real time, you commit one mission, you have one dot, you put it on the color plate, simultaneously, real time, you will create an image like this. So the thing of this, the new Bronx is actually collect all the wishes from everyone, all the dots from everyone, and then become a new lumiere, 众愿太阳, a sun. By 6 a.m. in the morning, that they will have one collective art that welcoming the sunrise moment. But throughout the way, they want to make people to feel that they are participating. So what I did is actually, so this is the data center I was talking about. So that this is the curator calling in, actually talk about the real data and how that real data to make it AI-generated NFT. So this is the screenshot I captured at the day. So every hours, you can actually mint 100 NFT at that moment, starting from 7 p.m. all the way to 6 a.m. So totally, there will be 12,000 NFT generated in 12 hours, each hour 100. So I started at the 7 p.m. and I finally gave my NFT at 3 a.m. in the morning. So this is the NFT I get. That create a personal, the color plate itself already create a personal memory of what I have participated in. But by minting this NFT, I got a collective of the 400,000 participants at that day. So that is how we think that with this collective, AI-generated artwork can actually sustain. And then that's the spirit of the new Bronx, how to encourage the personal participation, but also encourage co-creations. Okay, so as a result, so we were very happy. We actually created a record high of LINE participations with 460,000 of participants. But we have almost created 1.5 times of the online participations. And the year that in 2021, that was because of the COVID. Okay, so just a little bit quick recap. I think a couple of numbers have already showed that already. So in total, we have 460 grand offsite participated, 1.5 million of online participated, and the official account have generated 6,500,000 OA friends within 30 days. But more importantly, that within Beacon, while it's just a few participation, no, we actually have half of the people on site are triggered by Beacon. That was quite a number because we were thinking about maybe not many people will actually trigger the Beacon, but actually there's a lot of people trigger the Beacon. Okay, so through the Beacon, we have the 690,000 Beacon push, and then we have the 3.2 million of the message push, and then how many sticker downloads. But because this event, as I said, that I do a curations for all our family services, so not just about the on-site support, our technology support of the LINE Beacon and official accounts, but we also do we use the LINE Spa. Our services LINE Today, and also to promote this event. But 3 o'clock in the morning, unfortunately, the Taipei city government didn't actually offer anti-mar anymore. So when you are tired, we actually have the new services called LINE Taxi. We actually partner, we have new services, LINE Taxi Premium, which is basically Tesla. So you can get the Tesla to send you back home. So that's what we did for that, okay. Okay, so what I learned about this one is that when I'm trying to learn myself toward the Web3 universe, I think just as what Rogers from Meta talked about, it's all about people. It's centered around people. I think the success of the new Bronx is about personal experiences, how to create the personal experiences. And then no matter whether you are in the real world or you are in the virtual world, or adding the time frame, you are having another multi-dimensions or multiverse. I think everyone is unique. Everyone wants to be personal. Everyone wants to be unique in information, and the marketing want to be just relevant to myself. So I think this is my learning toward the Web3, is that no matter which we are doing Web3, Web2, or whatever, I think consumer is still the key. Consumer journey in different location is the key. But with the Web3, it adds the complexity because it's no longer real world versus virtual world. It's how real world can merge with the virtual world and in a personalized way. I think that's how my take toward the Web3 movement. We are not there yet. I don't think we are there yet. So that's what I want to talk about. Is all the things is about data. All the things is about how the data can connect people, closing the distance between people, closing the distance between people and the technology. But by the end of the day, no matter which location you are, which universe you are, that's the key, I think, is for this project. Okay, I have 6 minutes. So I want to talk a little bit more about Dolce, which is supposed to be talking about Dolce more. But I think for some of you might know about Dolce from the news release, but I think the reason why we are a little bit kind of slow in the Web3, I think it's go back to Line's vision. Line's vision is to making the technology available for everyone. So making the technology available for all, closing the distance between people and technology. That's why our vision to our Dolce platform is the same. We want to provide an NFT platform that is simple and easy for all. So in order to do that, in order to achieve that in Meta, it takes time. So, but fundamentally, what we want to do is actually, we want to make sure Dolce is a global platform. So on the September 13th, we introduced Dolce into the market with 9 languages available and open for 180 markets and countries. But of course, when you talk about platform, you talk about the marketplace, you need to have the branded customer. So what we're aiming to do is actually working with a very famous international IP. This exercise is ongoing, but as you know, that Dolce is developed by Line Next, which is a Korean company, and what Korean company's biggest asset is K-pop, entertainment, and webtoon, right? So what we also want to do, actually, we want to make sure that it's easy access to our user. So we try to use as simple as possible payment system. So for example, when you're using the Line single sign-in, you can actually, using your credit card or using your digital payment like Line Pay or whatever the payment you have, and of course the crypto, and then you can actually do a simple payment. So it's no longer limited to multiple currency platform or wallet. When you use a simple platform, simple wallet, and simple payment access. And more importantly, we understand in the virtual world that the early majority need to have a little bit of the reward systems. So we use the unique membership program called Dolce Citizen. So it's the reward system that we are doing. So what you might heard about like Dolce. In Dolce is the global name, but in Japan we use Line NFT. But ultimately, what we want to do is actually we want to work with the gaming company, the arts company, fashions, services, or sports content partners. So if you have any interest, you can actually talk to the Line people today after this meeting, and we can talk a little bit more about how we can help you to get connected to the Dolce platform. So currently, as I said, the project that currently we're working on is the Hell Bombs, which is a very famous webtoons globally, and also for the K-pops, like they are from the YP Entertainment, so all this K-pop company that we are working on. So the next thing is just I mentioned about the Dolce Citizens. It's the reward system that we are using. So you can actually collect virtual kind of points, which is dong. Now having the dong, you can do a little bit more like you can do more things with the Dolce platform as well. So as I said, that the DOSI citizens were including communities, including the DOM benefits, and including level ups and marketplace trade. So net, what we try to do is actually, instead of you go to multiple platform and multiple area to do one thing, we are trying to aggregate everything together. When you try to do everything aggregate together, it will take a little bit more time. Okay, so just recently released this week. As I said, we are firstly working with Webtoon Entertainment. We just launched the game DOSI as well. I really like when I look through the news release, I really like about what they talk about. Like when we do DOSI game, it's not for Web3. DOSI game is for gamer. So I think go back to what we talk about when we do technology. The technology is going to be used by people, we hope, not by AI robot in the future. But we want to make sure the technologies can actually benefit the people who is working on trying to make the people's lives better. As I said earlier in the opening of this presentation, technology is aiming for good to make the lives better. And that's why I put my speech topic as closing the digital divide. So technology civilization. Thank you very much.
谢谢 Angela。Angela 请留步舞台。那我们现在一样请 Skik 郭庆辉理事长为我们致赠感谢状。谢谢 Angela 为我们带来很精彩的分享。Light 确实在我们每天生活中是拉近我们的距离。请看一下前面摄影师的镜头，谢谢。好，谢谢 Angela。再次热烈掌声！好，那各位贵宾，我们早上的议程到此这边先告一段落。我们下午的议程会于1点30分 1:30 ，please come back to the venue。我们1点半会继续我们下午的议程，还有很多很精彩的分享。那请大家在1点半的时候回到会场。那可以利用午休的时间呢，参观我们1、2楼有许多很有趣、互动性很强的这些展览还有摊位。那欢迎大家利用午休时间自由的参观体验。谢谢大家，下午见。各位贵宾，大家午安，欢迎回到下午的议程。那今天下午的议程一开始呢，要为大家带来一段精彩的预告。那第45届的 IA World Congress 国际广告协会世界大会将于2024年，也就是后年，在马来西亚槟城举办。今天2024 IA World Congress 的主席特地亲临现场，要为我们带来精彩预告。Let's welcome the chairman of IAA World Congress 2024, Mr. John D. Chacko, to present us IAA World Congress 2024 Penang Roadshow. Let's welcome him.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. Takeho. I grew up in a Hokkien, Hainanese, and Teochew community in Malaysia. So my Chinese dialect's a bit mixed up. So anyway, I'll try my best, but I will speak in English now, right? Thank you so much for having me, for allowing me to present here. All protocols observed. I won't go through salutations. So I've been here many times. This is my 7th trip. I was marketing director of the Coca-Cola company for Asia Pacific. And I used to come here a lot, and I really enjoyed coming here. So I'm really nice. It's really nice to be here, right? And hopefully there are more trips to come. And I won't tell you the story of the Grand Hyatt, which most of you know, but that's where I used to stay, right? Anyway, today I'm here not selling Coca-Cola, but I'm here selling the World Congress, the 45th IAA World Congress. It is the largest congress in the calendar of IAA. It's the Olympics or events for the International Advertising Association. Right? So let me get straight into it. So the IAA World Congress, as it's called, has traveled the world over the last 38 years, or last 85 years, I'm sorry. And the first 13 or so was in New York, and then it's been in all the major cities around the world. And I'm pleased to say that in 2024, it will land in the island state of Penang in Malaysia in March 2024, right? And this will be the first in Southeast Asia, the first time that Southeast Asia has hosted a World Congress. Penang is an island state that would be familiar to many people here. It's a very popular destination for Taiwanese, Koreans, Japanese, and around the ASEAN as well. A fantastic state in Penang, and it's so important to Penang and IA Malaysia that the Chief Minister, the Right Honorable Chow Kon Yeow, sends his regards. He wasn't able to send his minister here because it's election day tomorrow, as CNN would know, in Malaysia, the major national election tomorrow. But the Right Honorable Chow has said that he himself is going to be the chair of the local organizing committee because he wants to make sure that this is one of the most memorable congresses of the International Advertising Association. So if you are wondering why Penang, many reasons. It's the Pearl of the Orient, as it's known. It's a Silicon Valley of the East with over 50 years of industrialization, a very strong E&E industry. And I was just mentioning to Jonathan that, in fact, he told me, I asked him, it is a sister city of Taipei, officially a sister city of Taipei, Georgetown and Penang, right? And the major corporations there, like Intel, are just making a significant investment into Penang. Apple gets a significant amount of its motherboards from Penang. And so is Broadcom and a significant number of industries, about 450 of them in the free trade zone of Penang. Its manifesto is a family-focused, green, smart state. So it's a very technology-smart state, but very focused on family, people, and livability. Right? It's a livable blue, green, and digital economy in Penang. The coexistence of man and nature is a high priority for the state of Penang. And as you will see from the leaflet, if you take one afterwards, how that comes to life. And diversity, marine biodiversity is fundamental to the state, and so is sustainability. So it lives the values of what we need as we go forward. And its heritage is preserved, earning in the UNESCO World Heritage Site for the 15th year this year, and it will continue. So Georgetown, Penang is a heritage site, which is the capital of Penang. And more importantly, and most importantly, is the culinary capital of Malaysia and possibly Southeast Asia. We'd like to think of the world, but certainly in Southeast Asia is the culinary capital. So eating is not just a pastime, it is what people do in Penang. The theme of the Congress is Recode, brand recode for better life, better world. So you might say recode. Well, yes, recode from a binary sense, as well as from a sense of purpose. It is about how do you integrate your technology and your creativity to be a force for good. How do you integrate your technology with your creativity to create better lives and a better world for all? Right? And good is the new currency. Doing good is the new currency in a very distressed world we live in right now. Right? And recode is the new narrative. But let me read through a manifesto which will give more meaning to recode. And so if you bear with me on this, we live in trying times. The pandemic, wars, climate change, nations in conflict, inflation, poverty, gender inequality, mental health, and much more. We live in a world divided by politics and wealth. We are overwhelmed by communication, unable to tell fact from fiction. Change is accelerating and is recoding lives, businesses, and relationships, fast-forwarding everything around us to a feeling of uncertainty. The haves fast forward, leaving the have-nots behind. For the IA 45th World Congress in Penang, we call on everyone to step back and ask yourself this: what can we do to build a better future for all? How can we integrate technology with creativity to be a force for good? How can we be the change we want to see in this world? How can we, in the pursuit of profit, also profit the planet and humanity? And much is said about a purpose-driven life. Is your brand making that a reality for employees, customers, partners, and the community? And that's a big question to ask ourselves. So Recode is the new narrative. Brand Recode is the central theme of the 45th IA World Congress. Join us to learn, to share, to build friendships and collaborate. Join us to help connect brands and lives in a divided world. Join us to create a better life and a better world for all. And that's the manifesto for the Congress, and this will be what will be the filter as we go forward and look for partners, for sponsors, for speakers, those who passionately believe in a manifesto like this. Right. Now, having said that, ladies and gentlemen, this is Penang.
This is the place where life is celebrated every day in many colorful ways. This is where ancient traditions live and breathe. Where the arts captivate and culture and heritage can be found at every turn. There is something for everyone. Experience how the excitement of the present merges with wonders from the past. A place where everyone is welcome to share the joy and fun together. To celebrate the diversity of Asia in one magical place. This is Penang.
Thank you. So Penang awaits you. I hope I've been able to share the magic of this state, which I conclude as the confluence of diversity, culture, and heritage in harmony. And that's what Penang represents. Although it is a very technology-driven, very digitally-driven, savvy state, but heritage, diversity, and culture is a very important part of the agenda. Now, when you are looking at integrating creativity and technology to be a force for good, it allows you to extend into multiple areas in this Congress, into areas like MarTech, AdTech, EduTech, art tech, biotech, fintech, food, agro, green, age, and so forth. And let's not forget food tech, because food security, I can assure you, is going to become a significant issue in our world. It may not be in this part of the world, but in any other parts of the world, food security can be a catastrophe if it's not addressed now. I talked about the destination and about the theme, and now we are working through the speakers, right? So we are in a very early stages, and this is basically the Malaysian speakers in diaspora first. Obviously, the Right Honorable Chow has said that he will endorse and also open the Congress together with his ministers in the state on the 3 days. We have approached Tony Fernandez, the founder of AirAsia and owner of AirAsia, and we have also approached S.Y. Lau, who is under approach. These are not confirmed as yet. Prashant Kumar of Accenture, senior partner of Accenture, has accepted, and we are waiting to approach Michelle Yeoh and Nicole David as ambassadors for the Congress, being Penangites as well, right? Internationally, the potential speakers we're looking at are Tesla, Patagonia, and what a great example of someone who believes in a better world, better life, where they said my only shareholder is the planet, and gave the company away to the planet, right? Draper Startups of Draper Startup House, we've met and we are in discussions right now. Mark Reed, who is the CEO of WPP, is under approach, but I'd say it's confirmed. Shashi Thakur, a politician in India who is an excellent speaker on these topics, is under approach. Alibaba, NVIDIA, I'm very hopeful and praying that Jensen Huang would grace this Congress, but if it's not him, it'll be a representative from his company. SoftBank, Dyson, Procter & Gamble, Coca-Cola, Unilever, Ricky Cage is a two-time Grammy Award winner and an environmentalist at the core, is under approach. Richard Branson is under approach, and so is Richard Quest. And as I was telling CNN before, we have written to him and awaiting his response, right? The third day of the Congress is International Women's Day on March the 8th, right? And we have a significant lineup, and this is a wish list, but we are working at it, of people who can bring this Congress to life, like Melinda Gates, Malala, Michelle Obama, Jacinda Ardern of New Zealand, Accenture, Angela Merkel would be a very powerful speaker if we get her. And we have Kate Cronin, the Chief Brand Officer of Moderna, who is basically confirmed, and our MD is confirmed. We also have these people that are Compass members of IAA, TikTok, Meta, Google, LinkedIn, UN, UNESCO, and International Women's Day are all confirmed, waiting for who the speakers are. And we'll be having master classes run by these organizations. CNN is also a Compass member of IAA globally, and so there will be a session with CNN as well. We're looking at doing a very holistic Congress. So we have IAA partners and board meetings and team meetings. So IAA board meeting and EXCO meetings in the first couple of days. And so now AFA is looking at having their board meeting there, and I encourage other associations to use this opportunity to have their board meetings there. The Congress and International Women's Day for 3 days, master classes and education programs on the third day. A Createch exhibition, Creativity and Technology for Good exhibition, award presentations, gala dinners and cultural performances, and Experience Penang activities. Okay. The site for the conference is called the Setia Spice Convention Center, and we've basically booked the whole center for now in Penang, a terrific center with its own brand new hotel, a convention hall that can take up to 5,000 people, although we won't get 5,000, but there's sufficient distancing that's allowed. And an aquatic center, a rooftop for entertainment, and so forth. So a very complete and holistic convention center for the Congress. And in keeping with the theme, we have the first hybrid solar-powered convention center in the world where this Congress will be held in Penang. It's called the Setia Spice, and is a winner of the Best Sustainable Convention Center in Asia. The theme of this center is Live, Learn, Work, and Play. And this is the team that I've met and briefed, and they're looking forward to welcoming all of you at the Setia Spice Convention Center in Penang. In terms of a draft outline, so day one, which is Sunday the 3rd, is a Penang Georgetown run or walk to see the heritage city of Penang, which people who want to participate can. Day 2, which is Monday and Tuesday, are internal board meetings and partners executive committee meetings. Day 3, which is March 6th, is the start of the Congress, which is day 1 of the Congress, March 6th, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. And we are currently working through the agenda and the content for the 3 days to ensure that technology and creativity are combined in what we do. And the last day, which is Friday the 8th, is International Women's Day, so the agenda will be curated to ensure that we celebrate International Women's Day as well. Well, with that said, that's all I had to say. Toche, kamsia, sheshe, and thank you so much for having me. I think I'm right on time right now, and I look forward to seeing all of you in Penang in March 2024. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, that's IA World Congress 2024 Penang, Malaysia. 好，那我们接下来的讲者是 CNN 的 Hiroyuki Oka 先生，他是CNN 的这个 Account Director of CNN International Commercial。今天为我们带来的分享是责任与参与，从产出驱动到目的驱动。The topic brought by CNN Hiroyuki Oka is responsibility and engagement from output driven to purpose driven. Let's welcome him. 我们热烈掌声欢迎。
It's good. Okay, let's start off with the video, please.
Time. It's at the core of what we do.
4.
Every hour,
3,
every day.
2, 1. This is CNN special live coverage.
The instant you capture history
safely on the surface of Mars
as it's happening, or ask the right question at the exact right moment.
Racism? What's that?
Great question, Elmo.
You feel it when there's never enough.
As time goes by, the situation here in Texas becomes more and more dangerous.
Going to check in with our reporters from around the globe.
Or when it seems to stand still.
I see you, I hear you, I feel your pain.
I'm taking on hard conversations about being black in America.
We make time for the essential.
We've got to make sure that we use every possibility of getting doses out there.
For what matters most.
Please congratulate Anderson Cooper on his baby.
Given enough time, we can better understand this world.
I'm traveling across Italy to discover how the food is as unique as the people and their past.
And each other. With facts, stories, and trust. And that is earned over time.
Well, thank you very much for having me at this exciting event. I'm Hiroyuki Oka. I go by Hiro from CNN International Commercial. Gan Honshin in Taiwanese, account director, country manager for Taiwan. I lived in Taiwan for 4 years when I was young. I went to elementary school, Taipei Japanese school in Tianmu. I've been missing the food, culture, but most importantly, people here. So I'm really glad to be back here. Really happy. Thank you. Well, today I'm going to talk about responsibility and engagement from CNN perspective. You must have listened to many speakers since yesterday, futuristic, innovative, and sophisticated talks about Web 3.0. But we need to face the fact that we're still trying to figure out many things and transform ideas into reality. Well, in order to go forward, I believe it's important to shift your mindset from output-driven to purpose-driven. Well, not just in this room, but I feel like everyone's talking about Meta. Well, the other day, even my dad asked me to explain what it was. When that old man asked that kind of question, something's up. Neil Stephenson, he wrote a book called Snow Crash back in 1992. He was the first person to create a word, metaverse, 30 years ago. And the book is about a dystopian future where people escaped into a virtual world, accessed with goggles. And ever since, metaverse has been reimagined many times in the 3 decades. But just a couple months ago, CNN interviewed Stephenson, and he gave the best definition of what it is today. It's a virtual environment where a large number of people can get together and interact with each other through avatars. Right now, it's at that stage where people are pouring their hopes and dreams and ambition into it. It may sound basics and fundamentals, but this is where we are today in terms of, as far as metaverse is concerned. In this digital era, there's a vast amount of information that is widespread and accessible at any given time. Well, however, not all information is factual, relevant, or digestible in its delivery. CNN interviewed and asked Chief Technology Officer of Meta, Andrew Bosworth. He mentions Meta is investing in privacy and data security more than anyone else out there. Well, this is because earning trust and what you do with data is critical for the future of metaverse. Again, when it comes to metaverse, I think there are 3 groups of people or innovators. But each group believes in its certain core technology, which is leading the creation of metaverse. The first group is the VR. Those people, picture a person with the PlayStation VR, players like VR chat. Audience is looking for interactive conversation virtually, while brands are trying to sell VR devices. The second group is believers in NFTs and NFTs backed by a blockchain, such as Sandbox and Decentraland. The audience is trying to create and invest in NFTs, while brands are focused on to produce platform to trade them. And thirdly, those believers in 3D computer graphics. The perfect example is Fortnite by Epic Games. The audience is looking for innovative 3D computer graphic games, while brands are focused on offering 3D computer graphic games and apps. I'm sure you can see this happening as you learn more about Web 3.0. But think about it for a moment. I think, I was talking to John, and I think we have some vision together, kind of similar vision. Well, those are all output, the functionalities and, that people are trying to sell. So what's the benefit? What's the real purpose? The question should begin with why. Why do you want to invest in VR? Why are you going to create your own NFTs? Why does it have to be 3D computer graphics to begin with? So instead of what you do, tell me why you do. We really need to shift our mindset from output-driven to purpose-driven. As behaviors shift to consuming everything digitally, remotely, virtually, companies will need to transform as well. So what does it mean for brands and publishers like us? Well, for CNN, our purpose is very clear. journalism, connecting to what matters most. That's the responsibility, the commitment to the truth, and the dedication to covering important news and events have been our purpose. And this purpose will be the same in the era of Web 3.0 for us. We work with brands to deliver their message across all platforms, such as TVs, digital, social, and even emerging platforms. But when thinking about the delivery of your message, there are three important aspects. Well, first of all, you have to know your audience. Audience is at the heart of everything we do. Based on our own study, CNN's ability to understand audience is 16% more linked to driving brand respect than CNN having informative content. Without understanding your audience, there's no engagement. CNN is innovating and leveraging technology like data intelligence, analytics, and design to understand exactly what the audience wants. We need to create personalized, relevant, interactive, and engaging experience. Well, this should apply to Web 3.0. Build meaning connection through trust and credibility. At CNN, we're focused on reporting and delivering accurate, factual information to users. World's most trusted news organization. But that's the reason people come to CNN. Based on GWI News study, 56% answers trustworthy is the #1 reason for news brand to be his or her favorite. Well, people often ask what the media landscape will look like in 2030. We believe that there will always be a need and want for reliable, trusted news information. The distribution of that news and information will change by 2030, just as it has in the decades and generations before us. Web 3.0 and the metaverse have given organizations a unique opportunity to create new innovations. At CNN, we're excited to explore what that specifically means for us and how these new innovations will transform news, storytelling, and content consumption habit. According to GWI, 78% agrees that they are more likely to engage with content that is relevant to them. But regardless of your business field, you need to make sure you deliver the premium contents that audience feel relevant. What is the CNN role when it comes to Web 3.0? Oh, it's simple. We cover stories about the latest technologies from all over the world. We examine the latest trend in technology and why they matter with facts. In field ranging from cryptocurrencies to wearables, AI, to smart mobility. We meet the people shaping the fourth industrial revolutions. Here's a sneak peek of one of the shows called Inventing Tomorrow.
You read, you write, you own. These are the building blocks of Web3 technology from a new realm of digital assets in the virtual world.
The mission of Animoca Brands is to deliver true digital property rights for all.
We align the digital and physical world using the technology itself.
To our connected reality, towards a more decentralized digital future.
The value of the web is embodied in the data available on it.
It unlocks huge opportunities for creators, but we have to make it usable, accessible, and safe for consumers.
This month on Inventing Tomorrow, we explore Web3 technology, how data has quickly become one of the most powerful commodities, and look to the past to understand what's coming next.
Well, some might think CNN is only for TV. Well, that's a wrong perception. Well, essentially speaking, you can find CNN contents on anywhere, everywhere. CNN Digital has more than 200 million unique users each month. We are the biggest news network in the world. Nobody can beat that. Well, let's share one example from the US midterm election the other day. Well, as you can imagine, the world turned to CNN on every screen and online for live election results. There were nearly 35 million unique users that came to our digital platform for our coverage on November 8th alone. That's in addition to the millions of people who watch the TV at home, at work, or at hotels. We generate worldwide attention with our news, shape opinions, move markets, and create change. CNN Impact is driven by our news gathering capabilities, the power of our storytelling, and the trust in our brand, and influence of our global audience. We continue to be our viewers' go-to source for facts. Like I say, we put together the audience at the center of everything we do. Audience is one of the most important assets we have. We recognize and treat audience as complex individuals with specific interests. Our audience insights support us to create seamless and engaging consumer experiences, enabling the world's voice to reach their target audience more effectively and more efficiently. We combine multiple data touch points to deliver highly targeted audience at scale for brands, like contextual targeting, account-based targeting, behavioral, location, exchange of data, and semantic. Well, is this something we can apply for Web 3.0 platforms? I'm pretty sure. But it will take some time and very careful process with regulations. Let me speak about what our audience think. CNN has more than 650,000 people or global business or influencers across 12 markets in APAC alone. But based on Ipsos study, 85% of CNN audience in APAC agrees that technology is the key factor for the future growth of the company. 82% agrees, I always strive to implement the latest technological developments. These are what business influencers in APAC have in their mind. And there are similar trends in Taiwan specifically. Whether Web 3.0, blockchain, metaverse, NFTs, DAO, we should not forget about the purpose of why technology is important to them. 70% of CNN audience in Taiwan want the brand to be innovative, trendy, and cool. Brands expect it to be innovative to engage with growing tech audiences. So audience size is increasing rapidly, and their expectations is also growing. Well, in short, people are more and more interested in the latest technologies than ever before. And needless to say, technology is important for all of us. But without clear purpose, it doesn't mean anything. So each brand's purpose is more valuable than ever before. We just had a COP27 in Egypt. World leaders gathered and discussed the climate change. A sustainable purpose is meaningful for any organizations today. Let's take a look at some numbers. 72% of CNN audience in APAC want brands to be eco-friendly and helping the environment is important to them. 70% will pay more for eco-friendly products. If you manage to create a purpose along the lines of sustainability, that will most likely offer the responsibility that people are looking for, and it will eventually create the engagement. Well, having said that, however, sustainability is not one-size-fits-all topic. Focus for sustainability is actually different from region to region. For Europe, what's important is addressing climate change. For US, it's poverty issues. Latin America concerns water conservation the most, while APAC really cares about protecting the world forest. This is one example of audience insight, but you need to constantly pay attention to how your audience intershift and evolve. Sustainability commitment from brands have significant impacts on purchase decision. But how can you go beyond sustainability? What's next? So what makes a great purpose? Message has to be informing, inspiring, and engaging, but we believe authenticity in your storytelling is key to success. If you can be authentic in everything you do and say, then your customers will do your marketing for you through word of mouth and SNS today, or even through Web 3.0 in the future. It builds stronger connection with your audience, but it will also create responsibility and engagement. You know, I'm a salesperson, so I always refer to this quote, tell, not sell. Don't stop selling your functionalities. Instead, start telling your purpose and stories. Brand safety refers to brand avoiding content that is considered inappropriate, like porn or violent content. On the other hand, brand suitability encourage brands to establish a clear understanding of their core brand values. You need to communicate to the audience at the right time, at the right place, with the right content. We're experiencing this trend today with digital marketing, but I'm sure there's going to be a lot more to think about when it comes to Web 3.0. I talked a lot today, but one thing that I would like you to leave this room with is this question. What is your company's core reason for being, and where can you have a unique positive impact on society? Now more than ever, you need good answers to these questions. Whether Web 2.0 or Web 3.0, it's not about what you do, it's about why you do. 谢谢。
Man on the stage as our committee member, Chen Binghong Jonathan, is going to present your gift. Thank you. We thank Mr. Oka. The sharing is very inspirational, and we thank CN for making this world a better place. 好，我们麻烦等一下看一下前面摄影师的镜头。Thank you. Please look at the cameraman in front of you. Ladies and gentlemen, please give Mr. Oka another big round of applause. 谢谢。我们看到了，就是在这个 CN 这个身为全球的这个媒体，我们也看到了许多社会责任以及参与的一个热情还有承诺。下一位讲者是来自 MicroAct 股份有限公司的小林江太郎先生，他是 MicroAct 股份有限公司的 ID 解决方案部的部长。今天带来的讲题是 Web 3.0 乘以广告的未来。The next speaker is Mr. Shotaro Kobayashi. He is the General Manager of ID Solution Department from MicroAct Incorporation. Today he's going to talk on Web 3.0 and the future of advertising. Let's give him a big round of applause. どうぞ。
Hi, hello everyone. My name is Shotaro Kobayashi from Japan. So I can speak English well. So I will speak Japanese for today's presentation. But please bear with me. So let's start. 本日はWeb3 がテーマということで、我々は普段ですね、マーケティング事業として、会社を拡大している会社になりますので、Web3 と、マーケティングの、関わり方というところについて、弊社の考えをお話しできればなというふうに思っております。簡単に自己紹介をさせてください。普段はマイクロアドの日本支社で、働いております。 もともとですね、キャリアとしては営業として8年間、弊社の自社のサービスをですね、広告主に提案するという活動を進めさせていただいておりました。で、直近はですね、この Web3 ですとか、あとは本日少しご紹介させていただくんですが、Web2.0 でもですね、今大きな市場の変化ということを迎えておりますので、そのあたりを中心にですね、新しい技術開発ですとか、ソリューションを探しに行くという活動を行っております。本日ですね、このような機会、お時間いただいて非常に光栄です。よろしくお願いいたします。早速本日のアジェンダなんですが、先ほどお話ししたように我々がマーケティングテクノロジーの会社となっておりますので、本日はですね Web3 におけるマーケティングとはどのような未来になっていくのかというところを我々の視点でお話しできればなというふうに思っております。はい、早速ですが Web3 とマーケティングを考える上のテーマとして、一つプライバシーというところがテーマになってくるかなというふうに考えております。プライバシーに関してはですね、もっぱら最近はですね、GDPR ですとか各国で法規制が厳しくなっておりまして、非常に重要なテーマの一つとなっております。このプライバシーを守りすぎるとですね、広告の成果というものがどうしても失われてしまうという形になっておりますので、プライバシーを保ちながらどう広告の価値を強めていくかというところが今非常に問われているようなところになっております。ここにいる皆さんはすでにご存知かと思いますが、 Web2.0 におけるマーケティングでは、大手のプラットフォーマーや、メディアがですね、ユーザーの情報を、大量に、統合集約をしていたとなっております。で、その大量に保有したデータをですね、広告成果に変え、その広告成果を価値として広告主に届けるという形でビジネスを拡大しております。一方ですね、 Web3 においてはやはり大量の情報を集める、プレイヤーというのがいなくなりますので、今まで、広告をビジネスに変えていたような事業者はどのような形で、ユーザーからデータを取るかというところが非常に大きなテーマになってきております。むしろですね、個人が各企業に情報を提供することでトークンを稼ぐような仕組みというものが今後一般的になるかもしれません。実際にですね、ブレイブというブラウザに関しては広告や情報を提供することでユーザーたちはトークンを稼ぐという事業体をすでに仕組みとして取っております。まだまだ Web3 のブラウザとしてですね、普及をしていないような形になりますので、ユーザーから見ると一般的ではないですが、このあたりも Web3 としてどんどん普及するんじゃないかというのが弊社の考えになっております。ですね、Web3 の仕組みの中でプライバシーと共通してもう一点非常に重要になるテーマがあるかなと考えております。それがですね、この共通の ID が何になるかというお話です。今 Web2 の世界ではクッキーですとか IDFA といったユーザーを判別する共通の識別子というものが存在しております。で、我々のようなプラットフォーマーはですね、各識別子でもらう情報に対して広告を提供することで高いパフォーマンスを発揮しております。Web3 のですね、エコシステムにおいても同じような共通 ID というのが何になるのかというのは非常に重要なテーマになっております。この共通 ID がなくなることで我々のような事業者は広告を今までのようなパフォーマンスで広告主に対して提供ができなくなっていきますので、そこをどう防ぐかというところを今我々の会社としては非常に大きなテーマとして今調査技術開発を行っているような状況です。では Web3 の仕組みの中でどのような ID が出てくるかというところで、もともと Web2 に関してはクッキーや IDFA というものが大きなテーマになっておりましたが、 Web3 では今1点ですね、ウォレットを管理するような ID というのが重要になってくるんじゃないかというのが一つ弊社として思っている考えになります。各トークンをですねつなげていくにあたって それぞれウォレットを管理するための ID がユーザーごとに発売されますので、この辺りの ID っていうのは各個人を精度を高く特定するために非常に重要な ID になるんではないかと考えております。その他にもですね、IP アドレスですとか、また新しい ID が出るかというところもあるんですが、まだまだ我々としてもですね、どれが正解になるかというのは、答えが見えていない状況にはなるんですが、それらを見つけてですね、新しいソリューションを提供していくというところを進めております。でですね、Web3 に行く前にもう一点ですね、今 Web マーケティングの中では非常に大きなテーマがございます。それがですね、こちらですね。クッキーというものがなくなるんですが、我々事業者はですね、クッキーがあるエコシステムの中で今までソリューション開発というものを行ってきておりました。でここにですね、どう対応していくかというところが非常に Web2 の中では重要になってきておりまして、さらにですね、ここの対応策が今後の Web3 につながるんではないかというところで我々としては考えております。でそのためにですね、我々としてはさまざまな事業者ですとか、あとは独自の技術開発というところを進めております。ちょっとそんなことを考えているですね、我々の会社紹介を少しだけさせていただければなと思っております。我々マイクラウドはですね、日本にヘッドオフィスを構えておりまして、約400人ほどの規模で会社を行っております。過去にはですね、レッドヘリングなどを受賞したりですとか、独自のですね、マーケティング技術というものを生かして、テクノロジー開発並びに、ソリューションの提供というものを行ってきております。今ですね、日本の広告宣伝費トップ100社のうち、約87社、90% の企業がですね、弊社のマーケティングプラットフォームというものを活用しております。年間ですね、約2000社ほどのお取引がございまして、非常に多くの広告主様に今、弊社のプラットフォームを提供させていただいているような形になります。我々はですね、各業種業界ごとにですね、サービスというものを開発しておりまして、今20業界ほどのソリューションを提供しているような会社になっております。続いて海外ですね。海外に関しては、アジアを中心に、多国展開を進めているという形になっています。この台湾にも、オフィスはございまして、今台湾オフィスとしては80名ほどの規模で、進めているような状態です。海外に関しては、各国のパートナーと、提携を進めながらエージェンシーとして活動を進めているというのが主な活動になっております。特にですね、台湾に関しては国内唯一の、LINE さんのダイヤモンドパートナーに認定をいただくなど、幅広くローカライズした媒体に対して、事業提供というところを行っております。台湾以外にも中国、インドネシアなどですね、各ローカルの媒体の取り扱い数並びに、クライアント様とのご提供というところを進めている状況です。はい、そんなマイクロアドが考える、我々がですね、見据える Web3 をイメージしたマーケティング技術というところをいくつか本日ご紹介をさせていただければなというふうに思っております。まずはじめにちょっと動画をご覧ください。始めるから変えるそれぞれの場所、それぞれのそれぞれの共に思い合いながら一つ一つ実現する福祉。はい、この動画はですね、弊社がデジタルサイネージのソリューションを、顧客に提供しておりまして、実際に日本で行われたプロモーションの動画になっております。これ非常に日本でも話題になったプロモーションになるんですが、新宿のですね、新宿という場所の 大型ビジョンにですね、3D の技術を用いて、猫の動画を流すというような内容になってます。これYouTube にも動画アップしておりますので、ご興味ある方はぜひご覧いただければなというふうに思っております。このサイネージの話をさせていただいた理由なんですが、Web3 の中にはですね、メタバースというテーマも一つ含まれているかなというふうに思います。メタバースに関してはですね、間違いなく我々が今手掛けているサイネージの技術も転用できるんじゃないかというふうに考えております。メタバースも含めなんですが、最近では例えばドローンを飛ばして広告を表示したりですとか、あとは少し話は飛んでしまうんですが、テスラのような車の登場で車の中自体が広告メディアになるような世界がやってくるんではないかと我々としては考えております。普段はデジタルマーケティングの会社として事業を進めてはいるのですが、こういったオフラインの広告価値というものをどこまで高められるかというところに関しても我々としては非常に着目をしている状況です。もともとデジタルサイネージ自体もですね、ハードが成長するまでは市場としても伸びていなかったんですが、最近ではタクシーサイネージですとか、あとはコネクティッド TV などの成長もありですね、新しい技術の発展で新しいメディアというものがどんどん増えているような世界かなというふうに考えております。ことメタバースに関してもですね、 VR のハードの成長に伴ってより安価に市場に提供されることでユーザーがですね、より一層身近な存在になってくるんじゃないかなというふうに考えております。我々ですね、すでにサイネージとして日本国内で100社以上お取引をさせていただいておりまして、この企業群がですね、次の Web3 での特にメタバースにおける広告出稿を検討される際にですね、今お見せしたような動画の技術というものが間違いなく転用できるんではないかというふうに考えております。ここからは我々デジタルマーケティングを中心に進めている会社になりますので、少しだけデジタルの話をできればなというふうに思っております。デジタル業界ではですね、 Web3 の手前に今このような課題に直面しております。特にですね、プライバシーの規制と共通 ID の創出というところが非常に大きなテーマになっています。我々のような事業者だけでなくですね、広告主並びにサプライヤー、メディア、すべてのプレイヤーが非常に大きな問題として直面しているような状況です。こちらは日本のモバイルブラウザのシェアになるんですが、日本は世界と比較しても iOS のシェアが非常に大きい市場になっています。iOS に関してはすでにクッキーといった共通 ID が取れない、状況になっておりまして、すでにですね、日本のモバイルユーザーの6割は、補足ができないという状況です。広告主やマーケッターたちはこの課題を認識はしてはいるものの、新しい打ち手というものを見つけ出せずに、リーチができる4割に対しての広告費というものを今投下しているような状況です。我々はですね、このような問題を解決するべく、新しい ID が何かというところを今 研究を進めているようなところになっています。特にですね、今、メールアドレスに着目をしているのが我々になっております。メールアドレスをですね、どのように活用するかというところで、独自の技術開発というところを進めつつも、新しいですね、事業者とパートナーシップを組むことで、より市場に流通をさせようという動きをとっています。例えばですね、ライブランプという会社さんと現在日本でのパートナーシップを結んでいるんですが、彼らが保有している ID というものを日本に浸透させることで、よりプライバシーを保ちながら広告精度を保つというところを今進めている状況です。また彼らのような ID を市場に浸透させつつ、独自の ID というものも作っていくべく今ですね、社内でも技術開発を進めているような形になります。簡単にライブランプさんとやっている取り組みの技術の一例をご紹介できればなと思います。メールアドレス自体は、日本ではハッシュ化されていれば、利用しても良いと、法律で決められているんですが、ハッシュ化という技術だけではやはりプライバシー部分に不安を覚える、ユーザー様、並びにメディアの方も多い状況です。ライブランプ社としてはメールアドレスを、さらにですね、独自の ID を発売することで、不可逆的に、アドレスを利用するという技術を、開発している会社になっています。この ID を使うことで、彼らは、より、プライバシーを保ちながら、今までと同じ広告効果を担保するというところを強みに今進めているような会社になっています。我々はですね、このような会社と、日本国内での流通のパートナーシップを組んでおりますので、今ですね、メディア並びに広告主に向けて彼らのソリューションを一緒に提案しているという形になります。またですね、独自で研究している技術の一つにテキストマイニングの強化というところもございます。これはですね、台湾国内での取り組みになります。我々としては Web3 という世界になっても今と同じメディアの価値というものは続くと考えております。メディア内のコンテンツを分析し、関連のある広告を出すと。そういった技術を強めることで、今までの ID にとらわれない広告配信の仕組みというものが作れるんじゃないかというふうに考えております。でこれは Web2 でも Web3 でも通用するものだなというふうに考えておりますので、今こちらのサービス開発というものを非常に強化している状況です。この独自のソリューションであるコンパスフィットに関しては、台湾の約 90% 以上のユーザーにすでにリーチが可能になっております。またですね、80以上のメディア様とすでに提携を進めておりまして、さまざまなジャンルのメディアを保有しているような状況です。このメディアに関しては今後も提携数を増やすべく目下パートナー探しを進めているという状況になっています。 このようにですね、我々は今の Web2 でのマーケティング支援を行いながら、次の Web3 に向けてどのようなソリューションが開発されるべきかというところを日々研究しているような状況です。本日は今の Web2 におけるマーケティングの課題になぞらえて、そこから続く Web3 の、弊社の考えというものをお話しさせていただきました。正直我々もどのようなソリューションが正解になるかというものは分かっておりません。ただ各、事業者ですね、新しい領域に、どんどんチャレンジしていくというところが重要かなと考えております。弊社としてはですね、日本を中心に各アジアにですね、新しいソリューションをいち早く打ち出せるマーケットリーダーとして今ですね、社内のエンジニアたちとともに技術検証を進めているというところになっております。この Web3 に移行していく中でですね、Web2 からいきなり Web3 に移行するのはおそらく難しいんではないかなというのも、日本市場における弊社の見解になっております。なかなかですね、ユーザーが Web3 に浸透するまで時間がかかるかなという中で、我々としてはですね、Web3 と Web2 を切り離すのではなく、その中間として、新しい技術、ソリューションというものがあるんじゃないかと思っております。例えば Web3 の技術を使わないような形でのユーザーへのポイント付与ですとか、先ほどのデジタルサイネージのリッチな表現などを用いた広告ですね。なので我々は今のこの Web2 のマーケティングにおける課題に対して向き合うことで来たるですね Web3 のマーケティングソリューションというものを開発していこうということで今グローバルで展開しているような会社になっております。改めてまとめとなります。まずですね、Web3 のマーケティングで共通の ID が何になるかというものが非常に大きなテーマの一つになるんじゃないかと思っております。先ほど申したように、ウォレット ID などは間違いなくユーザーを識別できる ID になりうると考えておりますが、それをどうマーケティングと紐づけるかというところが非常に大きなテーマかなというふうに思っております。またですね、プライバシーの問題というものも切り離せません。特にこのプライバシーに関しては各国で法律も変わってきますので、どれだけローカライズした商品を作れるかというところが重要なテーマになってくるかなというふうに思っております。またですね、デジタルサイネージの技術はメタバースでも活用できるというふうに考えております。今ですね、Web3 ではないんですが、ゲーム内における広告配信の技術なども進んできておりますので、必ずこういった今のオフラインですとかゲーム内の広告の技術というものが次のメタバースにおける広告表現の一部になってくるんじゃないかなというところが弊社の考えになっております。最後ですね、メディアの価値を Web3 でどう捉えるかというところも非常に重要なテーマかなというふうに考えております。やはりですね、ユーザーに関しては メディアを使うことで多くの情報を集めるという形で、このエコシステム自体は変わらないかなと我々は考えております。ですので、新しい Web3 におけるメディアの価値を考えつつ、我々のような事業者がですね、ソリューションをどう提供していくかというところを考えながら活動できればなというふうに思っております。はい。ちょっと早い時間になってしまいましたが、本日お時間いただきましてありがとうございます。我々からの発表は以上になります。シェイシェイ。
We thank Mr. Kobayashi, and please stay on the stage as Mr. Robin is going to present a special gift to you. 我们现在请 Robin 会长为我们颁发感谢状以及纪念礼品，请看前面摄影师的镜头。Please look at the camera in front of you, please. 3, 2, 1, cheese. Thank you. Let's give Mr. Kobayashi another round of applause. 好的，那各位贵宾，我们现在稍事休息一下，请各位于3点半的时候回到会场，接下来的议程。那也是欢迎各位贵宾可以利用这段休息时间到我们1、2楼的展区去体验一下这些非常有趣、互动性很强的展览以及摊位，相信您会印象深刻。谢谢，我们待会见。Ladies and gentlemen, now we will have a break until 3:30. 3:30, please return to the venue for the next session, and you can use this break time to enjoy the exhibition and special interaction. I'm sure you will enjoy it and have a lot of fun. Thank you. See you later. 各位贵宾，大家午安，欢迎回到会场。我们接下来的场次是邀请到电通行销传播集团的 Web3 成长顾问，人称宝博士的葛如君博士。那他今天带来的讲题叫做“玩宇宙为王”，元宇宙。大家可以稍微思考一下，这个题目其实藏了一个文字游戏在里面哦，大家动动脑想一下。Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to DigiAsia 2022. For the session, our speaker is Dr. Ru Jun Ge from Dianzi. He's going to talk about Web3 concept, dive in the metaverse. Let's welcome him.
底下各位长官啊，各位贵宾跟先进，大家下午好啊！很开心有这个机会可以跟大家来分享这个元宇宙字谜啦哈，玩者为王元宇宙哈。其实我们一直都在探讨的一件事情是，到底元宇宙是什么？那我们其实有一个短暂的结论，我们认为元宇宙会是一个更好玩的虚拟人生。那我想在进入这个正题之前呢，先跟各位自我介绍一下，我的本名叫葛如君，那有一个外号叫宝博士，也可以叫我 CC。那我之前念的是传播设计，到了博士班的时候才拿了一个比较窄的学位哈，资讯工程学的博士。那我目前在台大、清大任教之外呢，也在这个电通集团行销传播集团担任 Web3 的成长顾问。那我在过去这段时间有录制一个 Podcast 节目，超过500万次的下载之外呢，我也参与了这个元宇宙这本书籍的繁体中文版的审定。那在过去曾经获得一些奖项，我们就很快速的跳过了哈。那其实很多人都想要问我们说，到底什么是 Web3？Web3 的定义对我个人而言，或对很多的企业品牌集团而言，到底是什么？其实我们认为呢 ，Web3 其实就是一个下一个世代的 Internet。其实有很多人都会说，Web3 是不是一个替代，要把过去所有的东西都替换掉？其实不是，我们认为它只是一个新的演进，它是一个 extension， 它是一个扩增。从过去传统的大众传播，我们进入了 Web 的时代，我们有了 Web 1.0， 我们有了 General Internet， 后来我们进入了 Web 2.0， 我们有了 Social Internet、Mobile Internet。到了现在，我们进入 Web 3.0， 我们的 Internet 变得更丰富了，我们变成了一种从自媒体网络到自经济网络，我们会有更丰富的 experience， 我们会有更丰富的 economy 的 exchange。而这个背后呢，原因是因为多了非常非常多的技术开始出现，包含代币经济、自主的所有权、元宇宙的技术、区块链、分散式资产等等等等。我们认为这样的一个技术会领导未来的产业10年，甚至定义下一个世纪。 为什么我们这么有把握？我们为什么认为这件事情这么重要呢？其实不是只有我个人，或者电通集团，或者很多的品牌这么认为。其实一个非常非常厉害的先知，这个人叫 Mark Andreessen， 他在1990年代的时候发明了人类历史上第一个网络浏览器，叫做 Mosaic。1994年的时候发明了人类历史上第二个网际网络浏览器，叫做 Netscape。这两个网络浏览器可以说是开创了我们现在所认知到的网络时代。而他曾经定义过一句话，叫 "In short, software is eating the world"， 软体正在吃掉全世界。而他认为区块链正是一个把世界上我们过去所认定的金钱软体化的一个过程。他认为 Web3 或者 Crypto Internet 也正是下一个世代的 The Next Internet。他某种程度可以说是创造了整个网络的时代，从90年代开始。他在2017年整个跳入进来到 Crypto Internet， 他成立了一家叫 A16Z 的公司，在过去3年是根据统计投资了最多的现金资产在区块链新创公司的投资公司。很多人都问他说：“你到底看见了什么？”他说：“我看见的就是下一个世代的网络会再来一次。”他认为2017年的 Crypto 等于1994年的 Internet。很多人会问他2个问题，说：“那你会不会害怕我们这些人太晚来到这个市场？”第一个答案，他说 "Never too late"， 因为1994年其实是他刚到了矽谷的时候，他到了矽谷，他希望能够做一些 Web Internet Business。他一开始觉得他来晚了。I arrived in Silicon Valley in 1994, and I thought I was too late and missed the whole thing。最终，他发明了浏览器，并且创造了整个网络时代。第二个，他经常被问到的问题是：那是不是会有泡沫？1994年非常的旺盛，2000年经历了网络泡沫。他说，泡沫其实只是一个非理性繁荣必经的过程，泡沫的前后都必然会有春天，产业将会重新洗牌。2000年的网络泡沫的前3年，一间非常巨大的公司在当时诞生了。这个创办人 Jeff Bezos 用了一个门板当做他的桌板，这间公司叫做 Amazon。1998年，另外一间公司诞生了，叫做 Google， 定义了现在许多的网络服务。泡沫后3年 ，Facebook 诞生了。其实我们认为，每隔一段时间都会有一个新世代的网络革新，这也将会带来许多新的产业当中的王者。而如果这个技术能够创造出很多新的王者，我们应该要开始来更加的认识它。很多人可能看到的是很多媒体的报道跟介绍，不一定有自己的独一无二的看法。在这里，我希望能够给大家分享一下我对区块链的看法。其实我们认为区块链就是一个下一个世代的网络技术，它是现在这个网络的一个扩充的 plug-in， 而这个扩充的 plug-in 会让下一个世代的网络技术可以多传输一种东西，叫做钱。过去的网络一开始只能传递电讯号，后来可以传递文字，再来可以传递声音，再来传递图像，再来传递影片，到现在的串流影音。区块链可以让它多传递一个叫做钱的东西，但请大家不要误会了。我们这里讲的钱，并不只是我们所说的新台币、日币或者美元而已。它讲的是经济学家的定义，叫做所有能够记录、承载我们的工作成果，并且进行延后交换的东西，都可以叫做钱。金钱的定义在人类历史上曾经有多次的替换，而现在有很多人认为这个金钱可能会被替换到 Internet 上面，叫 Crypto Internet。它可能是比特币，可能是以太币，可能是狗狗币，也可能是美元稳定币。实际上很多人不相信，但是当我们回过头去看，我们会发现我们现在认为值钱的东西，在过去很可能也有非常多人不相信。想象一下，如果你是世界上第一个认为一个黄澄澄的石头有价值的人，你会面临到多么严重的攻击？我们来看一段有点搞笑的影片，但它确实有可能可以让我们想象那样的过去。我们来看一下这段影片。
Tepid lemonade. Get out of it. Redskins, Dodoheads, tepid lemonade.
Hey, mate. I'll take 5 of your Redskins and one of those tepid lemonades.
It's 1 chicken, mate. It's not a chicken.
No, that's much better than a chicken, my friend. That is gold.
What?
Gold. The currency of the future.
Great, come back in the future.
Redskins,
no, mate, I don't think you understand. This has unlimited use.
Can I eat it?
No.
Can I wear it?
No.
Can I use it as firewood?
No.
It's starting to sound pretty limited, mate.
But you can melt it and then turn it into whatever you want.
Can I turn it into food?
No, you
Sorry,
can't eat it.
is this going to take long?
Hold on your horses, mate. We are dealing in futures here.
Oh, what's that? Is that a rock?
No, worse, it's cold.
Oh, cold. How do I get some cold?
Gold. I have people mining for it.
Oh, you have people. La-dee-da. We got a rich one here, eh? What do you pay them with?
Gold.
Next.
No, they say that this currency could be worth 1,000 rat skins, maybe even more, in just a few years.
Says who?
The people with gold.
Fuck. Next.
Look, every economy ever has been controlled by the big chicken banks.
Next.
And this is our opportunity to get out from under the big chicken boots,
Fuck me.
shake up the market, and start taking back our economic independence. Are you with me?
No.
Really? Come on, man. Look, all my mates are doing it.
I'll just get your hand off it, all right? Everyone's trying to predict the next alt rock. First it was stone, then bronze, then iron, now gold. What can I even do with this shiny shit? Make fucking jewelry out of it or something?
Yes! Yes, you can do that. Great idea, because it's malleable. And, best part of all, there's fuck all of it. It's a finite resource.
Mate, I'll tell you what a finite resource is. My fucking patience, all right? Now, piss off!
You know what? Stuff it. I'm taking it back. It's like talking to my dad.
Yeah. Why don't you go discover avocado and smash it on toast, you dickhead?
Yeah, maybe I will.
Sorry, mate.
I'll have a dodo head, thanks.
Half a chicken. Piss on me, not you two.
Oh, no. This is way better than gold. It's silver, or as I like to call it, light gold cash. It's faster to mine. It's...
Got to be the last one, surely. Ratskins, dodo heads, very tepid lemonade. Get it here. Desert warm.
所以在这里面，如果你在路上看到一个比特币的支持者跟另外一个比特币的反对者在吵架，你会发现他们两个讲的话的内容跟刚刚非常像。你只要把黄金这个字换成比特币或者任何的数位货币，你只要把这个鸡这个字呢换成现代的所谓的法定货币，你会看他们讲的内容是非常接近的。实际上呢，根据经济学家的定义，所有的钱跟着时代其实都有可能会改变，只要它拥有一个条件叫 consensus， 就是共识。只要有够多的人认为这个东西是钱，它就可以是钱。我们再讲一次，这个钱不是只是我们所谓的新台币或美元，我们讲的是所谓的劳动成果的载体，并且帮助我们进行延后的交易。而实际上呢，左边这个是我们的现代的金钱或者金融的体系，在过去是由少数的人帮我们来保管它，来控制它。而新世代的系统，我们希望能够创造出一种更分散的一个 solution， 让更多的人可以来保管这个账本，让更多的人来投票是不是要升息，某种程度让这个账本可以变成数位的形式，存在几千几万台电脑当中。而中本聪发明了一个非常厉害的方法，叫做账本乐透，让每一个愿意捐出一台电脑来帮忙保管账本的这个账本管理员，都有机会每隔一段时间抽到一点点比特币，来让他付电费、付网路费。整个 blockchain 的 crypto system 就此被设立出来。更多的人可以透过这样的系统来创造金钱的 solution 跟网路，而且让这个网路可以更具有韧性。我们常常都说，比特币的区块链网络或一般的区块链网络很像这位先生叫那个人啊，或者伏地魔啦哈。为什么他这么难打死呢？因为他有一个魔法叫做分灵体，他把他的灵魂分散在7个不同的容器当中。你如果要打倒他，你必须找出这7个不同的容器，并且同时的把它摧毁。如果你要摧毁区块链的网络或比特币的网络，让这个东西消失，你可能必须要拥有萨诺斯的手套，或者2、3只不同的萨诺斯的手套，同时敲击2下，让全世界所有帮忙保管这些账本的电脑都同时消失，备份硬碟也消失，最好连这个账本管理员也消失，这一个所谓的金钱的网络才会消失。所以某种程度来说，我们看见的是一个 alternative solution for 我们的所谓金钱的概念，在这个社会当中。事实上，它只是一个扩增，而这个扩增有2大特性。这2大特性的左边，我们讲的是 distributed， 是分散式的，请大家不要误会。很多的媒体都会说去中心，去中心。我们其实没有真的要去中心，我们只是希望有更多的人一起来保管、保护这个系统，而不是只有少数的几个人。是不是每一个人在这个地球上的80亿人口都要加入进来？也未必。另外一个很重要的点，当我们透过数位的系统来保管、计算、转移我们所谓的钱的时候， 我们就可以开始用程式码来控制它，这个叫 programmable money。其实这个透过程式码来控制区块链上面金钱的方法，我们就取了一个名称，叫做 Smart Contract， 叫智能合约。透过智能合约，我们会有非常多新的区块链的应用程式开始出现。事实上呢，在英国也开始有人用区块链的智能合约来销售一张 Andy Warhol 的画作，其中53%的股份呢，会透过代币的方式呢来进行销售。当这幅画最终卖出的时候，涨价了，这些代币的持有者就像拥有一个凭证一样，会透过智能合约自动的把多赚的这些钱分到他们的区块链的钱包。我们刚刚讲的这些运用智能合约的程式，其实有一个新的代名词，叫 decentralized 或 distributed application， 叫做 DApp， 区块链的应用程式或者分散式的应用程式。就像 application 本来是运作在电脑主机上面，到后来在手机上面变成 mobile applications。下一个世代 Web3 的应用程式，我们可以想象的会是 decentralized 或 distributed applications。而在这么多的应用当中，有一个应用 outstanding 突出了表现呢，吸引到了非常多人目光，叫做 NFT non-fungible token。2020年的12月16号的这个晚上，有一个创作者叫 Beeple， 把他的 PNG、JPG 的小图片包裹变成了一个 NFT 来进行销售。实际上呢，卖得非常好，超过350万美金，全球轰动。大家都在问说，到底什么是 NFT？ 一个小的说文解释 ，NFT 的 T stand for token， 就是代币的意思。这个地表上我们所认知到的钱，通通都是代币，新台币、美元、狗币、比特币、以太币都是一种 token。99%以上的 token 都是 fungible token， 叫做同质化的代币。你的1块钱跟我的1块钱的价值是一样的，你买的一颗比特币跟我的一颗比特币的价值是一样的，郭台铭董事长银行里面的100块跟我的100块的价值是一样的。但是有1%的币种在这个世界上的流通是非同质的，你的跟我的不一样，我的跟他的不一样。怎么想象这件事情呢？非常简单，就像每一年台湾银行会发行的生肖纪念币，很多人一大早就要去排队，为什么？因为他们每个人买到的那个币的编号不一样，有人排到1号，有人排到4号，有人排到888号，有人排到444号，这些不同的号码。不只是它交易上面的意义、价格不一样，甚至你拿显微镜去看上面的这个生肖的图案，很可能有的比较亮，有的比较不亮。实际上，在过去所有区块链上面的币都是同质代币，你不会看到有人说我的狗币比你的可爱，我的比特币比你的闪亮，没有这种东西。但是后来在2017年的时候，一间加拿大的广告行销公司叫 Dapper Labs， 他们认为这件事情太无趣了，他们认为这样的发展下去会缺少一种人类的行为在区块链上面，叫做收藏行为。我们会收藏纪念代币，我们会收藏邮票，我们会收藏纪念球鞋跟球员卡。过去在没有 NFT 的时代，区块链的世界里头没有这样的一个纪念性或纪念代币的交易可能。透过他们发展了一种叫 NFT 的协定，让区块链上得以承载一种拥有独立的编号，而这个编号会指向一张特别的图片、影片或者文字的这样的一种数位代币，变成了一种数位收藏品。大家要了解这件事情，也可以看1985年 Andy Warhol 曾经做过的一个作品。他找了一个他喜欢的编号的美元钞票 9250C， 走到邮局里面，选了一张他觉得好看的邮票贴上去，在上面签了艺术家的签名，并且寄给他的朋友。寄出去的时候盖上了一个时间戳记，他的朋友的邮局收到以后又盖上一个时间戳记。实际上，这一张1美元的钞票在艺术品的交易市场上面，现在价值100万美金，我们也可以把它叫做 non-fungible bill。所以各位的口袋里面可能都有一种非同质代币，就是你们的钞票。在钞票上面你签上你的名字，你可能在上面贴一个贴纸，很可能就会变得有不一样的价值。NFT 其实就可以把它想象成是一种区块链的纪念代币。创作者可以签上他的数位签章，发行转移的时候，在区块链上面会被记录下来一个时间的戳记，而且我们非常难以篡改。 实际上 NFT 就是一个这么简单的概念，但是透过这样的概念，我们看到的是区块链的技术不只可以让我们发行我们一般所认定的钱的这种概念的扩充之外，我们还可以创造出新的可收藏的资产，去定义这些数位收藏品是有价的。所以我们也就认为 Web3 的世代，大家都说 Web3，但我自己写 Web3 的时候，我比较喜欢写 Web $sign， 因为我们认为在 Web3 的世界里头，人类掌握了一种新的能力，新的定义的能力，我们可以定义什么是钱，什么是有价值的，并且创造一个非常巨大的流通市场。所以某种程度来说，我们认为30-50年前 PC Internet 带来一个非常大的产业成长，后来逐渐趋缓。再来，我们看到 Mobile Internet 一个爆炸式的成长，逐渐趋缓。而我们认为 Web 3.0，你也可以把它看成是一个 Monetary Internet， 它是一个充满了经济流动的新的网际网路。而什么样的应用会是 Killer Application 呢？其实我们回过头去看 PC Internet 一开始有 ICQ， 有 MSN， 有 Craigslist。后来逐渐趋缓，到了 Mobile Internet， 我们有 Line， 我们有这些各式各样的 Instagram， 这些所谓的communication 的 tool 跟 IM 的软体，其实拥有了这些频道的人都创造了大量的价值跟营收。所以我们也认为下一个世代的 Monetary Internet， 社交的关系、自我价值的定义，所谓社交网络透过经济流动的重建跟重新的创建，我们也认为会具有非常非常巨大的价值。所以我们到这里，我们简单的来回顾一下3种不同网络的类型进化当中，它们最大的差异。Web 1.0 你可以把它想象成单向的传播 ，Web 2.0 你可以把它想成双向的互动。到了 Web 3.0， 我们每一次的互动可能都跟另外一只经济市场的那一只亚当·斯密所说的经济市场的那一只手来进行交换。我们每一次的聊天，我们每一次的按赞、留言、分享，可能都会有一些同值代币或非同值代币掉到我的区块链的钱包，我们跟经济市场的那只手产生了非常绵密的互动，而我们得到了这些 fungible token、non-fungible token， 又可以透过区块链的开放性的市场来进行各种流通。实际上呢，我们在第一个世代 Web 1.0。所有的品牌企业要收集的是你的 user account， 要收集的是你的 email address。到了 Web 2.0 的时代，我们要收集的是 social connect， 我们希望拥有你更多的 social identity。到了 Web 3.0 的时候，我们要收集的是你的 Web3 的区块链钱包的 identity。这里面的 identity 拥有你到底拥有哪些币，你到底拥有哪些 NFT。某种程度来说，我们认为这一切都还只是一个 identity market 的延伸。同时，在过去 Web 1.0 的世代，所谓的品牌公司都在收集更多的 visitors， 更多的浏览人次跟眼球。到了 Web 2.0 的世代，我们收藏的是 likes， 我们收藏的是 hearts。到了 Web 3.0， 我们认为这些品牌、这些用户在传递、传输跟收藏的会是更多的 tokens， 而实际上这跟过去是没有不一样的。Visits 也是一种 social token，likes 也是一种 social token。我们在新的世代只是透过区块链的技术，把它真的赋予了更丰富流通的经济价值。同时，在这样的一个新的网络时代里面，我们可以预测的是，因为它跟经济、跟钱的概念绑得更紧了，体验也变得更好了。某种程度，用户的投入时间也会开始指数形态的增加。其实我们刚刚想的都不是想象而已，我们所谓的 Monetary Internet 新世代的社交平台跟自我身份验证的交易市场，其实已经开始出现了。我们现在看到的是全球超过30亿用户的 Facebook， 在上个月开放了超过100个国家以上的用户，可以让他们在他们的 Facebook 账号上面 po 出他们的 NFT。所以在过去的这段时间，只要有发行过 NFT 的品牌或者公司，比如说 Toyota， 比如说 Pizza Hut， 比如说家乐福，这刚好也都是我们电通的客户。他们发行的这些 NFT， 等于把这些图像、把这些对品牌的爱，直接投递到用户的账号、身份认证跟钱包里头。在过去，我们根本没有办法寄一张图片寄到一个用户手机里头的相机胶卷。但是在这个时代，我们可以寄一张图片、小影片，这些互动的这些 NFT， 直接空投到这些用户的钱包。他们在他们的 Facebook 平台上面，只要点击一下就可以选择。在过去这段时间，没有发布 NFT 的品牌，在这个新世代的社交身份验证的世界里头，它是隐形的，它是没有办法被记住，也没有办法被看见的。 这件事情也不是只是在 Facebook 年轻人使用的 Instagram， 也一样在上个月已经开通了全世界超过100个国家的用户可以把他们的 NFT 来当作 po 文。全世界有3亿用户的 Twitter 被全世界最疯狂的男人买下来的 Twitter， 接下来也除了过去可以让你用 NFT 来当作头贴，会有一个特殊的六角形的形状来验证你真的拥有这个高价 NFT 之外，未来我们也可以期待它会透过更多的 NFT 的资源、cryptocurrency 的资源、区块链的资源，来强化 Twitter 的社交应用的服务。同时，我们在亚洲也看到了 LINE 的平台也非常积极的渗透进来，他们即将推出的是 DoSi 的虚拟城市、DoSi 的这个所谓 NFT 的交易平台。这些公司都绝对不会错过这个市场重新起牌可能的机会。所以，当我们理解 Web 3.0 是这样的一个方针以后，我们就要来讲，那元宇宙到底是什么？我们认为，其实元宇宙就是一个次世代的粉丝专业或者LINE群组，人们有更丰富的体验，可以在里头进行互动。新世代的用户在这个新世代的LINE群组、新世代的粉丝专业里头，他可以按 WASD， 他可以跑，可以跳，它不再只是一个网络昵称跟一个大头贴而已，它是有一个虚拟的形象，它可以换装，它可以换脸，它可以做更丰富的互动内容。同时，对于企业跟品牌来说，也会是新的销售机会、新的数位商品，我们能够串联更多的实体销售跟互动。如果有一些人没有办法很能够理解这件事情，我们也可以用另外一个例子。我们刚刚提过，它就是一个新世代的LINE群组，更好玩、更好买。过去我们在LINE的平台上面买到的贴图，我们没有办法带到 IG、Telegram 上面使用，因为这样的一个资料库是封闭的，它掌握在少数公司、企业或管理者的手上。但是如果我们买到的 NFT 是储存在区块链上面，它会变成一个超大的开放资料库。我在这个平台收藏到 NFT， 我可以到另外500个平台上面来当成贴图，变成一种贴图可惜的社交市场，它将会变得非常非常的巨大。同时，我们也认为元宇宙的世代其实距离我们并不遥远。根据雅虎的统计，其实在35岁的上下，其实都非常非常看好这样的一个新的市场。35岁以下的人呢，希望能够在这个新的市场里头进行创作；超过35岁，他们也开始逐渐的投入来进行参与。同时呢，消费者呢有超过71%非常期待元宇宙的体验。在台湾有超过46%的人浏览过 NFT， 甚至高达7%的人已经买过了 NFT， 超过78%对于他在虚拟世界的虚拟分身感到有兴趣。而他们对于虚拟世界的体验最期待的会是游戏。其实这样的一个市场是特别适合台湾的。台湾在10个人里面，每10个人有6.4个人是游戏玩家，相比起全世界只有3.9个人，台湾是非常非常的高。而且台湾在所谓的玩宇宙的潜在生意跟经济体里面，我们是非常具有潜力的。在过去的玩平台、玩游戏的市场里面，台湾在手游的营收占全世界是第7名的，每位玩家产生的营收在全球排名是第6名的，付费玩家所产生的营收全球排名前3。所以实际上，台湾是非常非常适合这件事情，而且很可能甚至带领整个大迁徙的展开。在电通，我们认为过去我们都在探讨人在哪一个地方活动，哪一个地方社交。我们认为一个新的世代叫做 Omni Reality， 它会是一种全境存在的生活体验，一种新的 lifestyle。人们会从物理实境到数位实境，再从数位实境到虚拟实境里头。他们在这个新的虚拟实境里头会获得一个新的身份或多个身份的验证，透过区块链的钱包来储存。虚拟土地就像一个数位世代的粉丝专业，它在上面会拥有新的社交体验。它的虚拟替身将会让它创造更多的社交互动、品牌的互动。我们认为，在过去品牌或者企业是神格化的，在 Web 3的世代，品牌跟企业将会开始人格化，进入真正的社群世代。在过去的这一段时间，有非常多的国际的品牌都推出了 NFT 或 Web 3的实验，包含 Adidas， 包含我们的客户海尼根，包含这个星巴克，也即将把它的新里程的计划完全上链，甚至在这个累积的过程当中，让你可以收藏 NFT。台湾其实也不落人后，我们从夜市里头的鸡排，到天王周杰伦，到我们刚刚所提过的家乐福、Toyota， 包含 GAPA 这样的一个新的创意团队跟微软进行合作。其实我们有非常非常多的案例，也开始在亚洲甚至在台湾发生。 我们认为在 Web3 的世代里会有一个非常巨大的市场，叫做忠诚上链。我们会让使用者把他对企业、对品牌的亲密感受跟对他的爱，可以完整的记录在链上，并且透过新的区块链的互通性跟流通性，去创造彼此的价值 （on-chain loyalty）。而这件事情不是我们在预测而已，已经开始有品牌在实做了。目前在这个产业当中的优等生当然是 Nike， 他们花了几千万美金并购了一家公司叫 RTFKT， 念法叫 Artifact， 成为他们的第4个品牌。透过这个品牌跟 Nike 这个品牌的互相连接，他们创造的从新的 marketing 的方法到新的数位世界里头的生意，他们把社交换到 3.0 的世界，在 Roblox 的世界里头建造所谓的可以玩的粉丝专页，透过这样的一个新的粉丝专页，收藏人的行为、钱包的身份，他们可以创造 CRM 3.0 新的 CRM 新的用户忠诚管理的方法。同时，他们也把他们的商品变成是 physical product，physical digital。它可以先卖你 NFT， 当你穿在你的虚拟角色身上非常喜欢的时候，你只要按下一个按钮加价购，这双球鞋就会从数位的状态变成实体的状态，寄送到你家里。你可以在你的真实的肉身上面穿着跟你的虚拟替身一模一样、非常帅气的商品跟球鞋。实际上呢，这样的一个实验呢，已经给他们带来了一定程度的营收，超过185个 million US$。仅仅今年2022年的上半年 ，Nike 预期 Web3 将占他们未来总营收的比例可能高达26%。某种程度，你可以想象，现在的年轻人在 IG、在 Instagram 上面会有小账、中账、大账、亲密账、家人账，它有各种不同的分身账号，每一个账号都只是一个贴图跟一个昵称而已。年轻人对于体验的需求绝对不会只停止于此。在未来，你可以想象，他们可能有数十个以上不同的分身，在各个不同的平台。而这些分身到底要穿什么、用什么、用什么东西绑头发、什么样的颜色、什么样的造型、什么样的时尚流行，这都会是一个非常非常巨大的传播生意。当然，一样，这个东西也会跟实体的商城呢有个挂钩。实际上呢，在虚拟的世界 Web3 的产业里头，品牌跟品牌、品牌跟创作者之间的连结跟交换也会越来越频繁。这个是 Nike 跟一间也是非常知名的这个 Premium Brand 做了一个初次的合作，大家可以猜一下是什么样的品牌。这个品牌待会你会看见他们2个品牌的 logo， 没错。这是 Nike 旗下的 Artifact 的闪电标志跟 Remova 的行李箱所创造出来的联名，全世界只有888个行李箱的 NFT， 这个 NFT 要3000块美金。同时，你只要填写你的地址，这个行李箱会真的寄到你家，让你在出国玩的时候可以拥有跟别人不一样的身份验证跟体验。其实某种程度，很多的品牌在做的都是希望能够早一点进入这个所谓的 identity 的市场。美是一种 identity， 穿着是一种 identity， 游玩也是一种 identity。所有的人都在持续的寻找1943年马斯洛的需求理论的金字塔的最上层，自我价值的实现。而自我价值的实现是一个超巨大的市场。某种程度，我们也可以看到，电通的集团正在全世界各个国家、各个不同的地方搭建这样的一个新的体验的各种技术。在左上角，你可以看到 Dentsu Ring 是我们正在建构的一个新的 NFT 发行跟兑换的平台示范。在中间是我们在其他的国家跟海尼根进行合作，在 Decentraland 这个准元宇宙的世界里头，创建了海尼根的专用展示馆跟销售中心。在右上角，其实是我的虚拟分身，可以在虚拟世界里头帮我演讲、帮我唱歌，可以帮我做各种表演，甚至在未来还会有虚拟的收入。在左下角呢，是这种所谓的 3D browser， 透过浏览器，人们也可以非常轻松的进入元宇宙，而不一定需要虚拟实境的头盔。在未来世界里头，会有非常多这样扩增的体验，去创造一个全新的市场。最后，我们来看一小段这个影片，希望让大家感觉一下，其实海尼根的这个案例，我觉得非常非常的有趣哈。他们在元宇宙的世界里创造了虚拟的海尼根啤酒罐，希望让人们可以对这个品牌有一些新的印象，甚至带入到真实的世界当中。我们来看一小段这个影片。
Okay, try it now. the world's first virtual beer.
So welcome to the launch of the new virtual Heineken Silver.
Now what?
I want you to taste your beer and tell me what you experience.
How am I supposed to taste it?
So tasty.
I want beer.
And that's exactly what's happening. It's like getting blackout drunk in The Sims.
Oh, he pulled up to the Heineken with the Bud Light shirt, bruh.
You just buy Heineken Silvers for your avatar or whatever and just get them hammered the whole time.
Gone to sleep and woken up in the Jetsons, I think.
Buying a virtual beer sounds crazy.
Heineken says it's extra fresh? What? How?
How does it work?
Well, now that it is done, I need the real beer.
当人们开始对这个新的产品产生兴趣，觉得它是虚拟的不能喝的时候呢，它开始推出了真实的版本，让人们在数位世界里头的体验跟印象转换成真实的销售。我们认为在 Web3 的世代里，不会只是纯虚拟的，我们没有要把虚拟的东西替代掉真实，我们是一种扩增，我们是一种 augmented。实际上，在电通，我们认为我们持续不断的致力于利用技术、创意跟沉浸式的体验，去打造全新的世界，带来前所未见的市场。在这一段时间里面，我们也打造了一个新的 team， 由我们的数位长这个 Freda 带领，我们也有非常非常丰富的技术团队、法律的专业的知识，还有我们的行销、品牌、技术的顾问以及团队的成员。其实，在这段时间，我们不断的在思考，在这个全新的市场，所有人到底拥有哪些机会？我们认为，除了我们刚刚看见的这些 identity market， 我们看见这些可以玩的粉丝专业，我们也看到另外一个新的可能的趋势，叫做 shared IP， 叫做共享 IP。也许每个人都听过一个东西叫做无聊猴，它非常的贵，超过1000万台币。很多人都听过一个创作者叫做 Beeple， 他的作品高达6900万美金。实际上，透过这样的一个内容传播的创建，我们开始见到了一些新的创作者、新的 IP， 它的知名度很可能不比一个累积了超过20年以上的宝可梦要来得更差。这样的一种新的共享 IP 的市场跟它的价值，我们认为也会是 Web3 的世界里头非常非常重要的一个支柱。在这段时间里头，我们非常非常的期待，也非常非常努力，希望能够跟大家一起前进元宇宙，在这个 Web3， 也就是 Web Dollar Sign 的世界里头，让各位用自己的这个创意，以及我们新的技术，甚至是电通一起的努力，还有我们的品牌跟我们的客户，我们希望我们可以在台湾，甚至在亚洲，甚至在全世界，找到更多新的沟通跟传播的样貌。以上是我今天的分享，感谢大家，谢谢。
谢谢宝博士为我们介绍元宇宙非常多精彩丰富的概念。宝博士，麻烦请留步台上，我们还有礼物要准备给您。不好意思，那我们现在就请 DigiAsia 筹备委员季志谦先生 Gary 来为我们宝博士献上感谢状以及纪念礼品。这次DigiAsia 准备的这个纪念小礼物是一只金蟾蜍哦。麻烦看一下我们前方摄影师的镜头，3、2、1 ，Cheese！ 这只金蟾蜍渴望为我们的获赠者带来更多的 prosperity， 也期待元宇宙未来有更多的机会以及发展可能。谢谢宝博士。The speaker for the next talk is Ms. Denise Seligson, Google APAC Privacy and Operational Lead. She is going to talk about privacy user-centric measurement. 我们下一位讲者是 Google 的 Denise， 她要让我们谈谈未来与进化后用户隐私的重要性。我们掌声欢迎 Denise. Let's welcome Denise.
Hello. Thanks so much for the introduction. As mentioned, my name is Denise, and at Google, I lead the privacy product and operations team for APAC, based out of Singapore. I'm very excited and thrilled to be here today with you, especially in person after such a long time, to share and talk about privacy and what it means to the advertising business. Specifically, I will be focusing on two topics today. The first one is why privacy is important for the advertising business. And the second one we're going to be discussing is Google's perspective, key investments in privacy, as well the opportunities that businesses can take to prepare for privacy changes. So, with any further ado, let me kick it off with the first topic of today's sessions, which is why privacy is important for the advertising business in APAC. Let me start with echoing what we have heard from businesses across APAC. In a research that Google and BCG conducted earlier this year with advertisers, publishers, as well as app developers across the region, 70% of the people that were interviewed agreed that not being privacy ready would have significant consequences to their business. This would include the loss of user trust, legal and regulatory costs, as well as technical costs driven by tech fixes and upgrades. And this is actually also very aligned with what we are hearing across users in the region. People are increasingly concerned about their data and their privacy, how their data is collected, and how it is used for advertising purposes. Businesses across APAC underestimate the importance of privacy to their users. And actually, in research, we found out that 80% of users in APAC and 81% of users in Taiwan find privacy very important for them. Actually, more than half of the users interviewed said that they are not satisfied with the privacy they're experiencing online. And yet, while these concerns are there, people still value a personalized and a relevant experience online. In research conducted, 3 out of 4 people interviewed by BCG, they said that given the choice, they would only want to see ads that are relevant and helpful for them. And these rise in user expectations and in user concerns are actually driving a big change in the entire ads ecosystem. This change is happening basically in 2 big environments that are surrounding the advertising business overall. The first environment are regulators, including governments in APAC, are actually re-evaluating and that's the noise, are actually re-evaluating the definition of personal data, how the data is collected, and how the data is actually used. And on the other hand, we have also tech companies like browsers and also mobile operating systems that they are shifting away from technologies that are enabling to track users in a cross-web and app environment based on third-party cookies. So all signs indicate that overall identifiers that have been used traditionally by the marketers for targeting and tracking will fade over time. And to this shift away from user-level identifiers and shift away from third-party cookies, we see a range of different responses and approaches across the players in the ads ecosystem. A first approach is the one, for example, taken by browsers like Safari, who are unilaterally blocking or restricting access to third-party cookies and user-level identifiers. However, what we're seeing with this probably aggressive, overly aggressive approach is that by blocking and restricting user-level identifiers and not providing an alternative solution for marketers to support their ads use cases is actually having an opposite effect. We're seeing a rise of actually harmful technologies such as fingerprinting. A second approach we are observing in the ecosystem is, for example, the one taken by the Trade Desk, which is to build new user-level identifiers fueled by PII data. The challenge we're seeing with this approach is that we don't think that identity graph solutions will be able to respond to the rapidly growing regulatory ecosystem, nor responds to the growing also requirements of users, and therefore might not be able to sustain on the long term. A third approach is the one that, for example, Chrome and Android are taking, who are collectively building and looking to build and develop with the industry new privacy-preserving technologies that are going to support the ads use cases and as well protect user privacy by moving away from user-level identifiers. And that's what it is, the privacy sandbox. And let me be very clear. Once third-party cookies are deprecated, Google does not plan to leverage any identifiers, user-level identifiers, that allow to track across an app and a web environment. Now, we have set already the foundations on why privacy is important for all of us and why it is important for the advertising business. Let me now go into the second topic that we're going to be discussing today, which is Google's perspective, what we are investing on, and as well what we think are opportunities that businesses can take to start preparing for privacy changes. Let me start by explaining where the opportunity lies. We tend to think privacy is a challenge, but actually privacy represents for all of us a big opportunity. The first opportunity lies in building a strong, robust, trust relationship with customers. According to the Edelman Trust Barometer in 2020, brand trust is the second most important purchasing factor, only after price, that users across the globe, different gender groups, as well as different income levels, are thinking about. As brand user trust grows, so does the data that users are willing to share with that brand. And that becomes important and an opportunity for business, as they will be able, to have more efficient and relevant marketing use cases. As the privacy ecosystem evolves, being clear and upfront with users about the data that is collected, the purpose of why it is collected, and what is the value exchange will be key to build trust with users. Now, the other opportunities lie in marketing muscles that are going to be growing in importance over time. The first one is building a strong and robust first-party data capability. The second one is investment in machine learning and automation. And last, the big bet of Google is also on a privacy-first technology via the privacy sandbox. This third pillar will become a growing opportunity in importance as well for businesses as the technology develops and evolves. I'm going to now spend a little bit of time to talk about each of these pillars. The first one, we were talking about first-party data and capabilities. As mentioned, regulations, technology changes, and browser changes are leading to cross-site identifiers like third-party cookies to be a less reliable source for data. And therefore, on the other hand, first-party data that comes directly from consented users' relationships will and is already a way more reliable source of data. Therefore, having a strong trust relationship with users based on responsible collected first-party data is key. And that can make a big difference to companies. According to BCG, companies that link their first-party data sources can generate double the incremental revenue coming from a single ad placement, as well increase by 1.5 times the efficiency. Let me now share with you a real example from this region on how first-party data becomes an opportunity. Kia, a brand that you might be very familiar with, work with their agency to improve their capability to collect and analyze first-party data. What they did is they added direct shopping capability in their corporate site, and as well, they integrated Google Analytics across their dealer site as well as their corporate site. What they did is then integrated it with their own CRM data and used Customer Match, which is a Google audience solution, to be able to upload that first-party data and target their existing customers via online campaigns. What they saw is a 4 times increase in conversion rates and 55% increase in user engagement. So clearly, first-party data becomes a great opportunity for business. Now, let me go into the second pillar, machine learning and automation. As we mentioned, the shift driven by regulatory pressures, user concerns, and technology changes are impacting the availability of user-level identifiers. In a world where user-level identifiers are going to be less reliable, we are moving into a world of aggregated signals as well as privacy-first signals. Therefore, machine learning becomes key and more important than ever to do the same or more with less data. And this, again, is a big opportunity for us. Based on a BCG study on 2019, businesses that deploy machine learning-based technologies are able to boost their performance by 35%. Now, another example, and this time from Taiwan directly. L'Oreal Taiwan was looking to understand the relationship between their offline sales and their online visits. So what they did is to integrate the data collected from their site into Google Analytics 360, as well the CRM data, and uploaded that into Google Cloud BigQuery. Then they analyzed that data using a machine learning-based API that managed to get a logic and segment that data into profiles that were most likely to purchase. This allowed them to actually target those profiles that were more likely to purchase based on that logic and on the learnings from machine learning-based API, and they were able to have double the sales in their campaigns as well as increase and more than double the ad efficiency. So machine learning, another big opportunity. Now, I'm going to talk briefly about the privacy sandbox, which is the other third pillar I just mentioned. This is Google's big bet to proactively rebuild the ecosystem from ground in a privacy-preserving way. Their goal is to collectively develop privacy-preserving technologies that support the ad ecosystem and at the same time covers and makes sure that we have a safe and private internet. Chrome and Android will do that by deploying the latest privacy-first techniques like aggregation, anonymation, and on-device processing. And this will bring to the development of APIs that will support the core use cases that marketers are actually already utilizing today. For example, interest-based ads will be supported by an API called Topics API. Remarketing will be supported by an API called Fletch API, And measuring conversion attribution will be supported by an API called Reporting and Attribution. So the importance of the privacy sandbox for Chrome and Android is that these proposals and these APIs that you're seeing are developed and proposed by the entire ecosystem, which includes other browsers as well. It is important that we take feedback from the ecosystem on them, and therefore, we will be able to have a healthy and ad-supported internet for users as well as for marketers, publishers, and developers. It is also very important to note that the heavy lifting to integrate those APIs into the products and solutions that marketers are using will be done by the tech providers. So, on that, let me explain or share how is Google thinking to integrate some of these APIs into their ad solutions. Where today, the primary signal used for interest-based ads and remarketing is third-party cookies, in the future, Google Ads will rely on an increasingly diverse set of different signals. This will be signals coming from the Privacy Sandbox API, such as the Topic API or as well Fletch, but also increasingly inputs from machine learning, contextual, geosignals, and even first-party data signals. And same for measurement, where today third-party cookies and identifiers are the main source used for measuring campaign effectiveness. In the future, signals and the API, the Attribution and Reporting API, as well as inputs from machine learning, will be key to measure and get your insights. Now, apart or in addition to these investments that I just been speaking about, which is first-party data capabilities, machine learning, and automation, you can start already utilizing existing solutions that are already future-proofing your campaigns. What you are seeing on screen are a set of current and existing ad solutions within Google Ads that we consider durable, meaning that they are already future-proofed and are privacy safe. I'm not going to spend time today to go into detail, but I would encourage you, if you're not familiar with any of these, that you reach out to your Google representative to learn more about them. Now, we've come actually to the end of the session. I know I shared quite a lot of information. So let me try to recap and give you 3 key takeaways that I would love you to remember after the session. The first one, the need to be privacy ready and the requirements to platforms, advertisers, and all the players in the ad ecosystem is mainly driven by user concerns and user expectations on their safety and on their experience online. Second, this moment represents an opportunity for business to build strong trust relationships with customers, to invest in first-party data capabilities, and to start also leveraging machine learning and automation. And last, Google, as your partner in the digital ecosystem, as well as a privacy readiness partner, is investing in privacy-preserving technologies with the Privacy Sandbox. And we look forward to partner with you in all of this, because privacy is not something that Google alone will be able to solve. It is something that impacts the whole ads ecosystem, and we all together will need to work together and partner on developing these new solutions, ensuring that we have a health ad-supported internet for users. With that, I thank you for the attention, and it was a pleasure.
Thank you, Denise. Please stay on the stage. And Gary, would you please once again present the gift to Denise? 我们先来请 Gary 再次为我们颁赠这个感谢状以及纪念品给 Denise。谢谢 Denise 为我们带来很重要的这个隐私权的重要性的分享。Thank you for educating us about the importance of privacy. Please look at the cameraman in front of you, please. 3, 2, 1, cheese. Thank you, Denise. 我们再次为 Denise 掌声鼓励一下。对，日益普及的网络安全是非常重要的课题哦。我们谢谢 Denise 给我们带来非常清楚重要的分享。那接下来的2位讲者是来自传力媒体 MindShare 的2位讲者，他们将用影片的方式跟我们来分享。第一位的分享者是王柏林，他是传力媒体的创新内容董事总经理，他将会和我们聊聊元宇宙和品牌元宇宙。那第2位的话是他的同事 Jay Gotti， 他是 Head of Content， 他将为我们分享的是，在台湾的品牌准备好迎接 Web 3.0了吗？ The topic will be Are Taiwan brands ready for Web 3.0？ 我们一起来观赏影片。
好，大家好，大家好，很开心参加DigiAsia 的论坛。今天我和我的同事杰会来分享关于元宇宙重塑品牌时代的这个话题。那我是来自于 MyShare 上海办公室，杰是来自于 MyShare 台北办公室。那我们今天一起来为大家贡献这个我们今天的内容。那大家首先介绍一下自己，我们是 MyShare 的 Content Plus 的团队。那我们呢，同时也是这个行业里边比较优秀的和 Z 时代连接的这样的一个团队，我们获得了这个 Campaign 关于年度的 Z 时代连接者的称号。同时呢，我们会利用很多新的技术和文化来进行创新。我们包括为肯德基创造了这个电竞的 KI 上校的这个 AI 的 IP，其实也是获得了今年 Work 的这个年度的这个全场大奖。同时呢，它也是被评为全球获奖第2的一个 campaign。那同时我们也会参加很多的论坛，去帮助大家包括我们去分享更多的影响力。那今天呢，我们的话题是元宇宙。其实元宇宙到今天为止呢，并没有一个公认的这个一个定义了，那么其实它是一个循序渐进的一个演进。那它不是一个颠覆性的一个突变。那么因为其实我们今天受到很多算力、硬件很多的因素的这个制约，它并不能一蹴而就的去进入这个今天很多科技巨头跟我们描述的这个恢宏的这个元宇宙的一下子进去这个时代。那么我们认为元宇宙其实会逐渐的渗透到我们日常的这个应用当中，包括其实我们大家现在已经在应用的一些包括虚实的映射、数字的身份和构建我们新的这个虚拟的这个价值的关系在这个上面。那今天的话，其实元宇宙其实已经不仅成为品牌的一个增长，同时它也是很多政府认为是数字经济发展的一个抓手。我们可以看到，今天无论是各个地方的政府，还有包括香港，其实已经出台了很多这个经济发展的这个规划，里边把数字经济、元宇宙包括 Web 3.0 作为一个重要的抓手，去促进我们的这个增长。那在这个增长呢，其实背后呢，其实我们可以去了解到是说，那么今天元宇宙其实它是有很多模块去构成的。那包括我们看到的虚拟体验的这个模块，然后虚拟经济、虚拟货币的模块、区块链基础建设，还有包括数字算力 AI 的这些模块。那呢，我们认为呢，它是一个连点呈现的一个技术创新的一个总和，它并不是一个今天我们能够用一方之力能够去把所有东西去全部做完的一个这么庞大的一个叙事了，那同时的话呢，我们可以看到今天很多互联网的这个大厂那我们现在分享的是国内的一些信息其实他们也在这个元宇宙里边去重点的这个布局，包括腾讯、阿里百度、B 站，他们都有构建自己的这个区块链。那腾讯、阿里腾讯去做了自己的虚拟的世界超级 QQ 秀，在 QQ 这个社交空间里边创造了虚拟的这个每个人社交的空间。那阿里的话是通过电商的双11去创造这样的这个元宇宙的世界，去构建虚拟的购物体验。那百度的话是创造了这个熙壤，今天提供了更多 To B 的这个应用在这个上面。那其实今天有很多大厂的这个模式呢，但是其实对于我们来说，可能为我们很多实体企业提供了这个基础建设，但是呢，我们也不能完全用它的这个模式来去做我们自己的这个元宇宙了。所以对于我们来说，我们的方向在什么地方呢？其实可以回到我们刚才讲的这个元宇宙的这个模块里边看的话，其实我觉得更多的品牌或者消费级的企业，其实我们可以聚焦在这个虚拟的体验上面，去逐步的去进入这个元宇宙和 Web 3的世界。那包括了我们可能应用的这个虚拟的社交、虚拟的空间、虚拟的偶像，还有包括我们的 NFT 数字产品VR、AR 的这样的体验，做到真正的这样的一个虚拟体验。同时呢，其实因为在国内的话，其实有很多的这个限制，那么不能触及到这个金融炒作的这个底线，所以呢，其实更多的其实就在虚拟体验这块，大家能够去做这个创新。 那同时呢，我们可以看到今天大家都在讲的这个 Web 3.0，Web 3.0的话，其实我们认为元宇宙和 Web 3都正在创造一个全新的这个经济和商业的这个模式。那我们认为在下一代的互联网的这个时代里边呢，用户对于自己的这个数据和数字身份，他都拥有所有权，所以呢，他可以参与到这个互联网的这个治理当中。这个是其实一个最大性的一个突破 Web 2.0的一个特别大的突破。同时呢 ，Web 3呢，我们认为它是互联网后端的一个生产关系的一个革新。那元宇宙呢，是互联网前端的一个交互体验的一个革新。那这两者结合起来的话呢，其实就能创造一个巨大的一个重塑这个经济、重塑数字经济的一个动力。但是呢，其实今天 Web 3还并没有这么快的马上能够去到来。那它已经有一些和我们现在做的事情有些结合，所以呢，我们觉得在这个中间呢，其实是会有一个中间过渡的一个阶段，我们把它称之于 Web 2.5。那在这个阶段呢，其实怎么找到一个过渡的解决方案，其实是我们要去探讨的。那我们认为呢，在这个 Web 2.5的这个阶段呢，对于我们实体的企业和我们消费的这个品牌的话，那我们其实应该是通过虚拟的这个经济和虚拟的体验去提升我们现有的这个产品和服务的这个附加的价值。那在这个部分的话呢，其实是能够成为我们新的一个增长的这个增长的一个动力。所以呢，其实今天的话呢，其实我们可以看到外部不好意思，回来一下。其实今天的话呢，其实我们可以看到我们的 Web 2.5的话有很多的这个应用的场景。我们认为呢，它是对品牌来说是一个消费的一个体验的一个升级，它超越了过去的这种纯粹靠互联网流量的一些这样的一些做法。其实它的应用场景的话，包括社交，包括虚拟人包括这个XR 的这个终端的体验，包括 NFT。同时呢，它对于我们这个商业品牌来说的话，其实它能够定制虚拟的产品，能够去吸引更多的年轻的消费者，提升我们品牌的活力。那发行的这个 NFT 呢，我们可以搭载这个实体或者是我们的服务，进行共同的去做到价值的创新。同时呢，那么更多的这个虚拟的空间带来沉浸式的这个体验的话，能够对我们的品牌发布能够对我们的这个用户留存创造更多线上线下的体验场景，包括其实还有更多的这个创新的这个体验，去升级我们的会员体系，做到用 Web 3去驱动的新的这个 D2C 的这个模式，那么带来专属的这个用户体验的这样的一个部分。所以呢，其实我们回归到商业的本质，人或场的话，其实我们可以看是说，今天对于我们 Web 2.5的话，我们需要做到什么样的一个跨越，从什么到什么这样的一个过程。我们认为呢，就是对人的话呢，其实今天特别重要的是说，把过去的消费者变成我们今天价值共创的一个创造者，那么他才能够去赋能到我们去把赋能到我们在这个新的这个Web 2.5的这个阶段里边去创造大家共同拥有价值。那对于我们的货的话呢，其实我们要重新去思考，要有一个创造性的思考，品牌的虚拟资产到底是什么？怎么去创造新的这个虚拟资产，在这个新的虚拟世界里边去？那场的话，其实更多的是打通这个虚拟的场景和现实的体验。最终的话呢，是我们通过人或场三个地方的共同的这个跨越性的思考，需要在这个元宇宙的这个宏大的这个叙事里边去找到我们自己的这个切入点。这样的话呢，其实才是新的一个切入的方式。那今天其实我们可以看到很多品牌已经做了很多的这个实验了。其实我们可以看到，其实在新的虚拟世界里边，那么包括可乐，它不一定是一个可乐的瓶子；那跑车，那它不一定在虚拟世界里边就是一个跑车，对吧？然后运动装备也不一定就是那个原来的运动装备，包括我们喝的饮料，可能也在虚拟世界里面，它不仅仅是一杯饮料。那其实品牌在虚拟世界里面会产生不同的这个形态，那这是我们一个重新去重塑我们的价值定义的一个过程。 那我们可以看到很多的好的案例，比如说 Nike，它是我们认为是有史如虚，是由这个流行的这个潮鞋文化，它去找到 Artifact 这样的一个数字鞋的这样的一个创意的这样的一个厂牌去进行合作，推出自己新的这个NFT 的数字鞋，同时进行虚实的这个连接。那么它在厂的这个上面的话呢，它在 Roblox 里边去创造了自己的虚拟体验的这个 Playground 在上面。那其实可以看到李宁的话，其实它是反过来是由虚入实，它是买下了这个无聊猿的这个 IP， 它去在线下的话去做的这个潮流货品的这个限定的这个发售，同时呢，它去通过这个 IP 去赋能它的线下的门店，去聚集这些无聊猿的这个粉丝或者潮流圈的粉丝去到它的线下门店去打卡。那我们还可以看到很多还有由实入虚的案例的话，就像包括我们刚才提到的保时捷跑车，它其实是把他们的这个车的这个设计的图稿变成一个品牌的 NFT 资产，那和更多的这个保时捷的这个 loyalty 的粉丝进行一个交流，变成一个资产确权的一个过程。还有包括这个可乐的话，也没有仅仅把它的可乐瓶作为一个虚拟资产，而是把他们的这个售货机，还有包括虚拟的很多衍生的这个产品变成 NFT 的这个虚拟资产，同时在 Decentraland 上面去进行活动和这样的一个和年轻人沟通的一个过程。还有包括我们看到百威的话，其实今天是和这个NFT 的这个游戏Z-Run 进行合作，那么这个 NFT 的话，其实就变成一个可变量的这样的一个品牌的一个虚拟资产，给到我们今天的消费者。比较有意思的是这个腾讯的话，其实是基于自己的这个本身的这个 icon 这个企鹅的这个文化，在它的这个23周年庆的时候发售的这个数字产品去创造了很多多种多样的这种企鹅，那是也是创造了一个社区的这个虚拟资产给到自己的员工同时这个也是一个当年刷屏的一个效果。那包括我们看到今天还有更多的由实入虚，就是包括足球俱乐部曼城的话是把自己的这个椅子来进行一个 NFT 的这个权益的这个生产，它 create 了各种各样的椅子，让自己的这个俱乐部的粉丝去进行一个购买。同时呢，我们可以看到很多现在的品牌的话，他们逐步的推出自己的虚拟的这个 IP， 或者是把旧有的 IP 重新的这个做成了数字化进行了这个升级，变成一个 NFT。包括奈雪的茶，它创造了自己的这个虚拟的这个潮玩的形象。那它在它的周年庆的时候，通过这个开盲盒和发售会员卡的形式，共同的去发售这个 NFT， 也是取得了这个上亿元的这个销量的这个很好的成果。那旺仔的话，其实它本来这个 IP 的形象已经在网上很受欢迎，它也通过这个潮玩公仔实体的潮玩公仔加数字产品证书的这样的方式，共同的去在它的自己的私域电商上面去做这样的发售，去影响到更多的这个自己私域的消费者。那还有包括我们青阳的洗发水创造了这个由虚入虚，我们叫做其实是通过这个它的品牌大使苏一鸣之今年的奥运的这个滑雪冠军，我们把它的这个吉尼斯世界纪录的1980度的这个转体去分割成了1980个 NFT， 然后同时呢通过这个在今天抖音上面的天猫的这个抖音上面的这个电商的这个销售，那我们把这个 NFT 作为一个抽奖的形式由这个明星他自己来去抽奖给到他们的粉丝。那这样的话呢，也是一个是帮助我们的电商的销售，同时呢也是帮助品牌去更多的这个品牌这个代言人的粉丝进行了一个连接。同时的话，我们可以看到今年可乐出了一个特别有意思的产品，我们认为是在这个 虚实生态融合上面是做的非常好的，就是其实他们出了一个叫做这个元宇宙的这样的一个口味的这个饮料，叫绿豆方块。你可以通过手机呢，今天去扫描 AR 去参加它的 AR 的活动，同时呢，它和这个更多的社群的文化进行合作，它和这个潮玩的这个品牌这个 Underverse， 那么推出了自己新的这个虚拟的 virtual 的这个代言人。那么也是同时一个第一个拥有实体化这个玩具的这个虚拟代言人，所以呢，它其实是虚拟和实体两方面去进行连接进了这个潮流的文化。那么在这个2.5的这个时代去engage 了更多的年轻的消费者。所以呢，其实我们可以看到元宇宙呢，今天对于我们特别大的这个挑战来说，是怎么拥有这个创意的这个想法，我们怎么去在虚拟的世界里边打造我们自己的这个产品。那么其实有2种做法，一种呢叫做数字孪生，就是你在现实生活中和虚拟生活中是一一对应的。那么呢，那这样的话呢，其实它是我们现实的实体服务很多体验的一个现实的投射。那你进入这个虚拟空间，能够体验和现实相对应的这样的一个体验。第二个呢，其实可能更需要的是一个重新定义我们的虚拟资产，就是你要把今天的品牌资产中可能要重新升维，重新去重塑，去绑定我们的消费者在虚拟世界里边和你新的一个关系和价值。这个其实是更挑战的一个新的一个方式。所以呢，其实过去的话呢，我们在这个实体的世界里边是一个 showing 和 doing 的时候呢，那今天在进入一个新的虚拟世界里边，我们讲的是说需要重新去想 being 是什么，就是我是谁，在这个虚拟世界里边，我还是过去那瓶可乐，我还是过去那群洗发水吗？那么在这个里边的话，其实我们可能需要重新重塑我们的印象，那么是帮助品牌的用户，那是带来一个新的认知，同时带来一个新的认同的一个过程。所以其实在这个品牌在虚拟世界里边最特别重要的回答就是说我是谁，我对我们今天在虚拟世界的里边用户他有什么意义。那这个意义肯定不是仅仅是从过去的实体带来的，它可能也绑定了我们现实中的这个产品，这个我们的服务，我们的文化认同。同时呢，我们还要去看在今天新的这个虚拟的场景里边，在这个里边有什么新的价值，我们要去绑定，为我们的消费者提供什么。所以其实今天的话，我们认为就是在2.5的这个时代的话，虚拟的价值怎么能够去赋能我们现实，我们要把虚拟的货要通过可能要带来新的这个用户的权益，就是可能我们可以看到更多的 NFT 和这个权益的这个服务权益的绑定，那么帮助同时带来这个我们新的这个品牌的这个场景和体验，而通过这些方式才能够去提升我们产品价值在虚拟世界里边的感知度，这样才能带来和我实体不一样的东西。那对于人来说的话呢，其实我们认为是说过去的话，其实我们大家都在讨论我们要找到更多的人。那其实今天小众的这个消费者，其实对我们来说，在 Web 2.5时代可能变得更尤为重要，因为小众的这些用户，其实他不仅仅是enjoy 这个文化，他更多的是一个内容的创作者。那我们怎么把这些内容创作者跟我们的这个区块链的圈层和我们来进行一个深度的结合？其实在这块的话，其实我们认为，其实在 Web 2.5和这个 NFT 在这些上面，其实它能够赋能到我们更多的内容创作者，让他们拥有这个所有权。那在这个上面的话，其实他们就有更多的这个意愿去帮我们品牌去共同创造基于这个小众文化的这些内容。还有第三呢，其实我们可以看到我们说的话，今天其实可以看到，包括 QQ 其实做了这个QQ 的这个虚拟的这个空间，还有包括很多时尚，还有包括腾讯音乐做了 TME 这样的这个元宇宙的音乐会，还有包括游戏和电竞这样的一些体育这样的场景。而这些不同的这个宣传的场景，其实他们其实背后的话，我们认为其实都是凝聚着这个我们很多用户的他们很多真实的热爱在这个上面。那这些其实对于我们今天做消费品牌升级，其实是非常关键的。 所以呢，其实最后其实需要讨论的是说，我们虚拟资产它从什么地方来的这个阶段。那我们认为有2个来源是非常重要的，是我们今天要去持续的去挖掘的。第一个就是圈层文化的这个价值，因为其实圈层文化本身它其实已经在这个已经有很强的这个文化的这个兴趣的驱动在这个上面。那我们能不能构建一个有文化基因的这个元宇宙，它其实是更能够符合我们今天年轻一代的这个虚拟的叙事的这个他们的体验，同时呢更能够把这个他们的兴趣爱好能够和我们的圈层的在这个里边我们把他们的价值虚拟价值能够赋能和我们的品牌结合通过这样的圈层，其实和品牌拉强更强的关系，我们认为这个是特别重要的。第二的话呢，其实就是社群社群的话，其实我们可以看到，包括今天的 B 站，包括小红书，其实他们也推出了自己社群的这样的一些Web 2.5，包括元宇宙的一些产品。其实在这个里边，包括刚才讲的腾讯的案例，其实也是一个社群文化价值的体现，创造了自己的这个PFP 的头像。那么他们共同的社群符号权益的 pass 所以呢，其实品牌在这个上面的话，我们认为其实它需要通过这样社群的关系找到一个切口，去通过这样把自己和这个用户进行一个重新的链接，那么把社群的这个关系通过我们今天 Web 2.5的这个新的技术的方式，能够更好的去赋能到给我们的这个品牌。所以呢，我们认为是说元宇宙呢是今天品牌的一次这个消费的升级，那我们需要创造更多的这个虚拟内容，去把我们的元宇宙变得更有生命力，无论是刚才我们提到的这个社群也好，还是我们的这个圈层文化也好，那这样的话呢，其实结合新的这个技术才能去做到真正的这个升级我们的消费体验。那接下来呢，将会由我的同事杰他去分享更多的关于在NFT 怎么去用虚拟内容去创造更多的体验上面。谢谢。
Thanks, Bolin. So, as Bolin mentioned, what I'm going to talk about here is our Taiwanese brands ready for Web 3.0. As Bolin mentioned here, we're now in Web 2.5, as we're still not quite there into full 3.0. So, as part of Mindshare Content Plus here, we take a holistic approach to content, meaning we look at, even though we're looking at NFT or AR, VR, or working with influencer, any part of these tactics that we're doing here, we want to make sure that it fits in with your overall marketing plan. What is our goal? What are we trying to achieve? So through our media approach to content here, what we're trying to do here is always validate, make sure there's data sources that validate what we're going to do. That leads us into setting achievable goals. What are our KPIs? What are we trying to accomplish? And then lastly, what we'll do is go into full strategy, communication development plans, and execution as well. So when we look at Taiwanese brands and what the challenges are for the brands for working with NFTs, the first one is reach and effectiveness. Am I reaching the people that I want to reach? Am I reaching enough people? The second one is the speed of delivery. So in terms of from concept to delivery is what I'm talking about for speed of delivery. What we're trying to make sure is that we always have enough time to create what we're trying to do. So if we're trying to make an NFT, we want to make sure that we're briefing or giving enough time, at least 1 or 2 months in order to create these NFTs. And then the last one is budget. We do know that there's limitation. We can't do all of the cool things that Bolin just presented here. We can if there was enough budget and time to make all these, but we know that working with Taiwanese brands, we have to make sure that we're living within our means. So as I mentioned here, I'm just going to focus on the NFTs, although we do have the capabilities to do VR, AR, as well as the VTubers as well. So to look at NFTs or how we think about them here, I want to go back to the picture on the left and the picture on the right. The picture on the left is MP3, and the picture on the right is Wi-Fi. And when we look at it do we know what they mean? So MP3 is actually MPEG-1 audio layer 3, and Wi-Fi stands for wireless fidelity. We don't actually use these words anymore, but we know what the outcome is. So in terms of an MP3, I know that the outcome is that I'm going to listen to, it's a vehicle for me to listen to music. And for Wi-Fi, it is a technology that allows me to get onto the internet. So how do we think of an NFT like that? As Bolin mentioned earlier again, we went from Web 1.0 to 2.0, from read only to read and write, and now we're read, write, and own. So you can own it, you can own something, and you can trade something, and it's also decentralized. But this still gets a little bit complicated. So how do we make it something easier to digest is make it something that's physical that you know, like a wrap. So what we say is that it's a digital wrapper that you can own, okay? So within this digital wrapper, okay, I can put in art, I can put in photos, I can put in music or a GIF. I can even add, again, digital coupons, QR codes, or links. And then as Bolin showed, we can put in lots of different VR characters as well. So if I had to take this, if I had my own brand and if I was a chef and I was creating my own NFT, what I could do is not just create a photo or a recipe. What I can do is I can put them all together into one NFT. So I could put together the recipe, I could put together the video of me physically making that recipe, and then I can also put in links to information or products that I want to sell as well. So what I'm doing is wrapping that all into one NFT and then putting that out to sell. So like different restaurants, there is also different wallets that create different NFTs. And so these NFTs will all be very similar, but also different at the same time. And what's the common thing among them is that they're all listed on the OpenSea. This is what makes NFTs decentralized. And we're not there quite yet, as we can't move NFTs from wallet to wallet as smoothly as we would like, but we're moving towards that. So if you could own anything on the internet, what would you own? Maybe it's a video of your son being born. Maybe it's a video of your favorite artist, or an MP3 of your favorite song. These are all things that you could own. But if we flip side it from a brand perspective, what would you put into your digital wrapper that you think that consumers would want to own? We saw examples that Bolin showed from many different brands there, and we saw that those assets they all have things that are in common here. So what we saw of these different characteristics. So the first one is craveability or collectible, okay? Am I able to collect more of these NFTs? Is there a small quantity of them? That makes it more craveable for me. The next one is creativity. You saw a number of different NFTs that were there that really had that creative juice inside of those NFTs. For the Coke and the Nike sneakers, they were all quite interesting. The third thing I really want to talk about is utility. And I'll show that in examples coming ahead, is how do we make NFTs more useful? How does it lead to the next step? How does it lead to O2O? The fourth one is community and reputation. What we're trying to do is do a lot of people own this NFT? Is this a reputable wallet? And the fifth one we look at is the actual monetary value. Because we're looking at it for marketing perspective, we're not going to focus on the monetary value of the NFT. So along this, we have to do campaigns with these NFTs as well. It's not just we create an NFT and then we go. We have to make sure that it's part of a holistic campaign. So again, depending on what your goal is for this campaign or how we're going to use it, we're going to use different parts of the funnel. Is it awareness? Are we trying to reach the most? We'll try and reach the most amount of people as possible. If we're doing consideration, we'll use tactics such as adding more video or creating a giveaway, and that will help to create that engagement. If we're looking at conversion, getting people to buy or do some action, what we could do is we can add a coupon, a link, or a QR code into our NFT. And our KPI for that would be clicks, redeems, or visits. And the last thing is, if we're trying to build loyalty, some things we could do is actually create a CRM out of the NFT or a reward card. And what we're looking at as a KPI here is for the number of users or the number of redeemers. So again, knowing what you're trying to accomplish in your campaign will help you set the right tactics and KPIs for them. So not just brands, but also NFT wallets need to build reputation. And this reputation will also help build trust amongst users, but also amongst creators as well. So we helped Our Song, which is a local wallet here, to do a campaign. What we did was we tried to gain more creators for them, and specifically these anime and music NFTs. And so what we did was we ran a video campaign in Japan, and we used, Facebook, YouTube, InStream, connected TV, display. And then we also did partnerships with local schools, local art departments to try and get more creators to come in. So through all of our efforts here, we brought in a total of 12 million impressions and 10,000 new users to Our Song through the contest. The next one here was Shuyun Fried Chicken. Okay, so they're the world's first fried chicken NFT here. And what they're able to do is, if you were the buyer of that NFT, you were able to redeem one free chicken every week for 1 year. And so what's happening here is that really builds the utility of that NFT. It's not just a picture of fried chicken. It actually, you can go into the store and claim it as well. Another use for this is also creating concert memorabilia here. So think that you're going to a music concert. This is for Tiffany Young, who was a former member of Girls' Generation here. And so at her concert, instead of selling T-shirts or CDs, what she did was she sold NFTs here. And inside of that NFT, you're able to add in behind-the-scenes videos, also exclusive photos, as well as footage from her concert here. So what you're doing here is now you're creating memorabilia that you can keep and own. And it also creates that, it is a collectible because only people who were able to attend the concert could buy it. It has that creativity. And then also it's building community amongst fans. So another campaign that we did with Pizza Hut here, or their sub-brand Pasta Hut, was a comment and earn and reels to earn for their cheese waterfall product here. So what we're trying to do is really build that brand awareness, getting more people to know about Pasta Hut, and then also increasing the consideration to try and then getting them to convert. Okay, how we did that was we first worked with KOLs, and they posted videos onto their Instagram page. And as fans commented under these posts here, what we did was we gave them a reward for commenting underneath that post. So that post led to an NFT which contained a coupon where people could go to a physical Pizza Hut store and get the Pasta Hut pizza, pasta, excuse me. We also did a second campaign here, was to generate UGC here, and was a reels and earn. So if these users then created their own reels and posted onto their own site, what we did was we were doing social listening to grab these reels, and we put them into a lucky draw to win free pasta for half a year. When we see the future here, we see physical is going to be really big here. So that's selling an item plus an NFT together, so bundling them together and saying, if you have the NFT and a piece of clothing, so say I'm a brand, I'm selling a t-shirt and I give away NFT as well. What I'm able to do as the person who bought that t-shirt, I can then sell that NFT to my friend. And so if my friend really likes that t-shirt, they could go and buy that t-shirt at a discount. So what we're essentially doing is now we're transferring the NFT, but also getting an additional purchase from that as well. And then the last thing that I want to talk about is also the reward cards here. is that creating a NFT reward card, and now what you're able to do, because you're not limited to just doing one promotion, you can add all of your brand assets. You can add your TV commercials, you can add product information, you can add what are your promotions coming up, or you can even turn it into a stamp card where you can say, buy 9 coffees and get the 10th one for free. So an NFT could also be a reward card that is also transferable as well. So one of the biggest things that we're excited about and what we're still learning is, what do we do with this? What do we do with the data? How can we learn from it? We know that when one person owns an NFT and they sell it to someone, the data will change. And so we don't know who the people are, but we can see that there's a change in their behavior. So we're still trying to figure out, and what we're still learning is, what are we going to do with this data moving forward? So takeaways from my part here is, first is NFT is a digital wrapper you can own and sell. When you look at an NFT, you have to make sure that you're setting achievable goals and creating a campaign that works holistically. And that part of that holistic viewpoint is to use marketing tactics to amplify the results and to make sure that everyone knows that you're doing this campaign. So that's it from my part, and that's it from Mindshare Content Plus. Thank you very much for having us talk, and thank you DigiAsia.
谢谢 Mindshare 2位讲师透过影片为我们带来分享。那我们现在请 Group N 群益媒体的内容暨事业的行销发展总监万建新 Phoebe 来代替讲师领取我们的感谢状及赠品。再次请到 Gary 来为我们致赠感谢状及赠品。好，我们看一下前面摄影师的方向。谢谢 Mindshare， 也谢谢 Phoebe。谢谢，谢谢。接下来也是今天最后一场分享，我们请到的是现代财富科技有限公司 Mindcoin Group 的Cubic 产品负责人陈志豪 How， 他今天要为我们带来的讲题是元宇宙浪潮下品牌生存法则 Guide for Metaverse Marketing Trends。我们来欢迎陈志豪先生 How。
好，那 Hello， 大家好，那我是浩，那我来自于 Mindcoin 集团，现在呢是我们旗下的一个产品叫 Cubic 的产品负责人。那我想大家今天都听了很多关于元宇宙 NFT 的一些故事，那今天呢我们是要用我们自身的一些经验来跟大家分享，如何呢用这个 NFT， 然后在这一波浪潮下，然后去吸引年轻人的目光，然后呢跟年轻人沟通，在这个新时代来临的时候，能可以继续的保持这个竞争力。好，那有些人可能会好奇说 ，Mindcoin 是什么公司啊？为什么呢？可以在今天跟大家分享这些元宇宙的东西，然后跟大家讲说，要怎么样做 NFT？ 那所以我先快速的跟各位介绍一下我们公司。其实我们公司呢是台湾目前最大的虚拟货币交易集团，那也是企业以太坊联盟的创始成员。我们从很早的时候呢就开始去研究区块链的技术，而且呢，我们今年呢还获选这个 KPMG 还有 HSBC 所评选的台湾亚太创新巨擘里面的第1名，那也是台湾唯一一个入选的这个台湾团队。我们呢其实拥有了非常多年的这个产业观察的经验，那也有非常丰富的一个技术的基底，因此呢，我们相信我们在这一个 Web3 的领域耕耘了8年的一个经验。会让我们跟很多的年轻团队，他的视角有所不同，能为各位提供这个企业所需要的观点以及特别的一个服务。那今天呢，我们就会来跟各位分享，我们帮这些近100家的台湾企业分享 NFT， 去发行 NFT 的时候呢，从中注意到的一些 insight。那首先呢，我们先来看看台湾呢，在这个全球加密市场里面的定位跟潜力。 根据 CoinCorp 的2022年 Q3 的研究报告指出呢，台湾是对 crypto 市场友善度排名第10的国家。在这之前呢，还有像是德国、瑞士、澳洲、新加坡、美国等等的一些先进的国家。而2022年的报告也指出，到了2026年 ，NFT 的市场预计会再增长1472亿美元，年增率可以达到35%。那亚太地区呢，其实它最特别的一点就是呢，它贡献了大约43% 的一个增长。目前呢，新加坡、中国、菲律宾是 NFT 的一个主要的市场，而同样位于亚太地区，那又对加密市场相对友善的台湾，其实很有可能在这一波增长中，利用 NFT， 利用这一个虚拟的技术，然后获得一个绝佳的机会。国际上呢，当然也有很多知名的一个案例哦，像是呢可口可乐、NBA、Nike、迪士尼等等呢，都已经证实了 NFT 的技术呢，在行销还有 branding 的领域上面，其实可以有着相当不错的成效。他们呢，的确是博取了大众的眼球。但是呢，我们上述所看到的这些大品牌，它的这个主要定位其实都是收藏品。于是呢，会有很多人都在好奇说，这样子的收藏品，它转换为获利的能力到底有多少？那我们就来看一下这个数据。截至2022年为止，图表中的这6大品牌，像是 NBA， 然后 Nike， 还有等等的这些大品牌呢，其实呢，他们都已经超过了1000万美金的一个收入，透过这个 NFT 的技术。其中呢 ，NBA 跟 Nike 呢，可以说是一枝独秀，他们光是靠着 NFT， 都在2022年1年内赚进了近2亿美金的一个收入。所以说呢，企业卖这一个 NFT 这样子的一个虚拟收藏品。难道是不赚钱的吗？其实我想答案是否定的哦。从这些数据来看，只要这个 NFT 能够用正确的方法去使用，然后呢，在集团的一个缜密的一个思考的策略下，是很有可能会变成一个赚钱的一个方式的。但是呢 ，NFT 它其实也不是一个万灵丹，不是说发了 NFT 就会赚大钱。这些品牌其实都花了非常大的一个精力在经营他们的虚拟品牌。对 NBA 来说，其实一个赛季呢，他们就可以赚到超过100亿美元的一个收入。那 NFT 只不过占了他们现在营收的2%。对这些大规模的公司来说，其实这样的收入都还不算什么。最重要的是，他们接下来未来的布局，而不是单纯只看说他们2022年的收入而已的。那所以我们来看一下几个比较有趣的案例哦。首先呢，第一个是 Nike。Nike 呢，原本在这个 Roblox 上面呢，已经在经营了一个自己的 Nike Land， 但是呢，3天前，他们才宣布了要成立自己的一个专属的 Web3 平台，叫做打 Swoosh。这样子的一个专属的平台呢，就代表说他们其实对这个 NFT、对这个虚拟世界、对元宇宙有更大的一个野心哦。他们在2021年刚并购 Artifact 的时候呢，营收才不过450万美元，但是呢，2022年的时候呢，则达到了1亿8千万美元的一个规模，它这个成长幅度是非常的大。摩根斯丹利他甚至大胆的预估说，在2023年的时候，这个数字还有可能会再翻倍。这样就表示说，它这样的营收有机会高达4亿美元。这样的话就代表说 ，Nike 他们决定了自己元宇宙的球鞋他们要自己做，那自己元宇宙的平台他们也要自己做，就显得说 Nike 他们深耕元宇宙的一个决心。接下来的话，我们再来看过另外一个品牌 Gucci。身为一个高端的精品品牌，其实为了要确保自己的毛利率、确保品质还有品牌形象，这样子的高奢品呢，他们很少会推出低价的一个产品线。但是呢，也因为这样子的高奢品呢，它的价格太高了，所以说呢，他们本来就很难打进一个低龄的族群。因为呢，这些低龄的族群呢，他们的消费力不高，对精品品牌也没有太多的概念。大部分的人都是在出社会了以后才开始养成这样消费精品的习惯。因此呢 ，Gucci 它就借由了这个3D 的人物化身的一个 App， 叫 Zepto， 还有 Robux 呢，成功的打入了这一群比较低龄的一个 Z 世代的族群。他们呢，可以透过这样子的一个虚拟商品，然后呢，获得一个市场区隔，而不会影响到他们的产品定位。我们可以来看一下，就是左边的这是一个虚拟的 Gucci 的包包，不好意思，右边的这一个是实体的包包，它是要价大概3300美金。这是对低龄的族群来说，其实是一个非常高的一个价格，他们可能很难入手。但是呢，同款的虚拟包呢，他们只要卖6美元。这表示说，其实呢，很多人呢，他们都有机会透过购买这样子的虚拟的 Gucci 包，来提早认识这样的品牌。因此呢，他们这样就可以做出了一个市场区隔，而且不会影响到原有的一个商品定位，也可以让这些低龄者更早接触到。想象一下，你们家的小孩呢，可能10岁的时候就开始拿 Gucci 的包包，那也有可能他们从小就比你还要更懂这些名牌，更懂这个精品，然后要怎么样在身上做搭配。那另外还忘了说， 其实呢，这个虚拟包包呢，后来因为它的价格稀缺，然后物以稀为贵，它从6块美金被一路炒作到了4100美元，甚至说这个价格还比实体的包包还多了800块美金。那我们再来看另外一个也是对 NFT 非常感兴趣的产业，就是这个制酒的产业哦。一瓶好酒的价值，其实大家都知道。如果说要在2级市场上面交易，大家难免都会有这个流动性的一个问题。第一个是这个酒，有些高价的酒，它的这个保存条件是非常的严苛的哦。如果说我是自行带在家里保存，或者是在运送的过程当中，其实都有可能会造成它变质，然后呢没有办法像在这个酒窖里面保存这样子的良好。那第二呢，是这些酒一旦离开了原厂，它进到市面上流通了以后呢，你就很难去确定说它的真伪，也就是这样。因此呢，我们每次要做这个酒的2级市场交易的时候呢，我们往往都要付出非常高的一个鉴定的成本。那透过 NFT 的技术呢，其实我们就可以让真酒放在这个原厂，然后呢，并且或者是透过一个有公信力的第三方来做保管。这样的话，发行的 NFT 就可以拿来做一个流通的凭证，能够大幅的减少鉴定的成本，然后呢，减少这样子会变质的一个风险，也能够让你的酒变得是全世界流通，而且价格更好，更容易被看见。那以上几个例子呢，都是国外的案例。我们回过头来看看台湾，其实呢 ，NFT 的发行呢，在台湾早就已经是现在进行式了。2022年的上半年呢，在台湾就有超过30间的这个中大型品牌发行了 NFT。到了下半年呢，甚至有多达80家以上的知名品牌。那其中呢，也有大概50%的这个公司呢，是我们公司的客户。2022年呢，台湾品牌发行 NFT 的数量，在半年的时间就成长了2.5倍。那其中的主力是谁？到底是谁在买这些 NFT 呢？那我们的观察是年轻的这些 Y 世代跟 Z 世代的人。讲到了一个新世代，我想要先跟各位分享一个故事。Netflix 的 CEO 有一次曾经说过，比起 HBO， 他觉得《要塞英雄》这一款游戏呢，才是他们最大的一个竞争者。这是什么意思呢？其实呢，《要塞英雄》这一款游戏呢，从2017年开始爆红，它的玩家人数呢，曾经达到3.5亿这么多。这个人数呢，其实是远远的超过了 HBO 的订阅数，然后也超过了 Netflix 的订阅数。可以这样讲，这些年轻的世代呢，他们可能更愿意打电动，而不是把时间花在追这些电视剧。这对 Netflix 来说当然是一个警讯。如果他们不再做出改变，开始产出一些年轻世代会喜欢的内容，他们恐怕再过10年，连 Netflix 都不一定可以吸引到这些年轻人。因此呢 ，Netflix 也开始去尝试做一些像黑镜，然后呢奥数、电锯派克等等的影集，想要抓住这些死忠客群以外，再开发新一代的客户。那我们再讲另外一个例子哦，最近刚上映的另一部 Netflix 的影集《The Playlist》，就是在描述这个 Spotify 的一个创业的故事。那里面就有一句经典的对白，他就讲说，轮不到那些唱片公司的高层来决定 Spotify 的未来，为什么呢？因为拥有决定权的是他们的小孩。新一代的力量是有可能会翻转一整个产业的。他们说，这些新世代虽然说他们还很年轻，消费力还不高，但是他们会长大。他们长大了以后呢，就可以翻转这个产业。从 Spotify 的例子来看到，现今音乐的消费习惯已经大大被改变了。串流音乐呢，现在已经占据了这个市场的83%。而唱片公司呢，后来也决定选择跟 Spotify 合作，然后呢，反而让整体的音乐产业的营业额成长了1.7倍。所以说呢，我们绝对不能忽视这群正在崛起的一个新势力。那我们就来看一下这些数字。现在呢 ，NFT 的一个持有者的年龄呢，普遍分布在18到24岁最多，25岁到34岁次之。这些人呢，也就是我们所谓的 Z 世代。而最多人交易的 NFT 类型呢，是头像、收藏品这一些为主。那我们可能很难理解说，这些纯粹只有也许收藏价值，而不一定有其他的实体价值的这些NFT 呢，其实呢，在 Z 世代里面的接受度竟然这么的高。而相较于 Z 世代呢，现在未满13岁还是学生的 Alpha 世代呢，其实它的轮廓就更加鲜明了。他们从小就出生在这个数位的环境，是所谓的数位原住民。他们都有几个特点。首先呢，第一个是他们非常热衷于元宇宙。Roblox 呢，现在目前的近2亿用户里面呢，有半数以下都是13岁以下的人，半数以上的人都是13岁以下。那第二个呢，是他们的消费力其实不容小觑。虽然说呢，阿法时代现在都还是在刷爸爸妈妈的信用卡啦，但是呢 ，Roblox 的这个 Q3 营业额呢，其实呢非常的高哦，从这个 Q3 营业额可以增加102%，相较于去年同期的2.5亿美金呢，上升到5.09亿美金。那这样子的话呢，其实就代表了说，其实他们未来的这个消费力可能是很值得我们去留意的。 再来第三个，他们的距离感受是跟我们不同的。我们觉得呢，发生在另外一个国家的事情呢，其实距离我们非常的遥远，我们可能没有什么样的感觉。但是呢，在他们的世界当中，已经没有国家跟文化的界限。他们甚至呢还不受这个3维空间的限制，随时都可以瞬间移动到另外一个元宇宙去。所以说，对他们来说，他们的想法跟我们可能是非常的不同。因此呢，我们要开始花时间去理解一下这个新时代他们看待 NFT 的态度是什么，而不单单就是只是我们自己的一个看法。我们把 Z 加 Alpha 这2个世代呢，我们把它称作叫原世代。他们呢有46% 的人曾经浏览过 NFT。78% 的人已经拥有，或者是对拥有一个虚拟身份感到非常的有兴趣哦。他们也很重视隐私，喜欢分身跟换装。那同时呢，也非常在意虚拟世界的空间、物品是否如同真实世界一样是由我自己所拥有的。而这些呢，都是 NFT 技术的利基。面对这个原世代呢 ，NFT 就会是一个绝佳的切入点。最近有一本书叫《勾引效应》，它就是描述说，在这个讯息爆炸的一个时代当中，我们该如何去勾住消费者的注意力。Z 世代的人呢，他们就是因为这个资讯量非常的多，所以说呢，容易感到不耐烦，注意力降低。因此呢，根据这一个 Z 世代的这一个注意力平均的一个调查呢，他们平均只能持续8秒的注意力。为了要让他们吸引他们的目光，然后呢，并且对他们这个崛起的消费力做准备，我们建议呢有3个方向可以是现在就开始进行的。首先呢，第一个是我们可以开始尝试呢，将我们的一些品牌的 IP 或实体商品给做数位化。因为呢，像是迪士尼，他们过去呢也有许多的这一些玩具授权的一个周边，但是呢，他们到去年开始呢，也想要把他们这一些授权的周边呢，变成是虚拟化，变成是一些虚拟的 NFT 收藏品。因为呢，这些原世代他们的玩具呢，都是摆放在虚拟世界中的。再来呢，第2点。要我们开始准备接受这个虚拟世界的消费习惯。未来的用户呢，很有可能会在这个游戏里面走进一间虚拟的便利超商，然后呢，在里面呢拿出他们的虚拟会员卡、虚拟的钱，然后呢虚拟的兑换券，然后呢等着这个饮料送到他们的家里面去。所以说呢，这样子的一个消费习惯呢，其实可能我们过去都是在小说里面才会看到的，但是呢，现在已经正在发生了，而且说不定各位现在正在就会用，像是你们的用的 Uber Eats 还有 Foodpanda 的 App， 其实呢都是这一个过渡期的一个转换。那再来第3点呢，是我们觉得可以开始尝试在我们的行销预算当中去加入一部分的预算呢，在这些创新的行销工具上。这些工具呢，就如同 Facebook 的粉丝专页刚出现的时候呢，它其实呢有相当不错的一个红利。那在 NFT 这样子的一个工具，在早期也是有一个相当的特性。例如说 ，Toyota 它可以在短短的4天内收到了5000多个个人的登记，然后呢对他们的新的车款有兴趣。而且呢，这些登记者很多呢都是还没有购车的首购族，对他们来说，其实这会是非常宝贵的一个资料。那另外还有像是真仙的 NFT 兑换券，其实呢有5到6成的一个进店兑换率，这相较于实体兑换券来说，也是一个非常高的一个数字。那当然，我想在座的各位都一定了解，说要在行销的预算中保留一点作为这个创新的一个道理。不过呢，真的计划将这笔预算放进元宇宙的以及 NFT 的人呢，其实就是这个世代最有勇气的一个先驱。他们选择不要在红海中纠结，而是更重视用体验的方式去让这些新世代，然后呢有这个感觉，让他们呢愿意去理解更多，然后寻找一个新的蓝海。像是呢 Nike、NBA、Gucci 等企业，其实他们都已经在做这样子的事情了。因此呢，最后让我们总结一下，在这个后疫情时代呢 ，NFT 不只可以帮助品牌获得更多的一个曝光管道，更广的年龄层，那甚至还可以有无国界、高流动性的一个优势。因此呢，现在就是一个最好的时机点，开始尝试进入元宇宙，然后呢，发行各位的第一个 NFT。接下来的话就是来介绍一下我们公司的产品。其实呢 ，QB 系列产品呢，就是专门设计来提供给企业用户最简单的一个 NFT 发行工具。透过我们的 QB Creator 呢，可以为你打造专属的 NFT 企业官网，2周的时间呢，就可以让你们开始发行 NFT。透过这个社群账号登录的去中心化钱包 QB Wallet， 它跳过了还需要教育用户何谓私钥跟助记词的一个步骤，这样子的一个高门槛，其实挡住了很多想要进到元宇宙的企业跟用户。只要有社群账号就可以一键登录，对大部分的用户来说都是最方便的。那再来的话是 QB Pass 呢，它提供了像是会员卡、门票、兑换券等等一个虚实整合的服务，让你的 NFT 呢不只有收藏，还可以有提供这些线上跟线下的一个兑换功能。以上我们介绍的这些服务呢，我们也都有提供 API， 让企业能够与现有的会员系统跟它的服务呢做深度的整合。 这也就是为什么在2022的下半年，台湾呢有50%以上的这些知名的品牌，他们发行了 NFT， 都是选择了使用我们的服务，包含像是 Toyota、国泰人寿、台新银行、真仙、台湾虎航、素食等等，以及还有多家的金控业者，他们所发行的 NFT 都是透过我们的 QB 服务所发行的。我们相信元宇宙跟 NFT 呢，会是品牌下一个的增长利器，在新的蓝海中探索元宇宙的商机。也许你还不了解要怎么样发行 NFT， 或是担心遇到了一些技术问题，可能会无法解决。那没有关系，我们可以帮助你，我们也可以为你服务。你可以扫描这边的这个 QR code 呢，查看我们的官网，或透过 email 跟我们联系，我们会安排专人为你服务。那这就是我以上今天的分享，谢谢大家。
谢谢浩带来关于对 Cubic 产品的分享。那请留步台上，我们现在一样请 Gary 来为我们颁发感谢状以及纪念品。好，我们看一下前面摄影机的方向。谢谢，我们帮浩再来一个掌声鼓励。好的，那今天就是第2天 DigiAsia 的议程圆满，到这边告一个段落。感谢各位嘉宾今天的参与。那提醒明天还有最后一天，很多精彩内容要等着大家一起来吸收新知。那请准时于明天上午9点开始就可以报到，一直到9点半之间完成报到手续。那离场前呢，请波荣帮我们填写一下 QR code 扫描一下 QR code， 然后填写一下满意度的问卷，提供您的宝贵意见，让我们之后可以让这个活动办得更尽善尽美。那谢谢您，祝您有个美好的夜晚，拜拜，明天见。现场的好朋友，大家早安，大家好，欢迎来到第3天 DigiAsia2022的议程。我们今天除了论坛分享以外，还有 panel discussion 以及下午的 startup pitch。那可以说是这趟 Web 3.0的奇幻旅程，要让大家充实满载到最后，敬请大家期待。Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the 3rd day, also the final day of DigiAsia 2022. And this morning we have another informative talks, followed up by panel discussion and startup pitch in the afternoon. So please stay with us until the end of this wonderful journey of Web 3.0. 那么今天的第一场演讲，我们很荣幸请到的是 Kakafly 盛阳科技李彦书生态发展顾问，他要跟我们谈谈 Brands times Web3 the way forward. Please welcome Kakafly Ecosystem Development Advisor Yan Li.
Hi, good morning, everyone. I'm Yan. I'm the Ecosystem Development Advisor for Kakafly. So, since 2017, Taiwan has been one of the most vibrant developer markets for blockchain. Be it Ethereum or Solana, Taiwan is the largest developer ecosystem in Asia. So, as part of that, here at Kakafly, we've been building an ecosystem of partners from Taiwan to globally to help brands and Web3 projects really address the burgeoning interest in Web3 today. So last year, in 2021 summer, which we now call NFT summer, we've seen the rise and the birth of some of the world's most well-known NFT projects today. From Bored Ape Yacht Club to its derivative Mutant Ape Yacht Club to Artifact CloneX, everyone was born in the summer last year only. But because of that rush of investors and the rush of hype of retail investors into the space, we've seen brands really come in, invade into the space as well. Brands like Coca-Cola, Nike, Adidas, Gucci, LV, they've all launched experiments, large and small, into the space to try to capture this phenomenon and at the same time experiment towards a grand Web3 strategy that they want to adopt should this day come. So today, we'd like to share with you some of the observations we've seen in this space, what we call the intersection of Web 2 and 3, or Web 2.5. At the same time, we'd like to share with you some of the experiences we've had working with brands in the space. In 10 years, your brand won't be valued by your market cap, but by your community cap. This is what the Artifact founder, Benito Pagotto, he mentioned in a statement a few months earlier. So 5 years ago, pretty much today, in 2017 December, I had the privilege of taking a company that I founded public on NASDAQ. And as a public company, our job was really to optimize stock price and market cap for our shareholders, right? And in order to do that, essentially, we had to build a very solid business based on real revenue numbers, as well as a very strong narrative that the stock market, the capital markets could appreciate and would be excited about. Today, in Web3, it's pretty much the same thing. All projects, from NFT projects to token, fungible token projects, everyone's trying to optimize their token prices and, at large, the market cap. But we believe, just like Pagoda believes, that community cap in Web3 is even more instrumental. Because this concept is actually not new. According to Interbrands, which I'm sure many of you are very familiar with, Interbrands, who measures and values the world's most valuable brands, according to their methodology, out of the 3 most important sections, 2 are related to community cap. From a very financial perspective, on valuing the company based on numbers, the financial forecast on how companies are performing is instrumental to measuring that. But 2 other large parts of that entire formula, the role of the brand and brand strength, essentially is trying to measure how much people love your brand. But traditionally, this concept of the role of the brand strength, and brand love, that is a very qualitative measure and is very hard to quantify in the perspective of Web 2. But in Web3, that concept is probably a lot easier to measure. And with community cap being one of the purest forms of measuring brand equity, we think it's a great opportunity for brands to rethink how they're measuring it as well. Because in the world of Web3, shareholders, the line between shareholders and customers are being blurred. Traditionally, these are 2 separate groups of people. Okay? So shareholders drive your stock prices up, it drives your market cap up. And customers are essentially users of your product, people who buy your product, but they might not also be your shareholder, right? So they're traditionally 2 separate groups of people. But also, we've seen that businesses can reap huge financial benefit even when people hated their product. Okay, I'm not going to name names, okay, but we all know some of the brands that, you know, we're held hostage, right? We don't love the product, we don't love using it, but we really don't have a choice because the alternative is not really available to us, right? But that, even though we don't love that product necessarily, their market cap, their business is still doing great, right? But in Web3, because the customer, or we call the holders, they are also, in essence, your shareholder. Because they own an asset, a token of your project, they get shares. They can either receive profits from your project, or they would benefit if your token prices, your project did well and token prices went up, right? So they behave just like shareholders, because every single product that you own of them is essentially just like the security or share of the project itself. So now, if your customer or your holder loved you, in this bear market right now, we're seeing blue chip projects continually outperform everyone else because their communities love them. So the communities will buy and hold, or in crypto, we call it hodl. Will hodl through the winter, and you'll see your market prices go up. But if your customers or holders hated your product, or they felt betrayed by the project itself, then you're going to see them dump immediately, even if it were at a loss to them, and you're going to see your market price fall through your floor. Okay, so the result is instantaneous. Traditionally, even if we hated a product or something bad happened to a product, it wasn't great, the customer satisfaction does not necessarily reflect on your stock prices immediately. Or maybe it's delayed by a quarter, depending on how frequent companies report their earnings, right? But today, because your customers can resell your products, your tokens, so instantaneously on OpenSea or any other trading platform, you're going to see that reflection on your market cap instantaneously. So how do we measure and drive community cap is then obviously another question that we'd like to address, and we'll talk about it later in the presentation. The second trend that we see is that the difference between a client and a holder itself, okay? So what are holders? Okay, NFT projects or mini crypto projects, there are a limit to the number of tokens that they actually issue. For Bored Ape, one of the world's most well-known projects, they have 10,000 NFTs within the Bored Ape collection, another 20,000 in the Mutant Ape collection, and another 20,000 in the Bored Ape Kennel Club collection, making a total of about no more than 50,000 units of products that they sell. That translates to about 20,000+ different holders, okay? And these holders, basically, they're holding these assets in their wallets right now, and that's how we classify them as a holder. They are part owner of the project, like we said. They could receive royalties from the project's community wallet, or they could also benefit from the increase of the price of the collection itself. So when the price of each NFT asset increases, obviously the holders themselves would receive benefits. And like I said, they have a resale right. The concept that they're not holding this product necessarily to use it for the long term, they could always resell it. But it's a little different from the second-hand product that you use that diminishes in value the moment you open the product, right? So they can freely resell the product when they like you or when they don't like you, essentially, and then driving your market cap changes. And because of their skin in that game, they're excellent brand ambassadors to your project, to your product. Besides the difference as a shareholder versus just a pure customer and user of your product, the definition of what a holder or a customer is in Web3 is also different, right? So traditionally in the Web2 world where we use CRM systems or customer analytics, the definition of a customer is actually very loose. Essentially, anyone who has bought your product or signed up to a form that you launched in history is considered a customer in your CRM database. Okay, and you try to engage with them over time, right? But holders are very, the definition of a holder is very stringent, right? Because the person needs to hold it right now, and it could change every single minute as people are buying and trading your project on the open markets, right? So the definition of a holder and a client is very different in terms of the period of ownership. In Web2, that is also pretty hard to define. We would define customer loyalty from lifetime value, how often they repeat purchase, and all of that. But in Web3, it's very simple. How long does this holder have your asset in their wallet? And the moment they sell it, they're out. So measuring activity and customer loyalty becomes a lot easier than in Web3, okay? But because of this fundamental difference, it has been very difficult for existing CRM or web analytics providers to really enter into the Web3 space because the concept is very dynamic. And I think one of the greatest innovations of NFT, besides its use of blockchain technology, is in commercial rights. The unlimited commercial license is a concept invented by the Bored Ape Yacht Club that we just saw. And that allows creators and holders to really create businesses or derivative artwork or many other forms of engagements with the community to really drive up hype and love for the brand. And we'll cover that in a bit, where basically that commercial license is an excellent tool for community management and driving community cap. So many would ask, right? So would then holders kind of be like members, right? We mentioned earlier, so essentially a member is anyone who have signed up a form or bothered. You might have many users of your product, repeat users who never bothered to sign up and become a member. But simultaneously, you also have members who signed up but are really inactive. Web2, it's really hard to measure that concept clearly with the definition of a member or client. But more importantly, we believe that existing membership systems or services aren't broken. So why really make NFTs a membership, just a membership card, another membership card on top of all the ones that are already being issued, especially when NFTs can be so much more than just that. But if you or your client or your partners really wanted to turn NFTs into a membership or issue an NFT for an existing membership, then we think when you're designing it, it should be designed much like a golf membership. Okay, if it were a membership, it's like a golf membership. Why? So The golf membership has 5 traits that we see that are very similar in NFT projects, but are also different from other types of memberships, like gym membership, hotel or airlines loyalty programs. Golf memberships have a sense of vanity, because to many people, it's a symbol of status that, well, I can afford to own a golf club membership, right? So it is a form of vanity. At the same time, there is utility. That membership is useful because you can actually go and play golf at a discounted rate or even for free. You can access the member benefits within a golf club itself. And there's a sense of community because you don't play golf alone, right? You play golf in flights and teams of 4, right? Or you attend community events at the golf club. You meet people. You do business with people there. So there's a sense of community that golf club tries to drive. But at the same time, what is most different with other types of memberships, I would say gym memberships, you could also have the above 3. You could have vanity, that, oh, I am a World of Hyatt globalist member, right? That seems fancy. Or I'm a platinum on, or 1K club on United Airlines. That seems pretty fancy. It's useful because I get late checkouts, early check-ins, and priority check-in, right? So there's utility there. And there's a community because there are events that these memberships hold as well. But what is different, really different, is in liquidity and profitability. Why? Because you can't actually resell your hotel, airlines, or gym memberships, right? And even if you did resell your gym membership, it would be at a severe discount to when you actually bought it, which then becomes a problem with profitability because you can't profit from owning it. But in golf clubs, you could buy. It could become more expensive over time as it becomes very exclusive and very popular. You are allowed to resell your membership rights in golf clubs, and that drives profitability. These 5 things are very common and essentially the core of NFT projects. Okay, because NFT projects, it drives vanity. As an ape holder, you know, it's cool when people know about apes and they think, wow, you're an OG, you're super cool in the space, right? There's vanity, there's utility. We'll talk about that in a bit, but the fundamental utility is a membership and a congregation of a community, and obviously liquidity and profitability are the fundamental blocks of an NFT. So coming back to the whole concept of the commercial licenses, right? So because of these, brands and holders and creators, the lines between them are blurred and the collaboration could become even more diverse. Okay, with the advent of this concept by Bored Ape Yacht Club, we've seen a lot of derivative creativity come out of holders. Okay, these could be derivative artwork. It could also be entire businesses that revolve around your ownership of an NFT. Okay, it could be derivative publications like Jenkins the Valet, which is a novel that is being published with apes as the core of the story, the punk comics, as well as derivative merchandise. This is a shoe line that is being launched by an NBA player. I can't remember his name, sorry, but so basically it carries the Bored Ape that he owns. There are also beer and burger joints and wine that are being launched based off NFTs of that they hold of their apes, be it Buten or be it Bored. Okay, and this is just Bored Ape alone. There are other projects that also support this and are creating more and more diversity in this. But why do this? Because it really accentuates the 5 things that we just talked about. Okay, so taking Jenkins the Valet, for example, it's actually a very cool project. So Jenkins has individually approached individual holders of Bored Apes and Mutant Apes to collect licenses and authorizations from holders to use our apes in his novel, okay? And during this process, we are also able to name our ape, create a persona and a backstory for our ape that would then be used within the novel itself for Jenkins, okay? But why would we do that? Because when we do that, we actually get a stake into all the royalties from the sale of the novel, eventually when he's published. Okay, so for community, sure, you know, why not, right? Because they didn't actually talk to Bored Ape. They work with the individual holders of all of these NFTs to actually do that. Okay, because as an NFT holder, you are the holder of the right, the commercial right to use it in a business, right? So, but not Bored Ape itself. So that's why he was talking to holders instead of Bored Apes. But what is in it? So Jenkins's plan is actually quite simple. Okay, so he wants to publish this book and make it to the New York Times bestseller, which statistically now requires about 4,000 copies of the book being sold in 1 week. Is that hard? Because we're talking about 30,000 strong Bored Ape and Mutant Ape holders that are really hyped up about this, that have already licensed their apes to Jenkins. That's 30,000. And that's another 300,000 of people who are just fans of the ape family. Okay, so making 3,000 to 4,000 sales in a week is hardly anything that is challenging for Jenkins, right? But the moment he hits that rankings, he goes global. That book, the ape community, the artwork becomes something that is more recognizable on mainstream and not just within a small Web3 community of 300,000 people. Right? So that kind of initiative really, one, brings in the community and then launches the Bored Ape community into global mainstream, which then increases the value of the NFT and Bored Ape being recognized as the NFT project in the entire space, right? Increases the value, which is profitability, brings in the community, which is the community element. The artwork becomes more recognizable. So as a holder, I am more recognizable. So it brings in vanity. And obviously, there's utility because I can then use this to license and create more businesses, right? So, and all of that is done by Jenkins and not by Bored Ape. And there is literally nothing that Yuga Labs or Bored Ape needs to do to it, or they could do about it. But that really helps build communities from the bottom up by enabling creators and holders to exercise their creativity. Another type of these projects would be 10KTF. 10KTF actually leverages on the commercial licenses that are offered by Bored Ape, Mutant Apes, World of Women, Cool Cats, Pudgy Penguins, etc. All these different NFT projects who offer these licenses, and they've created a technology first to forge these items, these profile pictures or NFTs into physical items in a very gamified way. So by playing a game, collecting different items, you can then turn your favorite PFP NFTs into backpacks, hoodies, caps, shoes, and whatnot, right? They started that way until they started inviting Gucci into the picture. And Gucci collaborated with 10KTF to issue Gucci's own digital IP, which is their summer collection, their summer that was exhibited in the fashion shows. So Aria is their summer collection, and it created a digital version of that to work with 10KTF. And that becomes an entire new line of business for Gucci because these are digital goods and not physical, okay? But these collaborations, we've seen that basically not only because of 10KTF's power as a well-known project within the space, they were able to drive in a lot of people and community to be interested in it, but the power of Gucci obviously also elevates 10KTF to another level. Together, they were able to build a community that basically swiped up all the NFT sales within minutes and created a very strong, sustaining NFT project that still trades above its original launch value, mint value. Okay, so as of this week, 10KTF has been acquired by Yuga Labs, the parent of Bored Apes, to continue to create these cross-brand, cross-project collaborations for Yuga, the ape family, as well as the metaverse they created, the other side. One of the last lines we've seen blur is that of physical and digital. Traditionally, digital is seen as an infrastructure, only as an infrastructure to deliver physical product sales. E-commerce, it's an important strategy for every single brand in the world today, right? But essentially, we're still just selling physical products, and digital is just a means of delivering that, either for selling it or promoting it with digital advertising, right? But today, with Web3, digital could be the product. It could be the product line that is a standalone and does not cannibalize on existing physical sales itself. Okay, we call it either digital, they're completely just in the metaverse or in Web3, or phygital, which combines both a physical and a digital element tied to it that makes it phygital, right? So we see that more and more in the Web3 space, brands are considering themselves to launch completely digital IP, digital products in the metaverse space that are standalone businesses. It's no longer measured in marketing budgets and ROI. It's being measured in the profitability of an entire product line itself. Okay? So one big example of this is Nike. So Nike acquired Artifact, which was Clone X, as we mentioned earlier. Artifact is the leader in phygital and of AR apparel in 2020. Okay, so they launched in 2020, and then they were acquired then. And basically, what that brings together is Artifact's ability to create digital sneakers, digital apparel that completely in the metaverse space. You could go to their site, you could see some of the AR, VR, AR kind of implementations that they've done, where people stand on Times Square, and then they take the camera, and then they see their sneaker completely different. It's the sneaker that they own in the metaverse, but they can see it kind of in the real world. So Nike acquired them to bring in a complete digital brand, whereas Artifact then now has the capability to forge these digital assets into real sneakers, which is actually what's happening now. So I think the first set of this hoodie, which was designed by Artifact, and its shoes will be distributed to holders by January next month, basically. Okay, so this is a collaboration between Artifact and Nike for Nike to really acquire an entire digital as a product division for them. Another example that we can see from more phygital space is High Street, which is a metaverse platform in our portfolio, and their collaboration with a cult streetwear brand called Mostly Heard, Rarely Seen 8-Bit. So this is an example of a phygital type of campaign or product line that 8-Bit has launched. Okay, so in the video you can see that basically 8-Bit has positioned High Street not just as a metaverse game platform, but as an entirely new retail experience for users. Okay, so for a user, you could engage with this brand from two prongs, right? I could go to Saks Fifth Avenue, I could go to Macy's, I could go to Harvey Nichols, the major malls, major boutiques in the US, and I could buy a physical hoodie. Okay, that's no different, right? But there's an additional kicker to it where if you were interested, you could also collect a digital version of that and wear that in the metaverse. Okay, so that's the offline to online bit. But simultaneously, like I said, 8-Bit sees this as retail. So simultaneously in High Street itself, all players of High Street who may not already know of 8-Bit can then buy digital versions of the hoodie, basically NFTs. They could hold that NFT, purchase that NFT online, and then if they want to twin with their own avatar, they could then forge that NFT into a real hoodie offline as well. So essentially, it becomes a phygital element where by obtaining a physical one, you could collect a digital one, or you could buy a digital one, sell it, wear it, or you want a physical one as well, and then you can convert it into a physical item as well, right? So this is the online to offline element. So it's completely from a retail perspective that 8-Bit and 8-Bit is looking at this. Okay, so you can see that basically there are two different versions and you could create complete twins, or as we advise several brands, right? The metaverse is not a real world, essentially, right? Which means the laws of physics gravity, light, time, everything can be different. Then why not design something that is completely outlandish that you can never achieve in the real world, right? So it could really go beyond this, having digital twins of your products in both the physical and the digital space, or it could be something that's completely a separate line on its own that is really out of this world. Okay, so we've looked at some of the lines and trends that we've seen blur over time, and some of the thought process or frameworks of thought that many brands are going through right now. So what are some of the ways forward that we've seen or we've practiced that might be helpful for brands to really employ and to move forward in the space? Okay, so we talked a lot about community cap, we talked a lot about quantifying it, and because of the nature of blockchain, all of these activity is online. Okay, so, and making it actually very easy to understand it. Today, also because of the fact that traditional CRM and analytics companies cannot measure activity in Web3, it becomes very hard for brands and agencies to really invest into it. So Clutch is a company that basically leverages on-chain activity to put back Web2 kind of analytics capability back in, to help brands understand from a Web2 standpoint, the metric standpoint, how well their products and their community is doing. And by creating a God view of the overall health and performance of the community, not just in the price, the market cap, how much I'm selling and how much each is being sold at, but really from the holder standpoint, who they are, what they're interested in, and are they happy with me? Could they buy more? So with that, that becomes a community analytics platform for brands to better manage and to measure community cap. Also, if you wanted to really scale your brand ambassadors, your holders, to really evangelize for the brand, many brands are stumbled because of the technologies that come with blockchain, with Web3. Because Web3 is really not like developing Web2, where any graduate from Tsinghua, Jiaoda, Taida, they basically are trained in school to develop for that. In Web3 and blockchain, because things are immutable, the moment a contract is written and deployed, it cannot be changed. As a result, a lot of screw-ups could happen if you don't have experience doing that. For brands, that is a huge barrier, right, for agencies as well. But if there were a simple SaaS-like platform, just like Shopify, just like Wix, or just like any SaaS that you use today, you can then build these campaigns or these initiatives to incentivize your the fans and followers of your holders to really bring and grow a much larger community on that. So this is exactly what Engage.xyz, or UNH3O, builds. So building bridges to allow brands to create campaigns or initiatives for their holders, and for their holders to then spread out into the community and get more fans. So in traditional e-commerce lingo, member get member. Right? So, but in a very easy way that is done with blockchain technology and incentivized in Web3 mechanisms. So I think we cannot emphasize enough, I think, a key concept that for brands to go this path down alone is very, very risky. It's very, very difficult, essentially. So we've seen solo brand launches like Campbell, Bud Light. They did very well initially. If you look at the charts on there, these charts, these are essentially the trading prices of their NFTs at launch and over time, right? Initially, with these brands, great artwork, great concept, when they first launch, there's a lot of hype about it, but they can't sustain it. They can't sustain it, and then it flats out. And what happens when it flats out? You get very unhappy holders who cannot sell it off or feel like you are not doing more for this project to drive prices up. Right? But it is conceptually very hard for a brand to keep managing it because it was a campaign. Campaigns are short-lived, but NFT projects live in perpetuity, right? So then how do you do that? With Nike and Artifact, their partnership, Artifact is Web3 native. They build communities on a daily basis, and they will continue to sustain the value of the community cap for this project over time. Whereas Nike then has a very quick in and out experiment with Artifact or many other brands on their own, right? So we can see that with Nike and Artifact's experiment on the monolith The prices start high, it hypes up, stable, but it constantly grows over time. And that comes with having a Web3 native community really continue the life cycle of the project. But collaborations, while collaborations are great, brand-brand collaborations might not be necessarily enough. Like I said, it has to be with Web3 native collections. So Adidas has done a lot in the Web3 space. They've succeeded a lot. But in their collaboration with Prada, which is another very active brand within the space, we see the same trends as Campbell, maybe better, right? Two great brands in the world coming together to create an NFT project. How awesome is that? But over time, they're still unable to sustain that community hype and the utility over time, right? Whereas when Adidas works with Punk Comics and G Money, as well as Basie, you can see that they're into the metaverse collection. It's just like the Artifact and Nike one, it always continues to grow up to a certain point, right? So communities are at the heart of an NFT project. It's not about quick in and out. If you're thinking about launching an experiment, right, then do it with an existing brand until you can figure out, do it with an existing Web3 project or brand until you can figure out the longevity and the overarching strategy for your brand within a Web3 space. Or you're just gonna see this flat line. Right, so there has been a lot that's been done in the space already. We've talked about Artifact and Nike quite a lot, but it's not just about Artifact and Nike. This was launched about 2 weeks ago. It's Rimowa and Artifact. So it's a Rimowa suitcase with an Artifact logo on it, and obviously, again, phygital. You get a physical one and you get a digital one. I didn't manage to get it. I went on the mint, but it's really popular. This is Tag Heuer with Basie and Macy holders. Really accentuates the vanity element of being an ape holder, but Tag Heuer gets to benefit from that as well. Gucci has been building in a metaverse, not just in Roblox, but also in multiple other metaverses. Tiffany launched with CryptoPunks to create a physical version for CryptoPunks, but really attracts the CryptoPunk holders as well as people who can't afford a punk, because a punk is way more expensive than a Tiffany's. Right, so really brings the communities together. Okay, so we firmly believe that while we have all the experience in building campaigns, building initiatives for brands digitally, Web3 is a whole new animal. Okay, and that's why we've enlisted the help and partnership of an entire ecosystem to really build this out to address any interest for brands going forward into this space, not just in Taiwan, but globally. More importantly, if anyone here would like to launch that experiment, Taiwan is probably the best place to do it. Just like as I opened this session today, Taiwan is one of the largest and most vibrant developer pools in all of Asia. So if you were going to do it anywhere, I think Taiwan is the best place to do it. Okay, with that, I end my presentation today, and I wish you good luck in the way forward in Web3. Thank you.
Special gift for you. Yeah. So we thank Yan for letting us see the possibility of brands with Web 3.0. 那我们现在请我们 DigiAsia 筹备会委员 Eves 为我们上台致赠感谢状以及纪念礼品。Let's invite DigiAsia Preparation Committee Eves to present the speaker, the gift, and the certificate. Please look at the cameraman in front of you. 3, 2, 1, cheese! Thank you so much. 我们看到很多 Web 3.0 应用在品牌上面的精彩案例分享，谢谢燕给我们带来的这段分享。为了促进业界的互动以及交流，我们安排了一个座谈会 （panel discussion）。那在这场座谈会当中，我们邀请了业界先进来为我们做一些精彩的对谈。首先为各位介绍 panel discussion 的 moderator， 也就是主持人，是 Zoma Option Protocol 的 Head of Research 王长威先生 Morgan Wang。那接下来为各位介绍4位与谈人，分别是光和感知科技股份有限公司的执行长兼创办人王有关 王友光，对不起 Joseph， 然后No PFP 实验室的执行长 CEO 何建伟 Ben， 以及茶米宇宙科技股份有限公司的执行长黄崇庆 Jin， 以及沉浸科技 Red Pill Lab 执行长还有兼联合创办人的石千宏先生。以上就是我们的4位阵容坚强的 panelists。好，那时间的话，我接下来就要交给 Morgan 来帮我们主持这个 panel discussion。
喂 ，Hello， 大家好。哦，中间吗？没关系，我从侧边这样问问题比较方便，好了，你们坐。大家好，我是 Morgan。那很高兴担任这一场的那个 panel discussion 的主持人。那我先简单自我介绍一下。那我过去一直都是在传统金融业，不过我认为就是新技术是值得我们去拥抱跟学习的。所以这2-3年，其实我花蛮多时间在接触 Web3、Blockchain 或者说 Crypto 相关的。那目前也参与了几个就是相关项目的一些运作。那所以今天很高兴有机会来这边。跟4位这个 Web3 的一些专家一起跟大家稍微聊一下，就是 Web3 在新世代的这样的一个发展，我们从中可以去找到什么样的一些机会，然后也许会得到一些不同的一些启发。好，那首先我们先请我们今天4位的语坛人先简单的做一下个人与他们公司在做什么的简单的一些自我介绍。好，那首先就先从光合感知的 Joseph 这边开始。
好，各位贵宾、好朋友，大家好。我是光合感知的执行长兼创办人王友光 Joseph。那我们自己是从2016、2017开始就开始以 AR、VR 的技术作为我们这个创业的这个核心。那一直到现在大概5年多的时间包含 AI 影像的这个处理、图学、3D 的技术、AR、VR 那大概都是我们的这个范围里面大概团队现在有60几个人，然后在台湾跟日本都有我们的公司那我们其实，在一路以来，我们在去年之前并没有听过元宇宙这个名词，或是 Web3 这个名词，因为我们是技术型公司啦。但是呢，因为很多的这个潮流、很多趋势，它方向是不是巧合的指向同一个方向所以走到今天，我们发现我们过去所研究的这些技术或是这些的经验跟想法，既然就已经跟现在的主流的这个不谋而合那我想很多东西都是这样子领先一步，步步领先，但是领先10步步步深渊所以我们在一个对的方向呢，要从第1步走到第10步，它是需要时间也需要策略的那今天很开心能够有机会跟各位探讨一下我们个人的这些对接下来时局的一些看法，谢谢。
好，那我们请那个 Demi-Human 的 Ginny 来跟大家自我介绍一下。
大家好，我叫 Jin 我们是这个茶米宇宙科技。那我们公司比较知名的就是我们公司旗下团队 Demiverse Studio 在去年发行的 10K 的 PFP NFT Demi-Human NFT， 我们过去去年是以1万个 NFT 售out的一个成绩。那我们公司其实是致力于在这个我把口罩拿下来致力于在这个 Web3 的世界里面希望这个 Web3 世界大家都能够有人可用有技有册可依，有圈可点，有技可发这什么意思呢？就是说 Web3 的人才荒是不必多讲找不到人，找不到对的人有册可依，其实我们 Web3 需要更多的典范的执行策略有圈可点指的是什么？就是说能够有更多知名的 use case有技可发就是说能够有更多更扎实更安全的 Web3 的技术与思维。那我们公司呢，其实就主要解决以下这些问题就是说我为什么要进到 Web3 这个世界来，以及就是说我如何进到 Web3 世界，以及我如何了解 Web3 世界，以及就是说我如何在 Web3 找到对的人才与团队。所以我们公司主要有4项业务，我们包含有我们的自己的区块链快讯媒体以及这个 Web3 的一个普及教育，还有就是我们的这个Web3 的这个策略顾问以及这个企业管顾的部分主要以上，谢谢大家。
好，那我们接下来再请那个Red Pill Lab 那个沉浸科技的 RH 来为大家介绍一下他们公司。
好，谢谢。Hello， 谢谢 Morgan。
很高兴来到现场，我是Rapio 的 RH， 那我是 CEO 还有公司的联合创办人。那我想我们成立5年来，其实之前有在密台北展演过，这好像大概是18、19年的事情。那这是第一次来到 DigiAsia。很高兴可以来到这边。那 Rapio Lab 呢，我们公司基本上只专注一个业务，这个业务就是我们如何运用 AI 来加速虚拟人物的一个驱动的角色。那我们这套基本上采用 AI 的，然后来做虚拟人物结合的产品，基本上是实时的，只要运用人体的动作捕捉，然后就可以把它驱动到自己创造的角色上面。那过去这一套系统，基本上我们在全世界已经销售到了9个国家。那我们也因为疫情啊，在大概19到20年的时候，我们 totally 把它转型成把这个技术运用在现在，只要在摄影机在有一个例如说电视机、手机上面，就可以非常的就是简单的运作。那待会我那边有一个展示，请大家也可以移步去那边参观。基本上呢，我觉得这一次我们跟 Web3 的结合，是因为在元宇宙里面有非常多的虚拟角色的应用的需求。那这个虚拟角色，其实我觉得应该是说，我们自己在 Web3 里面的这个 identity， 我们很容易可以创建很多的自己的一个分身、自己的角色。其实刚刚前一个这个华灯初上，其实大家看了就很兴奋嘛，大家都很想要在这里面。那这进去以后，基本上如何在里面可以做到跟真实世界一样的互动？那我觉得从身体里面的一个肢体的一个就是技术的一个从真实把它跨入到虚拟里面，我觉得这个是基本上是我们人类的第一步。那也不瞒你说，就是其实我们公司叫 Rapio Lab， 就是跟 Rapio 有关。因为我们如果看过一部电影叫做那个骇客任务 Matrix， 基本上他就吃了红药丸以后，他突然的就可以从第2天醒来，他可以跨入到虚拟的世界里面。所以我们从2017年成立以后，我们的初衷就是如何让人类可以从真实世界跨到虚拟里面。谢谢。
好，那我们最后再请那个 NoPFP Lab 的这个 Ben 来为大家介绍一下自己。
各位嘉宾们，大家好。我是NoPFP 的负责人，我是 Ben。然后我们公司叫做立志智慧，然后我们成立于2016年。那我们公司主要其实是在做Chatbot， 一开始主要在做 Chatbot， 就是我们做一个行销的软体叫做立志好推。就如果大家有在经营官方账号的话，可能会有使用过我们的这套软体。那我们从去年开始呢，就开始去接触区块链的一个研发，然后所以我们就成立了 NoPFP 的 Lab， 然后专注于做这个区块链技术的开发。所以我们其实就协助客户去开发智能合约，然后协助客户从 Web2 怎么样去转移到 Web3。那我们最近的一个产品就是 TIX Protocol， 就是把区块链把票券做成 NFT， 然后上到区块链上面。然后这是我们的一个所做的一个事情，就主要协助企业从 Web2 可以快速的转移到 Web3 这样子。对。
好，那谢谢4位这个讲者，先为大家介绍一下他们的自己公司了。好，那我们接下来开始进入了今天的我们在讨论的一个议题。那提到了Web3 的行销，绝对不可能或缺的就是 NFT。好 ，NFT 是很戏剧的一年，就是从去年到今年，大家可以发现一股热潮这样上去，好像人人都在谈 NFT。然后忽然之间，熊市来了，大家对 NFT 也非常敬而远之。但是我觉得这过程中呢，其实很多业者或者说很多用户，其实我们也试着去探讨，就是很多典范转移的可能性。所以像去年的时候，咸酥鸡也有发 NFT， 嘟嘟房也发了 NFT， 很多各行各业的人，他们其实也试着从他们各自的一个领域，看看能不能借助 NFT 的这样的一个形式，来切入到这样的一个新的一个 Web3 的一个世界。好，那这边接下来就请我们4位讲者各自来分享一下他们自己关于在 NFT 这1-2年的一个变化跟发展，他们有没有一些心得，或者有一些启示，或者有些可以分享给大家的。好，那首先先从 Joseph 开始。
好，谢谢哈。我觉得是这样哈，人的注意力会改变哈，但是趋势不会改变啊。像2000年的时候，那个时候我们身边很多人在讲 .com， 然后那个时候我刚从大学毕业，很多身边的人呢，因为炒股票哈，然后赚了大钱，后来也亏了大钱，都跟 .com 有关系。然后有一群其实没有参加 .com 的人，好，那么他们就说，你看吧，这个 .com 果然是一个炒作的一个话题。好，那很多人其实没有在里面的人反而会这样讲啦。但是注意力当时有一阵子就不在这个名词上面，但是到现在为止，没有人能够离得开 .com， 这就是趋势。 那把这件事情呢挪到这1、2年来看，其实我想 NFT 元宇宙Web 3.0，我觉得也是一样的那大家都可能很多人都看过那个 Google 热搜的那个趋势图有在1、2个月突然之间元宇宙啦，然后 Web 3.0啦，然后就突然就冒起来了。从用户从这个投资人，甚至从很多创业家口中所谈论的东西，突然之间1个月之前他们不知道什么是 NFT，1个月之后大家在台上可以侃侃而谈。所以我觉得这个就是一个注意力的一个地方。但是呢，当热潮过去了，所有炒作的东西它会慢慢的趋于平静，大家会持续的会去思考这件事情的本质是什么。1年、5年、10年以后，它带给我们人类跟社群的改变是什么？我觉得这才是一个你不管是创业家、资本家、科学家、发明家，甚至在这个人类社群里面的每一个人，应该要去关注的事情。不是大家跟风，而是在这些讯息的背后冷静下来以后，它可以带来做什么？当然，现在比较普遍的看法，这也是我认同的方向，就是前这1、2年所谓的 economic token 这种炒作型的这种议题，会慢慢的冷静下来。但它就像20年前的 .com 一样，它是一个趋势。从一个炒作型的事情到所谓使用权归于民主回到每一个人的身上，这是 Web 3.0的精神。从一个文字、图片、影音为主的这种所谓的这个串流的年代，慢慢要变成沉浸式体验，要变成身临其境的体验，这元宇宙的概念，变成所谓的 identity token。Web 3.0 NFT， 每一个人可以透过这个资讯民主化，然后资讯的这种分散化、非集中式的这种霸权式的这种平台会慢慢的消失，这是人类的共性。所以在这1、2年的这个等于是颠覆式的风暴式的教育以后，留给人们的是大家知道这件事情了。我想20年以后，大家对 Web 3.0的认知，就像现在我们对于 .com 的认知是一样。我们不用认知，因为我们已经在那个里面了这是我的看法，谢谢。
谢谢 Joseph 的分享，来 Ginny。OK，
这个有光哥刚刚慷慨的这个分享，真的听着都振奋人心呢。OK， 其实我对于这个刚那个 Morgan 提到说，跟于 Web 3还有 NFT 这个趋势的一个，因为其实我非常早就进到这个世界来，我是在去年4、5月份，那就是无聊猿猴 BAYC， 大概那时候非常便宜，大概是1颗以太币，那个时候我就进到这个世界来。然后其实我在这个世界一开始，说真的，你也不要跟我说什么是 NFT， 因为我也不知道什么是 NFT。那时候我其实是记得说，去年如果说有在币圈的都知道说，其实在去年519的时候，这个有一个 DeFi 事件，使得说整个加密货币大概暴跌了大概30-40%。我在那个时候其实就原本的资产就蒸发掉了70%了。就在这个加密货币的市场，然后我就觉得，那我剩下的这些就 king 就这些要拿去买什么东西啊？那时候就去看到说，这个 BAYC 在 Twitter 上面好像很多人都把这个头像换成这个头，那不然我也去买这个东西好了。那我就那个时候其实我也不知道这个东西叫 NFT，我只是说原来这个东西是一只猴子头，然后我就买，就这样子。所以其实它是不是 NFT， 我个人认为其实不是一个很大的重点，因为其实我觉得当初带我进到这个圈子的原因，是因为大家都在 Twitter 上面换头像，然后说这是一个很新的东西，我就因为这样子而进得到这个圈子来。那其实如果说大家去查，例如说 Google Trend， 刚刚有光哥有提到嘛，那从去年来看，这个趋势是在基本上是11、12月，就2021年的11、12月达到了一个高峰。然后1、2月也是算属于一个高峰，然后在今年，其实大家对于元宇宙以及 NFT 的搜索热度，其实在今年4、5月份开始，它其实是呈现着一个不断下降的一个趋势。但奇怪的是，大家对于 Web 3的这样的一个 turn， 反而是在今年的4、5月份，不管是韩国、日本、亚洲，整个亚洲，对于 Web 3的搜索趋势反而是在上升的。所以对我的角度来看，我觉得说 NFT 跟元宇宙这样的一个 turn， 对于大部分的人来讲，它可能不再是一个就是说觉得说哇，这是一个很新很迷人的东西。但对于 Web 3来讲，我觉得可能是下一个大家角逐的地方，就会大家可能会开始想方设法的说，我要去定义 Web 3，或者是说我要尝试的在 Web 3打造一些真的成功的 use case。这是我看到的一个趋势跟看法，这样子。
谢谢Ginny。好，那我们再问一下 RH 对这个有什么看法？
谢谢 Morgan。其实我觉得这次大会主题是 Web3 的 Rhapsody 嘛，其实我们叫做是狂想曲。我觉得这是一个很好的一个就是转换的翻译，因为其实就如同前面的2位讲者所述， 基本上元宇宙跟这 NFT 的这个热潮，好像在今年来说的话，被 Web3 这个整个大概，因为我们在公司刚好有在募资嘛，大概从2、3月以后，其实是整个主题上面就有点在做一些 transition， 做一些转换。那不过我想要其实也提醒大家一件事情，其实大概从1个多月前，我们发现到呢 ，Google 其实它开始同意说可以用数位货币，然后用加密货币来做他们在平台上面的一些付款，包括是 Coinbase 这些，其实在我们看的不是那个 FTX 这个最近消息非常火红了，这个就。好，对，其实刚刚我听到Morgan 这个话题这个题目的时候，其实我就在思考说，因为其实我是前矿工啦，就以前基本上我也是很热衷于在挖矿，然后在 NFT 上面基本上就是用 ETC 啊 ETH 来做操作，可这个好像到今年来说，这个热潮也都结束了，所以我们公司的同事突然那个显示卡每个人都可以多发1张这样子，因为我们就把那个矿机基本上整个矿房我们就把它拆掉了。可是其实我觉得这个整个这个热潮虽然是下去，可是我觉得它改变到我们的日常生活，是我们逐渐的其实已经生活在这个其中，而且其实我们自己其实也是非常的清楚，因为可能早些年呢，我们在那个大陆的时候，因为我们公司基本上在上海有算是办事处，在那边其实我们都可以很轻易的用什么手机交易啊，然后根本从来都没有去过银行哦，也没有那个用过纸币，然后其实大陆人都不用纸币的。那其实在这个上面，其实逐渐的我想说，这个货币到底我们是要用法币，还是用其实我们在最近那个例如说在就是在币安啊，或者在刚刚提到 Coinbase 上面的一些就是不同的一些数位货币的流通，我觉得这个是未来的一个趋势，也是倾向，而且我们又有一些基本上是已经国际性的公司在认同这件事情的，所以那我觉得其实 Web3 跟 Web3 跟那个 Web2，我看到一个最大不一样的是在里面有一个基本上非常大的一个经济体的流通。那我们在 Web2 的话，基本上其实这中间其实也酝酿了，我觉得其实前后可能大概有8年到，这我们统称每一个世代，从 Web1 到 Web2， 基本上是每一个都是一个10年的一个 cycle。所以我觉得其实 Web3 如果是今年才开始，我们也要对它有一点信心嘛。也许到2030年的时候，我们基本上完完全全都在使用不同的货币，然后这个其实就是一个去中心化的概念。虽然会有国界，可是这个每个国家出的币可能不见得是在真的是属于那个国家，是属于我们说去中心化的这个地球上面所有的人，甚至到我们可以思考到虚拟人，然后 AI 人。其实我觉得在10年内，我们都会逐渐看到这些风潮的，就是回归到我们生活之中。对，
谢谢 RH。那我们最后再请 Ben 分享一下他的想法。
好，那分享一下跟各位分享一下，就是对于 NFT 的一个看法，因为其实大家可能过去陆续不管大家是從哪個時段開始去接觸這些東西，但其實 NFT 的本質應該說它底層的技術其實是區塊鏈的一個技術。那NFT 只是這整個區塊鏈技術上面的一支的一個應用。那前陣子就去年，包括今年的時候，可能被炒作的大量的一個炒作。那這炒作是怎麼來的呢？其實很多人就包括在幣圈其實待很久的人，其實都是看不太懂這個 NFT 的，就是包括我們一開始可能最早可能開始礦工開始去挖這個比特幣，那其實這是區塊鏈的其中一個最開始的一個發展嘛，就是從比特幣開始，那比特幣然後挖比特幣，然後反正可以賺到很多錢。那到去年前年這個 DeFi Summer 的時候，就大家開始在透過區塊鏈，透過以太坊的方式，然後去建構一些去中心化金融的一個應用，然後就發現好像這個很好賺。我原本我發一個幣，我可以憑空發一個幣，然後這樣我可能2個月之後就漲了2倍，然後再過2個月之後又繼續翻倍，然後當時的那種可能很多礦工都看不懂，我辛苦挖這個比特幣，怎麼好像賺的沒有這些DeFi 的人這麼的多這樣子。那在過了一陣子 NFT 開始出現的時候，就是就一開始 Crypto Punk， 然後無聊猿開始出來的時候，大家那些 DeFi 的礦工又開始看不懂了，就是為什麼它的價格可以拉漲得這麼快？怎麼昨天還在1個 ETH， 隔天就變2個 ETH， 再隔天就變4個 ETH？ 那這些其實很多的這些都是一些區塊鏈上面的只是一個技術的一個應用，然後搭以這個加上一些炒作的一個成分，加上資本在上面運作，吸引了很多的人開始去關注這個領域。那我覺得這方面雖然後來很多人可能都是被割了韭菜，但其實對於區塊鏈的普及，我想說這多少是會 有一些让更多人认识到了这个区块链的技术。那区块链的技术其实它是逐步的演变，那未来的话可能除了 NFT 之外，我们可以发展出更多的技术的应用。对，那都是未来的一个发展的方向。所以我觉得 NFT 它只是我们要看清楚，就是整体的核心架构其实是区块链。区块链的核心精神是一个去中心化，是一个你拥有你自己的私钥，你拥有你的资产，然后你的东西是不会被随意的被剥夺的，这是一个区块链的一个核心精神。那 NFT 是它其中的一个小应用。当然，我觉得我的想法是这样子，对。
那从4位那个专家的想法，我们大概可以知道，其实大家还是蛮有信心的。就是虽然我们都认可，就是过去的这段期间，NFT 从炒作，然后泡沫，然后到现在，反而大家会去研究一下，到底它实质的一些应用，或者未来可能的一些发展性。所以像有光刚刚说的，它其实还是一个趋势，只是说在趋势的过程中有牛市有熊市，然后可能会起起伏伏。但是如果大家都认可，这个东西还是未来的一个方向，那我觉得牛市靠炒作，那熊市的时候大家就专心做项目，所以反而不见得对整个产业的发展是件坏事。因为之前在牛市的时候，真的大家都是炒作，像刚刚说的 NFT。1天翻几倍，然后几天翻10倍、100倍的这种情况下，还有谁会愿意专心的来专注在技术或者在公司的一些发展呢？所以其实不一定是好事，反而现在大家沉浸下来之后，会比较去审视一下自己公司的一些技术或者一些强项，然后或者是说去真的是钻研出一些我觉得对人类或者说对这个社会是有帮助的一些发展。这样的看法的话，其实我觉得这样的一个熊市不一定是坏的熊市。好，那谢谢我们4位专家刚刚对 NFT 的一些看法的一些分享。好，那首先接下来我们谈到了Web3， 也不可以不提到Facebook。他在去年开始把公司改成了 Meta， 也造就了一波元宇宙的一个热潮或狂潮。那我们今天刚好有2间公司都是跟元宇宙相关的。光合感知号称是元宇宙的制造所。然后Redpil 呢，他们是结合 AI 还有动态捕捉技术，他们等于是结合了传统世界跟虚拟世界的一种桥梁。那我们请刚好这2位专家在这边，我们就可以刚好问他们关于元宇宙大家的一些想象，或者说大家可能可以关注的一些重点。那以你们公司专门就在做元宇宙相关的主题的这样的一个出发，来跟大家分享看看。你们各自对元宇宙的这样的一些看法。好，那首先先请 Joseph 这边。
OK， 好，那我要发表那个令人血脉喷张的演讲了。好，是这样子哈。讲元宇宙哈，我们先拉回1987年，那一年是台湾第一支行动电话上市。大概在1990年前后哈，全世界都开始知道了行动电话，并且开始用手机，对不对？到现在，手机呢发展了30几年，全地球的人口在上个月突破80亿，对吧？好，第80亿个人类在地球上出生了。那用了30几年的时间，全世界有50亿只手机，目前正在执行它的任务啊，这是花了30几年的时间。所以，我其实要跟大家一样是谈，好，从我当年在读大学的时候，那个东西有一个东西叫 ICQ， 我不知道各位有听过吗？点头就是我们是同温层了哈，然后那个时候还有扣机嘛，好，然后 BB 扣，然后到现在后来1G 手机、2G、3G， 好，那可能在座有一些人都没有看过 BB 扣了哈，那一直到现在4G 的年代大家已经快要过去了，我们大概在场的我猜大概有一半的人手机可能还是4G， 有一半已经变5G 了哈，可是到4G 的时候已经都可以体验影片啦。也因为4G 的频宽跟这个4G 的这个手机的能量哈，造成整个内容产业翻天覆地变化。内容是一般的麻瓜最容易感受到的东西啦。我说你不是研发人员，你不是创造者，你就是一个 user， 全世界99%是这样的人呐。他们感受到的是内容呈现的方式而已，跟内容能不能够引他入胜这样而已。那到了5G， 到底还要传什么呢？刚讲到佐克伯。其实我常常在揣摩哈，全世界顶尖的这些富豪，他们心里面在想什么？我猜佐克伯常常会问自己一个问题，就是到底什么时候世界上绝大部分的人类才会戴着 VR 眼镜在街上走？好，那我告诉各位一个数据，从2017年 开始有所谓智慧型眼镜的这个正式的问世，到现在全世界的智慧眼镜的总销售量是多少？2500万只。那跟我们很明显的可以感受到，跟手机的50亿只，那完全不是一个量级的。你2500万只丢到50亿只手机里面，可以说是根本就没有任何的存在感。也就是为什么大家讲了元宇宙讲了1年多了，首先我要先讲元宇宙这3个字，我用的很小心，因为元宇宙到底是什么，大家都在定义。我知道它可能是未来感受媒体的一种方式而已，但是呢，我们现在讲的元宇宙，可能我们认为，如果有一天全世界20-30亿个人，或是绝大部分的人，他有一个行动装置，也许是一个隐形眼镜，甚至是更先进的一个脑控装置，哇，可以活在那个虚拟的世界里面，跟每个人去做沟通、沉浸的这种感受，那就叫元宇宙了。各位，人类如果还可以在地球上存活200年，你认为200年以后的人类会认为元宇宙只是戴个 VR 眼镜吗？不会。200年前的人类也没想过，有一天我们可以透过手机做视讯影片吧。不要讲200年前了，20几年前我在读大学的时候，我认为透过手机可以跟我妈在美国可以通过手机来做这个视讯影片，这是外太空那个什么那个 Star Trek 这种Star Trek 这种科幻片才有的情节，20几年已经实现了。所以其实，在我们有生之年，元宇宙一定会被重新定义 N 次。我们自己做科技研发的，每一个月都在追新的技术，追得很辛苦。你把事情往放大来看，很多公司如果没有没有跟上下一个阶段的潮流，固守原来的东西，你看像爱迪生，他固守直流电，结果呢？那所以每一个大的企业，它如果没有跟上新的这个定义，新的这个潮流，它其实也会被轮替掉的。所以其实我们对于元宇宙的理解或是想象，它其实真的是不需要被限定在是一个眼镜里面或是一个小框框里面。但是我们知道的是什么？宇宙无限，人类寿命有限，领先一步，步步领先，领先10步，步步深渊呐。1年要烧100亿美金，这种事情不是每个人可以做得出来的。但是我们在追求最终要达到无限可以接近，但是永远不能达到的这个所谓元宇宙的定义之前，我们怎么样在明年让团队、让公司、让整个产业能够往前面推进一小步？我觉得这个是一个比较务实的思考。谢谢。
谢谢Joseph慷慨的这个演出，
太慷慨了，我都不知道该怎么接。
那 RH 要比他更慷慨一下。
没有，其实我也非常沉浸在那个就是 Joseph 里面的这个 talk 啦。对，那可是我想到刚刚 Morgan 你提到说，其实就是有沉潜的时候嘛。对，那其实现在就是一个最好的一个沉潜的时机点，因为其实沉潜我们才可以更观察到说未来的元宇宙它的这个可能一直在做 revolution， 一直在不同的evolve， 就是在做它自己的一个改造的一个时代。基本上我觉得我们有生之年是一定看得到的，因为我觉得我们在场应该每个人都活个50年100年都还没有不会是一个问题。好，那回归刚刚的这个问题，就是说其实就是我们看到刚刚有非常多的富豪，他们对于这个元宇宙都有不同的想法。那其实对于我们技术型的公司来说，我们能做基本上就是在这个基本上在改朝换代的时候，我们把我们的这个就是能提供出来的技术，基本上我们是 project， 我们可以看到的是可能未来在5年10年以后的应用，是不是可以应用到我们现在基本上可能我们所谓的一些黑科技。黑科技就是说，可能现在看到说，好像用不到，可是觉得这个东西蛮酷的。那其实不同的科技里面，其实我们能看到，其实有很多技术在过去我们都可能觉得说这可能不见得会马上用得到，可是其实它也逐渐的实践在我们生活中。例如我举例一下好了，例如说Tesla 的自动驾驶，其实它是由computer vision， 它是从最早的一个人类的或者是一个街道的辨识，然后结合 AI 出来的。可是一开始有 AI 的时候，我们也觉得说，它能干嘛？它不过就是训练机器人可能可以在顶泰丰送餐而已，它还是要贴地上的那个胶带。可是其实曾几何时，我们突然发现地上已经没有胶带了，那个机器人已经可以非常规矩的把这个餐送到了每一桌，然后有客人只要不要乱搞的话，自己都可以取到自己的餐嘛。我觉得这个我们都已经看得很习惯了。那其实 Tesla 它也是把这个技术基本上应用它的 Autopilot 在自动驾驶上面。那其实对于 Rapio 来说，我们其实现在在进行的一个我们认为是一个革命性的技术。这个也是其实就是我们让摄影机只要看到人类， 我们在元宇宙里面一模一样，你的分身就可以开始来做这个运动。那基本上这个技术，我认为它是在任何的一个 device 上面都可以实现的，因为其实我们看到这个，刚刚 Joseph 提到50亿只手机嘛，可是我们要不要看一下这世界上的摄影机？是不是已经大家想也知道，一定是远比50亿只多，因为每个手机都已经有一个摄影机了。当我们在数百亿只的这个摄影机的环绕之中，大家不要觉得说，这个好像很害怕，很像好像我们看到一些科幻的一些那个监视电影。其实这个摄影机基本上它是如果透过 AI 的一个运算，它其实逐渐是把我们这个世界复制到虚拟的这个 dimension 里面。那Rapio 基本上我们专注的做就是如何在这个仅有的一个我们固守的一个这个未来我们认为可行的技术，就是如何把人类我们的互动基本上在不论是 Metaverse 在 Web3 里面做一个更直觉，然后更有效，然后也可以更贴近未来我们想象的一个技术。
是。那从2位的分享，大家应该也可以知道，元宇宙其实是需要大量技术去投入的，因为很多这些新的东西，其实过去没有这样的一些技术出现。那也感谢有这些非常愿意走在时代前端的，愿意投入大量这些资本、大量技术去开发这些技术的这些团队、这些公司。也许在未来有一天，我们就可以真的去实现出来，在元宇宙的一个生活的一种体验，不需要带着厚重的装置，不需要带着 VR 这些眼镜，我们大家都随时可以进入到元宇宙，像电影里面演的这样，也许都有可能。但是前面一定要有人去研发、去投入。那刚好光和跟Rapio 他们这2间公司就是在承担这样的一个先驱者的一个角色。那在延续这个问题既然是技术非常重要的，那这边就是来问一下Joseph 这边，因为我们知道光和最近也是遇到了一些小风波，但我觉得真金不怕火炼。那你们其实在技术真的是花了非常多的心力跟时间还有资源在投入的。那这边也请你在这边刚好跟大家分享一下，你们在研发这些产品的时候有遇到什么样的一些困难跟障碍？
谢谢。对啊，我们真的是在卖房子养技术的。是这样哈，就是说，就一样啊，就回到我们的思考的根源，就是说，到底我们要开发出什么样子的东西？一开始的时候是觉得2016、2017觉得 AR/VR 很酷炫，然后就酷炫的东西、有趣的东西、人们喜欢爱不释手的东西是。我觉得这个跟什么大男孩、小男孩无关啦，每个人都喜欢有趣的东西，对不对？但是当你看到有趣的东西以后，下一步会去想说，我如果要以这个有趣的东西作为一个每天生存的来源的话，那我们该做什么事情？啊，我们慢慢的是从专案好，慢慢的回归到底底层的技术可以怎么样去做突破，作为这个护城河。所以当然因为我们不是硬体公司嘛，我们没有去往就是发展这眼镜啊、光学结构啊等等。虽然我自己是学光电的哈，没有往那个方向去发展。我们渐渐的是往这个所谓的软体技术去发展哈。那我们就觉得说，既然眼镜的销售的速度没有那么快，每个人手有一只手机，所谓的领先一步这件事情，大概就是在每个人手机上面怎么样去运作一个所谓的虚拟世界这样子的概念吧。好，那当时有很多选择，比如说用 Unity、用 Unreal 这种游戏引擎开发平台来做，但是我们又发现一个趋势，就是人们越来越不喜欢下载 APP， 对不对？所以有没有办法不要下载 APP， 然后直接透过一个网页、一个连结或是一个 QR code 扫一下，就可以进入一个虚拟世界？可这个虚拟世界它又不是只是要漂亮而已，因为什么叫漂亮？各位，你打开那个看房网站。很多的看房网站点进去，它也不用下载 APP， 也是一个很漂亮的，不管是360的图片，或是一个甚至已经有3D 空间可以在里面走动的。你漂亮的东西可能看个1次、2次、3次结束了，但是真正会让人留下来的是什么？是社群，是意识，是想法，大家在里面创造，透过很多不同人的交流，在里面产生一个新的一个意识宇宙。如果要符合这样子的一个条件的话，以前的 PTT 就是了。现在最接近的这个存在叫做 LINE， 虽然它是平面的，但是大家每天花很多的时间在上面跟你的朋友、认识的、不认识的、熟的、不熟的，创造各种的想法，产生新的能够让人类推动的一些事情。好，那我觉得如果有一天能够让大家很快速的透过手机、透过网页 能够进入一个沉浸感的、3D 感的，甚至可以在里面可以做所谓的互动的这样子的一个空间。那我觉得这个就是我们想要领先一步的事情。于是看了所有的游戏的开发引擎，不管是 Unity、Unreal 要下载一个几百个 Mega 或是几个 Giga 的这种安装包，我认为这个都很难普及嘛。那怎么办？透过 WebGL， 好像 3.S 很多开源的东西，去重新去打造一个可以同时让多人在上面做线上互动，并且有高拟真的这种3D 运转的这样子的一个事情。那这种想法我们在2019年就产生了。好，但是要打造底层引擎这件事情，对所有 programmer 或是开发者来说都知道，那是最困难的事情，最大的投入都是在开发底层的引擎。那我们一样是按照这个方向，好，做了2-3年的时间，终于在今年把这个引擎完成了。好，所以也透过这个引擎，可以让用户就是在透过一个连结 QR code， 可以进入一个高拟真的世界，并且我们当时我们这个致敬了4大通讯软体，就是 Zoom、Google Meet Webex， 还有这个Webex 还有 Teams。我们把这4大通讯软体的优点，就是他们就是包含什么投影片分享啊，什么视讯、语音，全部都整合在 WebGL 上面。所以呢，我们大概可以打造出了一个东西，大概可以这样来想象它吧，它就是一个3D 版的 Zoom 该有的它都有了，但是它是3D 版的。那不用下载 APP， 透过连结，它可以去做。那这件事情我们看到的是结果，最困难的还是在当时洞见到这件事情，我们决定要在接下来1-2年能够领先这个市场，打造一个 WebGL base 的一个3D 引擎，这件事情是最困难的。那这个就是所谓的底层的开发。你可以去看我的脸书啊，我的脸书上面常常 po 一些连我自己都看不懂的数学。就是我们的演算法工程师每天是从改进演算法开始去做这些所谓的引擎的开发。那在这个层面上，我相信它基本上就是一个，创办人必须要有卖房子的决心才能做的事情。有时候卖自己的房子还不够，还要卖投资人的房子。好，所以大概我觉得最困难的是，认清了要从底层技术去累积起，然后一路过来的这个过程跟心力的这种坚持，我觉得是最困难的。好，谢谢。
好，谢谢Joseph的分享。我相信大家也感受到了这个创业的一些辛酸，还有开发技术的这个难度。不是说在台上云淡风轻的这样讲，背后真的要付出非常多的心力跟决心。好，那接下来我们再问一下Ginny，Demihuman， 我觉得大概是台湾关于 NFT 社群经营的算数1数2好的。那我自己也是 Demihuman NFT 的持有者。那我之前参加他们在 Discord 的直播的时候，发现里面差不多真的是有快1000个人在里面。在 NFT 最蛮火红的那段期间，可以发现Demihuman 的社群的凝聚力真的是非常惊人。好，所以这边也请Ginny 来分享一下，就是说你从社群这个角度来跟我们大家分享一下，在Web3 的这些经营，从社群出发有没有什么东西是值得大家去关注的？
好的，谢谢Morgan。We are Demi。OK， 那个为什么？其实第一个问题是为什么去年这个 Demihuman NFT 用这种社群为首的你说行销方式也好，就是为什么它可以这样的推广，这样能够成功？我觉得很重大的因素是因为其实在去年的时候 ，NFT 它是一个非常小众的市场非常小众的市场。如果说你去年尝试发行 NFT 的话，如果你是在 IG 或者 Facebook 推广告，那就算是这个用户对于你的 IG 或者 Facebook 的广告内容他感到有兴趣，但有时候他会因为他要去购买这个 NFT 那种复杂流程，你可能要先注册交易所啊、买币啊，才能去买 NFT 等等的这个复杂流程而望之却步。所以我觉得去年我们很好的解决了市场，就是你如何去购买 NFT 的一个问题，因为我们其实是在去年最早做 NFT 的一个新手教育，就是手把手的带你去从0到1去买一个 NFT 这样子我觉得是我们解决市场面临到的这样的一个问题。但其实这样的一个问题，在今年来看，随着这时间的一个发展，这已经得到了一个很好的解决了。为什么？因为大家可以看到说，我们现在有很多的解决方案，包含是什么？用信用卡买 NFT 啊，对不对？然后可以用 App 买 NFT 啊，以及用 App 来做很多 NFT 的一个验证机制。所以也就是说，其实当时候的一个问题已经被解决掉了。 那当前的挑战是什么？我觉得不管现在是你是一个艺术家，或者是你是一个个人用户想要发 NFT， 甚至是你是企业想要发 NFT， 我觉得你一定要思考的一个最大的问题是，你今天发行这个 NFT， 你的价值在哪里？啊，这我觉得是第一个问题，以及第二个是你的 NFT 的场景在哪里？啊，我觉得这是第二个问题。所以我觉得当前其实真正的挑战是你企业用户，或者是你是艺术家，你要发行 NFT， 你的背后的逻辑以及它的商业模型，其实才是真的是最重要的挑战。那当前呢，你如果问我说如果说就现在当前这个还有没有机会啊？我觉得这是这样子啊，机会一定都是有的啊。之前跟大家分享一个这个在这个圈子里面的一个有趣的东西啊，他说有一种特别赚钱的生意啊，有一种特别赚钱的生意，就叫做你看不懂啊，叫你看不懂啊，你看不懂的生意。OK， 那如果说你看不懂的生意，在我们这个圈子里面的名称叫什么？它叫迷因经济啊，叫 MENE， 叫迷经济啊。所以我个人认为说，这种你看不懂生意一直都会存在在这个圈子里面啊。那也是我认为接下来在这个圈子一个蛮有趣，尤其现在又是熊市啊，熊市我个人认为是迷因经济最好的时机。谢谢。
好，谢谢 Ginny。那最后我们再问一下 Ben， 对，因为你们公司叫 No PFP 哦。PFP 的话就是Profile Picture， 所以对很多用户来说，他们可能会认为 NFT 是不是就是一张图片，或者说是个头像，或者说它其实没有那么多的意义。那我知道，你们公司会用这样的一个命名，其实是你们对于NFT 或者说对这个 PFP， 你应该是有不一样的想法，或者说你们可能会试着用 NFT 的技术来解决很多企业，或者说很多实际上也许会遇到的问题，而让它不只是一个头像。好，那这边可以请 Ben 来分享一下你们的现在做的一些东西，或者对于这样的No PFP 的一些想法，这样。
好，那我们的确就是我们觉得NFT 它其实真的PFP 它其实是最基础的一个应用，因为应该说前阵子最被炒作出来的一个应用就是作为一个 PFP， 因为 PFP 它就是你可以作为你的社交的一个头像。但其实我们一样，就是我们其实公司我们的这个 lab 其实主要是想要去让区块链的技术可以更加的去普及，所以这个 NFT 它其实只是在区块链上面的一笔记录。那这笔记录呢，它其实可以映射到很多的东西，像图片它是其中一点，就是我们的 token ID 等于1的时候，我可能对应到某一张图片。那其实这个 token ID 它其实可以对应到现实生活当中的任何的东西。那这个怎么说呢？其实就包括就以保险，我举一些比较可能目前比较少的一些应用好，就以保险而言，那其实保单它本身其实也可以是一个 NFT， 因为我的某一个 ID 它其实可以对应到就是某一张保单。那这些东西只是一个对应关系。那可是 NFT 它应该说区块链它不是做一个简单的一个对应。区块链然后我们可以在上面去写一些智能合约。那这些智能合约怎么样去做结合呢？就以刚刚的假设以保险为例好了，今天如果一个保单要理赔的时候，那你今天购买了一个某个保单的 NFT， 那其实保险公司在理赔的时候，它其实不需要做任何复杂的操作，它只要把这个数位货币打到某一个智能合约，然后它就自己可以去分发给这些 NFT 的一个持有者。那其实这个就是一个区块链上面的一个应用。那除了这些之外，包括我们最近在做的就是做一个 TIX 的部分，包括大家可能入场的时候，可能有些朋友他们入场可能是用 NFT 做一个入场。那入场的话，它也是一个应用。我去验证说你拥有这个 NFT， 那我就给你去参加这一场活动。那这个就是把 NFT 它只是一个单纯的一个对应，加上更多的一个功能在上面。对，所以这一点其实我觉得它是有很多的一个应用的。对，就是 NFT 我们就记住它其实就是一个 token 的 ID。那这个 ID 你是可以对应到生活当中现实生活中的不同的物品，然后做一个对应。那我们可以透过撰写一个智能合约，然后放到区块链上。那这个东西就是一个公开、公正、透明的一个运算的一个引擎，就是这个区块链。对。
好，谢谢 Ben。那我想今天是DigiAsia，所以我们再把最后的主题再拉回到行销。 也许在座有一些是行销人员，或者说对于 Web3 的行销是有兴趣的。那刚好今天在台上的4位主讲者，全部都是等于是 Web3 的一个新的服务的一个提供者。好，那我就请大家来分享一下有没有什么就是在 Web3 的这种新的行销方面大家可以给一些建议。那一样从 Joseph 这边开始。
好，因为我们是空间的提供者我们在单是上个月吧，过去这个月以来，应该是在我们所创造的元宇宙空间里面，应该有超过10万人次以上，到我们的空间里面来互动过，然后应该是有1000场以上的各式各样的 webinar 活动，或者是一些AMA 之类的，好，那常常就是像我的用户们他们在上面所做的事情，我觉得已经是千奇百怪了，好，那。有相亲的，然后有政大我知道甚至拿这个在 EMBA 课程上面来取代 Zoom， 好，他们不再用那个传统的通讯软体。但我观察到一个现象，因为我们的系统它可以用小狐狸登录，我们也跟一些钱包去做串接。以我自己的经验就是因为我自己之前也有 for fun 去跟了一些 PFP 的一些 NFT 项目那各位都知道。比方说，你买了这个 NFT 以后，它常常赋能的时候，它会空投你一些东西，对不对？那你不觉得这就是一种标记吗？就是你买了它的 NFT， 它知道你对它有兴趣，所以接下来它要投一些东西的时候，就投一个什么 NFT 给你。这不其实就等于就是说，虽然我不知道你是谁，如果是完全从去中心化的钱包进来的话，我虽然不知道你是谁，但是我有办法联络得到你。这不就是大家在讲的下一个世代？包含把很多 cookie 关掉，很多事情就是他没有办法知道你是谁，但是我有办法透过空投的方式跟你联系到，这不就是已经指出一条明路了吗？那我在我们自己的空间里面看到很多用 NFT 登录的人，也慢慢的可以从我这个空间里面提供的不同的服务，比如说他是相亲的，有人在这里面相亲约会，然后有人在空间里面他是做这个教学的，那他透过一个去中心化的一个Meta Mask 里面某一个 ID 进来，甚至你进来了以后，我可以比方说你来个3次、5次、10次以后，我空投一个 NFT 给你，你可以领取，代表这件事情就代表说你对这件事情，你在这个场地里面发生过的行为的一种标记的行为。那既然都已经拿了 NFT 了，在你的钱包里面，我虽然不知道你钱包主人姓什么叫什么，但是我有办法反向的去 polish 这个资料回馈给你。我觉得这个其实，虽然应该是说，因为 Web3 也好 ，NFT 去中心化这概念是这1-2年才熟悉的，但是对照在我们过去从 Web 1.0到2.0的很多这种行销的这种事情看过来，其实已经有一些可以转移的，做一些典范转移的一些思考，我觉得已经蛮清楚了，而且我知道业界有一些朋友其实是不约而同的在往这个方向在进行所以我想新的体验、新的这种工具，它最终它还要服务的都还是商务的本质。好，那怎么样在趋势里面抓到这些好的一些方法，可能需要我们更多的洞察力去来看到。好，谢谢。
好，谢谢 Joseph， 来 Jenny。
我这边分享一下，就是拉回到这个 DigiAsia， 就是说我们如何作为一个不管是行销人员也好，工程人员也好，你如何能够在这样的一个 Web3， 假设我们认为这是一个趋势，那我们如何能够掌握这个趋势啊？那我觉得说，如果说我们今天要掌握 Web3 这样的一个浪潮的机会，那我们如何掌握机会？那对我来讲，我觉得你真的是首要的是你一定要有一颗开放的心啊，也就是说你真的是要有用一个 open-minded 的一个心去学习在 Web3 世界里面的所有一切啊，不管是你听到的 NFT 也好 ，Crypto 也好 ，DeFi 也好 ，DEX 也好等等的，因为在这个圈子里面的这个技术真的是日新月异，每天都有新的名词出现，那你会不断的被强迫要学习一些全新的东西。但是其实在这个世界里面，就算你日益的学习，其实没有人会在这个世界里面帮你打成绩单。但是你也不要认为说你在这个世界里面的学习都是无用功的啊。正如这个《北非谍影》里面的一句著名的台词啊，就是他说：“你的气质里面藏着你读过的书、走过的路、爱过的人。”那同样的，对我来讲，在 Web3 你所经历的一切，就是你在这个世界里面最好的履历。谢谢。
谢谢。H。
好，谢谢。我想提出一个观点，这个观点其实跟我刚刚提到那个Tesla 一开始他们曾经有过一种相机叫做他们那个叫立体相机，其实是2个眼睛或者是有深度的。可是他们逐渐发现 AI 啊这个事情，它可以把这个是我们看到的这个世界，就算它是从一个 single lens， 就是我们所谓的单眼的 RGB camera， 它也可以把它变成是自己的运用 AI 把这个世界转换成3D， 所以他知道说，前面有一个人走过来，他大概距离10公尺。或者是说，可能这个现在的环境里面往前一点，可能再偏一点，偏个5度，可能就会有危险的。那基本上在 Web3 里面，我们看到基本上，有可能性的是这个网页。这个网页其实我们现在都是用手机，可能是用不论是不同的浏览器的平台去登录。可是呢，其实我觉得在我们的这个人类的世界里面，其实逐渐要习惯的是 Web3， 其实它不是一个2D， 它不是一个平面的一个系统，不论是从Joseph 刚刚提到OSense 这个系统，或者是我们现在看到太多的就是我们的研发者，我们在关注的其实 Web3 里面是我们希望赋予它一个深度。那这个深度基本上里面的不同 layer， 那可能它可以结合到可能是有角色 layer， 可能会有 crypto 的 layer， 可能它会有环境的 layer， 可能它有 social layer， 可是这都不是完全的像我们看到一个平面式的，而是它有深度，一进的一进，可能有点像我们以前打那个 Hadouken 还是打那 Street Fighter 一样。其实我们其实我们运用我们的慢慢的我们在浏览里面，我们可以看到的是，在这个里面基本上在Web3 里面是有不同的深度，那每一个层次基本上它有赋予不同的意义。那我们 Rapio 基本上的客户其实来自于蛮多的产业，像是教育啊、行销啊，或者是广告，包括什么YouTuber， 他自己想要去表达自己做一个角色的一个设计者，他也会在我们的平台上面去做表演。那他其实注重的在这里面也是属于一个算是一个 promotion， 一个社交的一个功能，甚至它可以帮助客户去做一些行销的目的。那我觉得其实这个都很好。因为其实我看到的是不论是我们这个研发者或是以技术公司开发出来的不同工具，其实逐渐都会带入到整个商业的一个行为里面去。那其实我认为在商业行为里面看这些user，其实它赋予的这个Web3 就是有不同的深度。那这个深度其实我觉得，其实我们讲到这个过去我们从人类的 AI 训练，逐渐的我们相信我们人类也可以在这个从 Web2 转到 Web3 里面的，从2D 转到3D 这个平面里面，我们可以在近几年内就得到一些启发。对，
谢谢。那最后 Ben。
好，那分享一下就是区块链跟传统的这个 Web2 有一点很大的一点不同点在于资料是公开的。那我们过去 Web2 的时代，其实大家各家的公司都收集自己的资料。你今天是 A 广告公司，然后你收集的资料，然后就是今天你经营的是一个会员好了，你在 A 公司你经营了一个 A 的一个会员，是 A 公司的非常 top 的一个会员，可是 B 公司不会知道这件事情。但是在区块链不一样，区块链所有的记录都是公开透明的。那你如果你今天成立的是一个在建构在区块链系统上面的一个会员系统的话，那大家就会知道说你是 A 公司的一个 top 的一个会员，那你是 B 公司的话，你其实是可以去读取到这个资料的。那也就是说，我们对于用户的资料，其实我们是可以更加的清楚的。这个我不知道这点可能刚好跟 Web2 最大一个差异就是这点资料的一个公开性。我觉得在座的各位行销人员就是可能可以从这点去思考看看怎么样去透过这个区块链的公开的一个属性，然后去做发想。那也想要给大家的建议就是，其实区块链它不是一个多么复杂、多么深奥的一个东西，大家可以先去体验看看，就先从注册一个 Meta Mask 等等的一个去中心化的一个钱包，你可以去感受一下区块链的一个魅力。就是很多我们讲的东西都只是我们在这1-2年当中的一个观察，可是大家在座各位其实都是很厉害的一个行销人员，你们在传统的这个 Web2 的一个世界里面有更多的一个创意，但是你们只要稍微去了解一下区块链技术，我相信你们一定可以激发出很多的一个创意的应用，然后就可以去把它实作出来。这点是我觉得给大家的一个建议，就是多去接触区块链的世界，真的非常非常的有趣。对。
好，谢谢大家。从典范转移、商业行为，然后从区块链的一些公开透明，从不同的角度来跟大家分享了一下我们在 Web3 的时候 关于行销人员有哪一些大家可以去注意到的，还有可以切入的一些方向。好，那最后还剩一点点时间，刚好最近其实FTS 的事件在目前的这1-2个礼拜，在整个币圈，不止台湾币圈，在全世界币圈其实都是蛮大的一个议题。那以我自己周边很多币圈的朋友，其实在这一波受伤都非常的严重。好，那刚好今天有机会有请到一些专家跟讲者在台上。好，那我认为 Crypto 大概是 Web3 的一个 infrastructure， 是一个基础建设。未来 Web3 它的金流它不可能去绕过Crypto， 所以 Crypto 的发展其实也是非常重要的。那我们这边就请这边年纪比较轻的这个 Ginny 跟 Ben 来跟大家分享一下你们自己在观察这次 FTS 的事件有没有什么一些想法或者一些心得，可以给大家做一些参考跟借鉴的。
这个首先真的是很感慨，我们真的身在一个很动荡的时代啊。那如何在一个动荡的时代做一个不动荡的自己，也真的非常不容易。大家可以看到我们现今社会，对不对？有战争，乌俄战争，对不对？有瘟疫，有 COVID， 然后还有交易所倒闭，对，还有交易所倒闭。但其实我这个看法可能就是，我觉得就是真的是比较不一样，就是说这个浪淘尽，千古英雄风流人物。那其实这个世界本来就是胜利者写的嘛。那 SBF 他是作为这个 FTX 的一个创办人，他在这个他的粉丝他 Twitter 就发了一篇文章说，在2周之前我还是全世界最能够目前的人之一，然后2周之后我变成全世界的黑名单啊。那说真的，其实这个世界真的是也不缺各种有天分的人、聪明的人各种英雄好汉，其实真的都不缺，因为人真的太多了。但是其实我真的觉得说，这 FTX 事件真的，我觉得真的一个对我的一个很大的反馈，就是你如何坚持做对的事情，以及你如何能够莫忘初衷，才能方得始终。我相信 FTX 他是一个非常聪明、非常顶尖的人，他在做 FTX 这个交易所的时候，他的初衷甚至是美好的，因为他其实在我们币圈很多人的心目中，他是英雄人物直接讲真的是英雄人物，但是却是在2周的时间变成全世界唾弃的对象，这也是有点不胜唏嘘啦。但对我来讲，我相信大家很多的时候初衷都是好的，但是不一定能够坚持到最后。对，这是以上我对 FTX 的一个自己的反思以及反馈。对，
谢谢Ginny。那 Ben 呢？
那 FTX 的这件事情其实是一个非常大的一个遗憾跟损失，因为其实身旁很多的朋友他们都是选择相信 FTX， 然后就是很多的资产就是被套在里面，然后甚至有些朋友的朋友就可能想不开，因为他把他这辈子的积蓄都放在里面，所以就是可能这样就选择离开。那我觉得这一点其实是一个很遗憾的一个事情啊，但是其实。交易所中心化管理的这个东西，其实跟区块链的精神其实是我觉得是相对是违背的。那区块链精神其实就是去中心化。我们在区块链从比特币的建构开始，就是我们的一个东西，就是我们不会相信任何的，我们相信每个人每个矿工都是可能会作恶的，就是矿工他可能会随便乱记你的账，凭什么你跟他说你要转账100块给小明，他就帮你记这个东西，不会把你100块转到他自己口袋。那比特币最一开始的设计其实就已经我们是透过机制的方式，然后透过矿工跟矿工彼此之间去竞争这个记账权，然后透过一个机制的设计去让我们即使不用相信任何的矿工，但是我们也会知道他们会准确的帮我们去记录这件事情。可是我们后来这2年我们选择相信了交易所，然后我们就觉得我们可以把我们的钱给放在他身上，我们觉得SBF 如此天才，华尔街的一个交易员，然后 MIT 的高材生，然后甚至是政商关系如此的好，我们选择相信他，就把钱给他，觉得他不会做任何事情。那结果就导致了这样的一个悲剧的一个产生。我觉得这点的确是我们要去反思。我们很多人可能是用区块链的一个名义，行着区块链的一个名义去做一些诈骗，但其实实际上我们要更加去了解去中心化的一个思维。其实我相信我们未来一定是可以走向一个去中心化的一个社会，然后我们就透过区块链的一个技术，然后我们不用相信任何人，但是我们可以选择相信程式，然后程式我们写在区块链里面，它就会如着我们所想的这样子去进行。对，我觉得这一点是未来的一个期望，就是这种慢慢的迈向这个去中心化的一个社会。对，但当然同时也要提醒大家，其实 去中心化，我们相信程式，但是其实程式码很多也是有可能会有 bug， 因为工程师毕竟也不是神，大家工程师可能也会写出有 bug 代码，但是你们的就是你们的资金可能也会因此而损失。那比较好的建议就是，你们想要接触区块链的话，那我建议你们可以准备自己去备一个冷钱包，然后把重要的一个资金其实是放在冷钱包里面，不要让它去连上网络。那你今天如果想要做一些DeFi 相关的一些操作的时候，你可以把你的资金从冷钱包里面转到你的热钱包，然后做好一个资金分离的一个隔离。对，那其实区块链大部分的情况一些传统的应用都是非常的安全的，因为它的程式码已经被测试过非常多次，然后骇客也盗取过非常多的一个资金，所以就其实也是可以值得大家的是去相信的。对，就是大概是这样。
好，谢谢 Ben 的分享。那今天谢谢4位专业的这些讲者，让大家度过了一个时间很快的1个小时。那我们从了 NFT 聊到元宇宙，然后最后再聊到了目前最新的这些 FTS 事件或者 Web3 在行销人员可以有什么地方是值得注意的。相信大家在这个小时内应该也可以得到一些启发。好，那我们这一场的session discussion 就到这边结束。好，谢谢大家。
谢谢，请各位来宾为我们的主持人以及4位与谈人一个热烈的掌声。那我们现在一样，请到 Eves 为各位颁发感谢状以及自证品。以上是主持人 Morgan 以及4位与谈人 Joseph、Ben、Jean 还有 Arch 为我们带来关于 Web3 Marketing Next 的精彩对谈。好，我们先看前面摄影师的镜头，好，谢谢。然后后面摄影师的镜头也看一下。那么这场座谈会也为所有论坛场次做了一个很完美的 wrap up。谢谢。好，那我们最后再来一张大合照，我们请主持人以及4位与谈人跟我们Eve在一张大合照，纪念一下刚才精彩对谈。好，我们看前面摄影师镜头。谢谢，谢谢各位，请回座。谢谢，辛苦了。好，那各位贵宾，时间过得很快哦。这3天和大家一起经历了这趟 Web3 狂想曲的精彩旅程。那我们见到了许多老朋友，也结识了许多新朋友，认识了很多的新观念。而这一首狂想曲也即将来到尾声，我们接下来就要进入到本届 DigiAsia 的闭幕典礼。那在闭幕典礼的一开始，我们首先请各位贵宾观赏由音像艺术家叶廷浩所带来的精彩演出，我们掌声欢迎。 掌声鼓励叶廷浩所带来的演出。我们谢谢新锐艺术家叶廷浩为我们带来由音乐以及影像交织而成的视听飨宴。那么非常感谢大家参与了 DigiAsia 为期3天的议程，想必大家对于 Web 3.0的一些时代观念又掌握了更进一步的资讯。那接下来就邀请 DigiAsia 2022数位亚洲大会的筹备委员暨制签委员 Gary 当代表上台，感谢大家的参与。我们有请 Gary。
现场还有线上的所有的这个朋友们，大家午安，大家好。好。那我想，如同刚才这个前面这个我们回顾了影片看一下哈，我想我们回顾这3天哈，我真的必须要讲，这真的是应该是这个过去这3年多来最精彩的这样子的一场数位亚洲大会的盛会。那我想，其实我们不管是说从前面一开始的，不管是这些4大的媒体技术平台带来了这样的一个体验，还有包括我们超过20场的海内外的来宾的讲座、研讨会，还有包括这些我们在现场看到的，从这个 HTC 到雅虎到 Meta 所带来的各式各样，还有我们很多这边新创的这些技术团队带来的这些现场的体验，我想其实也都是前所未有那我想这也是很开心，这一次我们其实透过Web3 3的这样子的一个体验呢，其实让我们开始也尝试到说，把我们的 DigiAsia 从过去的这样子的一个实体的演讲，把它做成一个所谓线上线下串成这样子的一个新的一个体验的形式。那我想在这里面，其实当然非常谢谢非常多团体组织、个人还有这些我们的这些赞助的一些厂商。那当然，其实还有最重要就是现场的各位。那各位能够在今天到第3天都还能够坚守坐在台下的，是不是给大家一个热情的掌声？谢谢你们自己，谢谢。好，那这个最后呢，我想其实真的如同前面说了，其实这次的活动其实也在应该说在惊涛骇浪的过程里面所诞生的。因为我想我们在这个1个月之前的活动的所有的设定，都还是设定在是所谓我们还在疫情的这样子的一个警戒期间，我们用线上的形式来去做。只是说短短的时间这个剧情急转直下，这个国门也开放了。所以我想，其实我也相信我自己很深刻的感受到是说，其实这3天下来，让我觉得好像真的看到了这个疫情的这个结束，也看到了一个全新世界的一个曙光。搭配了我们在谈到了这么多Web 3.0这样子的新的体验、想象跟启发，我想也预告了我们接下来迎向一个正常、一个更棒的2023年的新时代。那最后呢，我想在这边其实尤其是要谢谢，包括从阿法，还有我们所有的这些工协会，还有我们的工作团队，还有所有的志工。那我们是不是就是邀请一下我们所有的这些工协会的代表可以跟我一起上台？
好的，谢谢 Gary。那我们现在就邀请各工协会的代表上台。首先请到的是 4A 张志浩 Eric 李监事，请大家掌声鼓励。接下来是国际广告协会台北分会 IA 黄燕玲 L 理事长。接下来是台北市媒体服务代理商协会 MAA 李运华 Casey 理事长。接下来台湾数位媒体应用暨行销协会 DMA 卢玉伟 Erica 秘书长。台湾台北国际公共关系协会 TIPRA 吴冠波 Paul 公关长，以及本届 DigiAsia 筹备委员黄义甫 Eves 以及邓博文 Evan。以上是工协会代表。我们很感谢所有的筹备委员及工协会代表，辛苦你们了。那我们在这个活动圆满之际，我们充满成就感时刻，我们来合影留念。那一样，请我们看一下前方摄影师的镜头。好，比个赞哦，一起来庆贺这个圆满成功即将落幕的时刻。那时间过得很快这3天和大家一起度过这场 Web 3.0的奇幻旅程，我们见到了许多老朋友，认识了许多新朋友以及新观念，心灵富足程度现在可以说是200%。那在这边要跟大家依依不舍的宣布，2022 DigiAsia 在这边圆满结束。那期待后年2024 DigiAsia 与大家再相见，谢谢。